You are merely a joke. In the vast testing ground of the capital of the Sunfire Kingdom, a gathering of all 10-year-old youths from across the realm congregated today. They would engage in the annual spirit power assessment, which would determine their future standing and trajectory within their families. For some, this was an opportunity to achieve fame and fortune. For others, a moment to plummet into obscurity. Next contestant, Fan Tion. Upon hearing the name announced by the testing official, the previously lively arena fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Fan Tion? That prodigy of spirit power? Does he truly need to undergo testing? Prodigy? Have you just emerged from the depths of the mountains? He is no longer a prodigy. This fellow has inexplicably plummeted from a high rank 3 years ago to merely awakening his spirit energy. Ahaha. The general's household has produced such a waste, it seems their fate has run out. Look, he is coming. Following the direction of the pointing finger, a slender, slightly pale, 15-year-old boy stepped into view. With an air of tranquility, he slowly navigated through the crowd, making his way toward the testing platform, as if the derisive jeers had never been uttered. In contrast, another boy accompanying him appeared unable to contain his agitation, glaring darkly at the nearest onlookers. My brother is perfectly fine, he merely encountered me, nor a setback in his training, and will soon recover. Mind your tongues. Regardless of his past, it is not for insignificant beings like you to pass judgment here. Oomph. So what if he was once a genius? He is now even worse than a worthless wretch. This is a well-known secret throughout the Radiant Nation. Are we not allowed to speak of it? If he possesses any capability, let him demonstrate his prowess once more for us to witness. There are many others waiting behind. Do not delay their time for your sake. Fan Tion raised his head and cast a glance at the testing official, a smirk gracing his lips that he recalled when, at the tender age of 12, he had been identified as a nascent spirit wielder, simultaneously recognized as a high-ranking practitioner. The testing official had treated him with the utmost reverence, as if he were a cherished son. But now Fan Tion shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts that clouded his mind. He gently placed his hand upon the testing stone, awaiting the final verdict in silence. Many eyes were fixed upon him, eager to see this young man face humiliation once again. In a brief moment, a faint glow illuminated the testing stone, yet no inscription appeared. TCH. Look at the arrogant demeanor he had upon entering. One would have thought he was on the path to recovery. Yet, it turns out he remains as useless as ever. Who knows what he was thinking, knowing full well his limitations, yet still choosing to embarrass himself. Fan Tion gazed at his palm with a bitter smile. Indeed, it seemed he was still inadequate. Heizi, it is your turn. Fan Tion stepped back, conceding his position to his cousin. Brother. Fan Hai glanced at Fan Tion with a hint of concern before placing his hand upon the testing stone. A brilliant orange light erupted, accompanied by a series of large characters that appeared. Wood Elemental Root, High-Level Spirit Practitioner. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never expected that the second young master of the Duanmu family would also have broken through to the high-low vel of Spirit Practitioner. The feng shui of the Duanmu family is truly remarkable. One wonders what miraculous elixirs they possess. Each of them reaches the high level of Spirit Practitioner so early. Fan Hai, you have performed admirably this year. Continue to strive, and perhaps by this time next year, you too shall attain the initial level of Spirit General. It seems the Fan family shall rely on you to bring forth its glory. The individual overseeing the test said with a smile to Fan Hai. Fan Tion patted his younger cousin on the shoulder. Well done. Brother, do not feel disheartened, I believe. Fan Hai looked at Fan Tion. Once celebrated as a prodigy of spiritual power, he now found himself diminished to a mere shadow of his former self. Such a cruel fate would be unbearable for anyone. I am fine. You should hurry to the registrar. Soon, His Majesty will summon you victors, Fan Tion said as he walked toward the exit of the testing area. Upon exiting, however, Fan Tion did not head towards the general's residence, but instead veered off, dashing towards the small hill behind the testing grounds. Upon entering the dense forest, Fan Tion unleashed a flurry of punches against a centuries-old tree, continuing until the backs of his hands became bloodied and raw. Only teach. And did he come to a breathless halt, he fell back, sprawling across the grass in utter disarray. Heavens, are you here to witness my humiliation? You hasten my rise to fame only to cast me down mercilessly from the heights. What transgression have I committed against your family? Have I desecrated your ancestors' graves or insulted your kin? Must you subject me to such indignities? He raised his sleeve and haphazardly wiped his face. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the scar on his right palm, and his motion to wipe his face slowed to a halt. The decline from prodigy to failure seemed to have begun the moment that Scar appeared. No, to be precise, it all started 3 years ago when he inexplicably fell. In the spectral realm, strength is measured by the prowess of one's spiritual energy. Not only had his spiritual energy failed to recover, but it dwindled day by day. Over the past 3 years, he had consistently participated in the spiritual energy assessments, yet each time he left more despondent than before. His family, the general's residence, had become the laughingstock of the entire Sun-Blaze kingdom because of him. Minger, you're indeed here. While he remained lost in thought, he was suddenly roused by the voice of his father, Fan Hong. Turning around, he saw his father standing nearby. Father, I have brought shame upon you. Don't speak such foolishness. You're my son, what shame is there? Get up quickly, there are matters to discuss at the estate. Matters to discuss? Fan Tian was taken aback at his words. Could it be the very issue he had been worrying about? Chapter 2. The Elders' Conclave of the Fan Clan, I comprehend. Fan Hong nodded almost imperceptibly, then strode purposefully towards the vacant seat at the head of the council chamber. Trailing behind, Fan Tian's heart sank at the sight that greeted him, his hands clenching into fists concealed within his sleeves. So, he mused. They are impatient to make their move. Deeming it futile to seek a proper place, Fan Tian settled onto a vacant stool near the entrance. As he seated himself, several gazes, laden with derision and contempt, trailed towards him. He received them all with stoic indifference, uttering not a word. Clan head, a voice began. Our Fan clan has always esteemed strength above all else. Now that the results of this year's spiritual energy assessment are in, we implore you to prioritize the clan's advancement and relinquish the insignia of leadership. Last year, during the Ling City Spiritual Energy Assessment, Fan Tian still possessed the results of the middle stage of spiritual energy awakening. This year, however, his level has plummeted to the point where the testing stone can barely register his meager spiritual power. Are we to cling to this hopeless individual and witness the ruin of the Fan clan under his stewardship? Fanning scoffed disdainfully. Fourth Elder, Fan Hong retorted. I have always treated you with deference due to your position. However, regardless of Fan Tian's current state, he remains my son. Do you intend to treat me, the clan head, as a mere figurehead by denigrating him in such a manner? Fan Hong's eyes flashed with a piercing light, and he slammed his hand heavily upon the table before him. Observing Fan Hong, who had long refrained from displaying his temper in public, striking the table in response to Fan Ying's words, a sense of trepidation gripped the hearts of those present. At this moment, they were reminded that the usually affable chieftain was, in fact, a decisive general on the battlefield. Of course, that was not the implication. However, the chieftain must be acutely aware that we, the Council of Elders, possess the authority to vote on the appointment or dismissal of the chieftain. Presently, among the 5 elders, 3 have already consented to expedite the selection of a new chieftain. Fanning remained relentless. Ah, so it seems you intend to stage a coup today? Nevertheless, as elders, you should not forget that, as chieftain, I hold a singular privilege, the right to invoke a one-time immunity from dismissal. Fan Hong's voice turned icy. Moreover, this privilege remains effective for 1 year. Therefore, for the upcoming year, I shall remain the chieftain of the Fan clan. Fan Hong, you must also recognize the implications of countering the council's resolution with this privilege. Furthermore, next year marks the 5-year enrollment period for the Feishing Academy. Since the chieftain insists on pursuing his own course, I propose that if Fan Tian meets the entrance requirements of the Feishing Academy next year, we shall temporarily set aside the matter of your dismissal. As Fan Ying's words resonated, they once again sparked discussions among all present. Who does not know that the admission standards of the Feishing Academy stipulate that students must possess at least a mid-tier spiritual power level? For the prodigious Fan Tian, who awakened his spiritual power at the high-tier level, given his rate of cultivation, he has long surpassed the requirements for admission without examination. However, now, his spiritual power has dwindled to a mere whisper of its former self. In just a year, given his current state, the idea of enrolling in the Flying Star Academy seems nothing short of a fantastical delusion. I firmly believe that my son, Fan Hong, is a prodigy. 1 year is but a fleeting moment. There is nothing more to discuss. Everyone may disperse. Observing the resolute expression on Fan Hong's face, the elders nearby bore varied expressions. Nevertheless, Fan Hong remains the head of the clan, and his words carry decisive weight. Thus, as soon as he finished speaking, the attendees in the council chamber began to rise, flowing towards the exit like a tide. Each gaze lingered on Fan Tian, who sat at the entrance, imbued with an inscrutable significance. As Fanning passed by Fan Tian, he whispered in a tone meant for no ears but their own, "Do not presume that the clan leader's procurement of that ancient elixir can salvage your worthless physique." At that moment, Fan Tian's pupils constricted. His father, "My father, I am acutely aware of my current state." Witnessing Fan Hong remain seated and immobile, a pang of anguish pierced Fan Tian's heart. To protect his unremarkable son, his father was willing to jeopardize the reputation he had painstakingly built over years in the general's estate. Yet, does he truly still possess hope? "Tiana, come with me to the study." Fan Hong gazed at the solitary figure standing by the door, his voice faltering. If someone were to enter this room now, they would undoubtedly sense the dense aura of spiritual power enveloping Fan Tian's form. The sensation of increasing fullness at his dantian caused the smile on Fan Tian's lips to grow wider and wider. 3 years. His title of a good-for-nothing was finally going to be removed. Just as Fan Tian was about to stabilize the spiritual energy within his body, his mind suddenly felt a burning sensation in his palm, and then the spiritual energy he had gathered for half a day vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Snow Phoenix. As soon as the spiritual energy in his body began to fluctuate differently, Fan Tian's heart tightened. It's happening again. This damned feeling always appeared right after he finished his cultivation, as if a tracker had been installed on him. Before he could even warm up the spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated, it would disappear in an instant. He thought that with the help of the stabilizing spirit pill, things would be different this time. Who would have thought? Fan Tian's body trembled for a while, and he once again focused his mind to sense his dantian. Unaware before, but upon checking, he felt both anxious and furious, and a sweet taste rose in his throat. With a loud wah, a mouthful of heart's blood spurted out, landing on the floor of the room. His dantian now resembled a long barren wasteland, devoid of any vitality. How could this be? Fan Tian cursed under his breath. Before taking the stabilizing spirit pill, there was still a thin residue of spiritual energy left in his body. How come after taking the pill, even that little reserve disappeared without a trace? Could it be that there was something wrong with the stabilizing spirit pill? Fan Tian quickly shook his head. The spirit-stabilizing pill was something his father had acquired from the Night Lord auction house in Ling City, crafted by the renowned alchemist Nagu. It was highly unlikely to be flawed. Yet, how could he explain his current predicament? His gaze swept over the pool of blood on the floor, and he instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth. Both his father and he had been eagerly anticipating a miracle from this pill, but instead, it had rendered him utterly powerless. Damn it! What kind of cursed thing is this? An extraordinary heat emanating from his palm relentlessly scorched his nerves, compelling him to instinctively reach for his right hand with his left, only to be repelled by an invisible force surging from his palm. His grasp met empty air, and losing his balance, Fan Tian tumbled off the bed, landing with a thud, sprawled on the ground. Damn it! In all his years, when had he ever suffered such a humiliating blow? Who was playing tricks here? Show yourself. Fan Tian slapped the ground with one hand, propelling himself up and steadying his stance. TSK, young man, at your age, you shouldn't be so quick to anger. Just as Fan Tian was seething, a soft chuckle echoed through the room. Who was there? How dare you trespass into the General's manor at night? Such audacity. Guards. Hearing the laughter, Fan Tian's heart skipped a beat. Though he had fallen from grace and become a spiritual cripple, he still resided within the main courtyard of the General's manor, surrounded by a circle of powerful spiritual guardians. How had this unknown figure managed to infiltrate? Cease your futile cries, for the surroundings of your courtyard are enveloped in a soundproof barrier of my making. Even if you were to shout yourself hoarse, none outside would hear you. The voice echoed once more, and this time, Fan Tian discerned its origin from behind him. With a swift, silent turn, he faced the source. There stood a young man clad in white, his presence serene yet ethereal, strictly speaking, not a man but a mere shadow. Who are you truly? And what brings you to the general's residence? Fan Tian inquired, his expression guarded yet his mind racing with anxiety. To have eluded the vigilant senses of the mansion's numerous skilled guards and entered his chamber unnoticed, the man's cultivation must be astonishing. Me? I have been following you all along for 3 years, yet you've never sensed my presence. The white-clad man chuckled softly. Ah, indeed. For these 3 years I have been in slumber, naturally beyond your perception. However, tonight, thanks to the surge of your spiritual energy, I have awakened sooner than expected. As the man spoke, Fan Tian, initially bewildered, began to grasp the essence of his words and suddenly questioned, "You've been following me for 3 years? Indeed, I, Shui Feng. Never speak falsely. Is this your doing?" Fan Tian opened his right palm, only to find that the circular scar that had marked his hand for 3 years had vanished without a trace. Well, I must admit, I had no idea that I would look so unappealing while in slumber. Xiefeng felt a twinge of discomfort. Are you implying that you are the very culprit responsible for my inexplicable loss of spiritual power over the past 3 years? Fan Tian's gaze was fixed with intense scrutiny, as if he could bore a hole into the other with his stare. Come now, brother, must you phrase it so harshly? Culprit? I am your benefactor. Xiefeng attempted to articulate further, but was rendered speechless by Fan Tian's furious demeanor. Benefactor? How dare you call yourself a benefactor? You have reduced me to this wretched state, neither human nor ghost, and yet you have the audacity to flaunt yourself before me? I swear, I could end you. Fan Tian was on the verge of losing control. God knows how he has endured these past 3 years. He had gradually come to accept the reality of being a failure, only to have someone emerge now to declare that it was all artificially induced. He was consumed by an urge to commit violence. Observing Fan Tian pacing his room in search of a suitable weapon to confront him, Xiefeng belatedly realized that his presence had inadvertently struck a nerve. Feeling anxious, he reminded himself that he had not come to toy with this lad. There were far more pressing matters awaiting his attention. Without further ado, he swiftly gestured, sealing all of Fan Tian's acupoints. Watching as Fan Tian could only huff and puff in frustration, glaring at him, Xiefeng finally stepped forward, adopting a serious tone. Fan Tian, 3 years ago, I was bound to you under extraordinary circumstances and utilized your spiritual power to awaken myself, and you still dare to speak. Fan Tian was about to leap up, but alas, his acupoints were sealed, leaving him only able to move his lips. I sincerely apologize for the considerable troubles I have brought you over these past 3 years. However, when I awaken, I will unconsciously absorb all the surrounding energies, which inadvertently resulted in the consumption of your spiritual power. Do you mean to say that my cultivation is not at fault, my body is fine, and my loss of spiritual energy is merely because you absorbed it all? Yes, that is precisely the case. However, now that I have awakened, I will no longer ceaselessly draw upon your spiritual energy as before. You can resume your normal cultivation. Upon hearing Shui Feng's assurance that he could cultivate normally, Fan Tian felt not joy but a surge of anger. Cultivate normally? I am to participate in the admission assessment of the Flying Star Academy in a year. Do you truly believe that a useless body like mine can progress from having no spiritual energy to the intermediate level of a spiritual general in such a short span? My father has wagered his position as clan leader for my sake, and you casually come to tell me that I can cultivate normally, and that suffices? Fan Tian, do not be agitated. My assertion is grounded in reason. However, if you trust me, I will assist you in restoring your spiritual energy to its normal levels. But are you not a man? Chapter 4. Confrontation with the 5th level Xian Eagle. Shui Feng intended to take Fan Tian to a secret realm. It is said that, with a stroke of luck, one might encounter great opportunities there. Although Fan Tian harbored doubts regarding the credibility of Shui Feng's nonchalant demeanor, he pondered whether he could find a better solution at this juncture. Thus, he resolved to treat this as a desperate measure, hoping against hope. Ultimately, one remains a failure. Yet what if there exists an alternative possibility? Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, Fan Tian ventured into the courtyard of his father, Fan Hong, to inform him of his intention to embark on a journey of cultivation before stepping alone through the grand gates of the Fan residence. Guided by the ethereal Shui Feng, he arrived at a precipice. Is this the secret realm you spoke of? Fan Tian inquired, gesturing towards the cliff before him, addressing Shui Feng, who had now materialized. A secret realm? No. The foremost task at hand is to reconstruct your physical form, enabling you to cultivate more effectively. Descend from here, midway. There lies an exceedingly concealed cave. Find your way down. I shall await you at the cave's entrance, Shui Feng declared, and with a swift motion, she vanished from sight. Peering down the sheer cliff, Fan Tian beheld swirling mists obscuring the depths below. Stripped of all spiritual energy, he was as vulnerable as an ordinary man, should he miscalculate. A mere leap from the cliff's edge could lead to his demise. Yet, the summit of the cliff was barren, devoid of any anchors for a rope. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. In his Chienkuan bag, he possessed a pair of formidable black-gold circular daggers, capable of merging or being wielded independently. Using them as anchors in the cliff face seemed feasible. After retrieving the daggers, one in each hand, Fan Tian inhaled deeply and launched himself from the precipice. The wind whistled past his ears as he plummeted rapidly towards the abyss below. After descending 20 or 30 meters, he extended his hand and forcefully plunged one of the daggers into the cliff wall for support. Harnessing the might of the dagger, he narrowly arrested his plummeting descent. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze alighting upon a diminutive platform, subtly protruding a mere 10 meters beneath his feet. Easily missed upon cursory observation. A surge of elation coursed through Fan Tian's heart as he cautiously inquired, his focus unwavering. "Shui Feng, is that the place you mentioned?" "Indeed. That is the spot. Your arrival is imminent," Shui Feng's voice echoed ethereally. With a forceful thrust against the rock face, Fan Tian propelled himself upward, his hands reaching skyward. Poised to continue his descent, when a sudden gust of wind assailed his ears, swiftly followed by a resounding voice. "Human, gather your belongings and abscond from my abode forthwith." Fan Tian's gaze followed the sound, beholding an eagle suspended in midair not far from his position. A fifth-order Xian eagle? A moment of astonishment seized Fan Tian. How fortuitous was his luck to encounter this ill-tempered creature upon his emergence. This Xian eagle, capable of articulate speech, possessed no meager intellect. At present, it regarded the seemingly petrified Fan Tian with manifest impatience. "I reiterate, depart at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to cast you into the abyss." "And if I refuse to depart?" Fan Tian retorted, his eyes narrowing in a smile, while surreptitiously channeling all his strength into his arms. "Then perish." The Xian eagle's patience had evidently reached its terminus. With a resounding flap of its wings, it conjured a swirling vortex, descending upon Fan Tian with overwhelming force. In response, Fan Tian swiftly adhered his body to the rock face, securing himself with the aid of his dagger. The cyclone howled as it enveloped Fan Tian's body, making him feel as though a bulldozer was ruthlessly grinding him down. Within him, there was not a trace of spiritual energy. This brutal force struck his heart, causing a sharp pain and a thin stream of blood to trickle from the corner of his lips. "Today, I am in a good mood. Consider this a minor lesson. Why do you not take your leave?" As the ominous eagle drew closer, a vague piece of information suddenly flickered through Fan Tian's mind. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully extracted a dagger from the crevice of the rock and thrust it fiercely at the underside of the eagle's claw, which was nearly upon his face. The eagle, taken aback, had not anticipated that this seemingly frail human would choose to confront its assault rather than flee. To its further indignation, this human seemed aware of its vital point. With a swift and decisive motion, Fan Tian plunged the dagger with no hesitation, and the eagle, caught off guard by the proximity, was struck squarely. The once vibrant energy coursing through the eagle began to leak out in hissing bursts from the wound. He could not afford to lose consciousness at this moment, otherwise, death would be his only fate. The eagle, observing the tenacious figure suspended precariously on the cliff with a dagger, felt a surge of astonishment at his defiance. However, it realized that it had little time to engage with him. With its vital point compromised, its energy was uncontrollably seeping away, and prolonged exposure could attract adversaries that it typically clashed with. As he began to descend further, Fan Tian raised his uninjured arm and plunged the dagger forward with all his might. The plummeting body suddenly halted. Fan Tian looked up to see his dagger had fortuitously lodged into the rocky wall beneath the platform, leaving him dangling precariously in midair. In his current state, he lacked the strength to hoist himself onto the platform. Chapter 5, Starting Over. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable that Shui Feng, being an ancient divine phoenix, would disdain other avian creatures. "I will do my best," Fan Tian nodded. "Not just your best, but you must fight with all your might. The method to reshape your body offers only two outcomes for you. Either you endure and gain a new life, or your resolve falters and you are utterly annihilated, your soul dispersed into nothingness." Shui Feng, shedding his usual playful demeanor, spoke with grave seriousness. "Understood. I will remember." Fan Tian, too, set aside his lingering ease, nodding firmly. "Follow me," Shui Feng beckoned, leading the way into the cave of the mystic eagle. "I will guard you from the side. Your task is to endure the movement of the flame within your body." With a flick of his finger, a small, dancing flame appeared at its tip. "Is this the phoenix's innate true fire?" Fan Tian couldn't help but be curious, seeing it for the first time. Do not underestimate this small flame. If your will wavers even slightly, it can instantly incinerate both your body and soul, leaving not a trace behind. Are you certain? Shuefeng's face flickered in the flame's glow. One cannot catch a tiger's cub without entering the tiger's den. I am prepared. As the anxious anticipation of my father's face came to mind, alongside the scornful and derisive gazes of our kin, Fan Tian took a deep breath, tilting his head towards Shuefeng. All right. Shuefeng responded, and before Fan Tian could fully comprehend, she deftly flicked a small wisp of the flame from her fingertip into his slightly parted mouth. The Phoenix true fire had entered his body. Now, what you must do is safeguard your heart's defenses, for even the slightest wavering thought is forbidden. Allow the flame to roam freely within you. As the fire coursed through him, Fan Tian immediately felt his body temperature surge to unprecedented heights. He resolutely clenched his teeth, concentrating his mind on his dantian. Dismissing any thoughts concerning the flame, Fan Tian possessed an extraordinary innate talent for cultivation, and his remarkable physical constitution was one of the contributing factors. However, after 3 years of neglect, many of his meridians had become obstructed, though he remained unaware of this affliction. Shuefeng's intention in this endeavor was to assist him in purging the impurities from his body. Otherwise, Fan Tian's path of cultivation would soon encounter an insurmountable barrier, making further advancement in his lifetime exceedingly difficult. The heat, an overwhelming heat. The Phoenix true fire meandered within Fan Tian's body, imparting upon him a singular sensation of warmth. It was akin to a traveler lost in a desert, traversing under the scorching sun, devoid of water, direction, or respite. Meanwhile, Shuefeng stood to the side, skillfully directing the wisp of flame while keenly observing Fan Tian's reactions. He appeared as though he were a steaming cauldron, his entire body exuding heat, yet everything else about him remained unchanged. He nodded subtly to himself, thinking that perhaps he had been too courteous. Shuefeng muttered something under her breath, and with a flick of her hand, another wisp of flame drifted into Fan Tian's forehead. As soon as the flame entered his body, Fan Tian involuntarily shuddered. That was close, Fan Tian thought with relief, narrowly avoiding being overwhelmed by the flame. Heeding Shuefeng's warning, Fan Tian quietly steadied his mind, allowing the flame to wander freely within his body. His clothes, scorched by the intense heat, had already disintegrated into fragments, and his skin began to wrinkle, peel, and fall off in patches. His lips cracked from dryness, streaked with lines of blood. Time passed minute by minute, and Fan Tian remained as still as a meditating monk, silent and motionless. When the first rays of the morning sun slanted onto the cave walls, Shuefeng sent the third wisp of flame into Fan Tian's body. Simultaneously, all the blood vessels in Fan Tian's body burst at once, and crimson blood gushed out through the already cracked skin. In no time, Fan Tian was drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a pool of it. However, the blood soon coagulated rapidly under the high heat, leaving only streaks of bloodstains behind. Fan Tian remained utterly still, astonished by the transformations occurring within his body. Under the relentless flicker of the Phoenix true fire, his veins, once in a state of disarray, gradually grew robust and vigorous. The impurities that had previously obstructed his meridians had been completely eradicated by the searing flames. In light of this revelation, Fan Tian, filled with exhilaration, suddenly conceived a bold idea. He would actively employ the Phoenix true fire to forge additional areas of his being. Noticing the shift in Fan Tian's mindset, Shuefeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, impressed by the young man's swift understanding of the benefits of this flame and his desire to harness it. Indeed, he was the one she had chosen. However, for Fan Tian at this moment, although the fire was splendid, one must not be greedy and overreach. There would be ample time ahead. With a flick of her finger, Shuefeng amalgamated the 3 strands of fire still dancing about. Then, with a deft motion, the flames seemed to possess a will of their own, bursting forth from Fan Tian's mouth and obediently resting upon Shuefeng's fingertip. The intense heat dissipated in an instant, leaving Fan Tian somewhat anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shuefeng's voice. Congratulations, your meridian forging has been remarkably successful. Eagerly, Fan Tian opened his eyes and addressed Shuefeng. Might I borrow that flame again? There are still many areas of my body that remain unrefined. That is unwise, she replied. With your current cultivation, encountering someone slightly stronger than you would expose your vulnerabilities. My identity is not yet ready for revelation. Should anyone discover that the Phoenix true fire, which has never before graced this continent, resides within you, your life would be in grave peril. Now that the forging of your meridians is complete, Your primary focus should be on practicing skills and cultivating spiritual energy. As for the true fire, I will impart it to you in due time. Snow Phoenix then added with a touch of disdain. And don't you think your most pressing concern at the moment should be to cleanse yourself thoroughly? Fan Tian was taken aback upon hearing this. Only then realizing that he was entirely unclothed, his body covered in grime, emitting an unpleasant odor. I didn't anticipate such a transformation, he said. Besides, where on these steep cliffs is one to find a place to bathe? I assumed you were familiar with the habits of the Black Eagle. Snow Phoenix gestured for Fan Tian to follow her deeper into the cave, saying, I've taken the liberty of holding onto your Chincoin bag, so you needn't worry about making an indecent exit later. That's no Phoenix, always so flippant. Fan Tian muttered, following her into the depths of the cavern. Chapter 6. Practicing the soul-devouring fist. A natural pool, emitting a gentle warmth, appeared before Fan Tian, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. Who would have thought a Black Eagle would indulge in bathing? Seeing Fan Tian staring blankly at the pool, Snow Phoenix approached and, with a swift kick, sent him tumbling into the water. Rest assured, this pool is fed by a natural subterranean hot spring, with fresh water constantly flowing. You needn't fret about bathing in bird droppings. Snow Phoenix added helpfully. Upon hearing Xiefeng's words, Fan Tian finally relaxed his body completely. He raised his hand, intending to cleanse himself, only to suddenly notice that Xiefeng was still standing nearby, causing him to hesitate. Although he considered himself a man, having someone watch him while bathing made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Even though the water was in motion, it could not keep pace with the descent of the grime. Thus, it was Xiefeng's kind reminder that prompted him to act. Remembering how the mystical eagle had nearly severed his arm with a single strike, Fan Tian's heart trembled. He quickly disregarded the presence of onlookers and submerged himself entirely beneath the water, scrupulously washing himself. After a considerable time, he emerged from the water, received the Chincoin bag that Xiefeng offered, and retrieved an old garment from within. He dried himself thoroughly and then donned a fresh set of clothing. Now, while we still have some time, I shall teach you a set of boxing techniques and footwork. Once you have mastered them, we shall venture into the secret realm. Of course, do not challenge those who possess overwhelming strength compared to yours. Otherwise, you might find yourself extinguished before you even strike. Once you have solidified your foundational spiritual energy, we will proceed to learn offensive skills. Now, observe closely as I demonstrate the spirit-devouring fist just once. Remember this well. I shall only perform it once, and then you will practice on your own. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me. Spirit-devouring fist? What is its purpose? Fan Tian could not help but inquire. The so-called spirit-devouring fist subsists by absorbing the spiritual energy of others. When facing an adversary you cannot overcome, employing this fist technique can induce astonishment in your opponent, causing them to instinctively recoil. In other words, it's a fist technique for evading danger. A fist technique for escape? I desire to learn offensive skills. Fan Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. Your spiritual energy has only just begun to recover and is not yet stable. There is no advantage in hastily learning offensive skills at this time. Once you have elevated your spiritual energy to the initial stage of a spirit general within the secret realm, I shall instruct you. As Xiefeng spoke, he extended his hand and delivered a punch, a simple, unadorned punch. Fan Tian felt several black lines appear on his forehead in an instant. He had been wholly focused, preparing to learn a new fist technique, only to find that this fellow simply threw a punch and concluded. You also believe I only threw one punch, do you not? Xiefeng retracted his fist, smiling at Fan Tian. Indeed, it was only one punch. Fan Tian muttered under his breath. Come, allow me to throw another punch. As Xiefeng spoke, he lightly delivered another punch. This time, he did not aim at the rock wall, but rather directly at Fan Tian's body. Seeing the fist's soft, powerless appearance, Fan Tian was about to remark that this fellow was deceiving him once more when he sensed an anomaly in his body just as the fist was about to touch his clothing. The spiritual energy within his dantian suddenly surged, as if beyond his control, attempting to burst out of his body. How could this be? Cold sweat immediately trickled down Fan Tian's brow. Having endured the infernal crucible of the Phoenix True Fire, his corporeal form had only just managed to recover a modicum of spiritual energy. Was the Snow Phoenix truly poised to obliterate this meager achievement with a single blow? What's the matter? Frightened? The Snow Phoenix jested, withdrawing her fist and casting an amused glance at Fan Tian. This lad needed a demonstration of what true divine skill entails. How did you accomplish that? Fan Tian inquired, genuinely humbled. I was imprudent earlier, underestimating you. That will not happen again. This fist technique is devoid of ostentation. The crux lies in the manipulation of your mental fortitude. Having withstood the trial of my innate true fire, your mental prowess is undoubtedly evident to you. The key to wielding this fist lies in imbuing your hands with your spiritual power, compelling the opponent's spiritual energy to gravitate towards you. The greater your mental strength, the more formidable your fist becomes. The Snow Phoenix, abandoning his facetious demeanor, continued, therefore, do not dismiss this fist as merely an escape tactic. In time, when your mental cultivation reaches unparalleled heights, even spirit immortal level experts will dread this blow. However, those at the spirit exalted or even spirit saint level, having cultivated their own mental seas, remain impervious to your comparatively minor mental influence. Is it truly so potent? Fan Tian mused, casting a contemplative gaze upon his fist. Even spirit immortal experts would struggle to withstand this fist if caught unawares. On the nether continent, spirit immortal experts were revered as ancestral figures of prominent clans, national treasures in their own right. Even such a figure could not withstand this meager punch. A glint of illumination flickered within Fan Tian's eyes. Therefore, what you must now cultivate is the art of channeling your entire mental fortitude into your fist. Practice diligently, for our time is finite. Shuefeng patted Fan Tian's shoulder, subsequently receding to the side and settling into a cross-legged posture. Fan Tian, complying with her directive, also closed his eyes and commenced the gradual process of converging his mental energies upon his hand. Silence permeated the cavern until, after a considerable duration, Fan Tian once more opened his eyes. His head tilted, and he perceived Shuefeng in a state of profound meditation, akin to an aged, venerable monk. Narrowing his eyes, he abruptly launched a punch towards Shuefeng's form. Indeed, you have learned with celerity, knowing to apply what you have assimilated. Just as Fan Tian discerned a subtle undulation of spiritual energy emanating from his palm, musing that the potency of the soul-devouring fist was indeed not to be underestimated. Shuefeng's voice resonated within the cavern. However, as this pugilistic art was imparted by me, its efficacy cannot be gauged upon my person. Now that you have attained a modicum of proficiency in this fist technique, let us venture into the mystic realm to assess its true impact. Before Fan Tian could even formulate a response, a diminutive vortex materialized before him, instantaneously engulfing his form and drawing him within. Chapter 7. Melee Fan Tian was drawn into the vortex, and upon feeling solid ground beneath his feet once more, he discovered himself standing upon a desolate expanse. This is the mystic realm. However, this is merely the peripheral region. Should you successfully traverse this area, you shall be able to enter those cities and recuperate suitably. Shuefeng elucidated. Do people inhabit the secret realm? I had assumed it was merely a place for cultivation. So I was taken aback when Shuefeng mentioned that there were inhabitants. Of course, this is simply a designated area. Outsiders may enter at will, but to remain, one must possess genuine skill. What must I do now? Surveying the desolate surroundings, Fan Tian scratched his head in confusion. I have just taught you the soul-devouring fist, and you have grasped its fundamentals. All that remains is for you to practice diligently on your own. Now, I shall teach you the phantom step, which complements the soul-devouring fist. In case of an emergency, it will enable you to evade pursuit by ordinary individuals. As Shuefeng spoke, she came to a halt before Fan Tian. Since this is a technique of movement, it also has a mantra. First, memorize the mantra thoroughly. Then observe my footwork in conjunction with it. Upon finishing her words, Shuefeng lightly tapped Fan Tian's forehead with a finger, and a radiant light flashed, completely merging into his mind. Left 5, right 3, there are methods for advancing and retreating. As Fan Tian closed his eyes to absorb the information within his mind, he muttered to himself. Several minutes later, upon reopening his eyes, he saw Shuefeng's figure shift as she began to demonstrate the phantom step. Despite Fan Tian's keen eyesight, he struggled to correlate Shuefeng's movements with the mantra all at once. After observing her perform it twice, he could only grasp half of it. As Fan Tian lamented while tapping his head in frustration, he slowly attempted to reposition his body. Shuefeng reassured him, do not rush. Impatience is the greatest enemy during cultivation. You have made commendable progress, having memorized half the material after just 2 readings. Now that we have entered this secret realm, let us practice as we advance. However, there is something I must share with you. Noticing Fan Tian's slightly bewildered expression, Shuefeng continued, did you not wish to refine a portion of my innate true fire for your own use? Within this secret realm lies an abundance of rare treasures. You may begin gathering the materials necessary for the refinement. Really? Fan Tian's enthusiasm surged once more. Indeed, it is true. The materials required for refining the Phoenix True Fire include the Fuyin fruit, spirit spring water, and the essence of an 8th-tier water-type magical beast, Shui Feng, enumerated. Fuyin fruit? Spirit spring water? 8th-tier water-type magical beast? The names alone suggested their extraordinary nature, indicating they were indeed not commonplace items. The Fuyin fruit's location was well known. It grew within the Night Valley of this secret realm and would reach its ripening period in 6 months. Moreover, the Fuyin fruit blossoms once every 1,000 years, bears fruit after another 1,000 years, and only reaches full maturity after yet another 1,000 years, with each tree yielding but 3 fruits. Shui Feng cast a sympathetic glance at Fan Tian and continued, consuming the essence of the Fuyin fruit can utterly transform a person. Even someone who clings to life by a mere breath can return to their most youthful and peak state after partaking of it. Thus, you are both fortunate and unfortunate. Many covet this fruit, and it remains uncertain whether you, with your current physique, will even be able to approach the Fuyin fruit tree when the time comes. Had it only been 6 months? Reflecting on his current capabilities, Fan Tian could not help but clench his fist in determination. In this world, strength holds the ultimate power. Without it, even the simplest of tasks seem insurmountable. However, he admonished himself not to despair. If one could not achieve things through brute force, then cunning strategies would suffice. Shui Feng patted Fan Tian's shoulder, reminding him, "Do not forget, I am here to assist you. We shall devise a plan when the time comes." For now, it was imperative to enhance his spiritual energy. Just as Fan Tian was about to say more, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding them. Turning his head, he was nearly startled into a jump. Unbeknownst to him, a group of wild boars had quietly gathered around him and Shui Feng. These were not ordinary boars. Their stealthy approach was a clear indication of their unusual nature. Their sleek, black coats contrasted sharply with their glowing red eyes, and elongated tusks jutted menacingly from their mouths, shimmering ominously. "Wild boars? Shui Feng, did you not notice their approach?" Fan Tian inquired, observing the assembly of no fewer than 20 boars, his scalp prickling with apprehension. "I most certainly did, and it was I who permitted their arrival," Shui Feng replied with a subtle smile. "What? You invited them over? Planning a grand feast of boar? Are we?" Fan Tian turned to her, sensing that this proud phoenix's smile portended mischief. "I have been in slumber for quite some time, and naturally find myself yearning for the culinary delights of this world. You must understand, those celestial nectars and divine elixirs are rather unpalatable. Nothing compares to the succulence of this meat." It appeared he had unwittingly befriended a gluttonous phoenix. Subsequently, Fan Tian inquired, "There are approximately 20 of them here. You're not intending to take them all, are you?" "Well, that depends on how many you can bring down," Shui Feng responded, producing a folding fan from an indiscernible location. With a flourish, she unfurled it and began to gently fan herself. "Why haven't you commenced? I specifically lured them here for you to hone your skills." As she spoke, her form gradually faded into obscurity. Good heavens, she's using this as an excuse for her own gratification, Fan Tian muttered under his breath. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of Shui Feng's true motive, to expedite his advancement in strength. Given the limited time at his disposal, he realized that conventional cultivation methods would be insufficient for him to ascend to the advanced stage of a spiritualist within the necessary time frame. Without further hesitation, Fan Tian firmly grasped the Wujing Lianhuan dagger in his palm and swiftly charged toward the herd of wild boars. The boars, previously restrained by Shui Feng's divine beastly aura, had been hesitant to move. However, upon Shui Feng's disappearance and witnessing the audacious human charging toward them instead of fleeing, they erupted into a cacophony of snarls and met Fan Tian head-on. Moreover, he sustained several surreptitious blows from the boars, leaving his thigh bloodied and revealing glimpses of bone beneath the lacerations. "You insignificant creatures believe you can force my surrender? I'll roast every last one of you today." Fan Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly recalled the elusive steps Shui Feng had recently taught him. Since I'm outmatched, I shall put my newfound footwork to the test." Fan Tian recited the incantation while executing the newly acquired steps. At the outset, Fan Tian's steps were somewhat awkward. However, as time progressed, he grew increasingly adept, his figure accelerating to a point where his subsequent movements became nearly imperceptible. Wild boars, being creatures of limited intelligence, had initially posed a challenge to Fan Tian, relying on their brute strength and cohesive teamwork to inflict considerable setbacks upon him. Yet, once Fan Tian fully unleashed the intricate techniques of his illusory steps, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. "Let them all be my barbecue," he declared, and with that, he materialized beside a wild boar, swiftly drawing his blade to slice through its vulnerable belly. With a thud, the boar collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Without a moment to catch his breath, he immediately confronted another. Chapter 8. Unfamiliar yet familiar. Utilizing the enigmatic illusory steps, Fan Tian deftly took down 3 formidable wild boars in rapid succession. This display of prowess instilled a flicker of fear in the otherwise reckless boars, who, upon witnessing the bloodied figure of the human, suddenly seemed to awaken to their peril and scattered in disarray. They're fleeing? I was just getting warmed up. Upon hearing Qin Haiying's words, Fan Tian's expression softened slightly. After all, he too aimed to join the Flying Star Academy next year. Although he was not one to shy away from conflict, cultivating friendships was preferable to creating enemies. Indeed, we are from the Flying Star Academy, he replied. Noticing the tone of his senior, Qin Haiying continued, you are also from the Flying Star Academy? Since leaving home. Fan Tian had spent his days traversing these desolate mountains, his skin darkened by the relentless winds and sands. After slaying the wild boar, blood splattered all over Qin Haiying, leading her to naturally assume that Fan Tian was older than her. Although I am not yet a student of the Flying Star Academy, I am certain I will be next year. As Fan Tian set down the cleaned wild boar he had been carrying, he addressed Wu Ming and Fan Zheng. Since we have crossed paths here, allow me, your future junior, to present this as a token of our meeting. There is a water source nearby. You 2 seniors might as well carry these 2 boars over to wash them. We can roast them and save any excess as provisions. Kid, you are quite perceptive. Learning to respect your seniors so quickly? Wu Ming remarked, as he and Fan Zheng each hoisted a wild boar and made their way toward the water source. I'll tend to the fire, Qin Haiying said, turning to ask. By the way, what is your name, Junior? With a smile, Fan Tian replied, I am Fan Tian. Just as he finished speaking, Fan Zheng suddenly halted in his tracks. Fan Tian? Could it be that he's the one I was thinking of? Observing this unexpected reaction, Wu Ming inquired, Fan Zheng, what is the matter? Cough, it's nothing. I haven't had meat in a while, and now that I see it, I can hardly move, Fan Zheng said. Wu Ming, I find that fellow with the surname Fan rather peculiar. He is all alone in this wilderness and claims to have killed these wild boars. I took a glance at his spiritual power. He barely meets the threshold of a spirit general. Are you suggesting that he is concealing something from us? First, he cut a small piece and handed it to Qin Haiying, then another piece to Wu Ming. The aroma was truly captivating. Wu Ming eagerly opened his mouth wide and took a big bite, chewing while mumbling, since you mentioned planning to apply for Feishing Academy next year. How about we spar later? That sounds good. Fan Tian also got a bit excited. He had been practicing alone all day, and this was a perfect opportunity to gauge the level of students from Feishing Academy, giving him a better idea when he applies next year. I heard from the senior sister that you were gold tier students. How are the levels divided in the academy? Just as Fan Tian was about to hand the freshly cut meat to Fan Zheng, he noticed that Fan Zheng was already eating a piece. He then sat down by the fire, munching on his meat, and asked, the student levels at Feishing Academy are divided into gold, silver, bronze, and iron tiers, with gold being the highest and iron the lowest. The basic requirement for admission is to reach the mid-level of Spirit General, which qualifies for the iron class. If a student with high-level Spirit General applies, they are directly placed in the bronze class upon admission. The silver class requires peak Spirit General, and the gold class requires initial Spirit King. Chapter 9. Encounter with the Sky Wolf mercenary group. Just as the 2 were setting up their stances to begin, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the side. They turned to look and saw a cloud of dust, and soon those people were right in front of them. Well, eating, drinking, and with a beauty, you guys sure know how to enjoy yourselves. The leading figure let out a sigh and halted the horse's forward motion. Before it had fully come to a standstill, he grasped the riding whip in one hand and leapt down, a grin spreading across his face as he approached the flickering campfire. Look at this savage land. How could it possibly be suitable for a beautiful girl like you? Your delicate skin is becoming rough. It pains me to see it, he remarked, extending the whip to lift Qin Haiying's chin. However, she deftly pushed his hand away, causing the whip to clatter to the ground. Ah, you have quite the fiery temperament, he chuckled, clearly amused. This only makes you more appealing. I've grown weary of the women at home, each one submissive and wooden, lacking any semblance of charm. How could they possibly compare to a lovely young lady like you? Come with me, and I shall ensure you are well fed and pampered. Or perhaps not. I fear that should I truly follow you, I would soon find myself starving and knocking on the gates of Yama. Qin Haiying took a step back, her voice icy as she replied, "Is a roasted wild boar truly worth your gang of brutes coming here in such a menacing fashion? Only desperate robbers would act in such a manner." Before her words had fully settled, Fan Tian could no longer suppress a chuckle. This senior sister Qin, with her seemingly delicate and easily bullied demeanor, had revealed claws that were surprisingly sharp. "You insolent brat, what are you laughing at? For me to even consider your possessions is a tremendous favor. Do not mistake my generosity for weakness." The sneering laughter of a few youngsters had left the lone wolf feeling somewhat humiliated. He retrieved the whip from the ground and swung it through the air, producing a sharp crack that resonated ominously, leaving a deep scar upon the earth. Those who possess a modicum of sense should obediently follow my lead. Otherwise, the whip in my hand is far from harmless. My laughter, indeed, belongs to those who are laughable. Alas, it is a pity that this exquisite meat has been charred beyond recognition. Sister, since the meat is burned, let us perform a good deed and offer it to these unfortunate souls. We shall seek another place to roast anew. What say you, brothers? Fan Tian's gaze swept across the fire pit and landed upon Wu Ming and his companions. Since our junior brother has spoken thus, we naturally have no objections. The group, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, gathered the scattered items around the fire pit, preparing to move elsewhere. Do they perceive me as inconsequential? Then let them experience my prowess. At least in his view, these youngsters possessed only the strength of initial spirit kings, the weakest among them merely a spirit general. Capturing one of them would be a trivial matter for someone of his higher spirit king rank. Wu Ming and Fan Zheng stood opposite Fan Tian, on the other side of the fire pit, a slight distance from Qin Haiying. As they readied themselves to channel their energy to shield her from the impending strike, they discovered that Fan Tian's movements were swifter than theirs. He intended to grasp the whip with his bare hands. Truly, he was youthful and reckless, disregarding the lurking danger. The prowess of the lone wolf surpassed Fan Tian by several ranks. Fan Zheng shook his head inwardly. Indeed, Fan Tian was still that pampered scion of the Fan family. Overly sheltered. Fan Tian, have you lost your senses? Wu Ming exclaimed, startled by Fan Tian's audacity. He instinctively leapt up, intending to assist. But Fan Zheng discreetly held him back. Let him seek the spotlight. We shall ascertain his true capabilities in the process. Considering that Fan Tian will be our junior brother next year, how could we stand idly by when he's in trouble? Besides, senior sister Qin is there too. Wu Ming exclaimed, extricating himself from Fan Zheng's grasp. Just as he was about to step forward to help, he heard Lone Wolf bellow, "What sorcery are you employing, brat?" Lone Wolf had assumed that Fan Tian would be severely injured or even killed by the whip. However, to his astonishment, not only was Fan Tian unharmed after seizing the tip of the whip, but the spiritual energy he had infused into it began to flow uncontrollably outward. This realization startled him, and he exerted considerable effort to wrench the whip from Fan Tian's grasp, gazing at him with suspicion. This kid is clearly the weakest. So how can he wield such bizarre techniques? Even without utilizing spiritual energy, a high-level Spirit King cultivator possesses formidable physical strength. Thus, Fan Tian should not have been able to withstand Lone Wolf's attack. However, Fan Tian's fighting spirit was ignited by Lone Wolf's arrogance, as he disliked being dominated. Therefore, as Lone Wolf unleashed his new move, Fan Tian's figure vanished before him. Unbelievable, Fan Tian is capable of such exquisite footwork. And he's quite daring. Showing no fear in the face of Lone Wolf, Wu Ming remarked admiringly. Fan Zheng, standing nearby, remained silent with a somber expression. Fan Tian evaded Lone Wolf's attack by employing the illusory sect steps, which further enraged Lone Wolf, whose consecutive attacks had missed their mark. With so many of his subordinates watching, he couldn't even handle a young lad who had just barely crossed the threshold of a spirit general. Where does that leave the face of Lone Wolf, the leader? However, Fan Tian, who had narrowly escaped the attack, felt no joy. He knew all too well that he had to end this quickly. Otherwise, prolonging the fight would surely spell his defeat against Lone Wolf. Chapter 10. Wanted. Hiss. Everyone present gasped as they saw Lone Wolf writhing in pain on the ground, having lost an entire arm. A high-level Spirit King had been disarmed by someone who had just stepped into the realm of a Spirit General. Was this a dream? Yet, seeing Fan Tian, bloodied but still in an attacking stance, they realized with clarity that their eyes were not deceiving them. What they had witnessed was real. What now? Who else wants to step up and avenge your leader? I, Fan Tian, will take you all on. Fan Tian's bloodthirsty gaze swept over the crowd. Lone Wolf's followers, however, hesitated. Accustomed to throwing their weight around in the secret realm under the banner of Lone Wolf, the first son of the leading family, they had never encountered such defiance. Don't you dare run. You've injured young Master Lone Wolf. His family will not let this go. Fan Tian chuckled. This wilderness doesn't belong to Lone Wolf alone. Why should I run? The road is wide. Let each go their own way. Fine. Then just wait and see. A group of individuals carried the increasingly unconscious Lone Wolf away, and only then did Fan Tian exhale in relief, immediately swaying and collapsing to the ground. Fan Tian. Fan Tian, are you all right? Qin Haiying, whom Fan Tian had rescued, instantly sensed something amiss and rushed to his side upon witnessing his fall. Wu Ming and Fan Zheng also approached to assess Fan Tian's injuries. He took that with full force. Fortunately, the Lone Wolf restrained some of its spiritual energy when striking. Otherwise, Fan Tian would have likely, Wu Ming remarked, producing a jar of healing powder from his pocket and applying it to Fan Tian's wounds. However, Fan Tian, you truly astonish me. With merely initial-level spiritual cultivation, you dared to confront that high-level spiritual King Lone Wolf. Moreover, damn it, you actually emerged victorious. As Wu Ming spoke with enthusiasm, he clapped Fan Tian's shoulder heartily, causing stars to dance before Fan Tian's eyes. Yet, he still mustered the strength to extend his hand and shake Wu Ming's. Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, there is no need for such formality. Just call me Wu Ming. My home is in Songlong Nation, not too far from this secret realm. If you find the time, feel free to visit. Upon hearing the name Songlong Nation, Fan Tian's heart stirred. Wasn't he that quite close to the Dark Night Valley he intended to visit? After a moment's thought, Fan Tian nodded. All right, Wu Ming, I will seek you out if the opportunity arises. Here, take this, it's my communication jade. We can get in touch promptly when needed, Wu Ming said, handing Fan Tian a pristine jade tablet. Fan Tian toyed with the object in his hand for a moment before stowing it away in his cosmic bag. You must be cautious while alone here. Qin Haiying gently patted Fan Tian's shoulder. I will, rest assured. I, Fan Tian, am destined for greatness and shall not easily fall, he replied with a smile. Though the moment he inadvertently tugged at the wound on his back, his expression turned into a grimace. Still stubborn, I see. I shall await your arrival at the academy. Qin Haiying chided lightly, her eyes darting to the injury on his back. Only after confirming there was no significant issue did she exhale softly in relief. She then unfastened her own cosmic bag and handed it to Fan Tian. Inside, you will find some roasted wild boar I just collected, along with some medicinal supplies. Noticing Fan Tian merely glanced at it without the intention to accept, she playfully scolded. What is this? You can take Brother Wu Ming's items, but mine are off limits? Do you harbor some grievance against me? Fan Tian quickly reached out to take it. How could I dare? It's just, if you dare not refuse, then accept it properly. Qin Haiying insisted, pushing the bag into his embrace as she stood up. Brother, you have an eye for quality. Wu Ming winked at Fan Tian from the side. Enough chatter, we mustn't linger. The tribe of that lone wolf may be on the path of vengeance even now. Reminded Fan Zheng, who had been silent until then. Indeed, you should leave promptly. Fan Tian urged. As he watched the three depart, he softly murmured to the empty space. Xue Feng has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Xue Feng's figure appeared before him. Fan Tian, quite impressive. Facing formidable adversaries like the Spirit King, one must remain composed and unwavering. This is indeed a sign of progress. But what does this progress truly signify? Had that group earlier not been intimidated by me and chosen to attack, you would likely be gazing upon my lifeless body now. Strength. It is the possession of sufficient power that reigns supreme. Fan Tian pounded his fist against the ground. Do you genuinely wish to grow stronger swiftly? Xue Feng inquired. Of course I do. Fan Tian replied eagerly. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. In his excitement, he attempted to rise from the ground, only to aggravate his back injury, ripping the wound open and causing blood to spill forth, staining his bandage crimson. Just a moment ago, I praised your calmness in battle. And now your true self is laid bare. Are you intending to charge forward in this state to serve as a midnight snack for that sixth-tier spirit serpent? The man tightened his grip on the horse's flank, exclaiming, Fled? Ha! No matter how swiftly they run, they will eventually leave this desolate expanse. If they perish here, so be it. Once they are outside, I shall ensure that the one named Fan knows the true meaning of suffering. Dispatch orders to post the hero rankings at every exit of the wasteland. Whoever can severely injure or slay that boy shall be generously rewarded by me. Duoba Tian. Understood. Patriarch. Chapter 11. Confronting the inner demon goodness. I never anticipated that I would become increasingly valuable. Fan Tian chuckled. You have now become the meat upon another's chopping block. Any passerby can take a slice. What do you say? Are you interested in turning the tables on them? Shuefeng laughed as well. As he gazed into Fan Tian's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of light flickered within them. With a subtle movement of her fingers, Shuefeng conjured an ethereal scroll that materialized in her hand, enveloped in a soft, verdant aura of spiritual energy. The mere sight of the scroll alleviated much of Fan Tian's discomfort. What is this? He pondered, captivated by the scroll that continually radiated pure spiritual essence. The Emperor Phoenix technique, Shuefeng announced, her palm gesturing gracefully as the scroll hovered before Fan Tian, gradually unfurling. This. Fan Tian's gaze drifted over the elegant script adorning the scroll, a sense of astonishment swelling within him. Could it truly be a self-healing skill? Shuefeng continued. Not only that, but the Emperor Phoenix technique possesses the ability to heal individuals while also enhancing their spiritual power. Moreover, its level ascends in tandem with the practitioner's spiritual prowess. The fact that it could nearly reduce an ancient divine beast, renowned as the immortal Phoenix, to ashes, underscored the terrifying strength of the adversary he once faced. The Emperor Phoenix technique is of little use to me, as it was a creation born from my own ennui. Shuefeng mused, her gaze drifting to a distant point, imbued with profound depth. After all, you remain the young master of the general's manor. Understanding that Shuefeng was concerned for him, Fan Tian refrained from banter, instead settling onto the ground, his eyes fixated intently upon the scroll. At this rate of practice, you may not master the Emperor Phoenix technique even by next year. As Shuefeng spoke, she grasped Fan Tian's hand and, without hesitation, made a swift incision upon his fingertip, causing blood to spurt forth, cascading perfectly onto the scroll. Before Fan Tian could fully comprehend the event, the Imperial Phoenix technique transformed into a brilliant white light, swiftly penetrating his mind. Now, unless someone were to annihilate your very soul, the Imperial Phoenix technique cannot be wrested from you. Shuefeng's voice resonated gently in Fan Tian's ears. What astonished Fan Tian was that upon entering his consciousness, the Imperial Phoenix technique transmuted into a vibrant emerald light, meandering through his body. A refreshing sensation soon coursed through his back, and the pain gradually dissipated. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Aren't you going to thank me? Shuefeng observed as the ghastly wound on Fan Tian's back healed at an astonishing rate, scabbing over before the crust fell away, revealing smooth skin beneath. It was evident that the Imperial Phoenix technique was functioning harmoniously within him. Here, this is especially for you. This is all that remains. The rest was destroyed by that rogue wolf. Fan Tian retrieved the Qinkuan bag that Qin Haiying had tucked into his possession before departing, and he offered a piece of still steaming roasted pork to Shuefeng. The mere thought of the rogue wolf reminded Fan Tian that had it not been for Shuefeng's presence, his survival would have been in grave jeopardy. Rogue wolf, you better watch out. Don't presume that your father's backing makes you invincible. The day I escape this wasteland shall be the day I claim your life. Good lad, such ambition. Now that the wound had healed, let us proceed to seek out the spirit serpent. If someone else takes the opportunity before you, you won't even have a place to cry. Shuefeng patted Fan Tian's shoulder. All right, let's go. Fan Tian leapt up from the ground. Shuefeng mentioned that the 6th-level spirit snake only appears in the illusory forest within this wilderness. Therefore, Fan Tian simply stuffed some dry rations into his mouth and headed straight towards the direction of the illusory forest. Along the way, he only encountered a few scattered cultivators, but Fan Tian passed by them in haste without any interaction. After running for 2 hours straight, Fan Tian arrived at the edge of a forest so vast that its boundaries were invisible. Is this the illusory forest? Fan Tian turned his head and asked. Exactly. But the reason it's called the illusory forest is because it harbors many bizarre phenomena. Just as Shuefeng was about to elaborate, Fan Tian had already started moving in without a moment's pause. Then let me experience just how bizarre it is. Quick and decisive action is my current motto. As time is running out, he had been out for almost 3 months, and his strength had just barely reached the threshold of a spirit general. At this rate, he feared he wouldn't even qualify for the recruitment selection at the Flying Star Academy by the time it came around. This kid, always so impulsive. Shuefeng shook his head. But perhaps it's for the best. He can't always be fully briefed on the dangers beforehand. Only by facing and overcoming challenges unprepared can Fan Tian truly grow. Having discerned this, Shuefeng smiled faintly and produced her long unseen folding fan, sauntering behind Fan Tian into the bewildering forest. Upon entering the mystical woods, Fan Tian sensed an anomaly. Before he could fully process it, the scenery before him metamorphosed entirely. "Where am I?" he murmured, gazing at the flagstone path stretching endlessly before him. The abrupt transition from the muddy ground to the stone beneath his feet alerted him to the fact that he had fallen into a trap. Resigned, he decided to make the best of his predicament. As he advanced, he scrutinized the surrounding structures, a growing sense of familiarity washing over him. Finally, he exclaimed, "Ling City?" Hong's grip tightened, and Fan Tian felt his breath constricting. "Die, just die?" he thought. Death would end it all, freeing him from the judgmental gazes of others. Death would bring eternal rest. Xuefeng leisurely followed Fan Tian, observing him halt after only a few steps. She mused, so quickly ensnared by the illusionary array. "I wonder if he will overcome his inner demons and break free from this enchantment." Having witnessed Fan Tian's unwavering resolve from the start, Xuefeng remained confident that he would not be trapped indefinitely, and she observed him quietly from the sidelines. However, as Snow Phoenix observed Fan Tian's complexion growing increasingly pale and his breath becoming more labored, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead onto the ground, a sense of urgency began to envelop him. He pondered the formidable inner demons that could torment this young man to such a degree, leaving him in such disarray. Yet, despite his concern, Snow Phoenix knew he could not act recklessly. The illusionary array possessed two peculiar characteristics. First, it manifested silently, ensnaring those with deep-seated obsessions or desires, be it an insatiable hunger for victory or a profound resentment stemming from unavenged grievances. The deeper the obsession, the swifter the entrapment. Secondly, once ensnared in the illusionary array, the only means of escape lay within the trapped individual's own strength. External intervention might offer temporary respite, but the liberated individual would find themselves forever stunted in their mental prowess, potentially spiraling into madness or even death. Snow Phoenix had intended to caution Fan Tian about the urgency of his desire to restore his family's status through his father's spiritual power before they entered the illusory forest. But to his dismay, Fan Tian had dismissed his words and charged ahead. Nevertheless, while the illusionary array wielded immense power, those who managed to break free would gain considerable advantages. Specifically, should they encounter similar illusionary arrays designed to disrupt mental faculties with lethal intent in the future, they would find themselves immune. This was indicative of a mind that had been fortified to an exceptional degree, rendering external influences ineffective. However, breaking free from such an array, while seemingly straightforward in theory, proved to be an arduous endeavor in practice. The Snow Phoenix has existed for millennia, and within its vast memory, only a scant few dozen have successfully traversed this bewildering illusionary maze. The overwhelming majority were eternally ensnared, becoming mere sustenance for the enchanted forest. Thus, when Snow Phoenix beheld Fan Tian's increasingly pallid countenance, it could not restrain the urge to intervene. By rescuing him, there might still be a chance to preserve his life. Otherwise, it would soon witness his demise before its very eyes. Having been reborn with great difficulty, encountering a person of some intrigue, it was not inclined to witness his swift obliteration. As Snow Phoenix moved to cast a spell to extricate Fan Tian from the illusion, it was suddenly taken aback by Fan Tian's forceful exclamation, "No, I cannot perish like this," just as it intended to check whether the lad had sustained any injuries within the maze. The audacious bravado in Fan Tian's voice reassured it. This individual was indeed the same audacious youth it had known. It seemed that its previous worries were unfounded. Perhaps the illusionary maze should have detained him a while longer. It mused, watching him flaunt before it once more. An illusionary maze? I have indeed fallen victim. Fan Tian observed his surroundings and then regarded the grave expression of Snow Phoenix, confirming that he had indeed overcome a trial. From now on, such illusions will no longer hold sway over you. Well done, lad. You have remarkably escaped from this deceptive labyrinth, Snow Phoenix remarked with a smile. I nearly met my end. Fan Tian's heart sank. What he had witnessed in that illusory realm was precisely the scenario he feared most. If he truly fails to achieve that goal this year, his father will indeed be treated by the clan in such a manner. As his child, how can he bear it in his heart? Since he has persevered, those inner demons shall no longer torment him, for he firmly believes he will not disappoint his father. However, the day is also drawing to a close. We must find a place to rest. As Xiefeng spoke, she led Fan Tian deeper into the forest. Young man, fortune cannot be hindered when it arrives. You are destined to come into a small fortune, Xiefeng remarked, her gaze sweeping over a particular spot, her expression suddenly brightening. Come into fortune? Having just escaped death, Fan Tian felt utterly spent, particularly his head, which throbbed painfully, leaving him reluctant to speak. The serpent spirit herb, and it is on the verge of ripening. With it here, we need not scour the mountains in search of that spirit snake. It will come to us on its own, Xiefeng explained. The serpent spirit herb? The legendary medicinal plant said to cure all poisons? Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Fan Tian asked, his interest piqued. Do you think this divine beast is merely for show? Xiefeng shot him a glance. How could this young man not remember he was the offspring of an ancient divine beast? Ancient indeed. What had he not encountered? He truly believed he was just boasting. This illusory forest, shrouded by the deadly illusion array, rarely beckoned adventurers, even though it was known to be rich in treasures. No matter how abundant the fortune, one must have the fate to enjoy it, right? Thus, Fan Tian had genuinely stumbled upon a treasure trove. It is indeed here. The serpent spirit herb, indeed a universal antidote once utilized in medicine, is paradoxically favored by the exceedingly venomous spirit serpent. One might question why the spirit serpent, which is said to be in opposition to the herb, holds such a fascination for it. In the grand tapestry of nature, all things are interdependent. It is akin to the duality of yin and yang, where excessive light must fade and darkness must counterbalance. The attributes of disparate entities, while seemingly antagonistic, can at times be complementary. Chapter 13. Slaying the Sixth-Order Spirit Serpent. Observing the serpent spirit herb, it appears that tomorrow marks its ripening period. At that moment, you must promptly harvest it and preserve it with care. With this singular specimen, your worries about wealth shall dissipate. The herb's medicinal properties are derived solely from its stems and leaves, allowing the roots to continue thriving. A single drop of the purified essence from its stem and leaves is sufficient to concoct several antidote pills. Indeed, this is a treasure-bearing plant. Fan Tian could hardly contain his excitement. Not only does he lack spiritual energy, but he is also in dire need of funds. Every venture outside demands expenditure. Should he successfully refine the residual phoenix true fire within his body, he will be able to craft elixirs. The alchemist is, without a doubt, one of the most esteemed professions across this continent, with individuals taking pride in associating with an alchemist. High-grade elixirs, upon their emergence, are fervently sought after. The spirit-stabilizing pill that Fan Tian once ingested, though merely a third-order elixir, was crafted by the most renowned ancient alchemist of the netherworld continent, and is thus priceless. His father had exerted all his efforts to acquire such a treasure at auction. Father, I shall ensure that your hard work does not go in vain, and I will demonstrate to those naysayers that your son is no fool. The mere thought of Fan Hong evoked the scene Fan Tian had witnessed in the illusion. This herb, this serpent, I must have them. Fan Tian clenched his fist, striking the earth with resolve. Due to the forest's pristine nature, Fan Tian effortlessly procured numerous spiritual beasts. He gathered branches to kindle a fire, and with nimble hands, he meticulously cleaned the spoils with his obsidian dagger. From the stream, he gathered handfuls of damp soil, encasing the two pheasant-like birds, feathers and all, before burying them in the embers. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the fire, prompting Shui Feng to eagerly implore, "Pray, retrieve them, so I may partake. Considering that these fowl are avian, does it not trouble you, the sovereign of birds, to so readily devour your own subjects?" Fan Tian jested, though his hands remained diligently at work, unearthing the earthen parcels from the fire. The world is vast. Who is to say they are necessarily my subjects? Shui Feng retorted. Moreover, the more subjects one has, the greater the responsibility. I prefer a life of leisure. Shui Feng observed the mud-caked morsel, unsure of how to proceed. He was gradually solidifying his corporeal form, a testament to his improving condition. However, this restoration of power, while beneficial, would also make it increasingly difficult to conceal his presence. Although those individuals were accustomed to dwelling above, there was no guarantee that they would not venture to these lower realms out of sheer boredom. Given his and Fan Tian's current strength, they would be utterly defenseless before such beings. Alas, we must devise a solution to this predicament. Xie Feng subtly shook her head. For in the eyes of those individuals, Fan Tian was merely an inconsequential insect. Yet, he was far from insignificant. Should his true identity be unveiled, it would provoke a tumultuous upheaval. Could it be that even you, this divine bird, are incapable of such tasks? Observing Xie Feng lost in thought while holding the clay dumpling, Fan Tian spoke as he seized it and struck it down with a punch, shattering the encasing clay. He then excavated the lump along with the feathers of the game bird, revealing succulent meat within, fragrant and enticing. Is there truly such a method of consumption? Xiefeng took the now partially crushed dumpling from Fan Tian's hands, tore off a leg, and brought it to her lips to savor. Perhaps this would be my final earthly meal, Fan Tian mused silently. He was not afraid of the spirit serpent, but rather intimidated by the formidable strength of his adversary. Preparing for the worst could sometimes liberate one from all reservations. After all, death was merely a possibility, as long as he survived. He would strive to vanquish the spirit serpent. With a clearer perspective, his appetite flourished, and after relishing a hearty meal, Fan Tian stoked the fire once more, then nestled against its warmth to sleep. The following day, as the sunlight began to filter through, Fan Tian was roused by Xiefeng's voice. Look quickly. The spirit serpent grass has ripened. In an instant, Fan Tian opened his eyes and turned to gaze toward the direction of the spirit serpent grass, which was enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. Within that luminescence, the grass appeared crystalline and translucent, reminiscent of exquisite jade, a sight to behold. What are you waiting for? Quickly, place it into this sandalwood box. Lest the Ophidian arrive, Shuefeng urged. You shall find acquiring the serpent's grass a far more arduous task. Stirred by her words, Fan Tian snapped out of his reverie. Indeed, with the serpent's grass ripe, the Ophidian's arrival was imminent. With renewed focus, he received the wooden box from Shuefeng, approached the serpent's grass with utmost care, unearthed it from the soil, placed it within the box, and secured it in his Qinquan pouch. Its true vulnerability lies in the protuberance beneath its eyes. Devise a stratagem to approach that area, and I shall lend my aid. Fan Tian nodded in silent agreement, then turned to face the colossal Ophidian that stood before him like a small hill. This enchanted forest is not your sole domain. Natural treasures are for those who are destined to find them. Is there any fault in that? Utter arrogance. This serpent's grass is under my protection. A mere spirit general dares to defy me? Surrender the serpent's grass at once, and I shall grant you a swift demise. What has entered my possession shall not be relinquished. If you possess the ability, retrieve it yourself. Fan Tian clutched the Wujin dagger tightly in his grasp. Insolent whelp. Since you court death, I shall oblige. With these words, the Ophidian opened its maw, and a stream of venom shot forth, aimed directly at Fan Tian. Fan Tian, with alacrity, employed the illusion sect steps, thus evading the initial assault. However, the dagger grasped in his hand was far less fortunate. A few drops of venom splattered, making contact with the blade, and immediately corroding it to the point of creating several holes. The potency of this toxin was indeed formidable. The once indomitable obsidian dagger had been rendered useless, reduced to mere scrap metal by a few drops of serpent venom. With a clang, Fan Tian discarded the now unusable dagger onto the ground. Are you done playing around, you barehanded brat? The spirit serpent cast a disdainful glance at Fan Tian, questioning where such audacity in challenging it could possibly stem from. Of course I haven't finished. My warm-up routine has yet to commence, Fan Tian replied, his eyes sweeping over the swollen flesh mound that Shuefeng had mentioned, an idea forming in his mind. I truly cannot decide whether to commend your fearlessness or to mock your utter foolishness for not fleeing. In that case, I shall indulge you further in this game. Let us see if you remain so arrogant when you witness your own body slowly succumbing to my venom, powerless to do anything about it. As the spirit serpent spoke, its forked tongue lashed out towards Fan Tian's direction. With a swift movement, Fan Tian activated the illusion sect steps, evading the serpent-esque strike with remarkable agility. The spirit serpent, infuriated by its missed attack, swiftly redirected its massive head and lunged again. Once more, Fan Tian narrowly escaped. Not only did he evade, but after his escape, he stood with his hands on his hips, taunting the spirit serpent. Is this all your warm-up consists of? Spirit serpent, are you truly at the 6th tier? It is essential to note that among spirit beasts, the 6th tier is equivalent to the spirit sovereign in human spiritual power. The arrogant young man, whose spiritual power was merely at the level of a spirit general, should have been dispatched early on, leaving only a puddle where the spirit serpent once thrived. Yet, watching Fan Tian frolic before it with such exuberance, the serpent's dwindling patience finally evaporated entirely. I shall let the venom serve you well. Boy, beg for mercy. Perhaps I shall grant you a swifter demise. Fan Tian merely scoffed, remaining silent. The serpent retracted its tongue, dragging Fan Tian into its maw. Once within its mouth, it is akin to entering a living coffin. With a snap of its jaws, the serpent cast a glance at the pit left behind after Fan Tian had extracted the serpent's spirit grass, then slowly slithered back toward its lair. Once this boy was suffocated, it would retrieve his Qinquan bag, for what fear was there of the grass escaping? On the other side, As Fan Tian was thrust into the serpent's mouth, he was enveloped by an overpowering stench. If he did not escape swiftly, he feared that the venom might not be his demise, but rather, the noxious odor would claim him first. The viscous saliva within the serpent's mouth began to dissolve his garments, and upon contact with his skin, it seared like a branding iron, producing a hissing sound as flesh was charred to ash. Calming himself, Fan Tian activated the Emperor Phoenix art to mend his injuries while concentrating his mental energy to communicate with the Snow Phoenix. Snow Phoenix, lend me your primal fire. Hurry, Fan Tian. Your dagger cannot withstand the scorching of my true flame. The Snow Phoenix cautioned. Understood. Taking a profound breath, Fan Tian was poised to leap and plunge the dagger into the serpent's oral cavity when, unexpectedly, the lithe creature executed a complete 360-degree rotation. This unforeseen maneuver caught Fan Tian entirely off guard, causing him to tumble headlong towards the serpent's gullet. He teetered precariously on the brink of being involuntarily consigned to the serpent's belly. I'm not ready to meet my end just yet, Fan Tian exclaimed in alarm. Instinctively, he thrust the dagger into the side, using it as an anchor to stabilize himself. Insolent whelp, even with death looming, you remain obstinate? The serpent hissed, its mouth pierced by the blade. The pain contorted its entire form, and it thrashed its head wildly, attempting to fling Fan Tian into its stomach. Concurrently, a veritable geyser of viscous fluid erupted, enveloping Fan Tian entirely. Sizzling sounds emanated incessantly from Fan Tian's body as the corrosive fluid ate away at his flesh. Though shielded by the Emperor Phoenix art, which continuously mended his wounds, his limited power constrained its efficacy. Under the relentless onslaught of the serpent's secretions, the art's restorative capacity was outstripped by the fluid's destructive force. At this juncture, Fan Tian was utterly coated in the viscous substance. His visage and every inch of his being plastered, his eyes not spared. He was plunged into utter darkness, his vision completely obscured. Fan Tian, quickly marshal your mental fortitude. The Yujin dagger's time is fleeting, Xue Feng urged with a hint of desperation. Unbeknownst to Fan Tian, the small dagger clutched in his hand was being tempered by the Phoenix's true fire, glowing like a crimson-hot brand. In mere moments, it would be utterly consumed. Fan Tian closed his eyes, striving to calm his heart and focus his mental energy on his vision. The sound of flesh corroding gradually faded from his ears, and the world around him became so silent that it seemed as if he were the only one left in existence. I must pierce that fleshy sack, Fan Tian shouted. His face seemed to open a pair of celestial eyes, allowing him to see clearly the situation inside the serpent's mouth. After pinpointing the location of the fleshy sack, Fan Tian hesitated no longer. With a forceful push from his feet, he leapt up and thrust his dagger fiercely into the serpent's flesh. Hiss! The serpent, in pain, shook its head even more wildly. However, this time, Fan Tian had used the dagger's leverage to suspend himself on the inner wall of the serpent's mouth. Yes, right there. Push harder, and its vital point will be breached. Xue Feng's voice rang out again, suspended in midair, with no place to brace his arms. Fan Tian gritted his teeth and placed his other hand on the back of the hand holding the dagger, forcing the blade deeper. The shards from the serpent's skull cut his hands into a bloody mess, nearly causing Fan Tian to lose his grip on the dagger. But at this moment, Fan Tian's mind was devoid of fear or any other thought, consumed only by one intent. Pierce it. The serpent thrashed and rolled wildly in its lair. Yet it could not dislodge the man from its mouth. Indeed, it no longer harbored the desire to swallow Fan Tian. It only wished to rid itself of this killer. Had it been privy to the knowledge that its existence would be terminated by this youth, whose spiritual energy was so pathetically meager, it would have undoubtedly refrained from engaging him. The serpent spirit grass could be his for the taking. After all, the bewildering forest was not devoid of other specimens. Nor was its advancement in cultivation necessarily bound to this precise moment. However, prescience is an unaffordable luxury, and regret a non-existent remedy. It could now only writhe on the ground in despair, awaiting its impending demise. Chapter 14. Acquisition of a treasure. Though the obsidian dagger was infused with the formidable spiritual power of Fan Tian, it was enveloped by the true fire of the Phoenix. Consequently, as the tip of the dagger pierced the serpent's head, aiming to decisively rupture its vital point, the dagger finally succumbed, disintegrating in Fan Tian's hand, leaving not even a fragment behind, reduced to a pool of liquid. The liquid, upon contact with Fan Tian's flesh, emitted a wisp of white smoke, incidentally gifting him with the aroma of roasting meat. The true fire of the Phoenix was indeed incomparably tyrannical. Presently, It seemed the only recourse was to shatter the vital point with his fist. Fan Tian mused inwardly, and without further deliberation, he substituted his fist for the dagger, ferociously striking at the serpent's vital point. Though the sixth-order spirit serpent had been left on the verge of death by the scorching true fire moments prior, it was, after all, a spirit beast of considerable rank. With the abatement of Fan Tian's power, it seized the opportunity to recuperate. "Insolent whelp, you dare to plot against me? Now, I shall ensure your annihilation." It raised its head from the ground, as if a person sitting upright, its serpentine maw agape, a surge of energy roiling within its abdomen. Siphon. The mass of energy residing within the belly of the spirit serpent surged forth like a miniature tornado, imbued with tremendous suction. As the serpent's voice faded into silence, racing towards its maw. While serpents typically possess small mouths, they are capable of engulfing prey many times their size, not merely due to their uniquely structured jaws, but also through certain mystical techniques that expedite the act of swallowing. If Fan Tian could not evade this full-force assault from the spirit serpent, he would be swept directly into its belly, becoming a mere morsel. Unity of man and deity, Fan Tian silently proclaimed within. Envisioning his fist as an indomitable blade, he struck fiercely at the serpent's vital point. This unity requires one's mental prowess to ascend to the celestial realm for optimal execution, yet Fan Tian's mental strength was still at the initial stage of the terrestrial realm. Without the tempering of the Phoenix's true fire, he would have faced not only defeat but would have risked losing control merely by attempting to transcend his limits. A dire realization dawned upon him. It was about to self-destruct. At that moment, all of Fan Tian's focus was concentrated on his fist, oblivious to the peculiarities of the swirling energy. However, Xue Feng, observing from the side, perceived the imminent danger clearly. Should the spirit serpent succeed in its self-detonation, its body would shatter in an instant, but simultaneously, Fan Tian would be obliterated without a trace. "Fan Tian, I will assist you." In that critical moment, Xue Feng disregarded any concerns of exposure, instinctively channeling the Phoenix's true fire from within his being to concentrate at his fingertips. He then projected his divine consciousness into Fan Tian's body, declaring, "Henceforth, I shall commandeer your corporeal form." Instantly, Fan Tian's fist became enveloped in the rich, unadulterated essence of the Phoenix's true fire. Any impediment obstructing the fist's forward trajectory was obliterated by the searing heat. A subtle cracking sound echoed as the serpent's vital point was breached. The nascent vortex, on the verge of detonation, discovered an outlet and unleashed its pent-up energy through the newly formed aperture. Fan Tian, positioned at the serpent's vulnerable spot, was engulfed by the vortex's formidable force and propelled backward. He collided with the cave wall with a resounding crash, creating a significant indentation before collapsing onto the ground. Fan Tian coughed up copious amounts of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Xue Feng, having forcibly mobilized his spiritual power, found his nearly solidified form reverting to a state of ethereal transparency. As one tempered by divine fire, Fan Tian regained consciousness after only a brief period of insensibility. He gazed upon the serpent, which had moments before threatened to devour him, now prostrate and incapacitated. A gaping hole marred its immense head, courtesy of the vortex's devastating impact. Fan Tian remained momentarily dazed until Xue Feng's feeble voice resonated. "Fan Tian, hasten. There lies a treasure within the serpent's belly. Retrieve it." Treasure? Instinctively, Fan Tian reached into his Qiankuan pouch for his obsidian daggers, only to realize they were no longer there, having been rendered useless. Fortunately, although the ebony dagger was lost, he still possessed a commonplace sword within his satchel. While it could not compare to the efficacy of the ebony dagger, it proved somewhat useful against the now powerless flesh of the spirit snake. He grasped the sword firmly and, guided by Xiefeng, located the treasure's position, plunging the blade decisively into the creature. Though the spirit snake had perished, the remnants of its vitality lingered, akin to a centipede that, despite its demise, remains resilient. Given that this serpent had lived for centuries, and considering Fan Tian's severe injuries, his strike resembled more of a gentle farewell massage than a lethal blow, merely etching a shallow incision into the skin without a single drop of blood emerging. "Make haste," Xiefeng urged, her voice tinged with urgency, diverging from her usual playful demeanor. After death, the spirit snake's body secretes a corrosive substance that will ultimately devour everything around it, including itself. If you do not act swiftly, I fear that little treasure may vanish entirely. Fan Tian sensed an unsettling shift in her tone. typically one to engage in banter. Why was she now speaking with such a melancholic inflection? I understand you are perturbed about the 3 years of spiritual energy I borrowed. But I too was compelled by circumstance. Xiefeng continued her lamentations. Why dwell on such matters now? Am I not well? Fan Tian questioned, feeling an inexplicable disquiet as he listened to her words. He had forcibly summoned his own spirit, and now that power was rebounding against him, threatening to plunge him back into slumber once more. Observing Fan Tian's countenance etched with surprise as he gazed upward, Xuefeng chuckled. So you claim indifference. Yet your concern is palpable. Retrieve that treasure, and you shall secure my deliverance. Xuefeng gestured towards the serpent's abdomen. Unbeknownst to Fan Tian, Xuefeng sought a particular artifact. However, with Xuefeng's very existence hanging in the balance, he could ill afford to delay. Ceasing his inquiries, he gritted his teeth and exerted his utmost strength to cleave open the serpent's belly. After Fan Tian's crude blade had rendered the serpent's abdomen into a crisscrossed mess, a dull thud echoed as a ring, dark and devoid of luster, tumbled forth from the serpent's innards, landing before Fan Tian's eyes. Before Fan Tian could utter a word, Xuefeng transformed into a fleeting meteor, swiftly diving into the ring. Chapter 15. Advancement. The rapid succession of events left Fan Tian reeling. By the time he could react and attempt to impede Xuefeng, her essence had completely entered the ring. Xuefeng, Xuefeng, he exclaimed, cradling the enigmatic ring. Could this ring be capable of devouring souls? Fan Tian, fret not. Xuefeng's voice emanated from within the ring. This is a spatial ring, capable of containing all creation. Is it not akin to a Qinquan bag? Fan Tian inquired, relieved to hear Xuefeng's voice, yet perplexed as to why Xuefeng would compel him to exert such effort for an object with a function similar to a Qinquan bag. A Qinquan bag pales in comparison to this nether ring, Xuefeng retorted. This is a divine artifact, not only capable of containing all things, but also of providing a sanctuary for cultivation. Henceforth, by manipulating your mental fortitude to enter this space, you shall be impervious to any external disturbances during your cultivation. Furthermore, those outside shall remain oblivious to your presence. Snow Phoenix continued, elucidating. Within these confines, I need no longer fret about divulging my whereabouts, and I can confidently dedicate myself to recuperating my strength. There is, however, a peculiarity that I find rather perplexing. A peculiarity of what nature? Fan Tian inquired, quite taken aback that his slaying of a serpent had inadvertently unearthed such a treasure. This nether ring evokes a peculiar sense of familiarity, as though I have encountered it in times past. Alas, this 3-year slumber has somewhat dulled my cognitive faculties. I cannot quite recall where. Snow Phoenix lamented, slightly vexed. If recollection evades you, then dismiss it from your thoughts. Perhaps the knowledge shall surface in due course, Fan Tian consoled. Indeed, but after an extended interval of anticipation, Fan Tian did not receive the continuation of Snow Phoenix's utterance. A sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Could it be that Snow Phoenix had encountered some misfortune within? Without further ado, disregarding the fact that his injuries remained unattended, he clutched the ring and seated himself upon the ground, directing all his mental acuity to concentrate, endeavoring to transport himself into the nether ring's domain. Subsequent to the recent skirmish with the spiritual serpent, Fan Tian's mental fortitude had undergone a considerable elevation. Consequently, on this occasion, he effortlessly coalesced all his mental energies to a singular point, uttering a silent incantation. Enter. Upon opening his eyes once more, he discovered himself within an unfamiliar expanse, and Snow Phoenix lay prostrate not far from him. This is the nether ring's domain? Before succumbing to wonderment, Fan Tian hastily hastened to Snow Phoenix's side, exclaiming, Snow Phoenix? Snow Phoenix? Xuefeng had already slipped into a semi-slumber, startled awake by the calls of Fan Tian. Struggling to open her eyes, she murmured, Ah, young lad, you two have entered? How fare you? Is there anything I can assist you with? Fan Tian, grasping Xuefeng's shoulders, felt a surge of urgency within. You cannot aid me. My spiritual essence has been severely depleted, necessitating recuperation. When I shall awaken remains uncertain. I had intended to accompany you in acquiring the flame fruit, yet it appears you must rely solely upon yourself now. Fan Tian, extend your hand. Complying with her request, Fan Tian presented his palm before Xuefeng. With a swift motion, she seized his hand, placing her fingers upon it. A flash of light erupted, and Fan Tian felt a sharp sting in his palm. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a flame-like mark had manifested there. This is a fragment of my true fire, sealed within your being. It must remain dormant unless life and death hang in the balance. Remember this well. Wanting to voice further thoughts, Fan Tian was interrupted by Shui Feng. Now that you have entered, do not squander your time on me. Should he succeed in his advancement this time, he would undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier of spiritual general and perhaps even breach the initial stage of spiritual king. In recent days, Fan Tian had been engaged in fierce battles against the savage beasts of the wasteland, honing his previously unsteady spiritual power into something robust. Only moments ago, he had slain a 6th-tier spirit serpent, making this an optimal moment for his progression, within the confines of the space granted by the Infernal Ring. The spiritual energy had initially drifted aimlessly. However, upon entering a state of cultivation, a vortex of spiritual energy formed above his head, drawing in streams of energy that flowed ceaselessly into his being. Within Fan Tian's Dantian, the concentrated spiritual energy surged, swiftly approaching a state of overflow. Advance! Fan Tian exclaimed inwardly, observing his Dantian brimming with power. Immediately, the spiritual energy within coalesced into a torrent, coursing through his limbs and bones. Wherever the spiritual energy flowed, it relentlessly scoured the inner walls of Fan Tian's meridians, mending damaged organs and assailing obstructed acupoints. The force exhibited astonishing restorative capabilities, yet its destructive potential was equally formidable, subjecting the components of Fan Tian's body to a continuous cycle of repair and devastation. The formation of a vortex signified advancement to the high-level spirit general stage, enabling the commencement of spiritual energy crystallization. Fan Tian's mental energy scrutinized his Dantian, and as he watched the previously chaotic mass of spiritual energy gradually transform into a vortex, his grin widened. The serpent's demise, though nearly fatal, had yielded substantial benefits. Not only had he acquired a boundless, all-encompassing spiritual energy cultivation space, but he was also on the verge of a cross-level advancement. This is a windfall. However, the thought of Shui Feng relapsing into slumber tempered Fan Tian's elation. Had it not been for saving him, Shui Feng would not have depleted her divine soul so severely. Perhaps, as my strength grows, I can expedite Shui Feng's awakening? Fan Tian mused. With these thoughts, Fan Tian refocused his mental energy on his Dantian. To his astonishment, upon closer inspection, he nearly leaped up. In the brief span of his contemplation, 2 vortices had materialized within his Dantian. 2 cyclones. What could this signify? It denotes that Fan Tian has not only successfully advanced to the advanced stage of Spirit General, but has also, in one fell swoop, broken through to the initial stage of Spirit King. With this advancement, he has directly leaped 2 levels. Ordinary individuals, like Fan Zheng and Wu Ming, typically linger at the advanced stage of Spirit General for several years before breaking through to the initial stage of Spirit King. Yet, Fan Tian, having only recovered his spiritual power for a few short months, has surged from spiritual awakening to a point where his strength equals theirs. Such cultivation aptitude is simply heaven-defying. Chapter 16. Accepting a master. Upon learning that his current spiritual power cultivation had leaped 2 levels, Fan Tian experienced profound joy. He yearned for someone to share this happiness with him, but Snow Phoenix was already in slumber. In this incomparably silent space within the Nether Ring, he was alone. Fan Tian shook his head, intending to flash out of this space, when he suddenly noticed a trace of spiritual power fluctuation in a corner of the space. It was fleeting, so fleeting that the fluctuation had vanished almost as soon as he sensed it. Could there be a third living being in this space? Fan Tian sensed again, but perceived nothing. Perhaps it was merely a hallucination, he mused. Closing his eyes, Fan Tian prepared to concentrate his spirit and exit. When a distinct wave of spiritual power fluctuation reappeared, there was indeed something else in this space. Fan Tian abruptly opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. Since Snow Phoenix had stated that this was an infinitely growing space ring capable of containing all things in heaven and earth, it was imperative that he thoroughly understand the ring's contents before fully claiming it for his own. He opened his divine sense, probing bit by bit into this unknown region, searching for a long time, yet finding nothing. How peculiar, he exclaimed. Despite the palpable emanations of spiritual energy, why am I unable to discern their source? Mused Fan Tian, scratching his head in bewilderment. Youngster, having trespassed upon my domain, is this the manner in which you address its sovereign? A voice resonated, seemingly from thin air. Incredulously, Fan Tian gazed ahead. Where moments before there had been nothing, now sat a man adorned in verdant robes, his countenance serene. Yet his garments stirred despite the absence of a breeze. An almost imperceptible pressure radiated outward, assailing Fan Tian, compelling him to bend at the waist. A trickle of blood escaping his lips. Boy, why do you not prostrate yourself before your host? The verdant-clad man inquired, his tone indifferent. I, Fan Tian, kneel only to the heavens, the earth, and my parents, Fan Tian retorted, wiping the blood from his mouth, striving to maintain an upright posture. Your dominion here signifies nothing. I have never kneeled before strangers. His gaze met that of the verdant-clad man, devoid of fear. Courageous, indeed, the man remarked with a faint smile. However, audacity without measure often courts demise. With a gentle gesture, the man's hand rested upon the slumbering snow phoenix. Did this avian accompany you? He inquired casually, his fingers caressing the feathers of its wings. She is my friend. What are your intentions? Fan Tian's heart clenched, as the snow phoenix possessed neither the awareness nor the capacity to resist. Intentions? I was minding my own business when you two, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, intruded upon my tranquility. Do you truly believe I have any intentions worth your concern? The man in the azure robe remained unhurried, meticulously grooming the feathers of the snow phoenix. Yet with each passing moment, the anxiety within Fan Tian grew more pronounced. My friend entered with grievous wounds, and it was I who disrupted your peace. If there is a matter at hand, let it be directed at me. Release my friend. Ah, such loyalty? The man in blue chuckled softly, yet his amusement only deepened my discontent. Since you hold this half-living creature in such high regard, I shall present you with two choices. He cleared his throat gently and continued. First, though this bird clings to life by a thread, it is nonetheless an ancient divine beast. I could certainly relish the pleasure of brewing a soup from it. If you leave it with me, I shall spare your life. Fan Tian interjected. What about the second option? Oh, you are genuinely curious to hear? Given that the power of choice lies with me, I must indeed ascertain the possibilities at hand. Fan Tian chuckled. Even when confronted with death, he still dared to negotiate. Such audacity. The man in blue continued. As for the second option, since the bird is destined for slaughter, I shall entrust you with the task of dispatching it. Once you have dealt with it, you may take your leave, and I shall reveal my choice to you. Fan Tian paused momentarily. Given that we have fallen into your grasp, it seems we are simply victims of ill fate. Thus, I shall opt for the third choice. Third? What third choice? The man in blue raised an eyebrow. With a sudden intake of breath, Fan Tian swiftly activated the elusive phantom sect gate. Though Snow Phoenix, in his waking hours, was often garrulous and nonchalant, he remained Fan Tian's dearest comrade. If you insist on detaining him, Fan Tian declared, you must first contend with my opposition. Despite having only mastered the second tier of the soul-devouring fist, potentially rendering him unable to withstand even a single move against his formidable opponent, Fan Tian hoped to startle the man into retreat with the technique's might, thus creating an opportunity to shield Snow Phoenix. Though death might be inevitable, he resolved to face it first, imploring Snow Phoenix to ensure his success, lest their souls unite on the path to the afterlife. As Fan Tian maximized the speed of the Phantom Sect Gate, he unleashed the soul-devouring fist upon the azure-robed man. How commendable. The azure-robed man mused with a soft chuckle as Fan Tian channeled his entire spiritual power into his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Such loyalty, valor, and strategic acumen are indeed worthy of my efforts. What? Fan Tian questioned, bewildered, as his fist connected with the man. However, the blow proved inconsequential. Glancing harmlessly off the man's form. What are you saying? Fan Tian inquired, refraining from a second strike after his initial failure. I say, young man, you have passed my test. The azure-robed man responded with a smile. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Preposterous, Fan Tian retorted. Why would I pledge fealty to you? Fan Tian gazed at the slyly grinning man, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet, where had he encountered this feeling before? He scratched his head in confusion. Listen, young man. The man in the azure robe continued to entice. If you acknowledge me as your master, the benefits will be plentiful. What benefits? Fan Tian retorted. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. The more you speak of advantages, the more suspicious I become. He was not so easily deceived. Given your concern for this bird, I presume you wouldn't want it to remain in a comatose state indefinitely, or worse, to pass away unnoticed, would you? Do you possess a solution? Fan Tian's desire for the phoenix's swift recovery was palpable. Yet, the man's unwavering tone suggested he might indeed hold the key to saving the bird. Certainly, the azure-robed man declared, as he flicked his finger. releasing a stream of pure spiritual energy that flowed into the phoenix's body. Fan Tian felt a distinct shift. The once faint breaths of the phoenix became noticeably steadier. However, I can only restore its spiritual energy gradually, aiding in the repair of its soul, as long as it leads to the phoenix's awakening. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. With utmost reverence, Fan Tian bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Master, please accept my homage." The phoenix had been his first friend over many years, so if there was a chance for its restoration, what harm could there be in recognizing a master? The man in azure nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, my obedient disciple. Rise and speak." "Yes, master," Fan Tian replied, refraining from further words as he stood upright, respectfully positioning himself before the azure-robed man. Chapter 17. The Azure Hong Sword Technique. Fan Tian, you may address me as Master Feng. This soul ring is my possession. The visage you see before you is merely a fragment of my consciousness residing in this realm. My true self is not present here. The man in the azure robe slowly elucidated his identity to Fan Tian. A fragment of my master's consciousness? Fan Tian marveled inwardly. If such a mere remnant possessed such formidable power, one could only surmise the profound strength of his true self. At present, I cannot meet you in person due to certain extraordinary circumstances. Your current abilities are still too feeble. Knowing too much could spell doom for you. Observing Fan Tian lost in contemplation, Master Feng cautioned, "Moreover, you must not disclose even the slightest detail about me to anyone, including that bird." Master Feng gestured toward the slumbering snow phoenix. "Do you comprehend?" The disciple humbly obeys the master's instruction. Fan Tian clasped his hands in salute, bowing deeply. Although curiosity about his master's true identity lingered, he resolved to suppress it, respecting his master's explicit wishes. Without even a single sword in hand, how could he practice the Qing Hong sword technique? Do not fret about the sword. I possess a Qing Hong sword specifically designed for this technique. However, it is currently stored in another location, and with your present capabilities, you are unable to retrieve it. The Qing Hong sword? The Qing Hong sword technique? The very name implies that this technique was born alongside the sword itself, suggesting that the Qing Hong sword has an extraordinary origin. Indeed, the Qing Hong sword is a divine artifact. Master Feng replied nonchalantly. A divine artifact? Such relics still exist in this continent? Fan Tian couldn't help but exclaim softly. In this world, weapons are categorized into 4 levels: human, earth, heaven, and divine. Weapons forged from ordinary materials fall under the human level, while the set of dark gold chain daggers that Fan Tian had just lost belonged to the earth level. His father, Fan Hong, had managed the general's residence for many years and had only acquired a set of heaven-level weapons, the Thunderstorm Meteor Hammer. That weapon was a formidable artifact capable of protecting the residence, and its mere presence could summon tumultuous storms and rivers of blood. Yet, his half-hearted mentor casually mentioned that he would teach him a sword technique for wielding divine artifacts. Truly, there are people beyond people, and realms beyond realms. Your only limitation is your insufficient strength, which prevents you from perceiving the broader world. Divine artifacts are legendary weapons in the Netherworld continent, but they are commonplace in the ethereal continent, the mentor added. The ethereal continent? Fan Tian's heart jolted. Could such a land truly exist? In their Netherworld continent, there has always been a saying that the world is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the Netherworld continent, where they currently reside. The second layer is the primordial continent, and above the primordial continent lies yet another layer, the ethereal continent. The inhabitants of the Netherworld continent spend their entire lives striving to enter the primordial continent, for it is said that the individuals there possess a minimum strength at the spirit ancestor level, with spirit immortals being a common sight. However, on their Netherworld continent, those who reach the spirit immortal rank are typically the elite among various families and nations, recipients of veneration. The ethereal continent, surpassing even the primordial continent in its hierarchical echelon, suggests that its denizens could effortlessly plunge the Netherworld continent into utter chaos, akin to experiencing hell itself. Initially, Fan Tian had dismissed such narratives with a mere chuckle, regarding them as legendary lore, unverified by direct observation. However, today, his mentor divulged that these were not mere fables but tangible realities, eliciting profound astonishment within him. Oftentimes, individuals impose limitations upon their capabilities. While the ethereal continent is reputed to be formidable, perpetually conceiving it as unattainable renders the gateway to that realm perpetually elusive. What I mean to convey is that the possibility of entering that legendary domain remains, the Wind Master articulated. Abruptly, Fan Tian felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Does this mean, Master, that it is indeed feasible to access that fabled realm? Assuredly, the Wind Master affirmed. Provided you harbor the aspiration, no force can impede your progression. Nevertheless, the prerequisite lies in possessing commensurate prowess. This world operates on the principles of strength. Devoid of it, all else is futile. Your words are etched in my memory, Master, Fan Tian avowed, prostrating himself once more before the Wind Master. Lacking a suitable implement for practicing the Qihong swordplay, I shall provide one, the Wind Master declared. With a subtle gesture, a sword materialized in his hand. Strictly speaking, it was merely a rudimentary form of a sword, fashioned from a single piece of wood. Do not underestimate this wooden sword. Upon mastering the Qihong swordplay, its potential potency shall rival that of your terrestrial-grade armaments. Furthermore, with enhanced proficiency in the swordplay, you may even contend with celestial-grade weaponry. The Wind Master handed the wooden sword to Fan Tian. Is it truly that miraculous? Fan Tian took the sword, his fingers tracing the intricate patterns on its surface, and whispered, I will not disappoint you, Master. Good. Now, watch as I demonstrate the Qihong sword technique, the Wind Master said, taking the sword back and beginning to move. His movements were fluid and graceful, executed with seamless precision. For the next few days, Fan Tian remained within the confines of the Mingjia space, practicing the Qihong sword technique under the guidance of the Wind Master. In his spare moments, he listened to the Wind Master explain the layout and methods of accessing the Mingjia space. Certain areas within this space are sealed by barriers I have set, containing items that are currently beyond your reach. Once your strength reaches the level of a spirit ancestor, the corresponding barriers will naturally unlock, the Wind Master explained, as he sent a strand of golden spiritual energy into Fan Tian's mind. This is the mark to communicate with the Mingjia, even when you are not within this space. You can connect with everything here through your spiritual energy. Master, since you know that Xiefeng is an ancient divine beast, you must also be aware of the residual true fire within me, left from when he helped me unblock my meridians. I must hurry to the Dark Night Valley. If I am late, I fear even the shadow of the Fuyin fruit will be gone, Fan Tian said urgently. You intend to refine the Phoenix true fire? The Wind Master asked. I happen to have the spirit spring water here. Master, you know how to refine the true fire? That's wonderful, Fan Tian exclaimed, his excitement causing him to raise his hand as if to clap the Wind Master on the shoulder. His hand nearly descended upon that shoulder before he realized it was his master, not that fellow Xuefeng. The Wind Master merely offered a gentle smile, betraying no hint of displeasure. Chapter 18. Targeted. I must investigate the calamity that has befallen his household. Perhaps I can render some assistance. FNTN mused to himself for a moment before recollecting that the Wind Master was still at his side. He then adopted a solemn tone, saying, Master, allow me to prepare myself, and I shall depart for the Azure Wave Kingdom forthwith. This sojourn into the mystic realm had yielded immense gains for FNTN. His spiritual power had surged to the initial stage of the Spirit King realm. He had acquired a spatial ring capable of infinite expansion and had been acknowledged by a master of unfathomable strength. Had Xuefeng not been injured, this venture would have been an unqualified triumph. However, FNTN was acutely aware that, despite his astonishingly rapid growth in spiritual power, he still posed no threat to true experts. He must strive for continuous improvement. FNTN emerged from the Netherring dimension, cleansed himself at the water source, donned a fresh set of garments, and then proceeded towards the outer fringes of the wilderness. As he ventured further outward, the number of people in the vicinity steadily increased, and the silhouette of a city gradually materialized within FNTN's field of vision. See Heaven City? FNTN gazed upward at the city nameplate suspended high above the city gate tower before traversing the city gate and entering Sea Heaven City. The spectacle within Sea Heaven City was indistinguishable from that of any other city at first glance. The streets teemed with bustling crowds, and the hawkers' cries rose and fell in a lively cacophony. Fan Tian had spent a considerable amount of time in that secluded and enchanting forest. Now, as he gazed upon the tall shop signs lining the bustling streets and inhaled the tantalizing aroma of dishes wafting from an unknown source, his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. It was time to pay homage to my humble abode. He placed a hand on his belly, turned on his heel, and entered a nearby tavern. Esteemed guest, may I take your order? The waiter greeted him with enthusiasm upon his entrance, guiding him towards a private booth while enthusiastically introducing the establishment's signature dishes, earnestly presenting their fine wines. There is no need for such formality. I'm dining alone. So just bring me 2 of your signature dishes and 2 bowls of rice. Fan Tian waved dismissively. When dining alone, he never indulged in alcohol. It muddled his judgment, and in the event of an unforeseen complication, he needed to remain clear-headed. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment, the waiter replied and promptly hurried to the kitchen. Before long, 2 steaming plates of food were placed before him. The waiter carefully set down 2 large bowls of rice and cheerfully announced, "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guest. Should you require anything, just call out." "Very well, you may go," Fan Tian said, retrieving a silver coin from his bag and placing it on the table, gesturing to the waiter, "There's a bit of change for you. Enjoy a drink on me." Then, pausing, Fan Tian communicated telepathically with his master. "Master, are you implying that this establishment is a den of iniquity, engaged in murder and smuggling? I could not discern whether others had plotted against me. Yet it is evident that your bowl contains more than just a single packet of softening powder." The Windmaster, with an expression of calm, elucidated, "It appears you have never ventured beyond, lacking even a modicum of crisis awareness." Fan Tian placed his bowl on the table, picked up some delicacies with his chopsticks, and feigned consumption. "Since Master has perceived the situation, you must also know how to neutralize this poison. Yet I wonder what other fine ingredients have been added?" He shook his chopsticks lightly. "Naturally, it is something that will prevent your escape yet spare your life. Tell me, young one, you do not seem like an experienced wanderer. How is it that you have encountered those who wish to ensnare you upon your arrival?" Fan Tian chuckled. "Since Master has a solution, I shall first attend to this exquisite meal, for I am truly famished." Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his bowl and chopsticks, devouring the rice and dishes with gusto. As he feasted, he cast a sidelong glance towards the direction of the young attendant, and indeed, upon witnessing his ravenous consumption, a triumphant smile flickered across the attendant's face. While he indulged, Fan Tian pondered the identity of this attendant. Within this secret realm, the only enmity he had forged was with the Lone Wolf. He recalled how the Lone Wolf's father, Dominator of the Weather, had stormed in, accompanied by a band of followers seeking vengeance, only to leave empty-handed, uttering ominous threats. Fan Tian shook his head slightly. "I never anticipated the extent of the Lone Wolf's father's influence. Since he entered this Sea Heaven city, he has already attracted unwanted attention. Had it not been for his master today, he would have unwittingly stepped into a trap." Observing Fan Tian's increasingly rapid consumption of food, it became evident that the table was nearly empty. The grin on the face of the observer lurking nearby grew ever more pronounced. As Fan Tian stacked his bowls and chopsticks, preparing to depart, the observer discreetly crushed something in his hands behind his back. Fan Tian, cautiously making his way outside, remained on high alert. Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the tavern, he was unexpectedly jostled by an individual rushing out from the side. "Are you blind while walking?" Fan Tian chuckled. "Ah, here we go again." Since they regarded him as an easy target, he decided to play along with their game. Chapter 19. Encountering the Lone Wolf, Fan Tian stumbled back a few steps from the impact, regaining his balance. He looked up at the person who had collided with him. Perhaps, at least someone this large should have noticed. Fan Tian maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "Hey, where do you think you're coming from? Do you even know whose territory this is?" The man who had bumped into Fan Tian stepped forward, closing the distance. He was robustly built, with a pair of slanted eyes revealing both ferocity and a hint of greed. "I don't know whose territory it is, but it certainly isn't yours," Fan Tian replied unhurriedly as he assessed the man before him. "Seeking death, are we?" The man, upon hearing laughter erupt from the surrounding crowd, darkened his expression. Without a word of warning, he swung a punch directly at Fan Tian's face. "I have no interest in playing games with you here." With a subtle shift of his footing, Fan Tian glided effortlessly beyond the reach of the man's pugilistic assault. You still possess the ability to summon spiritual energy?" the man exclaimed, taken aback by his missed strike. "Indeed," Fan Tian responded coolly, casting a glance at the now ashen-faced innkeeper. "Did your mother not impart the wisdom that one ought to regard with suspicion and keep at arm's length those who offer unsolicited favors? In that case, I shall dispense with formalities." The man retracted his stance and produced a dagger from within his garments. "You possess considerable audacity, young man, to wound young Master Lone Wolf and then saunter so brazenly into our Sea Heaven city. Today, if you possess any sense, you will accompany me docilely. Otherwise, there are many who would eagerly seize you and present you as a prize." "A jest, surely," Fan Tian retorted, slowly drawing the wooden sword from his back. "To simply comply with your command would be a grave affront to my dignity." Since you all seek to profit from my capture, he continued, I shall make it known that some fortunes are beyond your reach. Upon witnessing the emergence of a mere splinter of a sword, the surrounding jeers intensified. Youngster, have you come to emulate the games of women? Whom do you intend to intimidate with that piece of kindling? The lad has been addled by Iron Bull, it seems, rendered incapable of even fleeing. The derisive remarks crescendoed, yet Fan Tion regarded them as the buzzing of flies. He clutched the wooden sword in his grasp and addressed Iron Bull. Since you are so insistent on inaugurating my wooden sword's edge, I shall oblige you. Heavens! It's Iron Bull. It's Iron Bull lying on the ground. As the dust between Fan Tion and Tainyo settled, Tainyo's lifeless form, sprawled on the ground, met the gazes of the onlookers. How could it be? Tainyo, a mid-stage spirit king, was felled by this youth in a single move? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This lad, wielding a wooden sword as if in jest, had vanquished Tainyo, his peer in spiritual power, with a solitary strike. How could this be possible? Who else wishes to test the metal of my wooden sword? Fan Tion, casting nary a glance at Tainyo's corpse, surveyed the assembled throng. Who's next? He advanced a step, and the crowd recoiled, their eyes reflecting trepidation. The allure of Duba Tion's reward was undeniable, but their own lives were far more precious. Insolent whelp, to display such arrogance within my territory, the domain of Lone Wolf. It seems you have grown weary of life. Lone Wolf, incensed by Fan Tion's allusion to his past humiliation, sprang to his feet. Indeed, 3 days apart, one must view you with new eyes. I never imagined that after our parting in the wilderness, Brother Lone Wolf would have mastered the art of allegorical expression. My respects. Fan Tion chuckled, to laugh in the face of imminent demise. Since a spirit king cannot subdue you, then a spirit ancestor shall. Lone Wolf, his face contorted in a vicious grin, stepped aside, revealing his father, Duba Tion, who stood behind him. Hiss, the Du family head himself has arrived. This boy is surely doomed, for he has provoked those he should not have. Is it you who severed my son's arm? Duba Tion cast a heavy gaze upon Fan Tion. His voice as frigid as ice. It is I. Fan Tion nodded, yet beneath his feet, he had already discreetly prepared to employ the illusory sect steps. Duba Tion had ascended to the high ranks of the spirit ancestor, mere steps away from becoming a spirit immortal. Standing before Fan Tion, he made the young man feel as though his very breath was on the verge of ceasing, were it not for the lingering aura of the ancient divine beast, the snow phoenix. Within him, he would have already been crushed to the ground by Duba Tion's oppressive presence. Nevertheless, Fan Tion felt a sharp pain in his chest, a metallic taste in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood that stained his robes crimson. Boy, bow your head obediently to my son, and I shall leave you in one piece, Duba Tion continued. I cannot fathom why you all seem so eager to have others bow before you. I, Fan Tion, have knelt before the heavens, the earth, my parents, and my masters. You are simply not worthy. Fan Tion shook his head defiantly at Duba Tion. Bring your life. Duba Tion bellowed, his body shifting as he clawed towards Fan Tion's throat. The moment Duba Tion moved, Fan Tion had already executed the illusory sect steps, gliding sideways. Unfortunately, his spiritual power paled in comparison to that of Duba Tion, rendering his movements all too visible. Mere trifles. Duba Tion maintained his stance while his surrounding spiritual energy surged explosively, locking onto Fan Tion entirely. He intended to unleash two skills simultaneously. When Xue Feng imparted the soul-devouring fist to him, she had once remarked that this technique not only possesses the ability to absorb other spiritual energy, but, in a moment of dire urgency, can elevate its power beyond its original limits by channeling one's own spiritual essence. In essence, what was initially capable of confronting only spirit generals could potentially repel adversaries of the Spirit King tier. However, the formidable Du Batian was of a higher echelon, that of the spirit ancestor. Thus, the extent of power the soul-devouring fist could wield against him remained uncertain. Nevertheless, one thought coursed through Fan Tion's mind, to fight with all he had. Disciple, have you lost your senses? To expend all your spiritual energy is to court your own demise. Fan Tion had steeled himself for a last stand when suddenly, the voice of his master echoed in his mind. The unmistakable sound of a broken neck reverberated clearly within him. You were still a step too late. Unbeknownst to him, just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, his fist and that wooden sword had already struck the body of Du Batian. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Du Batian's form was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air before crashing heavily into the dust. Chapter 20. Journey to Songlong Kingdom. Du Batian is dead. The esteemed head of a household. A formidable figure who had one foot firmly planted in the mystique of the spirit immortal realm has perished, and all at the hands of Fan Tian, whose spiritual power merely rested at the mid-level of the Spirit King tier. The entire secret realm erupted in chaos. Inhabitants clamored to uncover the origins of this young man named Fan Tian. Alas, none could elucidate his background, for he had vanished from their sight. Meanwhile, Du Batian's only son, Du Lang, stood vigil over his father's lifeless body, as still as a statue, utterly unmoving. He was utterly perplexed. How could a mere stripling, whose spiritual energy was inferior to his own, warrant such a grave outcome? Surely, his father's intervention would have been as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, inexplicably, it was his father who had perished. He was unable to comprehend it. However, the reality was starkly apparent, leaving him no room for disbelief. Furthermore, his primary concern now was whether he could safeguard his own life. With his father's demise, the position of clan leader was vacant, and the ambitious members of the family were already making their moves. The name Fan Tian was once unremarkable, but now, at the mere thought of those two words, Lone Wolf trembled uncontrollably. Recalling that Du Batian had severely wounded Fan Tian before his death, Lone Wolf clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps he had succumbed even sooner than his father. Where had Fan Tian gone? The lad was undeniably resilient. Just as Du Batian's hand had gripped his throat, the Wind Master, concealed within the nether ring's space, had stealthily intervened, simultaneously sending Du Batian flying with a single blow and whisking Fan Tian away into the nether ring's realm. At this moment, a multitude of individuals were frantically searching for Fan Tian's whereabouts, oblivious to the fact that the boy was right under their noses, concealed within this very space. Alas, this lad fights with reckless abandon. If outmatched, he could simply flee. The Wind Master sighed softly, gazing at the unconscious Fan Tian lying on the ground. Yet, he was acutely aware that Fan Tian had faced a formidable adversary this time. The Wind Master's gaze swept over Fan Tian's body, noting that a verdant surge of spiritual energy was autonomously circulating within him. This, indeed, saves me a great deal of trouble. The Wind Master silently exhaled a sigh of relief, raising his hand to infuse a portion of his spiritual energy into the wandering essence, hastening its restoration. A day and a night passed, and Fan Tian lay motionless upon the ground. During his meditative intervals, the Wind Master had checked on him once, finding no abnormalities, and resumed his tranquil state. Shortly after he entered deep meditation once more, Fan Tian opened his eyes. He felt as though his entire body had been meticulously dismantled and reassembled. A gentle movement elicited a cacophony of cracking sounds. Am I in the underworld? Fan Tian paused momentarily before recalling the scene when Du Batian had gripped his neck. The underworld lacks the audacity to seize individuals from my grasp. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a familiar voice resonated. Master. A surge of joy filled Fan Tian's heart as he sprang upright, meeting the stern gaze of the Wind Master. Do you acknowledge your mistake? Disciple acknowledges his mistake, Fan Tian replied earnestly, kneeling down. In the heat of battle, one must be prepared to risk their life. Are you a cat with 9 lives to spare? The Wind Master admonished his beloved disciple without reservation. Fan Tian lowered his head, remaining silent. From this day forth, travel by day and practice the Qinghong sword technique in the space at night. You possess commendable talent, but your foundation is too shallow. If you do not diligently hone your skills, it will be difficult for you to achieve greatness in the future. Disciple will heed Master's teachings. Furthermore, on your journey to the Songlong Kingdom, you must not linger in towns. Instead, proceed directly to the mountain paths, engaging in battles with spirit beasts of various ranks along the way to solidify your sword technique. The Wind Master reiterated his instructions. Yes, Master. 20 days later, along a mountain path not far from the borders of the Songlong Kingdom, a man ambled. His face was covered in a thick, unkempt beard, and he was draped in a mountain tiger's pelt. Worn straw sandals adorned his feet, and a strangely shaped wooden sword was slung across his back. An aura of bloodlust clung to him, yet his eyes shone with an intense, dark brilliance, like stars in the night. This was Fan Tian, who had been traveling arduously, slaying mystical beasts along the way. Through 20 days of rigorous training, Fan Tian had mastered the 3rd stance of the Qinghong swordplay, Heavenly Starlight, and his spiritual power had advanced to the high level of a spirit king. As he walked, He gazed at the faint outline of a city in the distance, and his heart leaped with joy. Finally, I've reached its Songlong kingdom. For the past 20 days, he had tirelessly ventured into the deepest parts of the mountains, losing count of the number of wild beasts he had encountered. At first, he had taken care to change his clothes, but eventually, the garments he had stored in his Chincoin bag were torn to shreds by the beasts. He resigned himself to living as a wild man, eating raw meat and drinking blood. Clean water was scarce in the mountains, and he knew without looking that his scent could kill someone from afar. Audacious villain, halt! As the words rang out, Fan Tian saw several figures descend from the trees directly ahead. It seemed they had been lying in wait. But as a newcomer with no prior grievances, he wondered why they were targeting him. He bowed slightly, cupping his fist in greeting. Are you addressing me, gentlemen? Villain. Who authorized you to address us with such familiarity? Be honest and hand over the protective talisman, declared a leader among the group. Protective talisman? What on earth is that? Fan Tian scratched his head. Stop pretending. Miss Zier mentioned that her protective talisman was intercepted on this mountain path. This place is rarely visited, and you emerged from these mountains. If it wasn't your doing, then who else could it be? We've been waiting here for several days, and at last, we have lured out this cunning fellow. Fan Tian lowered his gaze to examine his attire, scratching his head once more. Have I been judged by appearances? Yet, throughout my journey, I have encountered no one, let alone Miss Zier. What on earth is amiss? Could my luck truly be so fortuitous? Just as I feel weary, someone presents me with a pillow? How extraordinarily coincidental. Nevertheless, I must ascertain the truth. If not, I have no time to squander with them here. The Wu family. Are they truly that formidable? How audacious. In our Kong City, no one dares to speak to the Wu family in such a tone. You must be tired of living. Upon hearing their family name so disdainfully belittled, the Wu descendants all displayed expressions of anger. Indeed, it is the Wu family of Kong City. A smile crept onto Fan Tian's face. Since that is the case, he would indulge them in their little game. He wondered what expression Wu Ming would wear upon seeing him in this predicament. Forgive me, but I am not acquainted with any so-called Wu family. Chapter 21. Entering the Wu Manor thus, Fan Tian was dragged, bound, from the outskirts of Kong City through the mountains, all the way to the gates of the Wu residence. Throughout this journey, passers-by pointed and whispered about Fan Tian, who paid them no heed. Having undergone numerous trials along the way, he had cultivated a steadier disposition and was no longer easily provoked by the disparaging remarks of others. The horses ridden by a group of individuals kicked up clouds of dust, leaving Fan Tian, who was tethered behind them, enveloped in a shroud of gray. Adding to his disheveled appearance, the Wu family, one of the most prominent clans in Kancheng, possessed a mansion that spanned several miles, resembling a miniature city. However, Fan Tian found himself at the back entrance of the Wu residence, where only the family's servants came and went. As he observed their return, accompanied by a disheveled man, a young servant stationed at the gate called out, "Brother Wu San, have you captured that thief?" Wu San, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course. Do you not see who I am?" This little thief initially denied everything, but in the end, my companions and I apprehended him. Fan Tian merely smiled in silence, thinking them truly obstinate. Wu San shook his head and stepped back, locking the door to the woodshed as he did so. Little did he expect that upon arriving at the Wu residence, they would be ushered into the woodshed. When that rascal arrives, if there is no fine wine or sumptuous dishes, I shall remain here indefinitely, he mused. The mere thought of the expression that would adorn Wu Ming's face upon seeing him brought an involuntary smile to Fan Tian's lips. After enduring the tense days atop the mountain, it was indeed time for a respite. The protective charm held great significance for Wu Ming. In the woodshed, Fan Tian had barely spent a quarter of an hour when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching his direction. Was there a problem with the protective talisman? He heard Wu Ming's slightly anxious voice outside the woodshed. Surely not. We have been stationed at the mountain pass for several days and have only seen one person emerge from within. The talisman must be on him. The voice belonged to Wu Sang-ge. With a creak, the door of the woodshed was pushed open from the outside, and alongside the sunlight, a man dressed in splendid garments entered. Wu Ming. Esteemed brother, though the protective talisman possesses some peculiar efficacy, it is only effective for women. Holding it will not serve you well, he remarked, as he raised his head in surprise, scrutinizing Fan Tian closely. This man had clearly just emerged from the wild. Yet why did he seem familiar? Wu Ming. It appears that one of noble status has a forgetful nature. It has been but a short while since we parted. And you fail to recognize me? Fan Tian grinned, his lips twitching with amusement. Fan Tian? You are Fan Tian? Upon hearing his name, Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then spoke uncertainly. Indeed, it is I, without a doubt. Observing Fan Tian's peculiar attire, Wu Ming felt the urge to laugh, but ultimately restrained himself. What on earth have you done to yourself? Young master, do you know this person? If he were to become displeased, Wu Senggu said, his heart racing as he touched his unscathed neck, still intact. Hurry, hurry, untie me. Witnessing the cords still ensnaring Fan Tian, Wu Sanji shuddered and promptly instructed those nearby. No need for such ado. I shall manage it myself. With a mere flex of his hand, Fan Tian severed the bonds that had confined him into fragmented pieces. A testament to his formidable power. Is it still within the realm of possibility for him to offer a humble apology? Meanwhile, as Fan Tian ambled along, he recounted the events that had transpired since their parting to Wu Ming. So, you truly vanquished the tyrant of that secret realm? Well done, my friend. My judgment of you, dear brother, was indeed sound. You have brought great honor. Wu Ming exclaimed, heartily slapping Fan Tian's shoulder. It was either him or I who would perish. It was merely self-preservation, nothing to boast about. Fan Tian stated with composure. Furthermore, I must partake in the Flying Star Academy's selection next year. If my strength does not improve, how shall I impress the examiners? By the way, brother, what is your current strength? Wu Ming emitted a cry of astonishment, bewildered by the prodigy he had come to know. After prolonged cultivation, Wu Ming had only attained the initial stage of the Spirit King realm, whereas Fan Tian, a mere spirit general a few months prior, had already ascended to the advanced stage of the Spirit King realm, surpassing him by 2 entire stages. Beyond the initial stage of the Spirit King realm, the rate of advancement decelerates significantly. Some, with favorable fortune, may ascend a single stage in 5 or 10 years, while others may never reach the Spirit Ancestor realm in their lifetime. This explains why the Spirit Ancestor, Ba Tian, was able to reign supreme in the secret realm for so many years without fear of challenge. After all, his strength was already considered monstrous, and perhaps, with a stroke of serendipity, he could ascend to the Spirit Immortal realm. Little did he expect to meet his demise at the hands of the obscure Fan Tian. I was merely fortunate to a slight degree. When a tree stands tall in the forest, the wind will inevitably urge it. My current abilities are limited, and I am acutely aware that there are always individuals more capable in realms beyond our own. I kindly ask you, my brother, to keep this secret and refrain from sharing it with others. Fan Tian solemnly clasped his fists in front of Wu Ming. Rest assured, I shall not speak a word. If it were anyone else, achieving such remarkable accomplishments in merely a few months would undoubtedly be broadcasted to the world. After all, strength speaks volumes. The more people who are aware, the greater the resources one can acquire. Yet, Fan Tian was intent on concealing his true prowess, which compelled Wu Ming to regard him with newfound respect. That is my situation, but I heard from your household that your sister's health seems to be in decline? Fan Tian shifted the topic. Sighing, Wu Ming could not help but express his concern upon hearing Fan Tian mention his sister. Chapter 22. A first encounter with Wu Yi and Wu Ming, nearly a decade older than his sister, had always cherished her deeply. Ever since she fell ill with a mysterious ailment, the Wu family had sought renowned physicians, yet none could restore her health. What does that protective talisman have to do with your sister? Fan Tian sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it at that moment. Speaking of the talisman, it was discovered by my cousin Zir, who helped procure this divine artifact. It is said that wearing this talisman can prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Without this protective talisman, my sister would have no choice but to marry that scoundrel from the Su family. As Wu Ming mentioned the Su family as scion, anger flickered in his eyes, unable to be concealed. Given that your sister is gravely ill, why would your parents still betroth her to another? Fan Tian found this situation utterly illogical. Considering the current financial standing of the Wu family, there is no need to use the marriage of a daughter to enhance the family's prestige, especially when it concerns a daughter whose life hangs by a thread. What you may not know, Fan Tian, is that the Su family is also a prominent lineage in our Kancheng, their reputation rivaling that of the Wu family. The youngest son of the Su family has harbored affections for my sister since childhood. Yet his intention in marrying her is merely to leverage the Wu family's influence to secure his position as the heir of his clan. If that is the case, the marriage proposal should be declined. Could there be some hidden reason behind this? Fan Tian pondered a potential solution, but upon reflection, he realized that such a straightforward approach would undoubtedly have occurred to the Wu family as well, since they still opted to send their daughter away. There must be another motive at play. It is because Su Chung has promised that if my sister marries him, he would summon the family's treasured artifact, the ice bed, to regularly stabilize her spiritual energy, ensuring her survival. Indeed, Fan Tian comprehended the situation. The Wu family is fully aware of Su family's intentions, yet, in their desperation to preserve their child's life, they are willing to leap into an abyss with their eyes closed. What was your sister's condition like during her episodes? Even though he had an inkling of the answer, Fan Tian still wished to learn more about the plight of that unfortunate girl. He felt powerless to intervene, but perhaps his master could offer assistance. As Wu Ming was about to continue, a servant rushed into the hot spring, shouting, "Young master, it's terrible. Miss S' illness has relapsed." What? It has relapsed again? Wasn't he just suppressed a few days ago? Wu Ming abruptly stood up from the water, disregarding his drenched state, and hastily donned a clean robe that lay beside the hot spring. I shall also go and see. Fan Tian quickly wiped the moisture from his body with a cloth and threw on an outer robe. I truly apologize. I had hoped to reminisce with you. But who could have anticipated? Wu Ming cast an apologetic glance at Fan Tian. There's no need for such formalities between brothers. Your sister's matter is of utmost importance, Fan Tian reassured, patting Wu Ming on the shoulder. By the time they arrived at Wu Yuan's chamber, a large crowd had gathered. At that moment, there was no room for hesitation or concern for propriety. Fan Tian followed closely behind Wu Ming into the inner room. Though he maintained a respectful distance from his position, he could discern the general condition of Wu Yuan. She appeared to be around the same age as Fan Tian, with a delicate oval face and long eyelashes that veiled her expressive eyes. Her fair complexion made it evident that a peculiar bluish hue surrounded the corners of her eyes, and her lips bore a similar tint. Disciple, this girl has been afflicted by a ghost goo. Fan Tian was startled as his master's voice resonated in his mind. Ghost goo? What is that? Fan Tian inquired, communicating with the Wind Master through his spirit. The ghostly goo is a variant of the spiritual goo, predominantly residing within the bodies of women due to their inherently cold nature. Moreover, the symptoms manifested by the ghostly goo bear a striking resemblance to those of typhoid fever, prompting most individuals to resort to treatments for the latter. The affinity of the ghostly goo for cold? No wonder the Su family would produce an ice bed suddenly. Fan Tian's heart jolted. Could it be as he feared? This Wu Yuan harbors a ghostly goo, and the Su family conveniently possesses an ice bed master. Since it is a goo, it cannot appear without reason. If you recognize this entity, you must also know how to unravel it, correct? Could you share your insights with your disciple? Fan Tian's tone was laced with urgency. Disciple, do you intend to wade into these turbulent waters? Master Feng inquired. His young apprentice had many admirable qualities, yet an inclination to champion justice was a double-edged sword. However, the ghostly goo presented a complexity that belied its superficial appearance. It was not a native product of this netherworld continent, yet it had manifested here. Had those individuals' influences already reached this lower continent? Master Feng's expression grew grave. If the situation unfolded as he suspected, it could spell trouble. Master Wu Ming is the first friend I made after leaving home. His family is in distress, and I cannot simply stand by idly, Fan Tian implored. Moreover, you have often taught me to uphold righteousness and not to aid the wicked. If you were to turn away now, I fear I might drown in the tide of your scorn in the future. Since we have encountered this, let us extend a hand to save her. What is destined cannot be avoided. Master Feng sighed inwardly. He had always known that his master was not a cold-hearted individual. Overjoyed at the prospect of extricating his dear friend from his current predicament, Fan Tian felt a surge of elation. Given the spectral goo's predilection for cold, its nemesis would undoubtedly be something of intense heat. Ordinarily, Feng Shi paused, continuing, invoking your innate phoenix fire would compel the spectral goo to seek refuge, leaving it with nowhere to hide. However, at present, firstly, that innate fire remains beyond your command, and secondly, the matter of the innate fire is of paramount importance and should not be readily revealed. Therefore, we must resort to an alternative. Do you intend to send your sister to the Su Manor? Reluctant as I am, I see no other recourse. Wu Ming's voice was even more subdued. Having experienced anomalies in my own health, resulting in the regression of my spiritual power to utter nullity, I have consulted numerous renowned physicians and perused countless medical texts and ancient tomes. As the adage goes, protracted illness breeds expertise. Observing your sister's condition just now, I was reminded of a rare and obscure ailment documented in medical treatises. Before Fan Tian could complete his statement, Wu Ming, in a state of agitation, could barely articulate his words. Fan Tian, Are you suggesting that you have discerned the nature of my sister's affliction? Do you possess the means to heal her? That remains to be seen. The symptoms merely bear a striking resemblance. However, confirmation necessitates a further examination, Fan Tian said circumspectly. But whatever materials are required for the treatment, Fan Tian, do but name them, and I shall dispatch individuals forthwith to procure them, ensuring their acquisition within the shortest possible time frame. However, should I truly succeed in curing her ailment, the Wu family must not divulge a single detail regarding this treatment. Moreover, my purpose for coming to Songlong country is to obtain a flame fruit from the Valley of Night. If I manage to heal your sister, you must assist me in acquiring one of those flame fruits. Wu Ming, being well aware of the esteemed properties of the flame fruit, understood the urgency. The sooner, the better. For your sister's condition cannot withstand beyond 7 days. Fan Tian cautioned, during these 7 days, you must remain vigilant for any symptoms that may arise. I shall escort you to the guest room for some rest. Once everything is prepared here, I will summon you immediately, Wu Ming stated, leading Fan Tian toward the guest quarters with purposeful strides. Seated cross-legged in the chair of the guest room, Fan Tian closed the door and swiftly entered the space. Master, what shall I do next? Are you beginning to feel apprehensive now? The Wind Master chuckled at Fan Tian's inquiry. The matter of the ghostly worm is exceedingly peculiar. With your current spiritual power, you cannot expel the worm in one attempt. I shall assist you from the shadows during that time. However, after this affair, you must not linger within the Wu family. Understood, Master. Wu Ming busied himself gathering the herbs that Fan Tian had requested. Not one for idle chatter. Fan Tian secluded himself in the guest room, emerging only during mealtimes to encounter Wu Ming. For the remainder of his time, he remained hidden within the space, diligently practicing the Qinghong sword technique. On the 6th day, as Fan Tian rose from his bed, he heard Wu Ming's voice approaching from a distance. Fan Tian, are you prepared? Ready. Indeed, it is a grand and prosperous family, thought Fan Tian. The items he had instructed Wu Ming to prepare, although merely 3 in number, were gathered in a remarkably short span of days, a testament to the extensive connections of the Wu family. Fan Tian, everything has been prepared, and my sister has been relocated to a discreet place. When can the treatment commence? Wu Ming asked, anxiety evident in his voice. Fan Tian had previously stated that Wu Yuyan's condition could not withstand more than 7 days, and with today marking the 6th, Wu Ming could not feign indifference. Prepare a wooden tub, fill it with hot water, the hotter, the better, and immerse those 3 medicinal ingredients within. Subsequently, place your sister inside. Fan Tian instructed as he accompanied Wu Ming outside. When Fan Tian beheld Wu Yuyan once more, she was situated within a tall wooden tub, steam billowing from the water, enveloping her figure in an ethereal mist, rendering her form indistinct. Disciple, the medicine has commenced its effects. The parasitic creature is becoming restless. Unable to remain concealed, Fan Tian remarked. Following the Wind Master's guidance, he directed his spiritual awareness towards a hidden recess within Wu Yuyan's body, where he discerned a small, agitated mass, undoubtedly the parasitic entity's hiding place. Wu Ming, swiftly channel your spiritual energy into your sister's body, Fan Tian urged. The Wind Master had also indicated that Wu Ming's energy was of a warm nature, suggesting that intensifying it at this juncture would yield significant results. Without hesitation, Wu Ming closed his eyes and summoned the full extent of his spiritual power. The ghostly goo, initially drawn to the cold and darkness, now found itself cornered by searing flames, frantically emerging from the small flesh bundle and darting directly towards Wu Yuyan's mouth and nose. It seemed intent on escaping her body. Forcing the creature out from the depths of her being was merely the first step. The most critical task lay in vanquishing it once it had emerged. Should it touch the ground, it would vanish without a trace. The name Ghostly Goo not only alludes to its elusive nature but also to its astonishing speed, rendering it nearly impossible to apprehend. The thought of inadvertently allowing this ghostly goo to flee sent shivers down Fan Tian's spine, and he felt beads of sweat trickling down his face. There was no need for excessive anxiety. Once the ghostly goo escaped, he would utilize Wu Yuyan's body to strike it down swiftly. This would be the most prudent course of action. A slight sense of reassurance washed over Fan Tian as he prepared himself, sensing that the creature was about to emerge. A low command echoed in his mind, urging him to tighten his chaotic thoughts. The goo had fully revealed itself in Fan Tian's line of sight and was poised to burst forth from her nasal cavity. As the creature completely exited Wu Yuyan's nose, Fan Tian's fingers twitched suddenly. unleashing a sharp gust of wind that pierced through the ghostly goo's body with unerring precision. In that moment of impact, the goo began to dissolve slowly, ultimately transforming into a drop of pus that fell into the wooden tub, never to be seen again. Wu Ming had eradicated the source of the affliction. It was now time to lift your sister from the water. Fan Tian did not explicitly articulate the matter regarding the ghostly poison. Truly? Wu Ming's subordinates paused momentarily, but upon seeing the earnest expression on Fan Tian's face, they were overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 24. Hitting one's financial path invites thunderous retribution. Wu Yuyan awoke. Of course, this situation was known only to a select few at the core of the Wu family. Su Cheng was still awaiting the Wu family to deliver the celestial ladder that would aid him in ascending to power. In his mind, he was certain that the Wu family could not bear to watch their youngest daughter perish before their eyes. However, as time passed, even the final deadline communicated to him had long since elapsed, and he had yet to receive any sign of goodwill from the Wu family. Su Cheng began to panic. He dispatched individuals to inquire within the Wu family, but gleaned nothing, save for vague whispers that the young lady of the Wu family had been attended to by an extraordinary physician, and her life was no longer in peril. Upon hearing this news, Su Cheng violently shattered an intricately carved sandalwood chair in his room, exclaiming, "Impossible." He sought to uncover more details, but found himself at a loss. Days later, the next tidings concerning the Wu family reached him. They had dispatched numerous elite subordinates with the intention of entering the Night Valley. The Night Valley, known for its Fuyuan fruit, was not lost on Su Cheng. He understood precisely the implications of the Wu family's expedition into the valley. Wu family, since you have chosen to obstruct my path, I shall ensure that your journey is fraught with discomfort. The Night Valley, also referred to as the Valley of Death. Before entering the valley, Fan Tian and his companions had each been equipped with detoxification pills, yet the toxins that pervaded the Night Valley were far too numerous. Relying solely on those meager pills would prove largely ineffective. Within merely 2 days of entering Dark Night Valley, several members of the Wu family began to experience severe bouts of vomiting and diarrhea. Despite consuming only their own provisions and water, the emergence of such afflictions was perplexing. By the time they arrived, even the daylilies had grown cold. Fan Tian, acutely aware of the dire situation, pondered the matter and ultimately concluded that human life must take precedence. After all, if he failed to procure the Fuyin fruit in a timely manner, there would still be other alternatives to consider. However, if a life were lost, it would be a grave matter to address. Wu Ming divided the group into 2 factions, with the injured being carried towards the exit of Dark Night Valley, leaving Wu Ming with 4 or 5 individuals, including Fan Tian. Fan Tian, I had initially hoped to facilitate a smoother execution of your plan, yet, Wu Ming lamented inwardly, it is of little consequence. Natural disasters and misfortunes are inevitable, Fan Tian replied calmly. Nevertheless, a wave of confusion swept through his mind. Over the past few days, a member of their party had succumbed to some ailment each day, beginning with 1 or 2, escalating to 3 or 4, yet they had all consumed the same rations and water. What could be the source of this affliction? Fan Tian found himself unable to comprehend. As night descended, the group kindled a fire and began to deliberate their next course of action when suddenly, a sharp and piercing whistle rang out. Before Fan Tian and the others could ascertain the source of the sound, the air was heavy with the stench of blood. Wolves! Wolves! Someone cried out in alarm. In that moment, Fan Tian and his companions realized they were encircled by a pack of wolves. Where on earth did these wolves spring from? Wu Ming exclaimed, leaping to his feet in a panic. Fan Tian too was taken aback. In the past couple of days, since they ventured into the Shadowed Vale, they had encountered some wild beasts, but never before had they seen wolves appearing in such formidable packs. Coupled with the whistle they had just heard, a weight settled in Fan Tian's heart. These wolves had been deliberately summoned. Fan Tian was beginning to feel as though he had become a magnet for trouble, attracting hostility wherever he went. However, he had not yet figured out who had drawn these wolves here this time. Wu Ming, it seems the few of us have been targeted. These wolves mean us ill. Attack. Fan Tian lifted the wooden sword in his hand and slammed it down fiercely upon the head of the wolf charging at the forefront. Though the sword was unsharpened, the force it carried was terrifying. With this one blow, he crushed the wolf's skull, and blood mingled with brain matter burst forth, bringing with it a thick, pungent stench of blood. The wolf collapsed with a crash, and the scent of blood only served to excite the pack further as they surged forward, one after another. Thwack! Another wolf had its skull shattered, but at the same time, Fan Tian's arm was attacked by another wolf, with a tear. A large chunk of flesh was ripped away by its claws. Fan Tian watched as the wolf lowered its head to gnaw on the piece of flesh from his arm, and a bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. You dare to eat your grandpa's flesh? You must have a death wish. With a sword carrying sharp spiritual power, he changed the strike to a chop, and with a turn of the wooden sword, the blade pierced deeply into the wolf's neck, severing its head completely. Seeing such ferocity in this human, the wolves began to show signs of fear, slowly retreating. At this moment, Wu Ming had become a figure drenched in blood, and the other three were not faring much better. Their bodies were engulfed in a tempest of crimson, leaving one to wonder whether it was human blood or that of the wolves. Observing the wolf pack retreating slightly, both Fan Tian and Wu Ming exhaled in relief. These audacious beasts, if left to their devices, could summon further peril. However, before they could fully release their breath, a whistle pierced the air once more. The wolves, as if invigorated by a stimulant, rearranged themselves into formation, encircling Fan Tian and his companions. It became evident that locating the one issuing the commands was imperative. Fan Tian exchanged a signal with Wu Ming, who nodded in agreement. In the midst of this chaos, pinpointing the origin of the whistle would not be an easy task. Yet for Fan Tian, it was merely a trivial endeavor. Had he not been trained well by his master? Thus, when the Wind Master directed him to a tree 200 meters to the northeast, Fan Tian executed the illusionary steps with astonishing swiftness, extricating himself from the wolves' encirclement and dashing towards the indicated tree. As he yanked the whistler down from the branches, the individual appeared bewildered, having believed his concealment was flawless. How, in the blink of an eye, had he become a captive? Nonetheless, Fan Tian did not gain much of an advantage. As he tightened his grip around the man's neck and demanded, "Who are you?" he noticed the man's head tilt, a dark stream of blood oozing from his mouth. Such a swift demise. Releasing his hold, the body gradually slid to the ground, crashing down with a thud and raising a cloud of dust. The death of this individual was remarkably swift, leading Fan Tian to suspect that there were unseen forces at play. Chapter 25, To Ascend the Ranks. One must cast aside shame with the demise of the Beastmaster. The connection between him and the wolf pack was severed. In an instant, the wolves found themselves at a loss for further commands, and driven by the scent of blood, they began to turn on one another. The ensuing chaos among the pack presented an opportunity for Fan Tian and Wu Ming. When confronted with these bloodthirsty creatures, the only effective strategy was to be even more ruthless than they were. Thus, as Fan Tian and Wu Ming plunged into the fray, wielding their weapons with ferocity, they ultimately instilled a sense of retreat in the surviving wolves, prompting them to scatter in disarray. At last, they had driven these beasts away. Wu Ming, panting heavily, sank to the ground and retrieved a packet of healing powder from his bag, offering it to Fan Tian. Although Fan Tian had mastered the Empress Phoenix technique and no longer required such external remedies, he accepted it silently to avoid arousing Wu Ming's curiosity, sprinkling some of the powder onto his wounds. Subsequently, he tore a clean piece from his inner garment to bandage the injury, all while quietly channeling the Empress Phoenix technique. The cloth concealed the wound, which was healing at an astonishing rate, rendering it invisible to outsiders. This wolf pack's appearance is quite suspicious. Who could be so eager to engage us? Fan Tian inquired of Wu Ming, pondering the motives behind such an encounter. After all, he had only recently arrived in Kong City and knew no one but Wu Ming. I too am pondering this matter, Wu Ming replied, equally perplexed. We have only just arrived at the Valley of the Night and have not encountered anyone else. Yet these wolves charged at us openly. Does your Wu family have enemies in Kongqing? Fan Tian continued to inquire. It is difficult to say. Our Wu family has been a prominent clan in Kongqing for generations, established through sheer strength. Currently, we maintain mostly amicable relations, though nothing is absolute. After all, the Fuyan fruit is indeed a valuable treasure. Wu Ming mentally reviewed all those who had grievances against the Wu family, yet he could not pinpoint anyone with a compelling motive. As the two engaged in discussion, a palpable shift in the atmosphere ensued. Another one? They both rose from their seats, weapons in hand. Following the fluctuations, a figure emerged from the shadows. As he approached, Wu Ming's brow subtly furrowed. What do you know him? Fan Tian's eyes gleamed with recognition. Isn't this the third young master of the Su family that you mentioned? Su Cheng had initially intended to leverage Wu Yuyan's illness to forge an alliance with the Wu family. Now that Wu Yuyan had recovered, the encounter between the two, who were not united by marriage, rendered the atmosphere decidedly tense. Isn't your sister's condition such that she cannot be left unattended for even a moment? How can you, Brother Wu, so easily leave her at home? Su Cheng continued. My younger brother has prepared the ice bed, ready to take Sister Yuyin at any time. Thank you for your concern, young Master Su. My sister no longer requires the ice bed, Wu Ming replied, though his tone betrayed no hint of gratitude. Does this imply that the rumors hold truth? Wu Ming recalled Fan Tian's earlier remarks, deliberately remaining silent about the true reason for Wu Yuyin's improved health. However, Su Qing is not a person easily deceived. The more Wu Ming spoke in such a manner, the more he felt there was something amiss. It seems I, as the younger brother, have been overly cautious. Su Qing chuckled, yet the amusement did not reach his eyes. Nevertheless, he expressed gratitude to young Master Su for extending a helping hand during his sister's time of peril, promising to prepare a substantial gift in return. Wu Ming cupped his fist towards Su Qing. This friend appears rather unfamiliar. I wonder if he is the miraculous physician invited by Brother Wu? Before Su Qing's words could fully escape his lips, his hand abruptly rose, delivering a sudden strike aimed at Fan Tian's body. Throughout Wu Ming and Su Qing's exchange, Fan Tian had already harbored a degree of wariness toward the third young master of the Su family. Noticing the unannounced assault, he smirked inwardly and swiftly evaded the blow. Su Cheng, what do you mean by this? Wu Ming glared at Su Cheng, his sword now half drawn. How dare Su Cheng attack someone beside him in plain sight? Even a blind man could discern the implications of such an act. Su Cheng's countenance fluctuated under the flickering flames, and ultimately, as if reaching a resolution, he slowly clenched his fist and coldly stated, There is a matter I find perplexing and wish to consult Brother Wu about. What is it? Wu Ming replied without formality. I wish to meet the one who healed Sister Yuyin. I kindly ask Brother Wu to facilitate an introduction. Wu Ming, having firmly resolved his stance, did not wish to further entangle himself with Su Qing. We have just been ambushed by a pack of wolves, and the sin of blood lingers heavily here. It is prudent to seek a more secure location to avoid attracting other ferocious beasts. Farewell then. Brother Wu, do you believe you can still escape? With the conversation reaching this juncture, Su Cheng was disinclined to engage in further pleasantries and directly unveiled the purpose of his visit. If you hand him over to me, I shall ensure that Brother Wu faces no difficulties. Su Qing pointed at Fan Tian. I consider us neither kin nor acquaintance. Why should I accompany you? Or do you imply that the wolf pack earlier was summoned by your own hand? Fan Tian responded with a cold laugh. Su Cheng. He is my friend. Are you certain you wish to act against him? Wu Ming interjected. Brother Wu, are you not familiar with the saying? When heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread it, yet you stubbornly barge into hell? Since you have thwarted my endeavors, you shall bear the consequences. With a wave of his hand, Su Qing summoned a multitude of shadowy figures clad in black. Attack. Leave no survivors. Su Qing commanded before stepping back. The black-clad figures surged forward. Chapter 26. The Annihilation of Su Qing Su Cheng. Is that position of the young master truly so vital? So imperative that you would annihilate us to secure it? With the facade torn away, Wu Ming no longer held back in his words. One must look after oneself, lest divine retribution befall. Su Qing's malevolent gaze swept over Fan Tian. My objective was within reach, yet you, young brat, have interfered. Do you understand that obstructing another's means of livelihood invites heavenly wrath? I fear you lack the fortune to prosper. Fan Tian chose not to indulge him further and drew the wooden sword from his back. In truth, Brother Wu, given that our families have enjoyed a cordial relationship for many years, I am not one to disregard past sentiments. If this brother relinquishes what he ought not to possess, we can consider this matter resolved. Su Cheng contemplated that the path with the Wu family was futile, at worst. He could leverage his cousin's influence to directly contend for the position of the young master. However, the phantom bug must be returned intact. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to explain himself to his cousin. Indeed, it was the handiwork of this scoundrel. After Fan Tian confirmed the matter, his impression of Su Cheng plummeted to the lowest depths. A true man should triumph with honor and accept defeat with dignity. Thus, before Su Cheng could finish his words, Wu Ming rebuked, Nonsense. My friend did not even know you before. How could he possibly take your belongings? Su Cheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Fan Tian. He believed that since Fan Tian could neutralize the phantom bug, he must have recognized its nature. And it was entirely plausible for him to claim the bug under the pretense of dispelling it. After all, it was a rare treasure worth its weight in gold. Yet, he would never learn that when Fan Tian was dispelling the poison, he showed no mercy. Upon extracting the bug, he simply reduced it to a puddle. Had Su Cheng known that the cherished treasure he longed for had turned to dust, he would surely have erupted in fury. Whether you took it or not, let me search, and I shall know everything. Su Cheng commanded his subordinates. Why are you standing there in a daze? Capture them both. I wish to interrogate. Fan Tian, preoccupied with thoughts of the Fuyin fruit, lacked the patience to linger in Su Cheng's presence. Observing him directing one person after another, he took a swift step and executed the illusory sex technique. Since you are in such haste, why not come and take it yourself? Ah, what a clever lad, indeed. Upon hearing Fan Tian's words, Su Cheng could no longer contain himself. He unsheathed his weapon and confronted Fan Tian. He observed keenly that although Fan Tian was currently at the advanced level of a spirit king, his foundation was unstable, and against Su Cheng, who was also at the same advanced level, he would find it difficult to gain any advantage. Furthermore, Su Cheng still possessed numerous protective treasures yet to be unleashed. On the other hand, Fan Tian was reluctant to resort to the Qinghong sword technique. Instead, he employed the illusion sect steps while slowly executing a soul-devouring fist, hoping to intimidate Su Cheng into retreating. As the son of the Su family's patriarch, Fan Tian had no desire to take Su Cheng's life unless absolutely necessary. After all, if Su Cheng were to perish, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for Wu Ming. Although the hidden weapon had failed to pierce his body, it had torn through his clothing, causing a single droplet of blood to fall from the gaping hole. The hidden weapon had been smeared with some potent substance, and in an instant, Wu Ming's lips drained of color, replaced by a dark purplish hue. Aren't you deeply bonded with him? He has already fallen victim to my 7 souls intoxication. If he does not receive the antidote, he shall perish within the span of a mere incense stick. Su Cheng observed Wu Ming's changing complexion and couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. What if I refuse to hand it over? At the very moment Wu Ming was poisoned, Fan Tian swiftly advanced and sealed several of his acupoints to slow the toxin's assault on his heart. In that case, I shall regretfully ensure that you both accompany each other in the netherworld, Su Cheng proclaimed, raising his hand. A mysterious object adorned my hand, emanating a faint, ethereal glow reminiscent of a silver needle. However, I am a person who detests the notion of being coerced by others. Before Su Cheng could fully comprehend the situation, Fan Tian had already made his move. In an instant, Su Cheng felt a sharp pain on his face. As he raised his hand to touch his visage, he was horrified to discover that the fluid flowing from it was a dark, purplish blood. How does it feel to be poisoned by your own concealed weapon? Before Su Cheng's hand, still equipped with the hidden device, could descend, Fan Tian seized his thumb, asserting, if you wish to avoid a swift demise, comply and surrender the antidote. Su Cheng's subordinates, witnessing their young master's capture, rushed forward, only to be halted in their tracks by the piercing gaze of Fan Tian. My patience is limited, he warned. Su Cheng, with his other hand, delved into his spatial pouch, fumbling until he procured a small jade vial, which he presented to Fan Tian. The antidote. Ah, at least you are somewhat compliant, Fan Tian acknowledged, nodding as he accepted the vial and removed its stopper. Given your commendable behavior, I shall grant you a reprieve from death today. As he spoke, he swiftly poured the contents of the jade vial into Su Cheng's mouth. No, I do not wish to perish. Su Cheng gasped, attempting to expel the antidote from his throat. Yet, Fan Tian did not afford him such an opportunity. Observing that Su Cheng was now left with only the strength to writhe on the ground, Fan Tian's expression turned frigid. Is there anyone else who desires to entertain similar thoughts? Step forward, I shall fulfill his wishes. Su Cheng's subordinates, witnessing the diminishing breath of their young master, were struck with astonishment. The fact that he had previously consumed an antidote had been discerned by this individual. Originally, had Wu Ming ingested the antidote, there would have been a fleeting indication of improvement, yet it would not have genuinely neutralized the poison. However, now that the pill had found its way into Su Cheng's mouth, it had truly ushered him into the realm of the departed. No one could procure the authentic antidote. Could they? No matter, I shall find it myself. Yet, at that juncture, your fates, life or death, shall rest solely in my hands. Fan Tian bent down to assist Wu Ming. Here you are. This is the true antidote. Just as Fan Tian steadied Wu Ming, one of Su Cheng's men had already relieved him of his cosmos bag, emptying its contents of various vials and jars, ultimately handing Fan Tian a bottle. Fan Tian took the bottle, observing the inscription purifying pill adorning its exterior. After removing the cork and inspecting the pill, he felt reassured enough to place it into Wu Ming's mouth. Within mere moments, The ashen hue had completely replaced the dark purples on Wu Ming's face, leaving only a pallor behind. Fan Tian, who had initially entered to assist you, found himself unexpectedly becoming a burden. Wu Ming surveyed his severely injured subordinates and his soiled garments, expressing deep remorse to Fan Tian. Chapter 27. Acquisition of the Ember Fruit. I promised to aid you in procuring the Ember Fruit. Although Wu Ming comprehended that Fan Tian's every word rang true, he could not simply stand by and allow Fan Tian to proceed alone, considering the purpose of his own venture into the Valley of Shadows. Why be courteous among brothers? I have devised a plan. It is far more convenient to act alone. Fan Tian was acutely aware that, given his current capabilities, acquiring the Ember Fruit was beyond his reach. However, the matter concerning the Wind Master was best kept under wraps. Fan Tian, regardless of whether you secure the Ember Fruit or not, you must inform me, Wu Ming urged, patting Fan Tian on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will certainly notify you before I depart from the Valley of Shadows, Fan Tian replied, extending his arm to clasp Wu Ming's shoulder. I still have to sit for the entrance exam at the Flying Star Academy. I shall rely on you, Brother Wu. For guidance then. Apprentice, have you lost heart so swiftly? The Wind Master's voice suddenly broke Fan Tian's reverie. How could this be? I am merely contemplating how to approach that place safely and swiftly. According to the map provided by the Wind Master, Fan Tian realized he was less than half a day's journey from the location of the Ember Fruit. Isn't this simple? Fan Tian smiled at the Wind Master, saying, as an apprentice, my skills are still rudimentary. I cannot conceal my strength on my own. Surely, Master has a method. The Wind Master smiled gently. Observing your interactions with others, you seem quite composed. Yet, upon arriving here, you have transformed into a mere monkey. Nevertheless, despite the jest, the Wind Master extended his hand and produced an object from a concealed place, placing it in Fan Tian's palm. This is a cloak of concealment. It will aid you in disguising your presence. However, its effect will last only as long as a stick of incense burns. A single incense stick? That suffices. Fan Tian reached out to take the concealed jade, first placing it into his own universe pouch, then tugging at his already tattered garments, further shredding them in a haphazard manner. The cloth shoes on his feet had developed a significant tear, which he rubbed against the ground vigorously, rendering them even more soiled. In recent days, Fan Tian had scarcely rested, let alone bathed or changed his clothes, resulting in a disheveled appearance akin to that of a beggar. Master, watch how I procure the Fuyan fruit, Fan Tian declared, before swiftly exiting the realm of the Nether Ring. Staggering along the narrow path of the Dark Night Valley, he absent-mindedly chewed on a blade of foxtail grass. Along the way, he encountered several groups of people. However, upon seeing him, a mere urchin, most merely offered derisive laughter, paying him little heed. Fan Tian disregarded their scorn, his focus unwaveringly directed towards the location of the Fuyan fruit. While other rare treasures typically grew in secluded mountains or perilous cliffs, emphasizing their uniqueness, the Fuyan fruit was an anomaly, brazenly flourishing in an open clearing. Indeed, it stood boldly in the clearing. A towering Fuyan fruit tree erupted from the ground, its 3 precious fruits prominently displayed at the top, as if proclaiming, "Here I am. Come and claim me if you dare." Upon arriving at the clearing, Fan Tian found himself amidst a throng of people encircling the Fuyan fruit, layered 3 deep. As he craned his neck to get a better view, Feng Shi kindly offered him a warning. It was no wonder this flame-subduing fruit tree was so audacious. It possessed a trump card. Fan Tian comprehended this. As Fan Tian gazed at the flame-subduing fruit tree, someone nearby jested, "Little beggar, what brings you here to join the throng? Surely you don't aspire to seize the flame-subduing fruit?" Fan Tian remained silent, his gaze fixated on the tree, utterly engrossed. Brother Neo, why bother questioning him? Everyone says this flame-subduing fruit can transform a person, and some may foolishly aspire beyond their reach. Indeed, doesn't he realize that any one of us here could crush him with a single slap? A burst of uproarious laughter erupted. Such days are truly monotonous. When will I ever be liberated? A faint sigh echoed in Fan Tian's ears. Startled, he glanced around, only to find everyone else gazing at the tree with excitement, none appearing dejected. Auditory hallucination. Fan Tian shook his head, resuming his contemplation on how to breach the luminous barrier. Alas, why all this pretense? Couldn't things simply proceed with spring germination and autumn fruition? Can't a tree simply refuse to be renowned? This time, the voice was even clearer. Fan Tian was absolutely certain that the flame-subduing fruit tree was the speaker. The world is vast, and truly, nothing is too strange. Listening to the flame-subduing fruit tree's incessant murmuring, Fan Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He slowly rose from the ground, approaching the tree step by step. This lad is truly audacious. Doesn't he see that so many of us are stymied? An ignorant whelp, so eager to meet his demise, let him proceed, then. As Fan Tian gradually approached the flame fruit tree, those around him scoffed derisively. However, in the next moment, their amusement faded. For Fan Tian, unimpeded, had reached the base of the flame fruit tree. What on earth? Had the protective barrier vanished? Who was this audacious youth, attempting to claim it all for himself? As Fan Tian extended his hand to caress the flame fruit, the onlookers erupted in a frenzy, clamoring and rushing towards the tree. Chapter 28. The Kingdom of the Setting Sun. Regarding the outsiders who reacted as if they had seen a ghost, Fan Tian paid them no heed. His entire focus rested upon the magnificent flame fruit tree before him. You are the sole divine tree in this world. What more could one desire? Fan Tian reached out to touch the three fruits glimmering like rubies and lowered his head to address the tree. A divine tree? Let whoever wishes to take on that mantle do so. I have no interest. The flame fruit tree trembled, its leaves rustling in response. But you are merely a tree. Do you truly wish to sprout legs and wander about? Fan Tian couldn't help but chuckle. You, alas, little human, will never comprehend the sorrows of my tree. It would be futile to explain. The branches of the flame fruit tree seemed to retract slightly, as if reluctant to engage further with Fan Tian. Just as he was about to speak again, a commotion erupted outside. Kid, get out here. Fan Tian turned to see the crowd outside unleashing their full arsenal against the energy barrier. Though formidable, the barrier showed signs of cracking under the relentless assault of so many working in unison. These people were utterly infuriating. Incensed, I threatened to shatter the dilapidated fruit. The emberflame fruit tree retorted, its fruit swaying precariously from its branches, causing trepidation in Fan Tian's heart. Hold on, isn't your desire to depart from this godforsaken place? Accompany me, and I shall devise a solution. Fan Tian's eyes gleamed as he contemplated his nether ring space. You possess a solution? The emberflame fruit tree scoffed. I cannot survive by being haphazardly transplanted. Fan Tian surmised that, were the tree to possess facial features, it would undoubtedly be rolling its eyes at him. The worst-case scenario is demise, isn't it? Are you not merely weary of your prolonged existence? However, I possess a realm where I assure you, you shall thrive in carefree abandon. Fan Tian envisioned the still dormant snow phoenix and yearned to witness the interaction between these two jocular entities. Youngster, you speak the truth. In my protracted existence, I have only encountered one capable of hearing my words. Assuredly, you share a unique affinity with me. However, the energy barrier is on the verge of collapse, and you are so weak. Can you escape? The emberflame fruit tree made no attempt to conceal its disdain for Fan Tian's strength. That matter need not concern you. Simply prepare to accompany me. Fan Tian chuckled softly. This is effortless. No sooner had the emberflame fruit tree spoken than it uprooted itself from the earth, roots, and soil intact, before Fan Tian's incredulous eyes. I assure you, you shall not regret accompanying me. Fan Tian smiled faintly. This peculiar spectacle was naturally observed by the crowd outside the energy barrier. They all watched as the emberflame fruit tree emerged from the earth of its own accord and vanished in a blur. That youth is employing subterfuge. Let us join forces and apprehend him. The crowd clamored, frantically attempting to dismantle the ethereal barrier. It is little wonder that these individuals were driven to madness. After 3 millennia, the divine fruit had finally ripened, and those fortunate enough to behold it were initially not disheartened. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the fact that the few precious fruits that remained had been brazenly pilfered by a mysterious figure, who had seized not only the fruit, but the very tree itself. How could this mob possibly acquiesce? With a charming smile that revealed a set of pristine teeth, Fan Tian addressed them. My apologies, esteemed guests, but I must take my leave. In an instant, before their very eyes, Fan Tian's figure vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, as the throng breached the barrier, what lay before them was naught but the gaping hole left behind by the departing flare fruit tree. There was nothing else to be found. Undeterred, the group excavated the area surrounding the pit, digging to great depths, yet their efforts yielded no treasure. Grumbling in frustration, they ultimately chose to depart, unaware that while they toiled in vain, Fan Tian had already donned a fresh set of garments and altered his appearance. Slipping away through a concealed path of the Nightshade Valley, the Wind Master had not anticipated that this apprentice could, through sheer happenstance, utilized mental communication to abscond with the venerable flare fruit tree that had thrived for countless years. This young disciple had an uncanny knack for creating astonishing spectacles. Having safely exited the Nightshade Valley, Fan Tian left a message for Wu Ming on the Jade Communication Talisman, and upon confirming that all was well on his end, he hastened toward the direction of the Sunfire Kingdom. Fan Hong had not received any news of his son for an entire year. Reflecting on the day his son departed, he recalled that the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. How could such a fragile body withstand the ferocity of the lurking beasts outside? In truth, the very next day after Fan Tian's departure, Fan Hong was filled with regret. He would have willingly relinquished his position as clan leader to ensure his son's safety. His steps faltered, and his breath grew heavier. Throughout this year of relentless pursuits, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of enhancing his power, seemingly forgetting that an elderly father awaited news at home. Immersed in his own reflections, Fan Hong's attention was abruptly captured by the familiar aura of Fan Tian. Instinctively, he rose from his seat and called out to the direction where his son stood. "Who goes there?" Upon hearing Fan Hong's commanding voice, the guards outside hastened to the door, inquiring, "Clan leader, is there a problem?" At that moment, Fan Hong clearly discerned that the figure before him was none other than his son, whom he had yearned for over the past year. Noticing the gesture made by Fan Tian, he coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. "It's nothing. I merely lost my train of thought." Chapter 29. It appears nothing has changed. Fan Hong addressed Fan Tian. "Very well." Indeed, Fan Tian required some time to recuperate. Just as he intended to head toward his own courtyard, the butler, Fan Ming, hurriedly entered. "Clan leader, someone from the Hong family has arrived." The butler cast a few glances at Fan Tian. "The Hong family? Who has come?" Fan Hong was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Since they are friends, why have you never mentioned them all these years?" Fan Tian felt that something was amiss. Indeed, during your grandfather's lifetime, the two families maintained a relatively close relationship. However, following your grandfather's passing and the distance that separated them, their contact dwindled. Nevertheless, despite this decline, there still existed a significant bond between their family and ours. After speaking, Fan Hong cast a glance at Fan Tian, this time imbued with a sense of concern. Fan Tian, under the weight of his father's affectionate gaze, felt a wave of discomfort and could only hastily inquire, "What kind of relationship?" "Young master, the Hong family in this generation has but one daughter, named Hong Yin. According to the old agreement between our two families, if all offspring are male, then they shall be sworn brothers. As Fan Ming just mentioned, among the Hong family contemporaries, there exists only this lone daughter, Hong Yin. According to the stipulation, she is to marry into our Fan family as a daughter-in-law." "Then who is Hong Yan's betrothed?" Fan Tian felt a slight dizziness, pondering if it was as he feared. At that time, your grandfather and the patriarch of the Hong family merely reached such an understanding without any specific designation. However, as the eldest son of the Fan family, it is implicitly understood that Hong Yin, although not explicitly stated, should be regarded as your fiancé. Fan Hong appeared quite pleased, as the Hong family was also of noble lineage, and their deep-rooted connection suggested that the young lady would likely be quite admirable. If Fan Tian could secure this union, it would serve as a tribute to his late mother. Yet, in contrast to Fan Hong's enthusiastic acceptance, Fan Tian felt somewhat troubled. At merely 16 years of age, must he already contemplate a marriage? Although Fan Tian was not particularly enthusiastic about this marriage, he hastened towards his residence out of deference to his father's instructions. In his haste, he collided forcefully with someone at a corner. Despite being momentarily stunned by the impact, Fan Tian promptly apologized. "My apologies, I was walking too hastily." Before Fan Tian could finish his sentence, an exasperated voice reached his ears. "How do you walk? Is this the manner of the Fan family?" Fan Tian paused, raising his head to get a clear look at the person. Although he was a young master who rarely interfered in matters, he felt a sense of discomfort when someone spoke ill of the Fan family. However, upon seeing the woman, he received a disdainful glare. Considering Fan Ming's earlier report of the Hong family's arrival, he wondered if this was the Hong family's daughter. If she was indeed the Hong family's daughter, Fan Tian mused, he would ask his father to annul the engagement. Their family could not accommodate such an insolent shrew. "What are you staring at? Do you know who I am? Judging by your coarse attire, you must be a lowly servant in the Fan household, so it's no wonder you lack discernment." Hong Yin scoffed. "I am but a humble servant. May I ask for the lady's guidance?" Fan Tian, unperturbed by the scolding, thought to himself, If she wishes to show off, let her. In the end, it won't be him who loses face. Remember this, I am your future young master's wife. She huffed. Alas. Further explanations to someone as obtuse as you would be futile. Escort me elsewhere. Yes, the maidservant responded with a curtsy, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Fan Tian. Fan Tian subtly gestured with his hand near his robe, signaling her to proceed. Only then did the maidservant lead the person away in another direction. His gaze swept over Fan Tian, then shifted to Fan Hai standing beside him, and a plan formed in his mind. Hong Yin, who was standing to the side, was taken aback when she saw Fan Tian enter, exclaiming, "Isn't this the servant I just reprimanded in the backyard? How, in the blink of an eye, has he become the young master of the Fan family? However, so what? How could she, a daughter of the esteemed Hong family, possibly marry a good-for-nothing?" Hong Qian also chimed in with a smile. Indeed, young nephew Fan Tian is a man of striking appearance, surely a phoenix among men. I, Hong, have great expectations. The two fathers were all smiles, but Hong Yin coldly snorted, showing no respect. Everyone says that your Fan family's young master, despite once bearing the title of a spiritual genius, had his spiritual power dwindle to nothing 3 years ago. Is this true? Fan Hong had not anticipated that this Hong family girl would bring this matter to the forefront so directly, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. The smile on his face fading considerably. It is said that dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice are born to burrow. No matter how inadequate his son Fan Hong might be, he was still his son. Hong Yan's lack of tact in public made one question the Hong family's upbringing. Yan's niece, your words are misguided. In truth, Tian still, Fan Hong, in his heart, wished to secure this marriage for his son. Thus he intended to report the true abilities of Fan Tian, which would also bring some comfort to Fan Tian's pride. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted once more by Hong Yan. Uncle Fan, please do not shield him any longer. I, Hong Yan, have no intention of marrying a man devoid of merit. Yinner, how can you speak so? Hong Qian felt that his daughter's words were excessively harsh and hurried to intervene. Oh father, you have only me as your daughter. Do you wish to see me suffer in an unhappy marriage? Do not speak so recklessly. Your engagement was arranged by your grandfather during his lifetime. How can it simply be disregarded? Hong Qian reprimanded his daughter. Father, are you scolding me for the sake of an outsider? I never said I would not marry. I merely do not wish to wed a useless man. The Fan family is not solely represented by Fan Tian. Moreover, I have heard that brother Fan Hai is now at the initial stage of the Spirit King. Marrying him would not tarnish the reputation of our Hong family. As Hong Yan's words fell, the expressions of all present varied greatly. Fan Hong was somewhat exasperated, although the engagement had not been explicitly assigned. It had traditionally been arranged for the eldest son or grandson. Who would dare to renege on such a commitment? If word got out, how would the first branch of the Fan family save face? Fan Tian let out a long sigh of relief. This shrew had chosen her own suitor, thus sparing him the trouble of having to argue his case. Fan Shida and Fan Hai were both taken aback, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events that had seemingly fallen from the heavens, landing squarely upon their heads. Chapter 30. The examinations of the Flying Star Academy. The interlude involving the Hong family did not leave a profound impression on Fan Tian's mind. Currently, his thoughts were far removed from matters of romance. The entry requirements for the Flying Star Academy commenced at the intermediate level of Spiritual General, a standard that Fan Tian could readily bypass given his present capabilities. However, he harbored no desire to exhibit his talents ostentatiously once more, preferring instead to maintain a low profile, thereby affording him greater latitude in his future endeavors. That is indeed the case, though beasts of the Eighth Order are non-existent on this continent. To encounter them, you must venture into the primordial lands, Master Feng mused, as if struck by a sudden realization. However, once you possess the strength to journey to those primordial lands, you must rely entirely upon yourself. Your teacher shall be of no assistance. Fan Tian, possessing a keen mind, swiftly discerned a hint of melancholy in Master Feng's tone upon mentioning the primordial lands. Does Master perhaps harbor a vendetta against certain individuals within those primordial lands? Only the existence of adversaries there, adversaries of insurmountable strength, would compel his seemingly omnipotent master to opt for avoidance. Enemies, perhaps they could be considered as such. That person's power is excessively formidable. In years past, I suffered a setback at his hands, which prompted my retreat to the far reaches of the world. However, I cannot yet reveal his identity to you. In due time, When your strength is sufficiently augmented, you shall comprehend the matters I speak of today. My reticence at present is solely for your benefit." Observing Master Feng's reluctance to dwell upon his past, Fan Tian promptly steered the conversation in another direction. "Master's benevolence towards me is deeply understood by your disciple." The disciple felt a tinge of confusion within. A year ago, his sole purpose was to stand up for his father and to meet the rigorous standards set by the Flying Star Academy. Fan Tian gazed at the Wind Master, who paused momentarily before continuing. "However, it is not the Flying Star Academy on the Netherworld continent, but rather the one on the Primordial continent." The Flying Star Academy on the Primordial continent? Fan Tian had never heard of such a place. He thought there was only one. Eagerly, he pressed for more information. Indeed, there are two Flying Star Academies. The one on the Netherworld continent is a 3-star academy, whereas the one on the Primordial continent is a 5-star academy. Only those students ranked within the top 50 of the Flying Star ranking from the 3-star academy are eligible to continue their studies at the 5-star academy. The Flying Star ranking? The top 50? Fan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be among the top 50 in that ranking, one must possess a minimum strength of the initial stage of Spirit King, with the top 10 having already reached the Spirit Ancestor level. Do you still believe that once you gain admission to the Flying Star Academy, there will be nothing to do? The Wind Master observed his disciple, confident that he could discern when action was required. Indeed, as soon as the words left the Wind Master's lips, Fan Tian earnestly nodded. "Master, I was mistaken. I shall practice diligently to strive for a place within the top 50 of the Flying Star ranking as soon as possible." "That is the spirit," the Wind Master said, patting Fan Tian on the shoulder. "There is one more matter I must share with you. The Snow Phoenix is about to awaken, as I have previously mentioned. It must not be made aware of my whereabouts for the time being. Thus, before it awakens, this fragment of my consciousness will dissipate." "Dissipate? Master, where will you go? How will I find you in the future?" Upon hearing that Master Feng was about to depart, Fan Tian felt a surge of anxiety. Though the time he had spent with his master was brief, in Fan Tian's heart, he regarded him as a second father. The Snow Phoenix was, in fact, previously nurtured by me, but it is not my contracted beast. It has only recently been reborn, and some memories remain incomplete. Once it fully awakens, it will naturally recall everything. At that time, it will bring you to find me. "I understand, Master. I will definitely seek you out in the future." Fan Tian nodded earnestly. "I have left behind many things here. Remember, in my absence, think carefully before acting, avoid impulsiveness, and do not place yourself in perilous situations. The Qinghong sword technique must be practiced diligently every day without neglect." Master Feng meticulously imparted his instructions, and Fan Tian committed them to memory. Once Master Feng had finished, he closed his eyes to rest. Fan Tian approached the Snow Phoenix and gently caressed its feathers. "Snow Phoenix, are you truly about to awaken?" After a moment of melancholy, Fan Tian removed the wooden sword from his back and earnestly practiced the Qinghong sword technique until he sensed that mealtime was approaching, at which point he swiftly exited the space of the underworld ring. That night, Fan Tian retired to bed early, patiently awaiting the dawn. The Flying Star Academy is renowned throughout the Yuming continent, although it only recruits once every 5 years. Students from across the land had already arrived early to register for the assessment. Since Fan Tian lived nearby, he left his home later than the others. Upon his arrival at the registration venue, he found it teeming with aspirants. Unperturbed, Fan Tian completed the preliminary formalities with the external examiners, procured a number, and patiently took his place at the rear of the queue. Observe, the scion of the Fan lineage, the very embodiment of ineptitude, has deigned to grace us with his presence. A voice exclaimed, "Does he truly persist in this delusion? Is he not cognizant that this is not the verification grounds of Ling City? Here stand assembled the elite from every corner of the underworld continent. Does he possess no fear of embarrassment on a continental scale?" Indeed, another voice chimed in. "Rumor has it that the esteemed Flying Star Academy accepts a mere 200 students this year, though the baseline requirement is the intermediate stage of a Spirit General. Admission is granted on a meritocratic basis." No sooner had Fan Tian joined the queue than he was subjected to a chorus of hushed whispers. Many felt compelled to offer their unsolicited opinions of him. However, Fan Tian evinced no interest in identifying the purveyors of these idle remarks. He was, however, somewhat vexed by the news that the Flying Star Academy would only be admitting 200 students this year. It seemed that his original plan of gaining admission with his intermediate Spirit General prowess was now fraught with uncertainty. That is to say, you challenge an entrant who has already secured a position. Should you vanquish them, you supplant them, thereby inheriting their rank among the elect. Upon learning of this novel assessment criterion, Fan Tian conceived a plan. He had been eliminated from the preliminary rounds early on. Thus, he was able to observe the other participants as they battled with unrestrained ferocity. This afforded him both respite and the opportunity to assess the capabilities of his fellow aspirants. Thousands of hopefuls had converged to participate in the examination, yet after only a single day, more than half had been eliminated. At this rate, the final 200 would be determined within 3 days. Chapter 31. I am here just to trail behind. He was not at all surprised that the news spread so swiftly. After all, whatever he did, there were always numerous eyes watching. Father, it's exhausting to greet everyone individually. I think I shall take a few days off to enjoy some performances, Fan Tian continued. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware of my situation, Fan Hong said, patting his son's shoulder. Even if we do face elimination, it is of no consequence. Our Fan family is not limited to just the path of the academy. On the 3rd day, the examination officer from the Feishing Academy announced that the enrollment slots for the top 200 candidates had been finalized. Fan Tian realized that it was time for him to take the stage. He swiftly approached the examination officer, expressing his desire to challenge the candidate ranked 200th. Upon hearing his request, the officer furrowed his brow and remarked, "Another challenger for the last position?" Fan Tian thought to himself, "Is there truly someone else harboring the same intention? How fortuitous." He inquired of the mentor, "How many others are also vying for this final slot?" "Look, the examination officer, without lifting his gaze, pointed to the side. Fan Tian followed the direction of the finger and spotted a vaguely familiar face, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Just as he was about to speak, the officer stated, "The day is drawing to a close. There is only one spot available, so you two must figure it out." "Figure it out? What else can we do but fight?" Fan Tian pondered. "I see it's not easy for you to regain your spiritual energy, and I fear you might be embarrassed if you get injured. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that in 5 years, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the Feishing Academy." Before Fan Tian could speak, the boy who, like him, had chosen to challenge for the final slot, spoke up. "Oh, you're so considerate of me. I truly appreciate it. However, I'm merely here to bring up the rear, so if I end up hurting you, please bear with me." Fan Tian wore a cheerful smile, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Since that is the case, I shan't hold back." The young man took his stance, ready to fight. As the two prepared to clash for the last challenge spot, others gathered around, forming a spontaneous circle. Some onlookers recognized Fan Tian and his opponent, and they began to shout, "Everyone, come and see. The good-for-nothing young master of the Fan family dares to challenge Fan Rong. Is this for real? That is the overlord Spear Fan Rong, who has surpassed the initial stages of the Spirit King. Can Fan Tian really dare to confront him? Yet, some speculated that during the past year, Fan Tian might have encountered extraordinary opportunities that could have drastically improved his spirit power. No matter how extraordinary, it seemed implausible that in just a year, he could surpass a high-level Spirit King. Indeed, yet, given the calm demeanor of that Fan lad, could it be that he possesses some hidden advantage? Since the group felt this match held intrigue, one suggested, "Why not place a bet? The outcome seems quite clear. What is there to bet on?" Scoffed a few. "I believe there's merit in wagering on this fight," countered another, presenting a differing opinion. "Hark! Place your wagers on Fan Rong's victory on the left, a mere 10 silver taels per bet, with a payout ratio of 1-2. Or, should you favor Fan Tian's triumph on the right, the stake remains unchanged, yet the odds soar to 1-10. The clamor of voices echoed, inevitably reaching the ears of both Fan Tian and Fan Rong. Fan Tian, with a grin, turned to Fan Rong. "What say you, brother? Shall we not partake in this venture? It presents a golden opportunity to amass wealth." Fan Rong merely glared in response, offering no words. Fan Tian delved into his chincoin pouch, extracting 100 silver taels. He approached the betting station, placing 50 taels beneath each of their names. "Though your analyses possess a certain logic, who among us would wager on their own defeat? Truly, the fellow possessed audacity. Brave lad, you possess allure. I place my confidence in you." Following Fan Tian's lead, others hastened to wager beneath his name. "Fan Tian, prepare yourself. Fan Rong, known by the moniker Overlord Spear." A testament to his unique marksmanship, did not deem it necessary to unleash his hidden talents against such a seemingly weak opponent. A year prior, Fan Tian's spiritual energy had vanished, and even now, no fluctuations were discernible. Thus, he refrained from grasping his treasured spear, instead adopting a combat stance. The Fan family fist. Fan Rong uttered, his feet moving with swiftness as he launched a fist towards Fan Tian's face. With twilight approaching, he wished not to linger, desiring a swift resolution. Spirit-devouring fist. In his heart, Fan Tian let out a low exclamation, bending his knees slightly as he lowered his center of gravity. He thrust his arm forward, directly meeting the fist of Fan Rong, striking with precision. Hiss! Was this lad truly intent on a head-on clash? As the opponent threw a punch, he retaliated in kind. Indeed, there seemed to be no hope for him. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the onlookers, and those few who had wagered on Fan Tian's victory shook their heads in silent resignation. This money appeared to be a lost cause. A faint smirk played at the corner of Fan Rong's mouth. You have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame others. The Fan family's boxing style was renowned for its sheer strength, favoring might over finesse. Typically, one would counter such ferocity with subtlety. Yet Fan Tian chose to oppose this wisdom with a direct confrontation, clearly seeking to humiliate himself. Unperturbed by the reactions of those around him, Fan Tian summoned 60% of his spiritual energy, channeling it into the striking arm. The longer he practiced the devouring spirit fist, the more he sensed that this technique was not merely about absorbing an opponent's spiritual essence, but held other potential applications as well. Since Fan Rong had initiated this collision, it was an opportune moment for him to validate his findings. Their fists met in midair with a resounding thud. Fan Tian's hand trembled slightly, while Fan Rong's smile deepened. Indeed, Ado remained as inept as ever. However, before that smile could linger for more than half a minute, Fan Rong felt an overwhelming surge of energy erupt from Fan Tian's fist, a force that shattered his spiritual defenses and brutally connected with his own hand. Before Fan Rong's exclamation had even subsided, his body was already soaring above the heads of the assembled crowd, before landing heavily on the open ground at the periphery, producing a resounding thud. Chapter 32. A stalemate achieved. Fan Rong had never anticipated that he would make such a spectacle of himself in front of so many onlookers. What's more, the person who had felled him with a single blow was none other than the Fei family's good-for-nothing, the laughingstock of the entire country. Enough was enough. He rose from the ground, and as he saw the mocking smiles on the faces of those around him, the blood in his veins surged toward his head. And soon his entire face turned the color of liver. He pushed his way through the crowd and saw Fei Tian walking with a grin toward the corner where the bets were being placed. There isn't a person alive who can make me admit defeat. He took his Piyun spear from his back, held it in his hand, and pointed the spearhead at Fei Tian's back. Fei Tian, don't think you're the only genius in the world. I haven't lost yet, so why are you in such a hurry to divide the money? As for this, Fei Tian pointed to the pile of silver on the ground. There is a pleasure in betting on oneself to win. Since you want to try again, I'll add a little more to the stakes. This was a blatant insinuation that Fan Rong would lose again. Provocation. It was a naked provocation. Fan Rong flicked the Piyun spear sharply, creating a beautiful flourish. I'm just afraid you're overconfident and lose even your coffin money. Fan Rong wasn't just boasting. Although he did not attract as much attention as Fan Tian when he first awakened his spiritual vein, he was nonetheless another prodigy of cultivation. Compared to Fan Tian, who advanced to the intermediate level of spiritual practitioners immediately upon awakening, Fan Rong spent a mere 6 months to reach the initial level of spiritual general. It is said that he broke through to the high level of spiritual general a year later. In the first 3 years, while Fan Tian's spiritual energy waned, he was selected by the family elders as a key figure for training, with all cultivation resources directed toward him. To this day, his spiritual cultivation has reached the high level of spiritual king, on par with Fan Tian. Such remarkable talent is rare not only in the entire Riyin kingdom but also throughout the entire Netherworld continent. It is no wonder that during the recent sea selection, he harbored thoughts similar to those of Fan Tian. While Fan Tian was indifferent, he was merely indulging himself, as his enrollment had already been arranged by others. As a fellow citizen of Ling City, Fan Rong was acutely aware of what Fan Tian's potential admission to the Fei Xing Academy would signify. Upon hearing Fan Rong's words, Fan Tian clenched his fists tightly. He fixed his gaze on Fan Rong for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. So, it seems the esteemed young Master Fan has such confidence in himself. Have you finished your ramblings? Is it merely jealousy over my earlier fame that drives you? With no way to escape, he could only resign himself to the slaughter. As Fan Tian witnessed the fierce thrust of Fan Rong's spear rushing toward him, he drew his wooden sword from behind, employing the illusionary sect step while shouting, mountain-splitting slash. Since Fan Rong had opted for a tactic of encirclement, he decided to execute a localized breakout. Both had lost their patience, thus each unleashed their full strength in this move. In a fleeting moment, the two forces of internal energy collided fiercely, producing a thunderous sound that compelled those nearby to hastily retreat. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers once again turned their gaze towards the center of the contest. What they beheld caused them to collectively draw a sharp breath. A sizable crater had formed in the arena, with Fan Tian and Fan Rong standing on either side of it. Fan Tian's garments lay in tatters, hanging haphazardly from his frame, revealing skin marred by deep and shallow wounds, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Fan Rong, though somewhat more composed in attire, bore a similar plight. His once meticulously tied hair, now disheveled after being struck by Fan Tian's sword energy, hung unevenly over his shoulders like that of a madman. While onlookers might have believed Fan Rong to be in a better state, only he was aware of the chaotic turbulence of internal energy coursing through his body, threatening to spiral into madness with the slightest misstep. It appeared that the two had reached a stalemate. The question lingered: how would this be resolved? It seemed a rematch was inevitable. Wiping the blood from his lips, Fan Tian tightened his grip on the wooden sword, realizing that to claim victory today, he would need to exert even greater effort against an opponent of equal caliber. Meanwhile, Fan Rong was enveloped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that after 3 years of diminished spiritual power, Fan Tian could still withstand his attack. Was it possible that everything preceding this moment had merely been a fade for the spectators? Two individuals were prepared to engage in yet another contest when a voice rang out, exclaiming, "Since you are so fixated on this spot, I shall concede it to you." The crowd turned to the source of the interruption, revealing the speaker to be the student ranked 200th. "You two are quite mad. It's merely an admission slot. I relinquish it to you. Go ahead and compete to your heart's content," the individual proclaimed before pushing past those nearby and striding away. While others were puzzled by his sudden outburst, he understood clearly. Facing either Fan Rong or Fan Tian would lead to dire consequences. He was not foolish enough to jeopardize his own life for a mere slot. After all, there would always be another opportunity to take the exam in 5 years. Since the last ranked student voluntarily withdrew, the examiners deemed this resolution acceptable. Having reached a stalemate, both could be admitted. With that, they cast a lingering glance at Fan Tian before departing the competition venue. It was utterly unexpected to have resulted in a draw. Fan Tian sensed that the examiner's final gaze held a deeper significance, yet he felt little inclination to ponder its meaning. He was simply aware that he had fulfilled the promise made to his father. Chapter 33. A newcomer in confinement. However, after the initial joy, Fan Tian came to a sober realization. Gaining admission to Fei Xing Academy marked merely the beginning of his journey in cultivation. Thus, after a few days of relaxation, he diligently packed his belongings, bid farewell to his father, and embarked on the path to Fei Xing Academy. For this academy assessment, due to the gathering of all candidates in a single location, the institution had dispatched several airships to transport the new students. As fate would have it, Fan Tian and Fan Rong, having achieved identical rankings, found themselves assigned to the same vessel. One might expect that individuals hailing from the same region would naturally gravitate toward camaraderie, especially when away from the comforts of home. However, Fan Tian and Fan Rong, having emerged from a crucible of intense animosity, were hardly inclined to feign fraternal affection. Whispers questioning the legitimacy of Fan Tian's draw with Fan Rong began to circulate, suggesting that Fan Rong might have intentionally held back. These rumors gradually permeated the entire ship, leading to curious glances directed at Fan Tian. Some individuals even confronted him, expressing their disdain at his admission into the esteemed Flying Star Academy. Fan Tian, however, remained indifferent to these taunts, observing the throng surrounding Fan Rong, flaunting their camaraderie. He found their behavior utterly puerile. Conversely, Fan Rong, unable to elicit a reaction from Fan Tian despite the collective animosity directed at him, succumbed to impatience and challenged Fan Tian. "Although we may become fellow disciples, I assure you, I will not make things easy for you." Fan Tian merely touched his nose in silence. The surrounding crowd snickered, remarking that Fan Tian was likely the only one to face punishment before even entering the academy. Fan Rong, with a triumphant glance at Fan Tian and a disdainful snort, sauntered away. Ill tidings, as they say, travel with remarkable speed. As Fan Tian disembarked from the spacecraft, the profundity of the adage struck him with full force, An astonishing multitude had gathered to gawk at him. The Academy's inaugural freshman to be confined upon entry. Contrary to its reputation for stringent discipline, he was perplexed by the sheer number of onlookers. Consigned to confinement. Fan Tian bypassed the customary reporting to his designated faculty, instead trailing behind the freshman instructor towards the Repentance Rock, his meager belongings slung over his shoulder. The Repentance Rock, as the name suggests, was quite literally a massive boulder, exposed on 3 sides to the elements. The instructor had remarked that the fierce mountain winds would serve to cool his impetuous head, prompting him to reflect upon his purpose at the academy. Despite his youth, Fan Tian had endured hardships far more severe than a mere gust of wind in the past year. Consequently, he remained unfazed by this minor act of intimidation. However, he was taken aback when the instructor, upon delivering him to the Repentance Rock, simply stated that he would be released in 3 days and departed without further ado. Setting his luggage at his feet, Fan Tian surveyed his surroundings. Devoid of barricades or guards, the laxity of the punishment was remarkable. Did they not fear that students would abscond? Hold there, newcomer. Abandon any thoughts of escape. Patiently endure your term. Release will come in 3 days. As Fan Tian pondered this, a nonchalant voice materialized beside him. Turning, he discerned 2 figures standing by the Repentance Rock, their arrival unnoticed. They were clad in azure garments adorned with the emblem of the Flying Star Academy, presumably students of the institution. Yet, curiously, they wore their attire haphazardly, the garments hanging loosely about them like oversized sacks. It turned out they were 2 senior brothers, and Fang Tian had inadvertently committed a faux pas. Bowing slightly, Fang Tian clasped his fist in greeting. A commendable spirit. To arrive and explore the quiet contemplation rock on your first day is a promising sign. One of them, leaning against the rocky wall with a blade of grass between his lips, spoke leisurely. Do you find this place too uncharacteristic of a confinement? However, I assure you, should you dare to step beyond the boundaries of quiet contemplation rock, I can guarantee that you will not witness the dawn of tomorrow. I humbly request your guidance. Senior brother, Fang Tian replied with another bow. He was well aware that this seemingly ordinary locale concealed remarkable secrets. The perimeter was fortified by a barrier of spiritual energy, activated upon his entrance, established by elders of the Academy at the realm of Spirit Immortal. The thought of a barrier erected by such formidable figures sent a thrill through Fang Tian. This was indeed a significant undertaking. Rather than pondering the inconsequential, let us set aside our burdens and engage in conversation. The other senior brother beckoned to Fang Tian. Very well. Fang Tian, feeling at ease, approached them with his luggage in tow. With all these packages, you must be new here? As he set down his belongings, one of the men inquired. Indeed. Today marks my first day of registration, Fang Tian replied, unperturbed, nodding in affirmation. Impressive, my brother. What exactly did you do to provoke those antiquated figures into criticizing you so vehemently? Another lanky individual approached and playfully punched Fan Tian's shoulder, adding, but since we've serendipitously met here, you no longer need to fear those old fogies. I've got your back. Fan Tian chuckled. It's nothing significant, really. I nearly got into a scuffle with another trainee on the way here, and the instructor deemed me insubordinate, so I was sent here to contemplate in the cold. The lanky fellow glanced behind Fan Tian, ensuring no one else was present, and inquired, nearly got into a fight? Then why are you the only one being punished? I'm not sure. Perhaps his attitude of repentance was more convincing than mine. Fan Tian mused, recalling Fan Rong's flamboyant grin as he disembarked the airship. No matter, brother. Others may consider it humiliating to be sent to this contemplation rock, but in my opinion, aside from being unable to leave, you're free to do as you please here. As he spoke, he settled into a cross-legged position and produced a large oil paper package from his bosom, placing it on the ground. He then retrieved a wine jar from the Qianquan pouch hanging at his waist, beckoning Fan Tian and the lanky fellow, come, Qindong. And this newly arrived junior brother, let's share a drink. The lanky Qindong, while taking a seat, exclaimed, Li Yiming, you've snuck off the mountain to buy wine again? Indeed. I was afraid you'd be too lonely here at Contemplation Rock, so I came to keep you company and chat. Li Yiming responded, his hands busily unwrapping the oil paper package, revealing a steaming roast chicken and a packet of braised beef. Beside him, Li Yiming echoed the sentiment, remarking, indeed. You will come to understand the culinary offerings of this academy. They are bland enough to render one's palate nearly insensible. At that juncture, you shall grasp why I risked confinement today to venture down the mountain for a feast. At this moment, Fan Tian settled down as well. and Chen Dong promptly thrust a roasted chicken leg into Fan Tian's arms, urging, "Eat, eat, eat, while it's still warm. Now that we have acknowledged you as our junior brother, we shall certainly look out for you." Fan Tian accepted the offering with gratitude, proclaiming, "Since my esteemed seniors hold me, Fan Tian, in such high regard, I shall not be modest. Thank you both." "Good, good," Chen Dong and Li Yiming chorused in unison. The trio, beneath the tranquil rock, engaged in jovial banter, feasting and drinking. By the time they had consumed a barrel of wine, only a scattering of chicken bones remained from the roasted bird, and the three had undeniably bonded as close companions. Amidst their revelry, Fan Tian gleaned many illustrious tales of his two senior brothers. For instance, they should have graduated from the Flying Star Academy long ago. Yet their continual breaches of academy regulations had led to repeated delays imposed by the elders. Moreover, although the elders found the antics of these two troublemakers exasperating, they could not expel them at will, as both were under direct orders from the esteemed elders of the 5-star Flying Star Academy to remain. Nonetheless, in the realm of policies, there were always countermeasures. Since expulsion was not an option, the Academy elders turned a blind eye to their antics. However, should they desire better treatment? Apologies, but that was out of the question. The three individuals conversed amiably over drinks, reminiscent of long-lost friends, until they succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, the sun had already risen high in the sky, while Fan Tian and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, still in the throes of sleep, when Minter Huang, responsible for the new students' enrollment, arrived. He was greeted by a scene of chaos, a once respectable confinement room now reeking of alcohol and littered with debris. Infuriated, he shouted from behind the barrier of spiritual energy, "This is outrageous. Get up at once." The first to awaken was Chen Dong, who peered beyond the barrier and then casually dug at his ear. With a deliberate tone, he remarked, "Minter Huang, it seems you are in quite a foul mood this early in the morning. Perhaps last night, the matriarch could not fulfill your needs. Such disrespect towards your mentor. It appears these 3 days of confinement have been in vain." Minter Huang's face flushed a deep crimson upon being teased by his students. "By the way, Minter, I am quite familiar with Mama Li down the mountain. Should I call her to send over a few suitable companions? If a man's needs are not met, it could lead to internal injuries." In truth, Fan Tian had already woken up, but upon witnessing Chen Dong and Li Yiming daringly jesting with their mentor, he found himself at a loss for words. "This is intolerable. You are like a stubborn weed, incapable of being nurtured, a decayed tree beyond carving. Were it not for the enrollment ceremony today, I would keep you confined here indefinitely." Minter Huang, incensed by the antics of these two seasoned students, was nearly apoplectic, his face reddening further. "Ah, old Huang, why are you still here? The dean's address is about to commence." At that instant, another instructor hastened from the opposite direction, and upon noticing Instructor Huang still lingering before the contemplation stone, he promptly urged him onward. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the trio situated beneath the contemplation stone. "What are you still doing here? Depart at once, or you shall each be docked 5 merit points." Having just arrived, Fan Tian was yet unacquainted with the significance of the merit points the instructor mentioned. However, Chen Dong emitted a prolonged exclamation and promptly scurried towards the spiritual energy barrier, facing the instructor with a deferential smile. "Instructor Luo, I am aware of your benevolent nature. Surely, you would not wish to see your student reduced to indigence next month?" Chapter 35. Disparate treatment. By the time Fan Tian, Chen Dong, and Li Yiming, accompanied by Instructor Luo, reached the plaza, it was already teeming with individuals. Is this not supposed to be the new student induction ceremony? Why are there so many people in attendance? Fan Tian inquired softly of Chen Dong, observing the dense crowd in the plaza. "Ah, you are unaware, are you? Each year, on the day of new student registration, the selection of senior students for transfer to the 5-star academy is announced." Chen Dong elucidated with patience. "I comprehend now." Fan Tian contemplated the individuals standing upon the platform, musing, "Those individuals must be those ranked within the top 50 of the Ascendant Star rankings, as my master previously mentioned." Observing them, Fan Tian felt a surge of fervor, wondering when he might ascend to that position himself. However, Fan Tian deemed the task entrusted to him by his master to be of greater import. He had little leisure to expend within this academy. Should he be able to depart for the primordial continent sooner, he would endeavor to do so. The dean spoke about the commendation of outstanding students and encouraged those still studying at the academy to learn from these exemplary figures. Fan Tian was particularly intrigued by what a senior had previously mentioned to him in the wilderness regarding the classification of students based on their individual spiritual power levels. Given his current level of spiritual energy, he believed there would be no issue in being placed in the freshman gold tier class. However, to his astonishment, when the mentor responsible for class assignments read through the list of students assigned to the gold tier, his name was conspicuously absent. This seemed illogical, especially since even Fan Rong, whom he had easily defeated, was listed among the gold tier students. It felt as though he were being deliberately mocked. What followed was even more shocking. His name was still missing from the silver tier class list. Could it be that he had been relegated to the copper tier? It is important to recognize the significance of these classifications. The different tiers offer vastly different treatment. The gold tier is highly coveted by mentors, with all the finest resources directed toward them. If one cannot enter the gold tier, being placed in the silver tier would suffice. While they may not shine as brightly as the gold tier students, each silver tier student is still regarded as a potential star, with the possibility of an unexpected champion emerging from their ranks. Thus, although the silver tier may not compare to the gold tier, it nonetheless consists of the elite. However, upon reaching the bronze class, one finds themselves in a rather unenviable position within the academy. They neither shine as brightly as the gold and silver classes, nor are as disregarded as the iron class, occupying a middling status that is often the most pitiable. These individuals are caught in a limbo where they cannot enjoy the privileges of the higher classes nor stoop to the level of the lower ones. And even their mentors seem somewhat disengaged. Essentially, they are neither here nor there, making the bronze class akin to a mere holding pen. As for the iron class, it's hardly worth mentioning. Those who end up there are merely clinging to the prestigious name of the Flying Star Academy. Graduates from here, adorned with the illustrious title of the Academy, can claim to be the top among mercenaries, regardless of their actual class. Who would bother to inquire if one hailed from the Academy's most inferior class? Thus, as Fan Tian listened from afar to the mentor calling out names one by one, a storm of frustration brewed within him. When the hell will my name be called? Finally, at the tail end of the bronze class list, Fan Tian heard his name, and to his surprise, it was linked with Chun Dong and Li Yiming. Before Fan Tian could fully grasp the situation, Li Yiming, standing nearby, stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. Little Junior, no, now we should call each other classmates. From now on, the three of us will be the most formidable trio in the Flying Star Academy. Here, I would like to present a rather telling example. The instructor paused momentarily before continuing. This pertains to a new student, Fan Tian, who enrolled alongside you. He boasts of possessing the strength of a high-ranking spirit king. Yet he shows utter disdain for the Academy's mentors, exhibiting arrogance and provoking fellow newcomers. In order to temper his audacious spirit, the Academy's instructors convened and unanimously decided to place him in the bronze class. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This individual is quite something. He has already been singled out by the mentors upon his arrival. Does anyone know Fan Tian? What does he look like? The buzz of conversation filled the air. Fan Tian, you have certainly made a name for yourself. Chun Dong and Li Yiming exchanged glances at Fan Tian, seemingly amused. Ignore his nonsensical talk. If he truly wishes to learn, there are countless ways to acquire genuine skills. As Fan Tian, Chun Dong, and Li Yiming were all assigned to the same class and subsequently categorized as troublesome students by the instructors, their accommodations were also arranged together. Initially, the courtyard was designated for 5 residents, but upon seeing that they would be sharing quarters with the trio, the other students feared being tainted by their misfortune and requested to change their lodgings. Eventually, no new students were willing to occupy the space. Consequently, this vast courtyard was left with only the 3 of them, which inadvertently provided a serene atmosphere. I am quite pleased with this arrangement. Chun Dong whistled as he sauntered into a room on the eastern side. Fan Tian dragged his luggage into the room to the west. Just as he finished arranging his belongings, a cacophony erupted at the courtyard entrance. Curious, he leaned out to see Fan Rong standing before the small courtyard, accompanied by a throng of followers. Fan Tian, do you now regret your choices? Had you not provoked me back then, you could have smoothly continued as a distinguished student, rather than being relegated to this heap of mediocrity in the bronze class. Fan Rong gazed at Fan Tian, an unmistakable air of triumph plastered across his face. How about this? If you kneel and bow 3 times, uttering I was wrong, I shall intercede on your behalf with the mentor. After all, we hail from the same origins. Isn't it true that kinship binds us? Now, Brother Rong is graciously offering you this opportunity, Fan Tian. You must seize it, for once this chance slips by, it may never return. He was already convinced of Fan Tian's worthlessness. With a scoff, Fan Rong remarked, indeed, utterly ungrateful. Conversing with someone of your ilk is nothing short of a futile endeavor. Farewell, I shan't see you off. Fan Tian, fueled by a surge of anger, retorted at Fan Rong's retreating figure, witnessing a brief moment of hesitation in his stance, which inexplicably lifted his spirits. Chapter 36, The Benevolence of the Senior Sister Fan Tian. You must have received that point card as well, right? Show it to us, Li Yiming urged. The point card? Oh, you mean that wooden token? Fan Tian fished a small wooden piece from his spatial pouch. Goodness, Fan Tian, how is it that you are faring worse than the two of us? After perusing the content inscribed on the wooden plaque, both Chen Dong and Li Yiming simultaneously emitted a startled exclamation. What is the matter? Is there an issue with this plaque? Fan Tian was somewhat perplexed by the intense reaction of the two individuals. Points, my friend, points. Are you not a newcomer? How could you possess such a meager amount of points? Chen Dong raised the wooden plaque in his hand. What purpose do these points serve? Why are you both so anxious? The significance of these points is immense. Alas, it is truly no exaggeration to call you a novice. Li Yiming interjected, dragging a chair over to sit beside Fan Tian. Do you know what the most crucial element is in this Feishing Academy? Spiritual power? Skills? Fan Tian speculated, only to observe Chen Dong shaking his head vigorously in denial. Incorrect, utterly mistaken. Here in this academy, the paramount concern is the quantity of points you possess. Are these points truly that remarkable? Fan Tian inquired. Indeed. In the realm of the academy, the usual currencies, silver, gold, and paper money, hold no value whatsoever. What matters are these points. For instance, the rent for our dormitory is 5 points each month, while our sustenance, albeit rather unpalatable, costs a staggering 10 points. Upon hearing this, Fan Tian grasped the situation. It appeared that points were indeed the currency of power within Feishing Academy. No wonder Chen Dong and Li Yiming were so apprehensive regarding them. How many points are contained within my plaque? A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within Fan Tian. I have always harbored the suspicion that your arrival must have antagonized a formidable figure who harbors a grudge. Li Yiming remarked, typically. Every new student is allocated 30 points upon enrollment. However, at present, a mere 5 points remain in your account. What? Only 5 points? It was now Fan Tian's turn to exclaim in disbelief. Wasn't it stated that there would be 30 points? Even if the cost for meals and accommodation for this month have been deducted, there should still be 15 points left. Fan Tian couldn't help but clench his teeth as he recalled Fan Rong's earlier smug demeanor. You scoundrel, Fan Rong, we shall see about this. Despite his usual dullness, Fan Tian was beginning to grasp the underlying scheme. Under the guise of the Academy's mentors, they were first delivering a harsh lesson. And now they were withholding his points, seemingly intent on leaving him to fend for himself in the desolate wilderness. Was it a case of itching for a lesson? Before he could see the individual, the voice had already reached him. Wu Ming. A surge of joy coursed through Fan Tian as he stepped outside. Just as he reached the threshold, he encountered another familiar figure. Qin, senior sister Qin. It was indeed Wu Ming and Qin Haiying who had arrived. Upon seeing Fan Tian, Qin Haiying spoke. What is this? Have you forgotten me after just over half a year? And you too, she continued, addressing Chen Dong and Li Yiming. Take good care of Fan Tian, do not lead him astray. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. With a shift in tone, Qin Haiying turned her gaze toward Chen Dong and Li Yiming. Senior sister Qin, since you have spoken, how could we dare otherwise? Chen Dong and Li Yiming exchanged knowing glances with Fan Tian. Best not to. Just as Qin Haiying was about to elaborate, another group of individuals surged through the courtyard entrance. Fan Tian, let me tell you something. Don't presume that gaining entry into the Flying Star Academy entitles you to act superior. You'll have to see if we concur. The individual, without introducing himself, struck Fan Tian before turning to his entourage, declaring, let's depart. To arrive and depart as you please. Do you presume this is some sort of playground? A frigid voice echoed from behind the departing figures. The sound induced a sensation akin to the coagulation of blood within their veins. Despite the absence of any physical impediment, their legs felt laden with lead, rendering them immobile. The instigator was aghast, his gaze betraying his fear as he looked back. There stood Qin Haiying, her countenance etched with fury. Ahem, senior, I am capable of handling this matter myself, Fan Tian stated, his hand pressed against his bleeding nose. He, Fan Tian, was no defenseless lamb to be fleeced at will. However, before he could react, Qin Haiying had already intervened. The moment she moved, Fan Tian heard a series of crisp sounds. Before the echoes subsided, Fan Tian clearly discerned the scene. Qin Haiying stood calmly beside the person who had struck him, the latter now clutching his face. You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? With a spitting sound, he expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 shattered teeth onto the ground. I, Chao Wanhua, will not let this matter rest. One of his followers suddenly seemed to recognize Qin Haiying's identity, and his expression shifted. He leaned close to Chao Wanhua and whispered something in his ear. Chao Wanhua hesitated, casting a reluctant glance at Qin Haiying before shooting a defiant glare at Fan Tian. Don't think that with a woman protecting you, you can feel secure in this academy. With that, he hurried away with his entourage. Chapter 37. Encountering an unwelcome pest, sister, your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming. It feels as though you are always the one aiding me whenever we meet. Fan Tian gazed at Qin Haiying, at a loss for words. Since fate has brought us together today, allow me to treat you all to a meal. It would be delightful to discuss our lives since our last parting. A brilliant idea struck him. It was nearly noon, the perfect time for a meal. Treating us to a meal? Qin Haiying chuckled. Fan Tian, I heard your credits are nearly depleted. The fact that she was aware of such an embarrassing situation left Fan Tian momentarily speechless. Enough with the shyness. It's time to eat. Wu Ming and I came over specifically to invite you all to join us for a meal. As she spoke, she reached out and took Fan Tian's hand. Her delicate, fragrant hand slipped into his palm like a searing iron, igniting a blush that spread across his face. He had never experienced such close contact with a girl before. Ah, senior sister Qin is treating. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, they observed a multitude already assembled, each brandishing their personal lunchboxes, weaving through the throng. Those nearest the entrance were dumbfounded to witness Fan Tian entering hand in hand with Qin Haiying. Who is this individual? How audacious! Holding my goddess's hand. Spare me, your goddess. With your toad-like countenance, you dare to dream of celestial affections. You comprehend nothing. Though senior sister Qin may not favor me, it does not preclude my adoration. In our hearts, she is the singular bloom of the Flying Star Academy. My query is, where did this lad emerge from? He dares to vie with senior brother Fan for his dream paramour. Indeed, observe, senior brother Fan's sibling approaches. A spectacle is imminent. Amidst the incessant murmur, as Wu Ming contemplated ignoring the idle chatter of the board, Fan Tian noticed an individual positioned before him. Fan Rong. Why does this fellow perpetually shadow me? He is akin to an indelible adhesive, once affixed, impossible to remove. Fan Tian mused inwardly, rolling his eyes. Wherever this fellow appears, misfortune is sure to follow. Fan Rong sauntered towards Fan Tian, his brow furrowed as he surveyed their conjoined hands, his tone frigid as he uttered, Fan Tian, have you not yet learned your lesson? Fan Rong then turned to Qin Haiying with a smile. Senior sister Qin, are you also here for supper? My brother has already ordered the dishes in room number 1. And today they happen to have the roasted third-tier spirit pork that you adore. If my brother knew you were coming, he would be overjoyed. Fan Rong extended his hand and bowed slightly towards Qin Haiying. Oh, really? But I'm sorry, I'm here at Fan Tian's invitation for dinner. So, I'm afraid I can't join your brother. Qin Haiying straightforwardly declined Fan Rong's suggestion. Invited by Fan Tian? Fan Rong laughed heartily for a moment, then said to Qin Haiying, Senior sister, Fan Tian just got deducted 10 points by the mentor as punishment for his disobedience. I doubt his point card has more than this number. Fan Rong waved his hand. Such a pauper dares to talk about treating someone to dinner, truly not taking you seriously, senior sister. Don't be fooled by this guy. Just as Fan Tian was about to speak, Qin Haiying was quicker. We both know why Fan Tian's points are so low. Fan Rong, please tell your brother that it's wise to leave some room for future encounters. Seeing Fan Rong's face turn pale, Qin Haiying wasn't ready to stop. Besides, I know Fan Tian has no points now, but what does that matter? He doesn't have any, but I do. She then turned to Fan Tian and said, Didn't you say you were hungry? There's roasted spirit pork today, and if you're late, you won't be able to treat me. Come on, Fan Tian. Let's go and not bother with these annoying flies. Otherwise, it'll ruin our appetite. Chen Dong casually draped his arm over Fan Tian's shoulder, striding confidently past Fan Rong's position and making his way into the dining hall. Behind them, Fan Rong remained motionless, his countenance darkened with fury. As if a storm were on the verge of breaking, how dare he refer to me as an irritating fly? Oh, Fan Tian. As long as I am in Flying Star Academy, I shall ensure your days are far from comfortable. Meanwhile, Fan Tian and his companions were unfazed by Fan Rong's ire. Senior sister, how much do you want? I'll have Xiao Shu cut it all up for you, one of them offered. Half a portion. And please add a few fresh dishes, and have them sent to our usual spot. Certainly, senior sister. You all take a seat. I'll have the food brought to you right away. The individual hurried off towards the kitchen. Fan Tian and his companions followed Qin Haiying into his small booth numbered 5. Qin Dong, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, senior sister. I didn't realize you were such a wealthy benefactor. This is quite the extravagant display. Enough with the banter. If you two focused on something worthwhile each day, this trifling sum would be mere pocket change for you," Qin Haiying retorted, casting them a sidelong glance. Fan Tian discreetly asked Wu Ming, "How many points do you think this meal has cost our senior sister?" Wu Ming remained silent, merely gesturing with his hands. "So much." Fan Tian gasped, his mouth agape. "Indeed, having points is the way to go. Senior sister, please take me along to earn points." Fan Tian resolved to stick closely to Qin Haiying, the affluent point collector, embarking on a delightful journey of indulgence and luxury. Chapter 38. To prosper, accumulate points. Qin Haiying glanced at Fan Tian. "No rush about the points. Let's eat first." As they conversed, the dishes Qin Haiying had ordered began to arrive one by one. The aromatic half-roast spirit pig was placed at the center of the table. Li Yiming drew a dagger from his robe, slicing the roasted pork into portions for everyone. After tasting a few bites, Qin Haiying suddenly remarked, "Fan Tian, next time remember to roast meat for me again." "What? This guy can roast meat? Count me in," Li Yiming exclaimed. "Are you sure you want to join me for roasted meat?" Qin Haiying gave Li Yiming a teasing glance. "This guy seems quite skilled in cooking. How could I miss such a good opportunity?" Li Yiming continued, only to find his sleeve being tugged by Qin Dong. "Hey, why aren't you eating properly and just pulling my clothes?" "Idiot, sit down." Qin Dong said nothing more, kicking Li Yiming's calf. "Oh." Li Yiming yelped in pain, involuntarily sitting down. "You fool, can't you see that the senior sister just wants to eat roasted meat alone with Fan Tian? Why are you butting in? Trying to be a nuisance? A nuisance? What does that have to do with me?" At first, Li Yiming was a bit slow on the uptake. But after noticing the faint blush on Qin Haiying's cheeks and observing Fan Tian's expression, he suddenly had an epiphany. "Oh, I get it now." He looked at Qin Haiying and chuckled. "How could it be otherwise? I love going out to watch the moon with Qin Dong at night. As for who enjoys accompanying you, senior sister, for barbecue, it's undoubtedly Fan Tian. That guy?" Qin Haiying also laughed, giving Li Yiming a look that said, "You finally got it right." Li Yiming secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, "Good heavens, the young ladies these days are so bold and forward. How are we, the eternal bachelors, supposed to cope?" In the copper tier class, the instructors didn't impose any special academic demands on the students, except for a few perfunctory reminders during the academy's grand competitions. As long as the students didn't violate the academy's rules, they were free to do as they pleased. The instructors rarely interfered otherwise. Shocked by the cost of the meal in the cafeteria, Fan Tian immediately headed to the Task Guild to inquire about the rewards for various tasks. The Task Guild was a special facility established by Feishing Academy to help students earn points and enhance their abilities. Here, students could not only take on tasks to earn points, but once accumulated to a certain extent, these points could be used not just for leisure and entertainment, but also to exchange for skills and weapons of various levels. As soon as Fan Tian entered the Task Guild, his eyes were dazzled by the densely listed tasks on the bulletin board in front of the counter. Tasks ranged from cleaning various parts of the academy for 10 points, to assisting in the academy's cafeteria for a certain number of points, and so on. After observing for a while and gaining a general understanding of the methods for acquiring points, Fan Tian ascended to the second floor of the Points Exchange Guild to examine the treasures available for redemption. The first item that caught his eye was a pair of cloud-chasing boots, an extraordinary artifact that could enhance the speed of even those devoid of any spiritual energy, allowing them to move with remarkable swiftness. These boots required a staggering 50 points for acquisition. Fan Tian mused to himself about how much his own illusionary sex footwork technique would be valued in this Task Guild. Having mastered the illusionary sex footwork, he no longer needed external means to augment his speed. Thus, he merely paused briefly before the cloud-chasing boots and shifted his gaze to the next item. As he continued to stroll through the guild, he was astounded by the vast array of treasures held within. Acknowledging the esteemed reputation of the Academy of the Netherworld as a bastion of profound resources, The numerous rare herbs and minerals displayed could effortlessly fetch a fortune if sold. Yet here they were, casually arranged as items for students to redeem with their points. Although the second floor was somewhat spacious, Fan Tian did not encounter anything particularly captivating. So his exploration was swift, nearly encompassing the entire area. More accurately, it was the point redemption plaque in front of a jade tablet that piqued his interest. The plaque boldly proclaimed fallen jade, which contained immense energy and was predicted to withstand the onslaught of 1,000 swords. Upon seeing the words Wan Jianlin, Fan Tian's heart involuntarily quickened its pace. Wan Jianlin, wasn't that the place his master had mentioned, the location of the Qinghong sword? The appearance of something related to Wan Jianlin here only further proved that the place was not easily accessible. However, regardless of the difficulty, Fan Tian was determined to enter and retrieve the Qinghong sword. During this period, who knew what major changes might occur? It would be best if he could prepare some protective gear. Fan Tian, filled with excitement, continued to read, but upon seeing the exchange conditions, he couldn't help but sigh. To exchange for the meteorite jade, 2,000 points were required. 2,000 points, just for such a small piece of jade. Although it was said to withstand the sword energy of Wan Jianlin several times, there were two big words in front: prediction. This meant that if Fan Tian spent 2,000 points to get this jade, he might be securing a talisman for himself. Or he might just be buying a useless piece of scrap metal. This deal, no matter how you look at it, seems a bit risky. However, the Qinghong sword was a must-have for Fan Tian. So, after taking another look at the meteorite jade, he took a deep breath and turned to walk downstairs. As soon as he descended the stairs, he saw Chen Dong and Li Yiming waiting for him at the door. Fan Tian, what treasure did you see on the second floor that took you so long? Fan Tian replied, of course, it's something good, but I just don't have the points. Lately, I've been lounging around the meditation rock, feeling so idle that my bones are almost falling apart. How about we go hunt some spirit beasts to earn some points for fun? That sounds like a plan. Let's go. The three of us exited the Points Guild and headed straight for the primeval forest outside the academy. Chapter 39. Your luck has run out. Fan Tian and his two companions hurried towards the primeval forest, completely unaware that as soon as they left the academy gates, someone quickly ran to Fan Rong's residence to report. Brother Rong, Fan Tian and his friends Chen Dong and Li Ming have left the academy. It looks like they're heading to the primeval forest. Fan Rong immediately stood up from his chair. Are you sure you didn't mistake them? I've warned you before. Fan Tian is not simple. Last time in the wilderness, I noticed his spiritual power had recovered significantly. And I told you to find a way to kick him out during the academy's entrance exam. But instead, you ended up making a fool of yourself. Fan Zheng looked at his younger brother with a face full of disappointment. Brother, I am your own flesh and blood. How can you boost others' morale and dampen our own? Besides, aren't I also anxious for you? Look at senior sister Qin. Fan Rong wanted to continue, but Fan Jing interrupted with a gesture. The mentor told me a few days ago that I have been selected for the list to attend the 5-star academy, and soon I will be reporting to the academy headquarters in the primordial continent. With you like this, I really can't leave you here with peace of mind. Fan Zheng paused, then added, Fan Tian has been trampled on for 3 years, and now that he's gained some power, he's getting carried away. To leave him unchecked would ultimately become a significant concern for us. The second elder of the clan is conveniently nearby. I shall enlist their assistance to eliminate this stumbling block. Brother, that would be splendid. Remember, handle it discreetly. Do not leave any incriminating evidence. Meanwhile, Fan Tian was walking alongside Chen Dong, discussing the allocation of tasks upon entering the primordial forest. The spirit beasts within that forest have become exceptionally cunning, aware that any human intrusion is typically a threat to their very existence. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they tend to avoid human territories. Li Yiming shook his head and remarked, as the saying goes, if the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Speak plainly. Chen Dong retorted, giving Li Yiming a nudge. If they do not present themselves before us, we can devise a strategy to lure them closer, can't we? Li Yiming suggested at that point. You all can remain nearby while I draw out the spirit beast, and we can execute a pincer attack. A splendid idea. It is settled then. With their strategy firmly in place, the pace of the three companions quickened. As they entered the primordial forest, dusk had begun to settle in, yet preoccupied with their mission. Fan Tian and his companions had no intention of resting. Instead, they commenced their collaborative efforts as previously discussed. Fan Tian and Chen Dong concealed themselves in one location, while Li Yiming ventured forth to attract the spirit beast. Perhaps fortune was indeed on their side. Shortly after their advance, a third-tier flower deer leaped before them. Oh, splendid. Right off the bat, that's 10 points. Though it may seem little, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Li Yiming joyfully whistled, wherever the spotted deer roam. There must be a water source nearby. Typically, these creatures remain motionless in their nests, but their current foray signifies a quest for water. Fan Tian remained vigilant, attentively observing his surroundings. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, emitting a peculiar sound that infused the tranquil forest with an eerie ambience, shaking off the unsettling sensation. Fan Tian focused on his task. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air directly towards him. Realizing the abnormality of the noise, he instinctively dropped to the ground and rolled away, narrowly evading the attack. The projectile missed its mark, whistling past him and embedding itself deep within the tree behind him. Upon glancing back, Fan Tian noticed the visible portion of the weapon quivering violently against the trunk. In such a scenario, even a fool could discern that someone was attempting to ambush him. Who dares to hide in the shadows? Come forth, you coward! Fan Tian shouted into the void. Just as he finished speaking, a man clad in a black stealth outfit, his face obscured by a mask, gradually emerged before him. Oh, whether I live or die remains uncertain, but I am certain you are merely a coward who hides in the shadows. Fan Tian scoffed at the figure cloaked in darkness. It matters not. You may laugh as you wish, but soon enough, that laughter shall cease. The man refrained from further conversation with Fan Tian and, with a mere wave of his hand, summoned two more figures clad entirely in black garments. As they revealed themselves, they launched a volley of round, indistinct objects toward Fan Tian. Concentrating all his mental acuity, he executed the illusory steps. However, to his astonishment, despite having mastered this technique to perfection, he was unable to evade the onslaught of those enigmatic projectiles. Upon contact with Fan Tian's body, the objects detonated spontaneously, releasing puffs of smoke. Nevertheless, their explosions appeared to inflict no physical harm upon him. Even his attire bore no marks of their presence. What, then, were the origins of these peculiar orbs? Although he felt no immediate threat, Fan Tian sensed an underlying aura of conspiracy surrounding them. Who would seek his demise, yet squander time hurling seemingly useless projectiles? Oh, Fan Tian, I have long been aware of your rather peculiar footwork, but my spirit tracking pills are quite remarkable, would you not agree? With them, one can trace your every movement, regardless of the terrain. The leading figure in black proclaimed with evident pride. The potency of these pills was indeed astounding, causing Fan Tian's heart to race. Moreover, Fan Tian, to enlighten you further, allow me to inform you that the spiritual energy within you has been nearly entirely ensnared by my spirit tracking pills. The black-clad man then hurled a heavy bomb toward Fan Tian. How is this possible? Fan Tian scoffed at his words. Having just examined his own physical condition and found nothing amiss. That was before. Now, the effects of my soul-chasing pill have fully dissipated. Do you still believe your spiritual power is at your disposal? Initially, Fan Tian had no intention of taking such threatening words to heart, as he was well aware of his own physical state. However, seeing the man's confident smile, Fan Tian couldn't help but investigate further. To his dismay, upon checking, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His spiritual power was indeed intact, yet it was completely inaccessible, as if bound by some invisible force. Without the ability to harness his spiritual power, he was as vulnerable as a lamb to the slaughter. Unconcerned with the man's mocking laughter, Fan Tian was racing against time to find a way to break free from his constraints. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not re-establish the connection with his spiritual energy. He considered seeking help from the Wind Master to resolve his predicament, but recalling the Wind Master's advice that relying on others for every difficulty hinders personal growth, he refrained. Sometimes, adversity itself can be a turning point. Enduring it can lead to valuable gains. Thus, though drenched in sweat and frantic, Fan Tian did not give up on finding a solution through his own efforts. After exhausting all possible methods with little success, Fan Tian couldn't help but wonder, could it be that today, I am truly destined to perish here? Fan Tian, are you still hoping for Chun Dong and the others to come to your rescue? Haha, to be honest with you, those two fools have already been detained by my men and won't be able to make it here. So, you can go in peace. Since Fan Tian had already seen through his disguise, Fan Rong didn't intend to hide any longer. He tore off the mask from his face, revealing a smug expression. So, how do you prefer to die? Quickly or slowly? Fan Rong drew a dagger from inside his boot and tapped its blade against Fan Tian's face. The sharp edge left several bloody marks with just a few strokes. Naturally, I choose to live longer than you. Fan Tian moved swiftly, employing the Phantom Sect step, and stealthily snatched the dagger from Fan Rong's hand, turning it to press against his neck. Fan Rong had underestimated him. Although the Phantom Sect step is more fluid when spiritual energy is abundant, even without it, one can still demonstrate its essence. If Fan Rong had kept his distance, Fan Tian might not have been confident that his intentions wouldn't be detected. But Fan Rong's downfall was his belief that the spirit-chasing pill had sufficiently drained Fan Tian's spiritual energy, rendering him useless. Let me tell you, if you make any sudden moves against me, my men won't let you leave this forest alive. With the blade at his neck, Fan Rong's voice trembled as he spoke. Even if I don't do anything to you, I still can't leave this forest. Given the circumstances, why not take someone with you? So you have company on the journey to the afterlife? Fan Rong, wouldn't you agree? A glint of shrewdness flashed in Fan Tian's eyes. With a swift movement, the keen dagger plunged deeply into Fan Rong's carotid artery. He then extracted it, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly drenching the garments of both Fan Rong and Fan Tian. Brother, Fan Rong's body, gradually stiffening, had not yet fully slumped to the ground when a piercing cry echoed. Immediately following, Fan Tian felt a heavy blow to his body, causing him to stumble backwards several paces until his back collided forcefully with a tree trunk. Gazing at the familiar face, Fan Tian coughed again, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Senior brother Fan Zheng, Fan Rong. I should have realized it long ago. Do not call me senior brother. Fan Tian, prepare to meet your end. Fan Zheng roared, striking Fan Tian's body with a series of palm strikes. Fan Tian's spiritual power was still constrained by the soul-chasing pill, rendering him utterly helpless. Facing Fan Zheng, whose strength had now surpassed the initial stage of the spiritual ancestor realm, there was nowhere to escape. Crack! Under Fan Zheng's relentless assault, Fan Tian distinctly heard the sound of his ribs fracturing within his chest. This was immediately followed by a surge of blood rushing to his head, flowing out from all 7 orifices. Fan Tian's eyes could no longer clearly perceive anything before him, and his chest, with several broken ribs, had caved in deeply. Each breath he took brought with it an excruciating, heart-rending pain. Not only that, but Fan Zheng struck again, shattering Fan Tian's kneecaps, forcing him to collapse to the ground, unable to even lean against the tree trunk. Hee, Fan Zheng, if you kill me today, in 18 years, I will return as a hero. Fan Tian struggled, spitting out these words from his mouth. Even at death's door, he remained defiant. Fan Zheng reached out, gripping Fan Tian's neck, forcibly dragging him off the ground. Let's see whose neck is tougher, yours or my palm. His hand gradually tightened, lifting Fan Tian's body into the air. Fan Tian, who initially could barely breathe, now found it increasingly difficult to draw breath. Yet, his eyes stubbornly fixed on Fan Zheng's direction, unblinking. If you have the guts, come find me in the underworld for revenge, Fan Zheng said, his hand completely clasping Fan Tian's neck. Chapter 41. Turning the tables isn't that easy. You think you can just go down there, making me lose face? Fan Zheng thought that with this move, Fan Tian would obediently report to the King of Hell. But to his utter surprise, even when breathing became a struggle, Fan Tian could still speak to him, though each word was forced out. It didn't stop him from smiling after speaking. He possessed the Emperor Phoenix technique, which allowed him to autonomously repair bodily damage, provided he could escape Fan Zheng's grip. But escaping was no easy feat. Fan Tian concentrated all his spiritual energy in one place, making his presence seem even fainter, almost imperceptible to outsiders. I was careless, falling for this damned kid's trick. Despite his repeated attempts to break free, Fan Zheng found himself thwarted at every turn. However, being a prodigy handpicked for the prestigious 5-star academy, Fan Zheng swiftly discerned an anomaly amidst his initial trepidation. Fan Tian merely rested a solitary hand upon his wrist, while the rest of his physique seemed to dangle from that singular point of contact. Furthermore, due to prior blood loss, Fan Tian's entire being was suffused with an ashen pallor. The lad is channeling his entire life force into that hand, Fan Zheng mused. Ergo, his spiritual energy remains depleted. His ability to wield that uncanny skill must stem from an external source. With newfound clarity, Fan Zheng's countenance hardened. He brandished a dagger from his Qinkuan pouch with his free hand and plunged it mercilessly into Fan Tian's heart. Regardless of your sorcery, today marks your end, Fan Zheng declared, intensifying his assault with each word. driving the dagger deeper into Fan Tion's flesh. Upon the blade's intrusion, Fan Tion shuddered violently. Realizing his intentions had been unmasked, "Master, perhaps your disciple shall bring you shame once more." After sinking the dagger into Fan Tion's heart, Fan Zheng twisted the hilt, further agitating the wound. Fan Tion, bereft of physical sensation, involuntarily coughed up torrents of blood. As he spoke, Fan Zheng turned his gaze towards his rear. Upon closer inspection, even he was taken aback. The man he had just witnessed draw his last breath, Fan Tion, was now unsteadily rising to his feet. Were it not for his neck, still grotesquely askew from the twist inflicted by him, and the gaping wound in his chest, oozing with fresh blood, Fan Zheng might have thought himself delusional. Could it be a transformation into a corpse? Fan Zheng pondered, realizing that if such were the case, he would be in grave trouble. A Fan Tion who had undergone such a transformation would no longer be the man he once knew, but rather a monstrous entity. Fan Zheng, who had taken the lives of many and vanquished numerous spirit beasts across various ranks, had never faced a true monster before. Why, Fan Zheng? Have you forgotten me in such a short time? Fan Tion swayed his head, his eyes bloodshot, and fixed intently upon Fan Zheng. I care not whether you are man or ghost. Having dispatched you once, I shall do so again. Fan Zheng bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into his fists, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Fan Tion's form. The trees and foliage surrounding Fan Tion collapsed, and even the ground beneath him was ravaged by the force of Fan Zheng's blows, creating a substantial crater. With no support left, Fan Tion's body plummeted into the depths of the pit, stirring up clouds of dust. I shall bury you, so you may no longer wreak havoc upon others, Fan Zheng declared, as he swept the earth surrounding the gaping hole into it. No need for gratitude. I merely wish for your swift demise and rebirth. As the soil cascaded down into the pit, Fan Zheng commanded his subordinates to vacate the primordial forest. Having taken only a few steps, a resounding crash erupted from the previously filled pit, as a figure surged forth, delivering a fierce strike towards Fan Zheng's back. As the surge of spiritual energy rippled behind him, Fan Zheng instinctively shifted his form, yet he never anticipated that he would be unable to evade this blow. Enduring the full force of it instead, I shall dismember you into 8 pieces today. Fan Zheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, preparing to turn and confront Fan Tion, only to find that the latter's second strike had already arrived. Who will be dismembered is yet to be determined. Fan Zheng was utterly astonished that he was being struck twice by a person who should have long since perished, with each blow more ferocious than the last. Fan Zheng, I, Fan Tion, do not consider myself a vengeful individual. Yet today, since you have shown no intention of allowing me even a sliver of mercy, why should I extend you any courtesy? Accept your fate. As he spoke, Fan Tion unleashed a third punch towards Fan Zheng, the devouring spirit fist. This strike, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn apart, locked Fan Zheng's entire being in place. Should he endure another such blow, he would not only perish, but also shed layers of his very skin. A frigid demeanor enveloped Fan Tion's face, as if he were not about to slay a man, but rather a mere animal. Fan Zheng's eyes widened in terror as he watched Fan Tion's hand draw ever closer to his body. He could scarcely fathom that he might meet his end at the hands of this youth. What audacious wretch dares to lay such treacherous hands upon my disciple? With less than half a meter separating Fan Tion's palm from Fan Zheng's face, a sudden, thunderous shout reverberated through the air. In an instant, Fan Zheng's body seemed to be yanked by an unseen force, vanishing from Fan Tion's sight. Chapter 42. How did you end up like this? Fan Tion was taken aback. He never anticipated that Fan Zheng, who had just met his demise at his hands, would simply disappear into thin air. His bloodshot eyes darted around. Yet he could find no trace of Fan Zheng, his heart gripped by a surge of horror. The voice that had just echoed carried an immense surge of spiritual energy. And with his current prowess, he was not equipped to contend with it. The subordinates brought by Fan Zheng were equally perplexed by their young master's inexplicable disappearance. However, to them, the fact that their master was missing was far preferable to witnessing him being struck down by Fan Tion. Moreover, the individual who had intervened seemed to have come to rescue their young master. Thus, no matter where he might be now, he should be safe. I am not yet satiated. Is there anyone among you who seeks vengeance? I am ever ready to oblige. Fan Tion's gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Grievances have their roots, and debts have their owners. Is it truly worth sacrificing your lives here in the name of loyalty? The members of the Fan family exchanged glances. A moment of silence passing before they instinctively formed a battle formation and charged towards Fan Tian. Oh, planning to engage in a brawl, are we? Very well. It saves me from being accused of bullying. As Fan Tian's body grew heavy, he crossed his arms before unleashing several powerful strikes. I lack the confidence to confront that enigmatic figure, but I can certainly handle you lot. With a decisive blow, he incapacitated several members of the Fan family. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. With that, Fan Tian's figure spun and vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing Fan Tian's disappearance, the members of the Fan family had no intention of lingering any longer. They hoisted the corpse of Fan Rong and made their way toward the exit of the forest. In truth, Fan Tian had not gone anywhere. He had merely been transported into the nether ring space by Xue Feng. Indeed, it was not Fan Tian himself who had intimidated the Fan family earlier, but rather Xue Feng, who had just been awakened by a mysterious force. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself inhabiting Fan Tian's body, still bewildered by the situation. Furthermore, as he scanned Fan Tian's body with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the young man was entirely devoid of spiritual energy, clinging to life solely by his pride. What on earth is this fellow doing? How did he end up in such a predicament? Nevertheless, after some initial sarcasm, Xue Feng promptly released the spiritual energy confinement within Fan Tian, allowing the Imperial Phoenix art to function properly and restore his body. Meanwhile, he maneuvered Fan Tian's body to engage in combat with Fan Zheng. Being unfamiliar with this vessel and still recovering from his awakening, Xue Feng was unable to swiftly defeat Fan Zheng. He merely inflicted some injuries before allowing the latter to be rescued. When did such a formidable figure emerge in the underworld continent? I have no recollection of this at all. To possess the ability to transport individuals across vast distances through spiritual power signifies a level of strength that transcends mere prowess. Could it be someone from above? As Xue Feng gently laid Fan Tian's body flat on the ground within the confines of the nether ring, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Observing Fan Tian's battered form, resembling a shattered doll, she could not help but shake her head. Young man, had I not awakened in time, were you truly prepared to surrender your life here? Xue Feng gazed at the Imperial Phoenix art as it slowly coursed through Fan Tian's body, her heart heavy with concern. The toll on Fan Tian's body was immense. He had already ventured perilously close to the gates of the underworld. The mere fact that the Imperial Phoenix art was functioning at all could be deemed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. However, the pace of recovery was agonizingly slow, rendering the question of when Fan Tian would awaken an enigma. Perhaps it would be soon, or perhaps he might never awaken, remaining in a vegetative state. Young man, I am aware of your formidable strength. Please do not disappoint me. The waste of a sacred heaven pill is trivial, but losing your life is of grave consequence. Fan Tian remained unresponsive to Xue Feng, prompting her to check his pulse and the state of his recovery. Upon finding everything in order, she closed her eyes to enter a meditative state. Unbeknownst to them, chaos reigned outside. It was not until several days later that Qindong and Li Yiming learned of Fan Tian's severe injuries and his mysterious disappearance after they had ventured into the primitive forest together. Even more peculiarly, whispers circulated throughout the entire Flying Star Academy, alleging that Fan Tian had murdered Fan Rong and fled in fear of retribution. Most crucially, even Fan Rong's elder brother, Fan Zheng, has gone missing. The students who ventured into the primal forest with Fan Rong are now vividly recounting their experiences, painting Fan Tian as an unrelenting monster. Meanwhile, Qin Haiying, unable to locate Fan Tian's exact whereabouts, has severely beaten Qindong and Li Yiming. As the saying goes, one should fear not a beauty's coquetry but her wrath. Qindong and Li Yiming have truly learned the lesson that it's better to provoke a villain than to anger a woman. What exactly happened? Weren't the three of them supposed to be together in the primal forest? So, was Fan Tian the only one left behind at that time? If he had a conflict with someone afterward, how could you not have heard anything? What were you doing? Were you hiding like cowards? Qin Haiying's voice grew colder. With Fan Tian's fate unknown, how could she remain polite? Actually, shortly after I chased the deer, I was ambushed from behind and knocked unconscious. Li Yiming's face turned red with embarrassment. He, a grown man, was unaware of being followed and ambushed, a fact that would surely make others laugh. What? You were ambushed too? Qindong exclaimed, jumping up. Chapter 43, Re-exploring the Primal Forest. No way. Are you saying you were also attacked? Li Yiming asked. Are you suggesting that just as the three of you had agreed on your roles and were about to act, someone struck you from behind? Qin Haiying furrowed her brows. Among the individuals involved in this incident, besides the mysteriously vanished Fan Tian. There are also the deceased Fan Rong and the similarly missing Fan Zheng. Qin Dong and Li Yiming are not dull-witted, connecting the dots of this situation. They quickly grasped the crux of the issue. That rascal Fan Rong, truly petty-minded, was it not simply because Fan Tian did not grant him face? He sought every means to eradicate him. Now look, had he not courted disaster, he would not be in such peril. But where has Fan Tian vanished to? Qin Dong sighed. Fan Rong's strength is comparable to that of Fan Tian, yet in terms of combat experience, he is but a fraction of Fan Tian's prowess. Hence not to be feared. The real danger lies with Fan Zheng. Outwardly amiable and gentlemanly, he is, in fact, vengeful and utterly treacherous. If those two brothers were to join forces, Fan Tian would truly be in grave danger. Alas, before Qin Dong could finish his thought, he felt a sharp pain as Li Yiming severely trod on his foot, causing him to yelp. Li Yiming, have you lost your senses? Li Yiming shot him a series of knowing glances, urging him to observe Qin Haiying's expression. Upon turning, Qin Dong instantly comprehended, from my perspective. Fan Tian is akin to a cat, possessing 9 lives. While he himself boasts 18, he can bounce back from anything. Surely, he has discovered another hidden treasure location, intending to monopolize it, and thus deliberately eludes our search. Cough, cough. Listening to Qin Dong's increasingly preposterous claims, Li Yiming interjected, halting his unrestrained fabrication. He turned to Qin Haiying and said, Senior Sister Qin, as the saying goes, sometimes no news is good news. I surmise that Fan Tian may be stranded somewhere within that primeval forest, unable to extricate himself and thus unable to contact us. Qin Haiying glanced at him and nodded gently. You have a point. I intend to venture into the primeval forest once more, to meticulously search the areas we previously overlooked. Senior Sister, we share some responsibility in this matter. Had we not been sabotaged, perhaps Fan Tian would not have disappeared. Very well, Senior Sister. Meanwhile, within the Nether Ring dimension, Fan Tian, who had been comatose for over a month, began to convulse incessantly. Subsequently, copious amounts of spiritual energy surged from every part of his body, akin to a steam boiler, accompanied by hissing sounds. Furthermore, the spiritual energy that was originally scattered throughout the dimension had now coalesced, converging upon Fan Tian's acupoints. Xue Feng, who had been sitting in meditation, opened his eyes the moment he noticed the anomaly in Fan Tian. Observing the turbulent spiritual energy within the dimension, Xue Feng initially suspected that Fan Tian was suffering from a qi deviation. However, after a brief examination, he realized that Fan Tian was on the verge of advancing. Xue Feng exhaled in relief and then focused his attention on Fan Tian's every move, guarding him. The lad's advancement is nothing short of earth-shattering. Fortuitously, we are within the confines of the underworld ring, undisturbed by external forces. Had this occurred elsewhere, it would have undoubtedly attracted widespread attention. Snow Phoenix mused inwardly, wondering the extent of his advancement. Already a high-level spirit king, would the aid of the Saint Heaven pill propel him to transcend levels? The recumbent Fan Tian was continuously exuding spiritual energy, gradually forming a vortex that enveloped him entirely. After several cycles, the spiritual energy coalesced and converged into Fan Tian's dantian, ultimately forming multiple cyclones. Remarkable fellow, truly a prodigy. Not only that, but the meridians throughout his body had undergone a significant enhancement compared to before. As the last wound healed, Fan Tian finally opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he realized he was within the underworld ring. A thought crossed his mind. Master indeed intervened at the last moment to save me, he exclaimed joyfully. Moss. However, as he turned his head, he was met not with the figure of Master Feng, but with someone he had not anticipated, Snow Phoenix. Recalling his master's instructions, Fan Tian abruptly changed his address upon seeing Snow Phoenix, transforming the word master into, "Oh, it's you." Snow Phoenix cast a displeased glance at Fan Tian, retorting, "It is I, of course. Who else would you expect? A celestial being?" Fan Tian chuckled. I was just too excited and surprised. He had indeed become a spirit ancestor-level expert. Back in the day, when he faced the formidable Dubatian, a dominant force in the spiritual realm, he had to rely on the power of Xue Feng to defeat him. However, this victory brought him no joy, as Xue Feng had forcibly taken control of his body to save him, which led to severe damage to her own spiritual soul and ultimately caused her to fall into a coma. If it were now, he could single-handedly take down Dubatian without needing anyone's assistance. Indeed, each level of strength opens up a new horizon. Chapter 44. Presence must be commanding. Posture must be dashing. Fan Tian pondered, recalling that during his time in the wilderness, his relationship with Fan Zheng wasn't as warm as with Wu Ming and Qin Haiying. But there was no animosity either. He did have disputes with Fan Zheng's brother, Fan Rong, but those were confined to the competition arena. Even at Feishing Academy, no serious conflicts had erupted between them. Thus, Fan Tian was somewhat puzzled by Xue Feng's remarks. "You're really lucky. When I arrived, you were already beaten to within an inch of your life. If, as you say, there was no deep-seated hatred between you, why were they intent on killing you?" Perhaps because I was blocking someone's path, Fan Tian thought. Considering Fan Rong's repeated provocations, this seemed the only plausible reason. "That's troublesome," Xue Feng sighed. "What's wrong?" "At that time, I used your body to help you deal with Fan Zhang. I thought he was done for, but in the end, he was rescued. Is there really someone here capable of saving someone from under your hand?" Upon hearing this, Fan Tian was utterly astonished. The prowess of Xue Feng was such that even he, in his current state, could not fathom it. This signified that Xue Feng's true strength was vastly superior to his own. Yet now, Xue Feng revealed to him that someone had managed to rescue a person from under his very nose. What kind of terrifying power must that rescuer possess? In this realm, my abilities are considered exceptional, but in the upper echelons of the mainland, there are countless individuals far more formidable than I. Thus, my concern lies in the possibility that these individuals have already infiltrated this side. Xue Feng increasingly believed in the likelihood of this hypothesis. Do you realize that the one who rescued Fan Zheng did not even reveal himself, yet utilized his divine sense to whisk the person away from my grasp? That individual's strength must be comparable to his peak condition. Had it been the former version of himself, he certainly would not have allowed such an escape. However, he had only recently been reborn, and his powers had yet to be fully restored. Fan Tian felt as though he were listening to a fantastical tale. Someone who could rescue another without ever showing their face. Could such a person truly exist? Yet, Fan Zheng had indeed evaded Xue Feng's pursuit in such a manner, leaving him no room for doubt. The initial elation of advancing 2 ranks into the mid-tier of the spirit ancestor realm faded into insignificance in light of this shocking revelation. If he were to confront that enigmatic figure, it seemed likely that Fan Tian would not even withstand a single strike. Nevertheless, even if it were indeed a master from the upper mainland who had intervened, they could not meddle too deeply in matters here, for the universe adheres to its own set of natural laws. Fan Tian, upon hearing this, understood the gravity of the situation. If these individuals were to confront such formidable experts without any constraints, would this world not inevitably belong to them? Thus, as long as one is yet to ascend to the higher realms, these individuals cannot openly act against you. At most, they will merely pay closer attention to your movements. Xue Feng added, "Closer attention? Does that not mean my future actions will draw even more scrutiny, increasing the peril I face? In truth, if you aspire to achieve greater heights, you will eventually have to confront them. Their appearance at this moment serves as a clarion call for you. Moreover, they are currently bound by the laws of heaven and earth, unable to strike against you here. Thus, during this interval, you should elevate your strength to a sufficient level, so that even upon reaching the higher realms, they will be unable to harm you." Xue Feng patted Fan Tian's shoulder and advised, "So seize this opportunity to enhance your abilities." Fan Tian nodded, suddenly pondering another question. He inquired, "How long have I been unconscious here? I haven't kept track, but it should be over a month. Had you not been fortunate enough to possess the power of the Holy Heaven Pill, you likely would not have awakened at all. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." A surge of joy filled Fan Tian's heart as he listened intently to the sounds emanating from outside. "Senior Sister Qin, it seems we've thoroughly searched every nook and cranny of this forest over the past few days, digging deep into any suspicious areas. Yet we have not uncovered any trace of that rascal Fan Tian. Do you think he might truly what?" In the eyes of Chen Dong and his companions, Fan Tian now seemed as fragile as a leaf, easily toppled by the slightest breeze. "Goodness, Fan Tian, from which refugee camp did you crawl out?" Upon hearing Fan Tian's voice, Chen Dong initially suspected he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. When he turned around, he was greeted by the sight of Fan Tian's unsteady form, causing him to hastily step forward and grasp Fan Tian's shoulder. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Fan Tian exclaimed, shaking off the grip with a swift motion. Indeed, he was human, not a ghost. Chen Dong burst into laughter, ready to lunge at Fan Tian once more. "With my charming demeanor and graceful presence, How could I possibly be mistaken for a specter? You dare to wish my demise? Li Yiming, go on. Give him a good beating. As Fan Tian and Chun Dong were playfully tussling, Qin Haiying suddenly addressed Li Yiming, who stood off to the side. Only then did Fan Tian notice Qin Haiying and Li Yiming standing behind Chun Dong. Senior sister Qin. A sense of impending doom washed over Fan Tian. Do not call me senior sister. Qin Haiying shot a glare at him before turning to leave. Brother, you are in deep trouble. Li Yiming approached, patting Fan Tian's shoulder with a sympathetic air, shaking his head before departing as well. Chapter 45. Since avoidance is futile, what could this mean? Watching Qin Haiying storm away with a fierce expression, Fan Tian found himself utterly bewildered. With Li Yiming gone, the only person left to inquire was Chun Dong. You seem quite astute in other matters, yet when it comes to emotions, you're as dense as a block of wood. Why can't you see the obvious? Chun Dong regarded him with an expression of utter incredulity. Was she not apprehensive of incurring the displeasure of her mentors? Upon hearing this, Fan Tian, too, perceived the magnitude of the issue, wondering how Qin Haiying had resolved it. Her audacity had grown to such an extent that she had turned the academy upside down. All for the sake of this young man. He had vanished for a month or so, causing her no small amount of anxiety. To speak of her as innocent. Such a claim strains credulity. Let me forewarn you, should I fail to find a wife due to your words today, I shall hold you accountable. The two exchanged jests and pleasantries as they gradually emerged from the grove. The moment Fan Tian's figure appeared within the precincts of Flying Star Academy, he noticed that the gazes of the students he passed had taken on a peculiar quality, a mixture of admiration, trepidation, and envy. Fan Tian sighed inwardly, lamenting that his desire for a low profile was consistently thwarted. In light of this, he resolved to alter his conduct within the academy, employing his strength to silence those who held him in disdain. Now aware of the cause of Qin Haiying's ire, Fan Tian decided to make his way to her residence. Guided by Chun Dong, he found Qin Haiying's abode without much difficulty. However, as he knocked on the tightly shut courtyard door, Qin Haiying happened to be on her way out. Upon seeing Fan Tian as the knocker, she promptly slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, nearly causing him to suffer a nasal injury. Fan Tian, relieved to have escaped unscathed, touched his nose and knocked on the door once more. It seemed as if Fan Tian had fallen. Qin Haiying's heart tightened, and she hurriedly opened the door to step outside. Indeed, she found Fan Tian, pale and with closed eyes, collapsed nearby. Fan Tian, what has happened to you? Qin Haiying exclaimed in a panic as she rushed over to support his body. I'm fine. Really, Fan Tian stammered. I just saw a flash before my eyes and... He gazed at Qin Haiying, his words coming out in fits and starts. Senior sister. Since there is no one else around, I will confide in you. The truth is, for over a month, I have been in a coma, only awakening shortly before your visit. I didn't want to worry you, so I pretended to be fine. I never anticipated that it would lead to your misunderstanding. It is all my fault. You have been in a coma for over a month? Are your injuries healed now? Let me see. As Qin Haiying spoke, she reached to pull up Fan Tian's shirt, but he grasped her hand firmly, saying, the external injuries have mostly healed, but the internal ones are not yet fully recovered. I was fortunate to encounter a mysterious master who did not wish to reveal their identity, and they saved me from peril. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward, wrapping his arms gently around Qin Haiying. It's all right now, it's all right. From now on, I will diligently train and elevate my strength as quickly as possible. Senior sister, do you know? I have already broken through to the mid-level of the spirit ancestor stage, which can be considered a blessing in disguise. That is wonderful. Since you have surpassed this hurdle of the spirit ancestor stage, you will be perfectly positioned to participate in this year's freshman challenge. Qin Haiying replied, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The freshman challenge? Bewildered, Fan Tian wore a blank expression. It was hardly surprising that he was unfamiliar with the happenings within the Flying Star Academy. Having only recently arrived, he had faced a life-or-death ordeal that nearly cost him his existence in the primeval forest. Chapter 46. Ascending the Flying Star rankings, I had always believed that leading a discreet life was preferable, Fan Tian mused. But now I realize that since there is no avoiding it, I must exert every effort to ascend to a height that is beyond reach. A radiant gleam flickered in Fan Tian's eyes. Senior apprentice sister, my current objective is to gain entry into the 5-star Flying Star Academy as swiftly as possible. Excellent. Now that you have made your decision, I shall accompany you. The thought of the Flying Star rankings prompted a question from Fan Tian. Senior apprentice sister, back in the wilderness. I sensed that your strength was no less than that of that fellow Fan Zheng. Why is it that he was selected for the top 50 of the Flying Star rankings, while you were not? I am rather fond of it here and prefer not to overexert myself, she replied. However, now that your plan is to go to the 5-star Flying Star Academy, I shall accompany you there when the time comes. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Please, senior apprentice sister, enlighten me, Fan Tian said, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Qin Haiying. The lowest in strength among the top 50 on the Flying Star rankings are all at the lower ranks of the Spirit Ancestor level, while those who have consistently dominated the top 3 positions on the rankings are at the peak of the Spirit Ancestor level and will soon break through to become Spirit Immortals. There is just one thing. Qin Haiying paused abruptly. Just one thing? Fan Tian asked. His interest piqued, but Qin Haiying stopped speaking, prompting him to inquire with impatience. However, on this nether continent, the elevation of spiritual power is subject to the restrictions of the laws of nature. If you do not intend to venture into the upper realms of the primordial continent and sever all ties with it, your spiritual power will remain stagnant at its peak level for your entire life, unable to advance further. Are you suggesting that if one enters the top 50 of the Flying Star rankings and chooses to pursue studies at the 5-star Flying Star Academy, they will completely cut off all connections to this continent? In truth, the Academy has never mandated that those who rank in the top 50 of the Flying Star rankings must attend the 5-star Flying Star Academy. It is entirely dependent on personal choice. However, for a cultivator, what could be more paramount than the enhancement of one's strength? Familial bonds? Friendships? Romantic love? All of these can still be found in that realm. Thus, very few would forfeit this opportunity. I see, Fan Tian nodded. I must attend the 5-star Academy. Yet, here lie my father and brothers, my friends. How can I bear to part with them? However, in this world, there is no perfect solution. No way to have both fish and bear's paws. Qin Haiying sighed as well. The boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Let us set this aside for now. My immediate task is to strive for the top 50. If that is the case, why not aim even higher? Qin Haiying suddenly suggested. Aim higher? In what manner? Fan Tian inquired. Since you are embarking on your journey to the 5-star Flying Star Academy with a mission, you cannot follow the same path that led you to barely enter the 3-star Flying Star Academy. You must challenge a higher level. Strive for the top 10. Challenge the top 10? Fan Tian was taken aback by Qin Haiying's audacious proposal. Isn't this a bit too reckless? He pondered. Given his current strength, he could easily dismiss the individual ranked 50 without breaking a sweat. However, to suddenly elevate his aspirations 5-fold would not merely increase the difficulty by 5 times. It could exceed even 50-fold. One must understand that attaining a position within the top 10 of the Flying Star rankings grants one the privilege of accessing the treasure vault of the Flying Star Academy. Each student ranked within the top 10 is afforded the chance to randomly obtain a rare treasure or various skills from the vault. If fortune favors them, they might even encounter a heavenly tier skill. Heavenly tier? Fan Tian involuntarily swallowed hard. Indeed, the Flying Star Academy is a bastion of wealth, offering such extraordinary treasures as heavenly tier skills as rewards for its students. How about it? Are you intrigued? Qin Haiying grinned slyly. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Heavenly tier. Perhaps my survival from great peril is a precursor to such fortune. Fan Tian exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Now, let us examine who currently occupies the top 10 of the Flying Star rankings, Qin Haiying said, pulling over a chair and settling down, encouraging Fan Tian to join her. Regarding the top 10, in my view, you may challenge the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th contenders. The 2nd-ranked, Tai Lin, wields a set of heavenly tier weapons known as the Pursuit Soul 13 darts. The 3rd and 4th ranks belong to twin brothers Lin Yu and Lin Yu, who employ a dual sword technique named after themselves, the Xianyu sword and the Xianyu sword, respectively. The 6th contender is the young prince of the Siye Kingdom, Zai Wanglian, renowned for his talent in assassination and stealth. After listening for a while, Fan Tian detected a hint of inconsistency. Although I believe I stand no chance against the 1st contender, it should not hinder my desire to appreciate his prowess, right? Do you have a penchant for seeking out adversity? Qin Haiying shot a sidelong glance at Fan Tian. The 1st contender is quite the formidable presence in this Flying Star Academy, akin to a female tyrant. Is that so? A woman? Why? Do you presume that only men can excel? Women are equally capable. No. I am merely surprised that a girl occupies the top position in this Flying Star Academy. Most battles and conflicts are favored by boys. If that is the case, then the girl must possess extraordinary strength. Indeed, her name is Yang Huizi. Others refer to her as the female tyrant. She has a capricious temperament, and no one in the academy dares to provoke her. However, she seldom makes an appearance, so people are more familiar with figures like Tai Lin. While she remains somewhat of a legendary figure, this makes me quite curious about what would transpire if I were to encounter her. Fan Tian mused thoughtfully. You would be wise to avoid crossing paths with her. Otherwise, I fear you might not even comprehend how you met your demise. Chapter 47. One must always choose the ripe ones to squeeze. Is it truly that exaggerated? Fan Tian recoiled slightly. If the day comes when you actually face her, you will understand that my words today were merely the tip of the iceberg. By the way, it seems that the list was missing one name. I did not hear any information regarding the fifth contender. Fan Tian recalled another matter. The fifth contender is Fan Zheng, who has been severely injured and subsequently vanished. Under normal circumstances, since you have wounded him and he is currently missing, you would have the opportunity to take his place as the fifth contender. However, you are currently being pressured by the Fan family for an explanation, resulting in the Academy's tutors invalidating your ranking. Their actions stem from a lack of faith in your abilities, which presents you with the perfect opportunity to vindicate yourself in this challenge. According to my senior sister, which rank should I challenge for the greatest assurance of success? In my opinion, your martial arts skills, particularly your boxing techniques, are significantly superior to that fleeting footwork of Zywalian, making you most likely to succeed in a duel against him. Zywalian. Is he not the sixth-ranked prince of the Xia Kingdom? Indeed. Very well, senior sister, rest assured, once the challenge concludes, I shall claim the sixth position. Fan Tian nodded solemnly. Within the confines of the Flying Star Academy, the most captivating event is not the farewell ceremony for the top 50 students heading to the 5-Star Academy, but rather the annual Freshman Challenge. This event serves as the finest opportunity for every student to establish their reputation within the Academy. Moreover, those ranked among the top 10 rarely appear simultaneously within the Academy. They only make their collective debut during the challenge. The reason for this is none other than Fan Tian, the dark horse of the Academy. Originally an unremarkable figure, he transformed from a cautionary tale of being the first student to be confined upon enrollment into a formidable contender by defeating the illustrious Fan Rong, who had long basked in glory within the Academy. What is most astonishing is that he has managed to leave the highly ranked Fan Zheng gravely injured and missing. To say missing is a euphemism, as nearly 2 months have passed with no sign of Fan Zheng, whether alive or deceased. Consequently, Fan Tian now walks through the academy like a radiant 2,000-watt sun. Even when standing still in a corner, he draws countless gazes. The looks directed at him have transformed from contempt and disdain to fear, aversion, and trepidation. They are acutely aware that they might provoke this harbinger of death, meeting a fate akin to that of the Fan brothers. However, for Fan Tian, these concerns are trivial. All his energy is devoted to studying the tactics previously employed against Xi Wanlian. Qin Haiying was correct. Xi Wanlian excels in stealthy ambushes and concealing his tracks. Among those who have challenged him, the vast majority have succumbed to his elusive maneuvers. Phantom Despair? The name sounds quite intriguing. I wonder whether my Mirage steps are superior to this Phantom Despair, Fan Tian pondered. He then realized that if he wished to triumph over Xi Wanlian, the only course of action was to execute his Mirage steps with greater speed than the Phantom Despair, allowing him to discern Xi Wanlian's intentions before he made his next move. Thus, in the days following his farewell to Qin Haiying, he secluded himself in his room, informing Chen Dong and the others that he needed to focus on healing his still recovering injuries and requested not to be disturbed. In truth, he had swiftly entered the realm of the underworld ring to diligently practice the illusion sect steps. At present, Fan Tian had already attained a mid-level strength among the spirit ancestors. When he executed the illusion sect steps, onlookers could only perceive a series of fleeting shadows. However, Fan Tian was acutely aware that he still had certain deficiencies in his mastery of these steps. These minor shortcomings, if not meticulously rectified, could potentially become a fatal flaw in the heat of battle. Among masters, even a single critical vulnerability could suffice to cause a person to perish multiple times over. Fan Tian understood clearly that if he did not seize this opportunity to intimidate those who eyed him covetously, he could very well find himself schemed against and expelled from the academy under various pretexts. Today marked the final day of the challenge. If you do not emerge soon, there will be no place left for lamentation. This was the voice of Li Yiming. Goodness, this fellow has shut himself in for 10 days without a word. Could something have happened inside? Qin Dong's voice also filtered through. Should we push the door open and take a look? But what if he is in a critical moment? If we barge in, it might lead him to lose control. The two stood outside the door in a state of indecision. Suddenly, they heard the door creak open, and Fan Tian slowly emerged. My little ancestor, you have finally come out. If you had delayed any longer, we would have charged in to drag you out ourselves. Qin Dong exclaimed. I am fine now. Did you just say that today is indeed the last day of the challenge? Indeed. Otherwise, we would not have been so frantic in coming to summon you. The typically composed senior sister Qin nearly broke through the door, if not for the desperate efforts of Li Yiming and myself to restrain her. Rest assured, I shall certainly bring that little prince of the CN nation to his knees. Fan Tian stated with a casual mention of his objective. My goodness, brother, you are quite ambitious. To aim for the 6th position on the Feishing ranking? Such lofty aspirations. If it weren't for the underhanded tactics employed by the Fan family, Fan Tian would have effortlessly secured the 5th place on the Feishing ranking without the need for a challenge, wouldn't he? Indeed, Qin Dong concurred with Li Yiming's assertion. The competition went unnoticed by others, and it is only natural for some to harbor doubts. This time, I shall ensure that they are left utterly convinced. The news of Fan Tian's intent to challenge the Feishing ranking spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of Feishing Academy before he even arrived at the competition venue. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the throngs of onlookers, both within and outside the venue. Could it be? So many people? In the innermost circle. Seated in the front row were naturally the esteemed mentors of Feishing Academy, and what caught Qin Dong and Li Yiming's attention were the long-absent elders of the academy, who were also present today. Fan Tian, since your entrance into our academy, numerous unusual events have transpired. However, the academy's purpose remains steadfast, to select students of genuine talent and scholarly merit. Despite the unfavorable reputation that precedes you, we shall not be swayed by hearsay. Given your bold challenge today, adhering to the principles of equity and impartiality, we offer you this opportunity. However, be warned, this is not a license for subterfuge under our watch. Abandon any duplicitous intentions forthwith, should any transgression or suspicion of foul play arise. You shall be expunged from our academy's ranks in perpetuity. Do you comprehend? The wiry but vigorous elder declared. Affirmed his understanding. Chapter 48. A Master's Touch reveals all now. Tell me, which contender on the Flying Star chart do you intend to challenge today? The elder continued. Challenge rules dictate that each individual has a single opportunity to challenge. And when a lower-ranked individual challenges a higher-ranked one, the challenge party must accept without reservation. Seasoned students are typically aware that these annual challenges necessitate a steady, calculated approach. Challengers often select opponents ranked only 1 or 2 positions above them to maximize their chances of success. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a drop of water into a cauldron of boiling oil, instantly igniting a fervent reaction. Heavens, someone pinch me. Am I dreaming? What did just say? Similar exclamations echoed throughout the stands. Does this fellow truly believe himself a prodigy, capable of such arrogance? Do you even know who senior brother she is? He is a phantom. Indeed, the self-inflation has reached an astonishing level that is almost unbearable to witness. Not only were the spectators left agape by Fan Tian's audacious response, but even the mentors gazed at him with an expression akin to disbelief. Fan Tian, have you so quickly forgotten the trials you endured due to your own arrogance? Is your choice a blatant disregard for our counsel? I assure you, I am not speaking recklessly. Challenging senior brother, she is a decision I have contemplated with great care. Fan Tian remained remarkably composed. If that is the case, then step forth onto the challenge platform. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. With measured steps, Fan Tian ascended the contest stage as the surrounding clamor gradually faded, leaving only the rhythmic beating of his own heart resonating in his ears. So, you are Fan Tian? Not particularly impressive in appearance. What gives you the audacity to be so confident? As Fan Tian pondered in silence, an ethereal voice suddenly emerged from the contest platform. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a vague figure materializing at the center of the stage. Just as he intended to scrutinize further, the figure trembled and, upon a second glance, was startlingly close. Accompanying this apparition was a fierce gust of wind, propelled by a swift palm strike. With a subtle shift, Fan Tian activated the illusion sect technique, deftly evading the attack that came perilously close to him. Quite skilled, he noted as he halted, observing a robust young man standing beside him. Surely, this must be the young prince of the Xie Kingdom. Fan Tianxin pondered, had he encountered him on the road. He would never have imagined that such a robust man possessed the remarkable prowess of concealment and ambush. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Fan Tian had previously met his senior brother, Shi Wanlian, who had indeed overestimated him. As a newcomer, Fan Tian approached this match with utmost seriousness. He bowed respectfully to Shi Wanlian. There is no need for such formalities with me, for I do not place my faith in them. However, before the challenge commences, I feel compelled to offer you a word of caution. Shi Wanlian regarded Fan Tian with calmness. Young man, while ambition and dreams are commendable, one must first remain grounded. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Fan Tian replied, bowing once more. So, you intend to continue with the competition? Allow me to make my stance clear. Since this is a challenge, life and death are indifferent. This is the rule, and it shall be observed. I have heard that you possess a rather intriguing footwork technique that allows you to move with agility, which should provide a worthy match against my vanishing technique. Now, let me ascertain your true capabilities. Before Shi Wanlian's words could fully resonate, he had already vanished from the dueling platform. Unlike the gasps of astonishment reverberating from the audience, Fan Tian remained utterly unperturbed, his gaze fixed on a point in the void, devoid of warmth. To onlookers, it appeared that Fan Tian had boasted excessively. Upon witnessing Shi Wanlian unleash the pinnacle of his vanishing technique, he seemed to falter, utterly at a loss as to how to evade the impending confrontation. In truth, Fan Tian was tapping into his own divine consciousness, probing the trajectory of Shi Wanlian's actions and discerning the underlying patterns that emerged when he unleashed his illusions. On the other hand, Shi Wanlian experienced a sense of impending crisis for the first time since his debut. He realized that no matter how he altered his course, an almost imperceptible gaze seemed to follow him. For someone who had always excelled in stealthy assaults, this sensation was akin to being stripped bare and scrutinized without any barrier. The intensity of this feeling grew more pronounced, amplifying Shi Wanlian's astonishment. Had he truly underestimated Fan Tian? The two remained locked in this tense standoff for nearly half a stick of incense. Long enough for the observing mentors and students from the Flying Star Academy to begin questioning whether the contest was still in progress. At that moment, Fan Tian made his move. His body surged forward with remarkable speed, his punch even swifter, executed with precision and without hesitation, directed at a void of air. A gasp erupted from the spectators as a heavy object plummeted to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, everyone finally discerned that Fan Tian remained poised on the contest stage, while Shi Wanlian lay in the dust below. The impact of Shi Wanlian's fall was evidently severe. As he staggered to his feet, visibly shaken. My goodness, Brother Shi has actually lost. Fan Tian astonishingly utilized a single move to pinpoint the whereabouts of senior brother Shi, and subsequently sent him crashing off the competition stage. Good heavens! Surely my eyes are not deceiving me. Fan Tian, splendid work. Chun Dong bellowed from the sidelines, his exclamation eliciting a chorus of agreement. At long last, Fan Tian has realized his pride through his formidable prowess. Sitting amidst the dust below, Shi Wanlian gazed upon the composed young man above and simply stated, Fan Tian, you have triumphed. The position of 6th on the Flying Star ranking is yours from this day forth. Upon hearing this, Fan Tian respectfully clasped his hands in salute towards Shi Wanlian, responding, Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Shi Wanlian let out a grunt, unsteadily rising from the muddy ground, clutching his chest, and gradually departing from the competition venue. Chapter 49. Entering the treasure pavilion, Fan Tian has indeed emerged victorious, and with such decisiveness that it shattered the spectacles of the onlookers. Henceforth, no one shall question Fan Tian's capabilities, nor will anyone dare to attribute his victory to sorcery. The expressions of the mentors and elders seated in the audience were equally captivating. Nonetheless, they reached a unanimous acknowledgement of Fan Tian's performance. Thus, Fan Tian now stands as a formidable 6th on the Flying Star ranking, simultaneously setting a new record for the highest ranking achieved by a newcomer. Inspired by Fan Tian's display, Chun Dong and Li Yiming found their competitive spirits ignited. Although their performances in the challenge did not elicit the same degree of surprise as Fan Tian's, they nonetheless secured spots within the top 30 of the Flying Star ranking. Unexpectedly, Qin Haiying managed to clinch the last position, just in time, defeating the original 10th place in the Feishing rankings. Observing her playful smile directed at Fan Tian, he realized that this young lady was undoubtedly being mischievous. The prowess she exhibited was far from her true capabilities. How does it feel to be our great hero? Basking in the adoration of many stars? I eagerly await your continued surprises. Qin Haiying parted her lips, forming the shape of a heavenly rank. Fan Tian clenched his fists, contemplating. Is it truly that fortuitous? Just uttering heavenly rank would summon it? Yet, he understood that this was merely Qin Haiying's way of encouraging him. The following morning, as per tradition, the top 10 students of the Feishing rankings stood gallantly before the Academy's treasure pavilion, attired impeccably. This pavilion was typically not accessible to students. Only the elders of the Academy and individuals who had made exceptional contributions were granted entry. 4 ordinary students wishing to glimpse the enigmatic treasures within. Their only opportunity lay in securing a position among the top 10 during the annual challenge. Thus, every student of Feishing took immense pride in the prospect of entering the treasure pavilion. However, for those who consistently occupied the top 10 positions each year, the allure of the pavilion had diminished since their initial entrance. After all, they could almost enter it annually, and the treasures within seemed tailored exclusively for them, leaving few outsiders with the privilege to obtain them. However, this time, the top 10 list of the Flying Star ranking has undergone significant changes. Fan Zheng is missing, and the 5th position remains unchallenged, while the 6th and 10th spots have been taken over by Fan Tian and Qin Haiying respectively. Moreover, in the hearts of several other students, there is not the slightest hint of disdain towards Fan Tian for only securing the 6th position. On the contrary, a sense of crisis begins to loom over them. The reason is none other than the fact that Fan Tian is simply too monstrous. A student who was placed in the copper tier herding class by the mentor, yet within a few months, severely injured a student who was in the top 5 of the Flying Star ranking and publicly defeated the 6th-ranked student with a single move. They have every reason to believe that if possible, this guy would not hesitate to confront them. At that point, who would win or lose is truly hard to say. Many of you have entered this treasure pavilion multiple times, so naturally, I need not elaborate on the rules within. Fan Tian, Qin Haiying. As the newly selected top 10 this year, I must specifically remind you that upon entering the treasure pavilion, you will encounter various skills, weapons, rare treasures, and so on. However, each person can only choose one item, and once chosen, it cannot be changed. If you feel that you do not need a particular item, then after reading the information on it, you should let it go in time, and you can continue to choose the next item that passes by you. The elder responsible for managing the treasure vault gazed sternly at Fan Tian and Qin Haiying. If you have selected the items you desire, you must use your blood to break the seals upon them. Once you acquire the items, you will be transported out of the treasure vault. Remember, you may only choose one. Any violation will result in the permanent revocation of your access to the vault. This rule applies even if you are the first on the Flying Star rankings. Keep this in mind. Fan Tian and Qin Haiying responded in unison. Excellent. Now prepare yourselves. The treasure vault is about to open. Standing side by side, Fan Tian and Qin Haiying watched as the scenery before them swiftly transformed. Once their vision cleared, they realized they were in a confined space. There must be an intricately arranged formation surrounding the treasure vault, Fan Tian pondered. Yet, what intrigued him more was the pervasive grayness enveloping their surroundings, making it hard to believe they had truly entered the vault. They had not moved an inch, and yet, they could see no one else around them, only each other. This place feels decidedly odd. We should be cautious, Qin Haiying advised Fan Tian. Indeed, he nodded in agreement. Before he could utter another word, a sudden, violent tremor surged beneath his feet. Just as he prepared to evade, the ground beneath him vanished entirely. As Fan Tian's body descended, it was not yet fully prepared for the fall. However, the descent was neither rapid nor did it plunge to the very depths of the pit. In that suspended moment, he sensed that his body was caught by something. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was cradled by an object resembling a mat. This mat, though delicate and thin, was remarkably stable. Glancing sideways, he noticed that Qin Haiying had vanished from her original position, likely separated by this formation. With such thoughts, Fan Tian slowly settled onto the mat. How dull. This same routine unfolds every year. Just as he was adjusting his posture, a clear voice echoed from beside him. Following the sound, he was astonished to see a girl clad in a snug outfit, standing on another mat. Wasn't it customary for only one person to occupy each spot? Where had this girl appeared from? Why had he felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy? Contemplating these questions, he unconsciously asked, "Who are you?" "Shoo, speak softly. I snuck in here. If those old fogies outside catch wind of this, they will start lecturing me." The girl placed her finger to her lips. Chapter 50. The mysterious girl. Upon hearing her refer to the esteemed mentors as mere old monks reciting scriptures, Fan Tian could not suppress a chuckle. Well, isn't that the truth? Did I say something incorrect? Or are you merely flattering those mentors to gain entry into this so-called treasure vault? Fan Tian found himself in a rather bewildering situation. While the students outside were fiercely competing for the coveted top 10 positions at the Feixing Academy, this girl regarded it as utterly inconsequential. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Handsome lad, what is your name? From now on, I shall look out for you in the academy. Senior sister, I am a new student this year, Fan Tian. May I ask how to address you? Observing her seasoned demeanor, Fan Tian surmised that she must be a senior student. Otherwise, how could she have appeared here in the treasure pavilion without reason? Names are but fleeting clouds. You will come to know in due time. For now, focus on determining your fortune, she said, gesturing for Fan Tian to direct his gaze ahead. He complied, turning his head to face the previously empty expanse before him, now rapidly inundated with a barrage of cushions, each bearing various items. The cushions moved swiftly, and before Fan Tian could fully comprehend, they whizzed past him with a whoosh, disappearing into the unknown behind. Hey, standing there in a daze won't do. Although you may choose to take or leave the items on those cushions, you are under time constraints. If you remain in this stupor, you will leave empty-handed. With her reminder echoing in his mind, Fan Tian dismissed the hodgepodge of thoughts swirling in his head and eagerly awaited the arrival of the second wave of cushions. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, the second wave of cushions finally appeared, just as anticipated. This time, Fan Tian no longer hesitated. Regardless of what lay upon the mat, he decided to seize one without further ado. TSK, who would have thought you possessed such a hearty appetite? That is a terrestrial weapon, one that could fetch a considerable amount of points even without being sold externally. Yet, you let it slip away. What a prodigal! Faced with the girl's teasing, Fan Tian remained unfazed, offering her a faint smile. I possess my own weapons. This is not something I require, and taking it would serve no purpose for me. Indeed, those old stalwarts would hardly allow you to take an extra item. The girl nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she pointed excitedly. Look, a treasure approaches. Fan Tian focused his gaze and noticed a seemingly unremarkable stone lying quietly on a mat that was swiftly approaching him. Hey, what are you dawdling about? Hurry, grab that stone. As the stone was about to pass by him, the girl urged him anxiously. Without a moment's thought, Fan Tian extended his hand and grasped the mat containing the stone in his palm. The speed of his action caused the mat to whirl rapidly, leaving a deep cut in his heart. Yet, Fan Tian paid no heed to the wound on his hand. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the inscription upon the mat. Soul Stone, Celestial Level Spirit Stone. Function, capable of repairing all damaged souls. A Celestial Level Spirit Stone, capable of mending all harmed souls. Fan Tian extended his hand and grasped the seemingly unremarkable stone, sensing the enigmatic and potent energies concealed within its intricate patterns. His own spirit had been meticulously safeguarded, and he was uncertain when he might require this stone. However, as he gazed upon it, a thought suddenly struck him, someone in dire need of it. Xue Feng. It was Xue Feng who had bravely confronted the tyrannical duo Bao Tian to save him, resulting in severe damage to her own spirit and leading to her unconsciousness. Moreover, prior to Feng Shi's departure, he had mentioned that after her rebirth, Xue Feng's spirit was, in fact, incomplete, causing her to forget many things. The memory of their first encounter flooded back to Fan Tian, along with the journey that followed, where she had guided him from being a mere novice in spiritual energy to ranking among the top 10 of the mid-tier spiritual ancestors in the academy. Regardless, since he had stumbled upon the spirit stone, he was determined to claim it. Therefore, without hesitation, Fan Tian pinched the spirit stone tightly and bit into his middle finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it, thus dispelling the seal. As soon as the seal was lifted, Fan Tian felt himself being instantaneously drawn into a tunnel. When his consciousness regained clarity, he found himself standing outside the treasure pavilion, which gradually faded into a veil of mist after his exit. Fan Tian, you have finally emerged. I thought you were lost in a treasure-induced stupor. Qin Haiying approached him, exclaiming. However, Fan Tian glanced around, only to discover that the girl who had appeared in the treasure pavilion had not followed him out. Now, the treasure pavilion had vanished, and the whereabouts of the girl were unknown. He silently hoped that she would not fall into the hands of those mentors and elders. What are you thinking? Qin Haiying inquired. Nothing much, just reflecting on how quickly we left the treasure pavilion without having the chance to explore further, Fan Tian replied. The girl seemed to have indeed sneaked in, just as she had claimed. In gratitude for her guidance inside, Fan Tian decided to keep her appearance a secret. Though he trusted Qin Haiying completely, this was not his territory, and he was unaware of how many ears might be lurking behind the walls. Well, since we are out, let us make haste to cultivate what we have acquired. Chapter 51. The message brought by the Snow Phoenix. It seems you had quite the fruitful experience in that treasure pavilion. To avoid the possibility of the Academy's powerful elders discovering the Snow Phoenix's presence, though this likelihood was minimal, the Snow Phoenix concealed itself within the nether ring and masked its aura. Therefore, it was unaware of Fan Tian's experiences within the treasure pavilion. Observing the boy's exuberant demeanor, it surmised that he must have acquired something extraordinary. Of course. Do you not see who I am? A prodigious talent with an impeccable character. Fan Tian exclaimed, retrieving the soul stone from his cosmic bag. The soul stone? This stone, formed over millennia, has somehow ended up in your hands? Gazing at the soul stone, Xue Feng marveled. Truly, it is the foremost academy in the world. Extravagant enough to casually award such a treasure as a prize. Xue Feng, since you recognize this stone, you must also know its capabilities, right? Fan Tian spoke as he handed the soul stone to Xue Feng. What are you? Xue Feng looked at Fan Tian with confusion. I know. Last time you saved me, you forcibly used your soul power, severely damaging it. Even now, you haven't fully recovered. Since this soul stone can repair any soul, I'll give it to you. Do you know, in all the world, such a soul stone appears only once in 10,000 years. And the skills you practice will require much soul power. Keeping it by your side can ensure your safety for a lifetime. Xue Feng returned the soul stone to Fan Tian. Without you, where would I be today? I, Fan Tian, am not one of those ungrateful people who forget kindness. All right, let's not get too sentimental between us two men. It's quite unnerving. Hurry and repair your soul, as we may soon venture to the primordial continent. Fan Tian nudged Xue Feng. Following his words, Xue Feng crossed his hands, holding the soul stone, and slowly entered the space within the soul stone with his soul. Originally, the soul stone was remarkably effective in mending lightly damaged souls, facilitating a swift restoration that could endure several applications. However, Xie Feng's predicament was markedly different. His soul was not only injured while aiding Fan Tian in escaping the clutches of Duation, but more critically, it had sustained severe damage during his rebirth. Furthermore, as an ancient divine beast, Xie Feng's soul repair required an even greater influx of restorative power. Consequently, the restoration of his soul consumed a full 3 days and nights before it was completely healed. Upon reintegrating his soul back into his body, the surface of the soul stone he had held in his hands bore numerous fissures. As Xie Feng loosened his grip, the soul stone shattered into a fine dust, dissipating into the air. Is the soul stone gone? Fan Tian gazed at the dust that was once the soul stone, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it is utterly useless now. Do you feel sorrow for it, Fan Tian? Xie Feng inquired. Sorrow? Why should I mourn for a mere stone? Fan Tian retorted. What concerns me more is whether your soul has been fully restored. His greatest fear was to hear Xie Feng say that only half of his soul had been mended while the soul stone had been entirely consumed. Fan Tian. I have completely recovered, Xie Feng exclaimed with a smile. Splendid. You are now the one and only extraordinary divine bird in this realm. Henceforth, I shall follow you. Fan Tian feigned a bow, pretending to grasp Xie Feng's leg. You rascal, becoming cheeky again. Do you seek a beating? With a gentle nudge, Xue Feng playfully poked Fan Tian's hand. Oh, come on. Bullying the weak, are we? Fan Tian feigned a cry of anguish, followed by hearty laughter. All right, Fan Tian. Cease your jesting. I have something of grave importance to discuss, Xue Feng said, her smile fading. Seeing Xue Feng's solemn countenance, Fan Tian abandoned his playful mood. Very well. Speak. Do you know the reason I initially became attached to you? Why? Indeed, Fan Tian had always wondered why Xue Feng, possessing such formidable power, had ended up in their backyard and, unbeknownst to him, had become attached to him. It was because my master and I were being pursued. I was already grievously wounded. And although my master was in slightly better condition, he expended his remaining divine power to tear open the fabric of space, pushing me through and sealing the rift to impede our pursuers. Xue Feng's expression grew somber. I had lost consciousness and was merely acting on instinct, seeking a place of relative safety. I was unaware that I had entered your body. From that moment onward, I have received no tidings of my master. However, I firmly believe that, Regardless of the pressure exerted upon him, he will find a way to escape unscathed. Nevertheless, I suspect his circumstances are no better than mine. Upon my awakening, I should have immediately set out to find him, but due to the loss of a significant portion of my memories upon my rebirth, I was unable to recall this in a timely manner. Can you now recall everything? Fan Tian inquired. Indeed, and I am acutely aware that my time is running short. In the coming 3 years, if I fail to uncover my master's whereabouts, he will inevitably be located by those individuals first. Should that occur, it would not merely signify the loss of my master's life, but rather, the entire world would face catastrophic calamity. Is it truly that grave? How might we trace your master's path? Fan Tian listened intently to Xue Feng's account, his heart tightening with concern. Do you know to whom this infernal ring belongs? Xue Feng suddenly gestured towards the ground of the ring's space. This is, the words of the Wind Master echo in my ears. Fan Tian ventured cautiously. Could it be that this is also an artifact left behind by your master? If his suspicion held true, and the infernal ring indeed belonged to Xue Feng's master, then the Wind Master was Xue Feng's lord, and Xue Feng was already his dear brother. Truly, it seems that kinship transcends mere blood ties. Chapter 52. Urgent news from home. Initially, I did not recognize this as my master's possession. I was merely driven by a peculiar sense of familiarity that urged me to acquire it. I never imagined it to be my master's belonging. Fan Tian, now that you possess my master's item, it is evident that you share a bond with him. Would you be willing to accompany me in my quest to find my master? Xue Feng gazed at Fan Tian, revealing a glimmer of something profound in his eyes. Snow Phoenix, since you've been so candid, allow me to reciprocate with utmost sincerity. In truth, this nether ring dimension was bequeathed to me by my esteemed mentor, declared Fan Tian. Preposterous. Snow Phoenix retorted vehemently. This is unequivocally the possession of my master. How dare you claim it as your master's? A paroxysm of mirth seized Snow Phoenix, her elation akin to that of a child. So, the surname is Phone, is it? Ha ha ha, Phone indeed. It is the master. I have traversed the realms in relentless pursuit, only to find the object of my quest with such unforeseen ease. The master is here. My master, where are you? Behold, Snow Phoenix has arrived. Grace me with your presence. Snow Phoenix pirouette, her voice resonating through the desolate expanse of the nether ring dimension. Snow Phoenix, I beseech you to conserve your strength. My mentor is not present here, Fan Tian implored, gently tugging at her robe, urging her to regain composure. Impossible. You have acknowledged him as your mentor. How can he not be here? Snow Phoenix exclaimed, bewilderment etched upon her countenance. Upon your relapse into unconsciousness, I, too, ventured into this nether ring dimension. By sheer happenstance, I roused my mentor's dormant divine consciousness. Yes, you may cast that incredulous gaze upon me, but I encountered merely a wisp of my mentor's divine essence. As to the whereabouts of his true form, I remain ignorant, Fan Tian elucidated, shaking his head. However, I surmise that my mentor's true form resides not on this underworld continent, but rather on the primordial continent. This is among the reasons for my fervent desire to journey to the primordial continent. Furthermore, my mentor entrusted me with certain tasks, necessitating my expeditious enrollment in the 5-star Soaring Star Academy. If my memory serves me correctly, the date for the 5-star Soaring Star Academy's second selection of qualified students approaches with haste, does it not? You have now ascended to the 6th position on the Flying Star rankings, undoubtedly having been selected. Therefore, taking advantage of these idle days, you should prepare yourself for the primordial continent, which is far more formidable than the netherworld continent. There, true masters abound, and encountering even a single individual could result in being effortlessly overpowered. Fan Tian silently nodded. He was well aware of what Xue Feng had articulated. Thus, in the ensuing days, Fan Tian was engulfed in an intense period of cultivation. Until one day, Xue Feng reminded Fan Tian, several groups of individuals have visited your doorstep. It seems they are in urgent need of your attention. Urgent matters? A sudden unease gripped Fan Tian's heart. The affairs at the Flying Star Academy were well known within the Fan family. Now that the Academy's challenge had concluded, logically, he should not have any pressing concerns. If this urgency did not pertain to the Academy, could it possibly be an issue at home? If that were the case, the situation transcended mere urgency. Given that his father, Fan Hong, was the head of the family, what matter could be so grave that it necessitated a visit to the Academy? A chill coursed through Fan Tian as he contemplated this possibility. Unable to remain seated, he leaped to his feet and swiftly exited the space. Scarcely taking a moment to inform Xue Feng, Fan Tian's apprehensions were indeed justified. Something had gone awry at home. The individual at the center of this turmoil was none other than his father, Fan Hong. As Fan Tian rapidly perused the handwritten letter from the family elder, Fan Zhong, his heart plummeted into despair. The letter stated that since Fan Tian departed for Feishing Academy, a series of strange incidents had occurred within the Fan family, all of which were resolved by Fan Hong. However, this time, Fan Hong could not escape the unforeseen disaster. While pursuing several unidentified intruders into the estate, he disappeared. Seeing these words, Fan Tian felt his heart pound violently, almost to the point of suffocation. What did it mean to disappear? His father, a high-level spiritual cultivator, had vanished without a trace. More gravely, as the head of the family, his disappearance had thrown the family into chaos. Fan Zhong also wrote in the letter, due to Fan Hong's disappearance, the family had split into two factions. One faction supported organizing a search party to find Fan Hong, believing he was merely trapped somewhere. The other faction advocated for supporting Fan Shida of the second branch as the new leader, arguing that a large family, like a nation, cannot be without a leader for even a day. Consequently, Fan Zhong deeply suspected that Fan Hong's disappearance might be related to Fan Ying and Fan Shida, the head of the second branch, and his son Fan Hai. Fan Tian thought of Fan Hai, who always greeted him with a smile and called him brother, and involuntarily closed his eyes. If it were true that they had chosen to harm their own kin for power, then the human heart was indeed terrifying. Originally, Fan Tian and Xue Feng had planned to take advantage of the academy selection to quickly set off for the primordial continent. Unexpectedly, plans changed swiftly, and Fan Tian's family encountered such a significant incident. The thought of Fan Tian leaving his father, whose fate was uncertain, to venture into the vast and untamed continent was unsettling not only for Fan Tian but also for Xue Feng. After much deliberation, Fan Tian decided to seek out his father's whereabouts and also to meet with his two brothers, whom he hadn't seen in many years, to discuss how to handle the family affairs. Fan Tian approached a senior at the academy with whom he had a good relationship, informed him of the family's sudden misfortune, and the senior granted his request, providing him with a token. He was instructed to use the token at the academy's teleportation array once the family matters were resolved. Chapter 53. Times have changed. With such a significant event at home, Fan Tian had no mind to deal with trivial matters. To prevent the citizens of Ling City from being alarmed by the appearance of the airship, Fan Tian disembarked in a forest not far from Ling City and proceeded on foot with Qin Haiying. The letter from Elder Fan Zhong clearly stated that the old patriarch, Fan Hong, had disappeared and the family was in a state of chaos. If Fan Tian could turn the tide, it would be a fitting tribute to his father. As he walked, Fan Tian pondered which issue to address first upon entering the city. Since his father had disappeared while investigating certain individuals, Fan Tian decided to first unravel the details of this matter before planning his next steps. Preoccupied with these thoughts, Fan Tian and his companion moved swiftly, covering what was normally an hour's journey in just half an hour. He was leading Qin Haiying through the city gate when suddenly two individuals emerged from the shadows. Pulling them aside, Fan Tian instinctively prepared to strike, but upon hearing a whispered remark from the strangers, he retracted his aggression. They said, "Young master, we are sent by the second elder. Circumstances have changed. Please follow us." Fan Tian glanced around, noting that no one was particularly attentive to them, and signaled to Qin Haiying before following the two subordinates of Fan Zhong into a quiet courtyard amidst the bustling market. Upon entering, Fan Tian indeed found the second elder, Fan Zhong, seated at the center of the small room. However, upon seeing Fan Tian, Fan Zhong displayed no signs of joy. Instead, he wore an expression of urgency. "Young master, we must leave at once. This place is a trap. That old fool, so fond of leaking information, shall meet his end first." Sensing an unusual atmosphere in the room, Fan Tian was already poised for battle. Yet he did not anticipate the presence of a man concealed behind the back of Fan Zhong's grand chair. The man, with a fierce countenance, held a sharp knife against Fan Zhong's carotid artery. "Seeing such deep affection between you two, I am truly moved. So, let us deliberate on how best to meet our demise, shall we?" Fan Tian narrowed his eyes. "Who are you? I do not recall anyone of your name in the Fan family." "Young Master Fan, there are many whom you do not recognize. However, to enlighten you, I shall reveal that I share your surname, Fan Muli. My father is your esteemed second uncle, Fan Chida, and my brother is your cousin, Fan Hai." Gazing at the self-satisfied visage before him, Fan Tian discerned the truth. He was none other than the illegitimate son of his uncle. a tale that had circulated within the Fan family for quite some time. No wonder his beautiful and gentle aunt always wore a sorrowful expression, often imploring him to remain devoted when he grew up. Little did he know that she had long been aware of her husband, who had feigned affection for many years while maintaining another wife and child outside their union. I had pondered who it might be, only to discover it was an unacknowledged offspring. How perplexing it is that you flaunt your existence so boldly. Do you not fear being drowned in the spittle of others? Humph. I have now become the legitimate young master of the second branch of the Fan family. And you, my cousin, I shall soon facilitate your reunion with your stubborn father. Fan Muli pressed the dagger more firmly against Fan Chong's neck, droplets of blood oozing forth. Young master, do not heed the ramblings of this wretched bastard. The clan leader is certainly not dead. Do not fall for his provocations. Fan Chong cried hoarsely. My father's disappearance is indeed linked to you. If that is the case, I shall no longer extend you the courtesy of politeness. Why the haste in presenting yourself here? Do you wish to hasten your own demise? Is it merely a matter of being a high-ranking spirit king that warrants such arrogance? I may be an illegitimate child, and I concede that fact. However, I was sent to a training camp at a young age. If I lacked the tenacity, how could I possibly undertake such delicate endeavors? In that case, let us wager. Will your adamantine blade prove swifter, or my actions? Should you prevail, the second elder's life is forfeit. But if I am quicker, it is you who shall meet your demise. Confidence and composure stemmed from his attainment of the initial stage of the spirit ancestor realm. You have delivered yourself to me. Do not lament my failure to offer you an avenue of escape. Sneered. Manipulated by, exclaimed, aghast, young master, no. My years are many, and my death would be of little consequence, but the clan head awaits your rescue. You must not squander your time here, drawing upon some unknown reserve of strength. Twisted his body, heedless of the dagger's sharp point piercing the skin of his neck, and embraced tightly. Young master, flee. Flee. At your command? Retorted with a frigid laugh. Would that not render my meticulously crafted welcoming ceremony a mere waste? With a cruel smile, plunged the hand bearing the dagger violently towards neck. Old codger, you prattle too much. He cast a provocative glance at, as if to say, behold, I shall slay him before your very eyes. What recourse do you have? However, he swiftly realized that his dagger seemed to be striking Not's neck, but rather a slab of unyielding stone. Chapter 54. A change of plans. Fan Chong was led away from the small courtyard by Fan Tian and Qin Haiying. However, they did not venture far, instead seeking refuge in a long-abandoned estate. Elder, how do you fare? Fan Tian inquired, supporting the frail Fan Chong, who appeared to be slipping downwards. His face etched with concern. Young master, fret not. These old bones of mine are not so easily shattered. Yet, it is fortunate to possess this token. It assures me that the old patriarch is, for the time being, free from peril. Fan Tian took the token, sensing a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. This signified that the patriarch had sealed a strand of his life force within the token. Should he pass away, that energy would vanish entirely. Currently, the energy remained distinctly present, indicating the patriarch's well-being. Can we ascertain my father's exact location through this token? Fan Tian gently caressed the artifact in his hand. Alas, that is not possible. Therefore, you need not worry about the old patriarch's safety for the time being. Moreover, in my estimation, the Fan family no longer holds a place in this world. Once you reunite with the eldest and second young masters, you may contemplate establishing your own path. Elder, what shall you do now? If the Fan family has lost its footing, what hope remains for the elder who has long been in their good graces? Were it not for their attempts to exploit this old man to draw you out, I fear I would not have survived until today. Yet, while they seek to use me, I too am not without my own designs upon them. Were it not for these circumstances, how else could I have delivered this message to you? Second elder, given your grave injuries, I am loath to leave you here unattended. Perhaps we should bring you along with us. Young master, though I am aged, I still command a few loyal followers. You should depart first. My men will arrive shortly to escort me. Very well, take heed for your own safety. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my father, second elder. Farewell. With a profound bow to Fan Zhong, Fan Tian, accompanied by Qin Haiying, departed Ling City via a narrow path. What course of action do you intend to pursue now? Qin Haiying inquired, observing the solemn countenance of Fan Tian as they distanced themselves from Ling City. The disappearance of his father and the usurpation of his home undoubtedly constituted a severe blow for a mere 17-year-old. I shall first journey to Lusha City to confer with my two elder brothers and deliberate on our next steps. As my father yet lives, I remain steadfast in my conviction that one day, the four of us shall be reunited. Fan Tion's gaze was fixed upon a distant, indeterminate point. I, too, am confident in your eventual success. Fan Tian conferred with Qin Haiying. In recent days, we have been incessantly traveling, without adequate respite. Let us avail ourselves of a proper respite today. The pair entered an inn, discovering that despite the lateness of the hour, the hall was brightly illuminated and teeming with patrons. Do the denizens of Yu City possess such an affinity for nocturnal hours? Qin Haiying murmured. Patron, one can discern that you are newly arrived in our fair city of Yu. A waiter approached, extending his greetings. Indeed. Pray, enlighten us, good sir, Fan Tian responded. In our Moon City, though it may not rival the bustling grandeur of the capital, Ling City, it is nonetheless the esteemed headquarters of the Night Duke Auction House. The largest-scale auction event occurs here annually, and it is set to commence tomorrow. These esteemed guests have arrived to partake in this illustrious auction. And the influence of the Night Duke Auction House is indeed remarkable. Fan Tian felt a stir of excitement. He recalled the precious spirit-consolidating pill that his father had procured from the Night Duke Auction House, which had facilitated his fateful encounter with Shui Feng. Given that this grand event occurs only once a year, how could one possibly miss the opportunity to witness it? With a glance at Qin Haiying, he discerned a shared sentiment reflected in her eyes. This guest speaks the truth. It is evident they possess discerning taste. However, being such a prestigious event, entry to the Night Duke auction is not granted to all. The young attendant's smile broadened as he encouraged, Please, allow me to guide you. Fan Tian replied. As locals of Moon City, we naturally enjoy certain privileges, though it requires. The attendant raised two fingers and rubbed them together, implying a fee. Indeed, it is said that no profit comes without early effort. Fan Tian exchanged a glance with Qin Haiying. This auction only happens once a year, and if they missed it, they would have to wait another 12 months. Moreover, the cost was modest, with admission tickets priced at merely 20 taels of silver. Come on, young man. Hurry and secure those tickets. Fan Tian was still deliberating when a voice suddenly echoed from within the space of the dark ring. Startled, Fan Tian listened intently, realizing it was the flame-subduing fruit tree that had autonomously entered his underworld ring space. The reason why? I shall impart that to you anon. First, procure the tickets forthwith. The flame-subduing fruit tree ceased its discourse. Without hesitation, Fan Tian retrieved 40 taels from his Qianquan pouch, purchasing 2 tickets from the waiter. Observe. Another simpleton willing to be fleeced. Indeed, 2 greenhorns, plain as day. Who in this world is unaware that attendance at the Night Baron auction necessitates no entry fee? It is merely divided into the hall and private rooms. Seating in the hall is unrestricted, while private rooms require an invitation from the Night Baron himself. The guests conversing in the inn's lobby regarded Fan Tian and Qin Haiying as if they were 2 imbeciles lacking sense. Disregard their utterances. Let us retire early and obtain a full night's rest. Tomorrow, we shall partake in the Night Baron's festivities. Fan Tian possessed merely tens of thousands of taels of silver, while those heavenly treasures invariably commenced at hundreds of thousands. For Fan Tian in his present state, none were within his means. After escorting Qin Haiying to her chamber, Fan Tian swiftly entered the underworld ring space. Chapter 55. An old acquaintance of the flame-subduing fruit tree. Since your arrival in my underworld ring space, you have remained quiescent. I had presumed you had entered another period of dormancy. Fan Tian entered the underworld ring space and caressed the trunk of the flame-subduing fruit tree. Ahem, where do you place your hands? Where? I am heterosexual, unequivocally heterosexual. The flame-subduing fruit tree quivered, dislodging Fan Tian's hand. These words, spoken, occurred 2 millennia prior. In the depths of the enigmatic Night Valley, I have spent numerous years encountering only 2 individuals who resonate with my temperament, or rather, merely one entity, an object. Can an object truly align with one's disposition? Fan Tian listened, ensnared in a haze of confusion. It could no longer be deemed simply an object. It had evolved into something extraordinary. When the flame fruit tree spoke of this peculiar entity, a hint of amusement crept into its tone, intensifying Fan Tian's curiosity about what this remarkable thing could be, capable of evoking such fondness in a being as proud as the flame fruit tree. Even after all these years, allow me to enlighten you. You might think I possess a unique character, but that entity possesses a personality several hundred times more pronounced than mine. The flame fruit tree's laughter grew more infectious. Let me tell you. That being, how could it be so delightfully entertaining? Though it may be but a mere plant, it is a restless spirit, A cold sweat trickled down Fan Tion's brow. For the flame fruit tree's remarks about others' restlessness seemed to imply its own contentment with the status quo. Otherwise, how would it have taken the initiative to enter my netherring space? Ahem, the crux of the matter is it, indeed. Why do you regard me with such a gaze? Noticing Fan Tion's sly smile directed at it, the flame fruit tree felt an unusual wave of discomfort. All right. I shan't interrupt further. Please continue your introduction of that, ahem, restless plant. That entity's greatest joy lies in wandering through mountains and rivers. Prior to our encounter, it had roamed this world for several millennia, leaving me perplexed as to why no one had claimed such a prodigious creature. The flame fruit tree adjusted the leaves on its branches, adopting a pose reminiscent of an eloquent speaker. On that day, it ventured into the Valley of Shadows. And from that moment on, what was once a desolate abyss transformed into a vibrant realm. We engaged in delightful conversations, sharing tales of the past and present, reveling in our camaraderie. It was my first friend, a companion of unwavering loyalty. Originally, it had intended to stay in the Valley of Shadows for merely one night. Yet it chose to remain with me for a full 5 years in that forsaken place. We never made any promises about when we would reunite, given its whimsical nature. It could very well wander off to some distant corner at any time. However, today, I seem to have sensed its presence once more. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it at the Night Lord's auction house. Therefore, you must visit the auction house tomorrow and bring it back. I have never sought help from anyone, but tomorrow, I would go to any lengths to retrieve it. Consider this my earnest request. The branches of the flame fruit tree drooped, as if bowing in deference. Given your words. If I were to refuse, it would be an utter betrayal of friendship. Yet, dear flame fruit, you must tell me what your fascinating friend looks like. Fan Tion pondered a rather pressing matter. The flame fruit, in its excitement, spoke at length but failed to reveal its friend's name or appearance. How then could he assist? How could I have overlooked such a crucial detail? Its name is Withering Grass, and it resembles, quite simply, a blade of grass. No. It should be expressed thus. When it is joyful, it resembles a radiant blade of grass. When it is discontented, it appears as a disheveled mass of hair. Is there such a thing? Fan Tion bore a look of astonishment. Once you bring it forth, you shall witness its more intriguing facets. My brother, I kindly entrust this task to you. The Fuyin fruit tree gently rested its branches upon Fan Tion's shoulder, as if softly patting him. After exiting the realm of the Dark Ring, Fan Tion refreshed himself and retired to bed, spending the night in silence. At the Night Lord auction house, even without a guide, Fan Tion and Qin Haiying swiftly located its whereabouts. Today, 2/3 of the populace of Moon City were drawn here for the auction. The tickets in Fan Tion's possession were specially issued by the Night Lord auction house as a courtesy to the citizens of Moon City, allowing entry without any expenditure. Fortunately, although their seats were somewhat off to the side, the view was still commendable, affording them a clear sight of the auction stage. Upon their entrance, the auction house was already teeming with individuals both upstairs and downstairs. However, the central dais remained unoccupied. Fan Tion observed that, despite the crowd, there was a remarkable hush. Even conversations were conducted in muted tones. This indicated that the auction house upheld strict decorum. Or perhaps the proprietor commanded such a formidable reputation that no one dared to misbehave within his domain. It is said that the layout of each Night Baron auction house is identical. The ground floor serves as the public area, the second floor is reserved for VIPs. And the third floor houses only a handful of exclusive suites for Night Baron's most esteemed clients. The patrons in those suites often account for 2/3 of the auction house's transaction volume. Consequently, attendees come to these auctions either to witness rare and invaluable treasures and skills of various levels that are otherwise inaccessible, or to try their luck in hopes of acquainting themselves with the distinguished guests on the second and third floors. Upon entering the Night Baron for the first time, Fan Tion, unaware of the customs, casually glanced at the upper and lower levels before quietly taking a seat, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Chapter 56. Affluence does not guarantee authority. Shortly after Fan Tion settled in, he observed 4 colossal pillars gradually ascending from beneath the floor at each corner of the central platform. Atop these pillars, 4 clusters of flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the platform entirely, leaving no shadowed recesses. Once the pillars ceased their ascent, a square opening appeared in the center of the platform, from which a simple display stand emerged, accompanied by a genial middle-aged man. As the middle-aged man appeared, the auction house, previously filled with hushed whispers, fell into complete silence. The man bowed to each side of the auction house and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Welcome, esteemed friends, who have traveled from afar to attend this night-barren auction. I, Yi Feng, extend my heartfelt gratitude. Before the auction officially commences, I must reiterate the established rules. As the saying goes, without rules, chaos ensues. Although we welcome all guests, adherence to the auction regulations is paramount. All friends present are welcome to participate in the auction, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. 3 calls confirming the sale. Should any of you wish for us at Yiju to participate in the auction of certain treasures, please feel free to contact us in advance. After verifying the authenticity of the items, we will negotiate the pricing and commission, ensuring that we provide everyone with the most reasonable price. Yi Feng concluded his lengthy speech and, after a brief pause, continued. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The auction begins now. The first item for bidding is, as per our host's stipulation, that peculiar herb. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, a cacophony of voices erupted in the auction hall. Master Yi, this haphazard herb serves no purpose. Why is it always featured as the opening item? This practice could tarnish the esteemed reputation of your auction house. Indeed. It seems unnecessary to go through this ritual each time, others chimed in. Yi Feng, despite the myriad of opinions, maintained a cheerful demeanor. I understand your concerns regarding this herb. However, it has been specially designated by my master, who believes it transforms into an invaluable treasure in the eyes of the right person. Of course, I shall not take up too much of your time. The starting price for this peculiar herb is 10,000 taels. Is that so? I recall its starting price was merely 5,000 last year. It has doubled this year. Surely, the mastermind behind Yiju must have lost their senses. Hush, lower your voice. How dare you address the Night Lord's people in such a manner? Aren't you afraid of their reprisal? Very well, I acquiesce. In any case, no one in their right mind would undertake such a foolish endeavor. Though spoken softly, the words of the 2 individuals seated behind Fan Tian were clearly audible to him. Could this very herb be the one mentioned by the flame fruit tree? A thought stirred within Fan Tian's mind. As he was about to investigate further, the flame fruit tree's voice, filled with fervent excitement, echoed from within the nether ring dimension. Fan Tian, it is it. It is indeed the one. Make haste and acquire it. Standing on the platform, Yi Feng was visibly taken aback. It seemed he had encountered a patron with a peculiar disposition akin to his master's. Could it be that someone would genuinely take a liking to this otherwise useless herb? Noticing Yi Feng's stunned expression, Fan Tian, concerned that his voice might not have carried sufficiently, reiterated his request. At this juncture, the entire venue erupted in commotion. Unbelievable. Such bizarre occurrences are becoming increasingly frequent this year. Is it possible that someone would genuinely subject themselves to such a swindle for a withered herb? This individual must be an unsophisticated rustic, unfamiliar with the ways of the world, presuming that everything within this auction house is a treasure. Even Qin Haiying, seated nearby, regarded Fan Tian with astonishment. However, witnessing the unwavering resolve on his face, she remained silent. Esteemed young sir, Yi Feng inquired, gesturing towards the listless herb submerged in a jar of transparent liquid. Might I venture to inquire as to your reasons for purchasing it? Fan Tian, of course, could not reveal the true reason. He paused for a moment, then looked directly at Yefeng and said, the beauty of one's homeland lies in its waters, and the closeness of one's heart is to the people of one's hometown. Although I left home at a young age, I have always remembered the vibrant grass that grew around my house. The one you are auctioning, though withered beyond recognition, resembles the grass of my memories. I bought it merely to soothe my homesickness. This reason, I suppose, is quite touching. The auctioneer responded, to be honest. This grass has been auctioned many times in our venue, and each time it went unsold. I never expected it to find a connoisseur like you. Very well, young man. From now on, it is yours. Please proceed to the backstage to complete the necessary formalities, and then you may take it with you. Thank you, Fan Tian replied. Yefeng signaled his subordinates to take the grass away, and then presented the second auction item. The small episode caused by Fan Tian was quickly overshadowed by the exciting array of auction items that followed. Having completed his task, Fan Tian sat back comfortably, enjoying the various rare treasures and a few elixirs being auctioned. When he saw an elixir being sold at a high price, Fan Tian thought to himself that if he could successfully refine the phoenix's innate true fire, he might also learn the art of alchemy. Perhaps, in time, he could become an outstanding alchemist. However, alchemy is not as simple as it sounds. He realized he should find time to consult Yefeng on how to master the craft of alchemy. Though seeking guidance from his master would undoubtedly be more beneficial, at present, the master remains elusive. Nevertheless, Yefeng, who has always been in close proximity to Master Foam, must possess some understanding of the situation. The auction lasted an entire day before finally concluding. Inwardly, Fan Tian expressed his frustration with a silent gesture, feeling that he was not a man of extravagant wealth. What significance did treasures hold for him? Acquiring the soul grass had already depleted a considerable portion of his savings. Had it not been stated earlier? It was merely a nostalgic desire to behold the object. Surely, the matter was not so simple. Since the brother could not speak openly, he too would refrain from pressing the issue. Chapter 57. Is this acceptable? I merely wish to invite these two acquaintances to the city lord's residence as guests. However, since Knight is preoccupied with other matters concerning them, I shall take my leave for now. We can arrange to meet again another day. Bai Luoqing waved to his subordinates behind him as he swiftly exited from the opposite end of the passage. Following Night Feng, they ascended to a secluded box on the third floor of the auction house. After surveying his surroundings, Fan Tian inquired with a puzzled expression. Earlier at the auction, I mentioned that peculiar grass was acquired by my master under rather fortuitous circumstances. It is said that when first encountered, the grass emitted a shimmering glow. Yet upon its acquisition, it appeared as nothing more than withered straw. What perplexes him further is that no matter the method employed, he is unable to discern the origins or the purpose of this grass. Since my master established this Night Duke, he has encountered countless rare treasures. Yet he has never come across such a uniquely spirited item. His curiosity piqued, he brings it out at every auction, hoping that a discerning individual will recognize the true essence of this herb. Today, he has finally awaited a response. The smile on Night Wind's face has broadened. Upon learning that this herb has been claimed by someone, my master hastened from another city, eager to discover which friend has made the acquisition. At this moment, he has arrived. Night Wind called out towards the entrance, "Master, our young friend Fan Tian has been waiting for quite some time." To his astonishment, someone truly recognized the value of this herb, though the person had yet to arrive. His voice preceded him. After the laughter subsided, Fan Tian felt a fleeting blur before his eyes, and upon focusing again, he noticed an additional figure in the private room. Clad in a flowing black robe that enveloped him from head to toe, only his pair of glimmering eyes remained visible. Upon meeting Fan Tian's gaze, the man chuckled heartily, raised his hands, and removed the hat that concealed his head, revealing a face adorned with a thick beard. "Young friend Fan Tian," he introduced himself, "I am Night Duke." Upon receiving Night Wind's message, I rushed over immediately. Might I inquire about the origin of this herb? Of course, this inquiry stems from the instinct of a treasure enthusiast. The herb now rightfully belongs to you, and whether to share its history is entirely your prerogative. I do not wish to impose. Night Duke, you do yourself a disservice. Fan Tian replied, "I am but a novice and cannot possibly compare my understanding of treasures with your esteemed knowledge. Let's dispense with any pretense. This herb indeed possesses a distinguished provenance. However, at present, I remain unaware of its precise applications. I am merely acting on behalf of a friend who has entrusted me with the task of acquiring it. Should my friend ever disclose its true nature to me, I shall endeavor to inform you, Knight Chieftain, should we have the good fortune to meet again." "Excellent, excellent. Young Master Fan is indeed a man of forthrightness. I, Night Lord, am always pleased to forge alliances with individuals such as yourself. There is no time like the present. Since we have been brought together by fate today, allow me to bestow upon you a token. Thus, regardless of your future whereabouts, should you find yourself in need, you shall receive immediate assistance in any locale where the Night Lord auction house is present." As Night Lord spoke, he presented a black gold card to Fan Tian. "Furthermore, I perceive that although young Master Fan is still in his youth, his future prospects are boundless. I implore you, young master, should you ever come into possession of extraordinary natural treasures or superior elixirs, to consider collaborating with Night Lord Auction House." Fan Tian now held a card gleaming brilliantly in his hand. However, it was not the card itself that intrigued him, but rather the words spoken by Night Lord. It was not surprising that he could discern his current spiritual power cultivation, as it indicated that his own strength far surpassed his. Yet, how did he detect the vestiges of Phoenix true fire within him? If not for this, why would he suggest collaborating with him should he ever refine elixirs and seek to sell them? What, precisely, was the background of this Night Lord? For his power had already transcended the spatial limitations of the Nether Continent, perhaps reaching the level of a spiritual immortal or even higher. Yet he was able to freely traverse this continent. Notwithstanding, even though Fan Tian was cognizant that any offering from Yiju would invariably be extraordinary, he would not feign declination simply due to their nascent acquaintance. The very notion of such a formidable and enigmatic expert extending goodwill towards him was inherently astonishing. Furthermore, should a protracted collaboration with Yi Ju materialize, the ensuing benefits for Fan Tian would far surpass those presently conceivable. Thus, upon receiving the black gold card, Fan Tian deposited it within his interspatial ring and addressed Yi Ju, stating, "For Yi Dongjia to hold this humble one in such esteem, my refusal would indeed be an act of unpardonable ignorance. To encounter Fan Xiaodi today fills me with immense delight. I wonder if I might have the honor." Though inwardly astounded by Yi Ju's predilection for prioritizing personal inclinations, Fan Tian's body responded without hesitation. He promptly knelt upon one knee, offering a respectful bow to Yi Ju. "Elder brother, I beseech you to accept this obeisance from your younger brother, Fan Tian." "Ha ha, younger brother, arise, I implore you arise. Truly, my joy knows no bounds today. Yi Feng, hasten and instruct the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast and procure several flagons of Xinhua Zui from the Xinhua Pavilion. Tonight, I shall indulge in drink with my younger brother until we are both thoroughly intoxicated." "Yes." Yi Feng departed, his face beaming with delight. Come, younger brother. Let us be seated for a while and converse." As he spoke, Yi Ju drew back 2 chairs, gesturing for Fan Tian and Qin Haiying to be seated. Fan Tian's sojourn extended for 3 days within the main headquarters of the Yi Ju auction house. Had he not repeatedly asserted the urgency of his affairs, Yi Ju would not have permitted his departure. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Yi Ju no longer insisted. He added a jade pendant engraved with the character Yi in small seal script to the black gold card originally given to Fan Tian. "Little brother, should you encounter any matters in the future, simply present this pendant at any Yi Ju branch. Whether you seek money or items, take what you need without hesitation. This pendant is akin to my presence. Cherish it well. Brother, this is too precious for me. Having wandered alone for so many years, it is a rare joy to have a younger brother now. What does this trinket signify? In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall take you to witness even greater marvels." Yi Ju initially intended to say more, but the words caught in his throat. "All right, brother. Once I have settled my affairs, I will certainly return to share a drink with you." A surge of camaraderie swelled within Fan Tian. Chapter 58. Some individuals simply require discipline upon exiting the main auction house of Yi Ju. Fan Tian hurried alongside Qin Haiying towards the gates of the Moon City. After placing the decayed grass into his nether ring, he observed, to his astonishment, that the lifeless grass in his hand revitalized instantaneously upon seeing the Fuyan fruit tree. The grass became translucent and luminous, and intriguingly, the jar that had contained it began to soften at the moment it changed color, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of water. As the decayed grass leaped out, it shook off a few droplets of water clinging to its leaves and exclaimed to the Fuyan fruit tree, "I've been in that jar for decades, nearly suffocating from confinement. Tell me, old friend, am I hallucinating? How is it that you are here?" The blaze fruit tree swayed its branches, declaring, "Were it not for my presence, you would not have beheld me." "Where are we, you ask?" "This is a space possessed by a most intriguing lad." "Ah, let me tell you, this lad he—" Fan Tian was eager to continue eavesdropping when he felt Qin Haiying tug at his sleeve. He withdrew his consciousness from the nether ring space and realized that he and Qin Haiying were cornered on a secluded path. "I didn't expect a pauper like you to linger in Night Dominion for so many days, forcing this young master to wait outside. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself." The one blocking their way was none other than Bai Lan Qing, who had fled the Night Dominion auction in disarray that day. "The fact that I could tarry in Night Dominion for 3 days proves that I am not someone you could trifle with. Are you certain you wish to continue obstructing me? Has no one informed you that engaging in group brawls is no longer fashionable? It's all about one-on-one combat these days." With a swift movement, Fan Tian appeared beside Bai Lan Qing like a phantom before his words had even finished, his hand gripping his neck. "It has been quite some time since I last pummeled someone. My limbs have grown stiff. Since young Master Bai is so fond of being beaten, I shall assist you in loosening your muscles." With his carotid artery seized, Bai Lan Qing's voice changed. What do you intend to do? I warn you. If you dare act rashly, my father will not let you get away with this. I believe City Lord Bai should be grateful to me for assisting him in educating his son. It is by sheer fortune that you have encountered me, Fan Tian, today. Should you one day provoke someone beyond your capacity to handle, I fear your Bai family's lineage may be severed. Fan Tian released his grip. We have pressing matters and no desire to linger here with you. Depart hence. Bai Lan Qing, bowing obsequiously to Fan Tian and Qin Haiying, expressed gratitude for the hero's magnanimity and prepared to leave with his subordinates. I said, depart by rolling. Fan Tian gestured. By launching's face paled. But upon seeing Fan Tian's hand poised to rise again, he gritted his teeth, lowered himself, and rolled several times amidst the jeers of the onlookers. Fan Tian, you are too lenient with such individuals. Qin Haiying, noticing a flicker of resentment in Bai Lanqing's eyes, felt apprehensive. Best not to court unnecessary trouble. We have already tarried here for quite some time. Were we to inflict any significant harm upon this young city lord, I fear the old city lord Bai would not let the matter rest. Let us hope so. Many years later, Fan Tian was ensnared in a plot that nearly cost him his life, orchestrated by none other than Bai Lanqing. But let us set this matter aside for now. With the city gates in sight, Fan Tian entered a tavern, procuring several cooked dishes and storing them in his chincoin bag. Upon exiting, he noticed a candied fruit shop nearby and, turning back, purchased several types of confections said to be favored by young ladies, wrapping them up. Qin Haiying, who had been awaiting Fan Tian at a small tea stall not far from the city gates, was surprised when he presented her with a package wrapped in oil paper. His face flushed. Upon opening it and discovering the candied fruits, her smile deepened. Is it not delicious? Stammered Fan Tian. I have never purchased these before. I merely listened to the recommendations of those shop attendants. The daylight woods were shrouded in shadows, barely allowing the sun's rays to penetrate, let alone in the encroaching night. Observing the eerie scene before him, where ominous winds intertwined with flickering, indistinct flames, Fan Tian grasped Qin Haiying's hand. This place feels rather sinister. We must tread carefully. No sooner had he spoken than several figures abruptly emerged not far from where they stood. Clad entirely in dark attire, even their heads concealed beneath masks. These figures noticed that Fan Tian and Qin Haiying had discovered their presence. They swiftly formed an unsettling formation, encircling the two in the blink of an eye. As confinement set in, Fan Tian promptly drew the wooden sword strapped to his back, executing the illusory sect's footwork to swiftly engage one of their assailants. Without hesitation, he infused his sword with spiritual energy and brought it down with a mighty strike, a force to split mountains and crack the earth. This blow contained more than 80% of Fan Tian's spiritual strength. His intention was to vanquish the individual before him, thus shattering the formation and reclaiming control of the situation. To his utter astonishment, the formidable strike met the figure with a resounding clang reminiscent of metal striking metal, leaving no mark or trace behind. Were they clad in armor capable of withstanding spiritual attacks? Fan Tian stood momentarily stunned, grappling with the unexpected outcome. However, in a moment of realization, he quickly awakened to the situation and immediately executed the illusory sect step, retreating swiftly. Yet, before he could stabilize his stance, a fierce gust of palm wind assailed him from behind. Even more astonishingly, Fan Tian found that he could not perform his illusory sect step in the presence of these individuals. It was as though all his plans had been meticulously calculated by them, leaving no room for his intentions to escape their perception. Consequently, his attempt to evade did not circumvent their assault. Instead, it fully exposed his back to their attack. With a sharp crack, Fan Tian endured a blow, the blood within him surging violently, and he opened his mouth to expel a copious spout of crimson. Qin Haiying, who had been engaged in battle with another adversary, swiftly turned to aid Fan Tian, only to find that she was a moment too late. A vortex appeared beneath Fan Tian's feet, enveloping him entirely. And with a swift rotation, he vanished from her sight. Chapter 59. The origins of Qin Haiying watching helplessly as the injured Fan Tian disappeared before her eyes. Qin Haiying felt a surge of urgency and rage. Upon witnessing those individuals abduct Fan Tian, she resolved to take action. Drawing an item from her cosmic pouch, she shouted, "Heavenly net!" The scroll she held in her grasp suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, expanding rapidly until it transformed into an enormous net that ensnared all those present within its confines. Dare to harm my friend and think you can escape? It shall not be so easy. Those individuals, once impervious to harm and weapons, now found their movements sluggish and feeble under the relentless assault of this intricate web of doom. In their desperate struggles, they discovered themselves ensnared, their hearts gripped by profound dread. All gazes converged upon the direction where Qin Haiying stood, although her visage remained obscured by a mask. The palpable anxiety within their hearts was unmistakable. Do not presume that your celestial puppet array has gone unrecognized in this netherworld. An encounter could have been dismissed. Yet you foolishly dared to injure him and abduct him. If he remains unharmed, all is well, but should he suffer, you shall all descend into the abyss to accompany him. At this moment, Qin Haiying shed her usual gentleness. Her meticulously arranged hair cascaded down, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Even the fabric of her attire fluttered audibly. Her eyes were tightly shut, hands alternating across her chest as she murmured incantations. Above her head, a swirling vortex began to coalesce, crackling with faint thunder and lightning. It was evident that should this vortex be unleashed, it would unleash devastation upon a vast expanse. Divine thunder and sacred fire? Who, pray tell, are you? A voice emerged from the previously silent figures clad in black, filled with astonishment. I had thought you would feign death for eternity. You may summon your celestial puppet array, yet I shall not be barred from invoking divine thunder and sacred fire? Since you regard the lives of those here as mere insects, I shall dispense with my courtesy. The pace of Qin Haiying's hands quickened, and the energy contained within the vortex overhead grew increasingly formidable. Under such duress, the golem constructs faltered, succumbing to the pressure and collapsing onto the ground. The individual orchestrating the celestial golem array found himself in an increasingly dire predicament. Though he remained upright, unlike his fallen automatons, crimson streaks now adorned the corners of his mouth. He dabbed at the sanguine droplets, and upon beholding the vivid hue, a chilling premonition of mortality washed over him. Given your recognition of my celestial golem array, he rasped, it is evident that you hail not from the nether continent. As such, you must be cognizant of the established conventions here. With your very existence hanging precariously in my grasp, you dare invoke celestial mandates? Were it not for your transgression against those you should not have touched, I would have no interest in dealing with the likes of you. Your fate is sealed, and I shall ensure you accompany me to the afterlife. Qin Haiying extended her arm, and the man who had been standing was seemingly seized by an invisible force around his throat. His feet gradually lifted from the ground, his hands flailing wildly in a desperate attempt to break free, but to no avail, as his body ascended more than a meter above the earth. His breaths grew faint and shallow. A mere exertion of Qin Haiying's will would be sufficient to dispatch him to the hereafter. Just then, a voice cried out in fervent alarm, "Young mistress, desist." Another figure materialized as if from thin air, severing the force that constricted the airborne man. He crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for air in a state of disarray. After casting a profound glance at Qin Haiying, he uttered, "Our paths may cross again. Until then, farewell." With a flick of his hand, the once tottering puppets vanished into thin air, and ultimately, so did he. As she watched the figure and his puppets fade away without a trace, Qin Haiying let out a soft sigh and addressed the emptiness around her. "Uncle Qin, why must you hinder me? He has taken Fan Tian away. His life hangs in the balance, and his whereabouts remain unknown." Before her words fully dissipated, a ripple suddenly emerged in the previously vacant air. Following this disturbance, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, materialized before Qin Haiying. "Miss," he began, "you have always approached your endeavors with composure and prudence. Why, then, are you so uncharacteristically agitated today? Had I not arrived in time, you might have committed an irreparable error." "Uncle Qin, they have captured Fan Tian," Qin Haiying exclaimed, gripping his sleeve tightly. "I understand your concern for that lad surnamed Fan," he replied. "That is precisely why I took it upon myself to investigate before coming. While he is indeed trapped, his life is not in jeopardy, so you need not worry." Yet, Qin Haiying remained anxious. What is the clan planning with such a grand display of force? What else could it be but to help you select a suitable fiancé? Uncle Qin sighed. "This little princess, who has been cherished like a fragile gem, has reached the age to choose a husband. I will decide my own marital affairs," Qin Haiying retorted, her expression shifting. "Besides, my heart belongs to someone already. Do those stubborn elders in the clan truly wish to force me to choose another? I'm aware of your fondness for the young man surnamed Fan. Although he has remarkably transformed from a mere spirit waste into a high-ranking spirit ancestor in just a few short years, which is indeed a prodigious feat. It is essential to understand that if he believes he can stand by your side with such limited resources, it is not only I, Uncle Qin, who would object. But you should also inquire among the clan members, such as Qin Fong and Qin Chi, whether they would consent. However, dear miss, possessing merely potential is insufficient. His current prowess would be utterly inconsequential in our domain. Ultimately, the matter transcends mere embarrassment. It concerns the preservation of his very life." Yet, before Qin Haiying could articulate further, she was interrupted by Uncle Qin. "I comprehend your intentions, Mississippi. If you genuinely wish for the clan to recognize him, he must possess formidable strength to present." Chapter 60. Imprisoned to ensure that Fan Tian would be unable to locate her upon his release. I have faith that my little brother, blessed with an abundance of fortune, will emerge unscathed. Rest assured, I shall relay the message forthwith. Our Yeju auction house is established throughout the Netherworld continent, and we shall certainly assist in delivering your message and belongings. I extend my gratitude to you, dear brother. Qin Haiying bowed to Yeju and subsequently entrusted her Qiankuan pouch to him. The surrounding darkness enveloped them entirely, rendering visibility impossible, compelling him to surrender to the pull of gravity as he fell deeper. Bang! After an indeterminate duration, Fan Tian's body finally collided with the unyielding ground, producing a dull thud upon impact. Thanks to the protective embrace of the Emperor Phoenix technique, this fall bore no consequence for Fan Tian whatsoever. Moreover, during his descent, he utilized the Imperial Phoenix technique to heal the wounds upon his body. Upon landing, he realized that he was not confined within a dungeon, but rather standing on an entirely unfamiliar terrain. Here, the sky was shrouded in gloom, with layers of clouds accumulating as if poised to unleash a torrent of rain at any moment. Surrounding him was a desolate expanse, devoid of both human and animal life. Not even a blade of grass in sight. The earth beneath his feet bore a deep crimson hue, and upon touching it, his palm was painfully scraped, as if a layer of skin had been stripped away. Alarmed, Fan Tian immediately enveloped himself in the protective barrier of the Imperial Phoenix technique. What manner of place is this? He raised his gaze towards the direction from which he had fallen, only to find that the entrance had vanished, completely sealed and blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. He now understood that he had not merely fallen into a pit, but rather into something akin to a teleportation array. He had no idea where this array had transported him. Contemplating his predicament, Fan Tian couldn't help but think of Qin Haiying, who had been by his side. He wondered how frantic she must be upon discovering his sudden disappearance. Yet, at this moment, no amount of concern for Qin Haiying would aid him. First and foremost, he needed to seek a way out of this place. Adjusting his attire, Fan Tian began to move forward slowly, hoping to find some markers that might indicate the nature of this strange location. After an undetermined amount of time, he finally came upon a stone tablet, awkwardly jutting from the ground. Demon? Domain? Forbidden? Land? Fan Tian paused in astonishment. A demon domain? Could it be that his fall has inadvertently led him into the territory of the demon clan? The demeanor and conduct of the demon tribe are far more ruthless and savage than that of their human counterparts. A chill ran down Fan Tian's spine. If this were indeed the case, he would find himself in quite a predicament. Confronting a demon would likely result in a battle to the death, with neither party willing to relent. It appears that the individual who brought him here harbored malicious intentions. Facing the demons, even if he were to survive, he would be ensnared in this place indefinitely, unless he possessed the ability to dismantle the spatial restrictions imposed by the demon clan's leader. However, it seemed the teleportation array had malfunctioned. Otherwise, Fan Tian would have found himself surrounded by a multitude of demons rather than standing in this desolate, forbidden realm. Given that it was indeed a forbidden zone, it was clearly not a place for the uninvited. Yet, this presented an opportunity for Fan Tian. Perhaps he could discover a means to escape from here. Could it be? Even divine beasts fear the demon lord? Contemplating this, Fan Tian extended his consciousness into the realm of the underworld ring. How could I fear that little brat Imohangan? It was utterly preposterous. As soon as Fan Tian's consciousness entered the underworld ring, he was met with the frantic cries of Shuefeng. Why did you not respond when I called you just now? Fan Tian inquired, casting a glance at him. That is because there are spatial restrictions here. I can hear your voice, but my words cannot reach you, Shuefeng explained. Is that so? Now that we find ourselves in this demon realm's forbidden territory, do you possess any clever strategies to expedite my escape? Fan Tian pressed. No, I do not. Shuefeng shook his head. What? No way out. Does this imply that I am destined to spend my days in this desolate place, alone until the end of my life? Fan Tian exclaimed. Huh, alone until the end? We are still here, aren't we? By the way, someone has just acquired a little girlfriend. It seems he might be hard to reach now. Shuefeng smiled mischievously at Fan Tian. Just as Fan Tian turned to leave, Shuefeng grabbed him. All right, you need not look at me with such disdain. I was merely trying to frighten you. Is there a solution? Fan Tian inquired, his spirits lifted. For others, indeed, there would be no solution, but if it were me, there is still one possibility. Shuefeng shook her head. Stop with the nonsense. You know we do not have the luxury of time to waste here. Do you see that stone tablet? Shuefeng pointed to the monument inscribed with forbidden grounds of the demon realm. Could it be that this stone bears some mechanism? Fanteon questioned. To my knowledge, the forbidden grounds of the demon clan were originally intended for the confinement of those who committed grave crimes. Since there are no prisons above ground, it suggests that the holding cells are beneath us. If there are prisoners, there must be guards, which means there exists a passage for their comings and goings. So, the exit lies underground? Fanteon postulated. Shuefeng nodded. In theory, that is indeed the case. Chapter 61. Anomalies within the Forbidden Grounds. Fanteon once again gazed at the stone tablet that had stood there for countless years, now slightly askew, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. This realm of magic is by no means a decaying race. Quite the contrary, their influence, unlike that of other races which is overtly displayed, expands unabated in the shadows. To call the demon folk the sovereigns of this subterranean kingdom would not be an exaggeration. Given this, if this truly is a forbidden territory of the demon race, designated for the confinement of those who have transgressed their clan's laws, it should not manifest as the unguarded scene it currently presents, nor should it be a place where outsiders like Fanteon can freely wander. Is there not some hidden intrigue at play? As Fanteon propped his chin on his hand, he leisurely circled the boundary stone, glancing left and right, occasionally reaching out with his other hand to trace the characters inscribed upon it. After a while, his mind was consumed by the 4 characters that denoted the forbidden domain of the demon realm, which danced in his consciousness, sometimes aligned horizontally, at other times vertically, shifting and intertwining. Suddenly, amidst the interplay of those characters, a faint outline began to emerge. A surge of excitement coursed through Fanteon as he promptly placed his hand upon the boundary stone, guiding his fingers along the ephemeral trajectory etched in his mind. At the moment his fingers glided to the final point of that imaginary line, he felt the boundary stone beneath his palm begin to tremble violently. Reacting swiftly, he shifted his feet and executed the illusory sect step, distancing himself several meters just as the boundary stone came crashing down. As the dust settled around him, Fanteon wiped his eyes. He observed that where the boundary marker had once stood, there now existed a square aperture, perfectly sized for a person to enter. The opening was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Snow Phoenix was right, he mused. There is indeed a hidden chamber beneath. Approaching the entrance, Fanteon peered downwards, discerning a series of steps that spiraled downwards from the aperture, their destination unknown. As far as his vision extended, there was nothing but an all-encompassing darkness. It seemed imperative to descend and investigate the contents of this subterranean space. His escape might hinge on discovering what lay below. Fanteon retrieved a small, luminous stone from his Chinkoan pouch, raising it aloft as he stepped onto the staircase within the aperture. Once his body had fully entered, the boundary marker, which had been leaning to one side, slowly righted itself, completely concealing the entrance, leaving no trace of its existence. Fanteon had anticipated a lengthy descent, but to his surprise, after only a few turns, he found his feet upon a level surface. He placed the luminous stone down and surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he had reached a platform at the base of the steps. This platform was entirely constructed from a type of black megalith. No wonder Fanteon had been deceived by the color of the platform when he looked down from above, mistaking the depth of the cave. What? Demon intercepting stones? And so many of them? What in the world is this place? Fanteon was pacing back and forth on the platform when he suddenly heard Shuefeng's voice, filled with astonishment, emanating from the space of the nether ring and reaching his ears. What is the demon severing stone used for? There were not many things that could astonish Shuefeng, at least not in the time Fanteon had known him. This was the first time he had heard Shuefeng speak in such a tone, prompting him to inquire immediately. The demon severing stone, as it was called, had quite a reputation. Legend has it that when the deities created the 3-tiered continent by cleaving the heavens and the earth, although they did not overly interfere with the reproduction and prosperity of the various races, they were somewhat concerned about the arrogance and excesses of the demon race, a mutated group, fearing that they might become unruly and pose a threat to all corners of the world. The deities later refined a demon-severing immortal stone in the celestial pool, dispersing its demonic essence across the continent. This way, even if the demon race were to cause chaos, it would be contained within certain limits. So, you mean to say, this demon-severing stone is specifically designed to counter the demon race? Logically, the demon race would go to great lengths to destroy the demon-severing stone to eliminate future threats. Yet this place is filled with so many of these stones. Are they planning to store them here for centralized destruction? Fanteon then thought of the term Forbidden Zone. Could it be that this forbidden zone is the storage place for the demon-severing stones? Although this explanation makes sense, Fan Tian felt that this was not the ultimate answer. Fan Tian, can you hear something? Fan Tian frowned in thought, while Xue Feng added another question. Sounds? What sounds? In this place, aside from the voices of our small group, what other disruptive sounds could possibly exist? Yet, there was not a single iron chain in sight, nor even a mere iron object. The sound that had just resonated from the friction of iron chains. Where did it truly emanate from? Or perhaps, it was merely an illusion conjured by the two of them? Fan Tian was on the verge of speaking when Xue Feng interjected, Listen, that sound has returned. Upon hearing this, Fan Tian immediately held his breath, focusing intently to listen. Indeed, from an unknown source, a faint rustling sound arose once more. There was, indeed, a sound. As Fan Tian listened, he simultaneously extended his spiritual awareness to discern the origin of the noise. Upon further investigation, he realized that the sound did not originate from any part of their current level, but rather from beneath their feet. This indicated that the position they occupied was not the lowest point of the cave. Beneath the layer of demon-suppressing stone they stood upon, there existed yet another space. Furthermore, judging by the sporadic faint sounds that ascended, it was clear that something, or perhaps a group of living beings, was being stored or imprisoned below. What manner of creature could warrant such a grand display of the demon race's power, utilizing an entire layer of demon-suppressing stone as a prison? A peerless demon lord? Yet, shouldn't such a demon lord be the treasured guardian of the demon clan? Why, then, would it be confined? Fan Tian meticulously traversed each piece of demon-suppressing stone, failing to uncover any abnormalities. Each stone was as smooth as a mirror, fitting seamlessly together. Where, then, was the mechanism leading to the lower level concealed? Fan Tian tilted his head and sighed softly. However, upon noticing the twinkling objects above him, he could not help but exclaim, So that's it. Chapter 62. Fellow suffers in the same realm of misery when gazing from above. All he could see were the steps, yet looking upwards from below, he caught a glimpse of a faint glimmer of light flickering at the cave ceiling. As Fan Tian focused on that light, it vanished. After closing his eyes for a few seconds and reopening them, the light reappeared. He etched that glimmer into his memory and then lowered his gaze to observe the arrangement of the demon-suppressing stones beneath his feet. After pondering for a moment, he moved slightly, swiftly stepping on several stones, either at their centers or edges, before finally settling motionless on one of the demon-suppressing stones. The cave fell into silence for a brief moment, until suddenly, a muffled creaking sound echoed. The stone on which Fan Tian stood began to descend slowly, taking him with it. Even the well-versed Xue Feng could not help but commend the ingenious design of this mechanism. For what had once been an incredibly heavy demon-suppressing stone now floated down gracefully like a wisp of willow fluff, seemingly controlled by some external force that not only regulated its descent speed perfectly, but also ensured it landed precisely in the recess below. With a soft click, Fan Tian felt a slight sway in his body, realizing that the demon-suppressing stone had finally reached its destination. Leaping down from the fragment of the enchanted stone, Fan Tian was about to seek the source of the voice he had just heard when a weak yet undaunted voice reached his ears. Imo Hausa, what is this? Isn't today your grand coronation? Has it concluded so swiftly? Or perhaps such an occasion failed to evoke any sense of achievement within you, compelling you to come here to flaunt your prowess? Upon hearing the voice, Fan Tian cast his gaze towards a shadowy corner, where the sound of clanking iron chains echoed. A man, who had been kneeling against the wall, slowly turned to face him. To his astonishment, the figure before him was not his brother, who had harbored aspirations of fratricide and usurpation. Who are you? What brings you here? He inquired. The question of my identity holds little significance. What truly matters is that we are both lost souls in this vast world, and in our encounter, must we have been previously acquainted? Fan Tian replied swiftly. After enduring immense hardship to descend to this underground realm, he discovered that all he had unearthed was a dead end. Here, apart from a prisoner whose duration of confinement was an enigma, no other soul could be found. As Xue Feng rightly remarked, this place is indeed a wretched dungeon. Oh, what a poignant encounter. And yet, must we have been acquainted before? Were it not for my shackled hands and feet, I would gladly share a drink with you until we were inebriated. The man laughed heartily. Therefore, in the spirit of our shared plight as brothers in adversity, could you enlighten me as to the nature of this cursed place? And what circumstance has led to your incarceration here? Perhaps, should you aid me in my escape, I may also assist you in finding your way out. As Fan Tian observed the man, he noted that despite standing Both his hands and feet were tightly bound by iron chains. In an effort to afford him some comfort, Fan Tian settled himself down. No sooner had he taken a seat than he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xue Feng, who dashed out from his spatial ring and hurriedly approached the man, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Mo Hongen, how did you end up in such a wretched state? It seems you've truly brought this upon yourself and were betrayed, haven't you? Who are you? Mo Hongen, surprised that an outsider recognized his identity, responded incredulously. Who am I? It seems your eyesight has failed with age. But of course, how long have you been trapped in this dismal place? Since my rebirth, I must have become 1,000-fold more handsome than before. It's no wonder you, an old demon, cannot recognize me. As Xue Feng spoke, he produced a folding fan from seemingly nowhere, snapping it open with a flourish and fanning himself lightly. Xue Feng, is that really you, you enchanting vixen? I thought you were living it up in the mysterious continent. How did you end up here? Mo Hongen, clearly recognizing Xue Feng's identity, was visibly agitated. Ahem. The story is rather lengthy. However, the pressing issue at hand is not my presence here, but rather how you have managed to reduce yourself to this half-human, half-ghost semblance. Has your demon clan been annihilated, and has the world turned against you? Noticing the sudden change in Mo Hongen's expression, Fan Tian realized that Xue Feng had struck a nerve. Could it be that even Mo Hongen has fallen prey to someone else's ambitions? Is that person weary of their own existence? Or, Xue Feng added another remark. When it comes to human interactions, there are indeed marvels. Take, for instance, the notorious demon Mo Hongen and the ancient divine beast Xue Feng, an extraordinary pair of companions that defy conventional logic. Traditionally, one would assert that good and evil cannot coexist. Although the three continents are teeming with demons, spirits, and immortals, each follows their own path. Humans tread the road of humanity, while ghosts pursue their own. With differing identities and cultivation methods, mutual disdain would seemingly preclude any possibility of amicable discourse. Yet, since Xue Feng's emergence into the world, he has been guided by his master, fostering a bond that, while not characterized by frequent exchanges as seen in ordinary friendships, has endured through the ages. Thousands of years have passed without diminishing their affection. Thus, although Fan Tian perceives Xue Feng's remarks as laced with sarcasm, he comprehends that this is merely the nature of their relationship with the demon. Xue Feng, it has been a millennium since our last parting, during which many events have transpired unbeknownst to you. Mo Hongen's gaze, fixed intently, drifted past the position where Xue Feng stood and settled upon a certain spot within the cave. Among my kin, the demon offspring are not numerous, and thus any encounter between us, even with unfamiliar faces, tends to evoke a sense of kinship. It is precisely this familiarity that led me to be ensnared by a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. After a prolonged silence, Mo Hongen's voice resonated once more. 8 centuries ago, I once pursued a beast into the depths of the demon abyss. There, I encountered a youth being relentlessly pursued by a monstrous beast. That youth being Mo Hausa. Chapter 63, The Pit You Dig, You Must Fill Yourself. Listening to Mo Hongen's narration, Fan Tian could easily deduce the unfolding plot. It was truly unexpected that this seemingly fearsome demon could fall into the trap of being a lamb led to slaughter, with his assailant seeking not only his wealth and power but also his very life. Mo Hausa, unbeknownst to me, was secretly cultivating his own influence and nurturing his trusted allies right under my nose. When my subordinates warned me to be wary of him, I dismissed their concerns as exaggerations and punished them by sending them to the abyss for contemplation. Little did I realize that his resolve had hardened to such an extent. On that fateful day, he forced me to ingest a poison that drained my powers. While his accomplices spread rumors within our clan about my supposed descent into madness and disappearance into the abyss. In truth, I was imprisoned in this lightless cavern by him. Had it not been for the emblem of the legitimate clan leader of the demon race still in my possession, my life would surely have been extinguished by now. Mo Hongen's voice carried a tinge of desolation. Unless we demons willingly annihilate our own souls to the point of utter obliteration, our lives shall stretch into eternity. I am uncertain how long I have been confined by him, but I surmise it has been long enough for him to lose his patience. A few days ago, he proclaimed that even without the emblem, he could firmly grasp the power of the demon clan in his hands, thus determining that today would mark his official appointment as the new clan leader of our race. However, this should not be the case. Even though that poisonous elixir has diminished your powers significantly, with your capabilities, this confined space should not be able to restrain you. Xue Feng gazed with deep suspicion at the thick iron chains binding Mo Hongen. These are the magic binding chains, specifically designed to subdue beings of our demonic lineage. Moreover, the greater one's strength, the more effective these chains become. For once you harness the demonic energy within you, these chains will disintegrate that energy. Furthermore, can you discern what lies above and below within this cavern? That cunning Hausa, in his precautionary measures, has amassed numerous demon restraining stones, not only to confine me here, but also to gradually sap my magical essence. My current power is but a mere fraction of what it once was. Thus, this false prison is devoid of any guards. Firstly, to prevent news of your entrapment from leaking, and secondly, your dear brother is exceedingly confident that escape is not an option for you. Fan Tiandao. Indeed, to think that I, Imo Hongan, who lived so flamboyantly, would meet such a fate. This place is perilous. Apart from the exit above, there is no other means of escape. Imo Hausa has reached the pinnacle of spiritual immortality. And furthermore, this realm is his dominion. Should he discover your intrusion, in order to safeguard my secret, he would assuredly ensure that you do not leave here alive. You must depart swiftly. Do not concern yourselves with this dying soul of mine, Imo Hongan urged. Having arrived at this juncture, shall we venture forth empty-handed, unwilling to concede? Moreover, we have known each other for quite some time. Though you can be somewhat arrogant at times, you are still my brother. How could I stand idly by while you find yourself in dire straits without lending a hand? Shuefeng shook her head. It is futile. This magical chain is impervious to blades and immune to fire. There exists nothing in this world, save for the key in Imo Hausa's possession, that can sever it. Imo Hongan sighed deeply. That may not necessarily be the case. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Fan Tian's mind, echoing from the flame fruit tree. Do you perchance have a solution? Fan Tian found himself intrigued by this ordinarily reticent fellow's unexpected enthusiasm today. Indeed, when fortune smiles upon one, it is unstoppable, corrupted grass. Go forth and display your prowess to them. My friend, are you once again assisting me in my business endeavors? However, considering this lad expended 1,000 taels to extricate me, I shall grant him this favor. Corrupted grass gathered its spirits. Stand aside, everyone, if my due falls upon you, and you end up missing limbs, do not come seeking retribution. As corrupted grass spoke, it flew out of Fan Tian's dark ring space. It had now fully regained its original form, its entire body resplendent and nearly transparent. Within its leaves, a small droplet of liquid swayed rhythmically. Corrupted grass floated before Imo Hongan, who was ensnared by the magical chains, and as it drew near, Imo Hongan inquired, my friend, can you truly assist me in unshackling this chain? The decayed grass gazed at him with a look of incredulity, pondering, if I cannot unlock this, what purpose do I serve? I apologize, that was not my intention. What I meant to convey was, could you perhaps damage only the core of this chain while preserving its exterior? You must also feign that you have not escaped, correct? Indeed, that is precisely what I meant. The decayed grass gently swayed, signaling to Imo Hongan to raise his hand. It discerned the precise location of the lock core and squeezed a drop of liquid from within its leafy body, which fell squarely onto the core. Imo Hongan felt a sudden release in his hand as the heavy chain slipped from one of his wrists, cascading onto the chunk of enchanted stone with a crisp clatter. This. Imo Hongan gazed at the hand that had regained its freedom, overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The decayed grass approached his other hand, employing the same method to liberate it. Subsequently, Imo Hongan's feet were also set free. "Aha! I am finally free," he exclaimed, throwing his head back in a joyous roar. After the laughter subsided, Imo Hongan slowly stepped forward to embrace Shuefeng tightly, declaring, "Good brother, thank you." He then moved to Fan Tian, expressing, "Thank you, young brother. I owe my salvation today to both of you." As for the decayed grass, noticing Imo Hongan's desire to greet it, it promptly retreated a few steps, stating, "Your enthusiasm is unwelcome toward me unless you wish to part with those hands. What is the matter? Please contact my old Demon Clan subordinates who are outside." Although Imo Hausa is currently in charge, there are still a few within the clan who do not follow his orders. These are the Grand Elder Mod and the Second Elder Mo Sheng. Both have been elders since my father's time and continue to assist me after I took over the clan following my father's unexpected demise. If you approach them with my token, they will surely cooperate with you and work from within. Chapter 64, Exiting the Forbidden Zone. After Imo Hongan finished speaking, he led Shuefeng and Fan Tian to the demon-cutting stone where Fan Tian had previously descended from the upper level. This stone automatically rises when someone stands on it, and stops if the weight is removed midway. Please help me raise it. That's easy. Fan Tian immediately stepped onto the stone, which indeed slowly ascended from the pit until it rose nearly 2 meters. Mo Hongyan then said, "Young man, step down now." Fan Tian leaped off the stone, which then remained stationary. Mo Hongyan would never guess that the most dangerous place is also the safest. The clan leader's token, which he nearly turned the entire demon clan upside down to find, is hidden right here in this pit. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. From the palm of Mo Hongyan, a sudden burst of dazzling light emanated, followed by an intense surge of magical energy that radiated outward, enveloping his entire being within mere seconds. This layer of magical light danced around Mo Hongyan, fluctuating in intensity, at times strong and at times weak. Once awakened, it would ceaselessly emit magical power for others to harness. My current magical energy has already replenished to 50%, with a few more days of rest. I could restore it to over 80%. At that point, when I venture out, that scoundrel Mo Hongyan shall undoubtedly be no match for me. Mo Hongyan, since you are the calamity I personally brought into the clan, allow me to personally eradicate you. Fan Tian posed a grave inquiry. Indeed, there was nothing above. Nor was there anything here moments ago. However, now that my magical energy has recovered to 50%, finding an exit from this place poses no challenge. Do you believe this forbidden land became so because of my confinement? That notion is utterly mistaken. This location is inherently a forbidden ground for our demon clan. I merely find myself imprisoned in a remote corner of it. As Mo Hongyan spoke, he closed his eyes and began to chant softly. Before long, a swirling vortex materialized before Shui Feng and Fan Tian. This method of entry and exit from the Forbidden Land is known only to the successive leaders of the Demon Clan. By sending you out now, you shall directly enter the territory of my Demon Clan. However, due to the intense aversion the Demon Clan holds towards outsiders, I can assure you that if you venture out now, it won't be long before you are discovered and cast into the abyss to feed the beasts. As Mo Hongyan spoke, he bit into his own fingertip and, with his blood, inscribed a symbol upon the inner wrist of Fan Tian. This was the demon body symbol. With it, you shall emit the distinct scent exclusive to our kind, allowing you to navigate the clan without arousing suspicion. I sense someone approaching. You must leave at once. The fate of my brother's life now rests in your hands. With that, Mo Hongyan thrust Fan Tian and Shui Feng into the swirling vortex. As their figures vanished, the whirlpool fell calm once more. Mo Hongyan then pushed the suspended demon sealing stone upward, sealing the gap above. Subsequently, he affixed the damaged demon binding chain back onto his limbs and crouched in a shadowy corner, closing his eyes to take a brief respite. Mo Hongyan's intuition proved correct. Indeed, someone had entered this forbidden domain. Given that the one imprisoned here is the legitimate patriarch of the demon clan, it could only be his sworn brother, Mo Hongyan. Mo Hongyan had intended to ascend to the position of clan leader today, yet an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. He attributed this unrest to his inability to locate the clan's insignia over the past several centuries. Thus, after much contemplation, he returned to seek out Mo Hongyan once more. This place, constructed with immense effort, holds his profound familiarity with every stone and tree. Approaching the boundary marker, he sensed an unusual aspect about it today. After meticulous examination, he discerned a subtle anomaly. His heart raced as he scanned the surroundings, yet no figure was in sight. Could it be that Mo Hongyan could escape from my meticulously woven net? It seemed implausible. After hundreds of years, his demonic power should have waned significantly, leaving him without the strength to break through the formidable binds of the magic restraining chains and the demon-stopping stones. Nevertheless, despite his skeptical nature, he activated the boundary marker and hastened to the platform of the demon-stopping stone to engage the mechanism. As soon as he descended, Mo Hongyan's voice, weak yet laced with mockery, reached him from below. Our newly appointed clan leader graces us with his presence. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive me, esteemed leader. Mo Hongyan scoffed disdainfully, and before the demon-stopping stone had settled, he leaped down, swiftly advancing to Mo Hongyan, seizing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. My dear brother, is it not an honor for you that I am clan leader? Should we not maintain the camaraderie we once had? Why must you stubbornly entrap yourself in this dead end? Mo Hongyan, he retorted, are you not wary of suffocating on such insincerity? Speak plainly, for that is the mark of a true man. I shall ask you once more, where is the clan leader's token? If you fail to disclose its whereabouts today, do not blame me, your younger brother, for leaving you without a path to salvation. Ha ha ha, a path to salvation? Imo had it not been for the constraints of the heavenly rules, I would have been in your grasp for centuries, my bones long since turned to dust. Your talk of a path to salvation is nothing but a jest, one that would make others laugh uproariously. Imo's expression flickered between shades of green and white at Imo's words. Indeed, had it not been for those damned heavenly rules, he would have dispatched Imo 100 or even 1,000 times by now. How is it that he, on the verge of death, dares to mock him so brazenly? The more composed and unruffled Imo appeared, the more it accentuated Imo's disarray and helplessness. Chapter 65. Infiltrating the Demon Clan. My dear elder brother, since you insist on withholding the whereabouts of that token, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Imo arrived this time empty-handed, his mood so foul it was on the brink of explosion. The outside world is already under his command, thus. Let that token accompany this obstinate wretch to the depths of hell. Observing the constant shifts in Imo's expression, Imo sensed a hint of danger. Imo, are you finally unable to restrain your true self? Are you no longer afraid of the heavenly rules? No longer fearful of the 12 heavenly thunders? Brother, have you not heard of the method of killing through the use of another's blade? Even if my hands do not wield the weapon, should the heavenly punishment descend upon me, I shall endure it. My esteemed brother, after all these years of camaraderie, a bond exists between us. It is not my desire to see you meet a solitary and ignominious end. I aspire for us, as brothers, to combine our strengths and elevate our demonic clan to prominence, instilling fear in those who once scorned us at the mere mention of our name. Your current course veers toward the self-destruction of our lineage. Rest easy, brother. I shall return next year to offer my respects. As we both know, I am unable to employ my own power to end your existence directly. Therefore, within this confined space, I have unleashed a multitude of demonic beasts. We are both denizens of the demonic realm, born and destined to perish here. Upon releasing the ravenous beasts, I observed them lunging toward you, cowering in the shadows. A fleeting moment of empathy washed over me, reminiscent of my early days in this realm. However, such sentiment was quickly suppressed. A man of ambition must possess a ruthless heart. After my departure, you emanated your formidable aura. Although your power has only recovered to half its former glory, it remains an awe-inspiring force. The once ferocious beasts, sensing your terrifying presence, immediately quieted, creating a significant void in the crowded corner. These creatures, mostly above the 3rd rank, with some even surpassing the 5th or 6th, possess a degree of sentience. They understood that the individual bound by chains before them was no ordinary foe. After driving back the magical beasts, Imo shed his garments, tearing them into tatters, and brandished a small knife, inflicting numerous wounds upon himself, blood spilling profusely. Observing the resplendent red banners that adorned the residence of the Demon Clan, Fantion suddenly recalled that Imo had mentioned earlier in the dark prison that today marked the inauguration ceremony of the new clan leader. Seizing this fortuitous moment, he resolved to seek out the 2 esteemed elders of the Demon Clan, believing it would prove far more efficient than aimlessly wandering about. As he traversed the path, a group rushed past him, nearly colliding with his form, burdened with various items. Just as Fantion was about to sidestep, one among the group impatiently exclaimed, "Everyone in the clan is gathering before the clan leader's grand hall. Why are you dawdling here? Can't you see the others are sweating from the effort of carrying these loads? Why not lend a hand? We were just lamenting the lack of a guide. And here you are presenting yourself." Fantion's heart soared with joy, yet he remained reticent, silently accepting the pole from one of them and resting it upon his shoulder. All significant events of the Demon Clan transpired in the plaza before the clan leader's grand hall. Thus, as he bore the items to the plaza, he realized he had arrived at the very heart of the Demon Clan. Although he knew that remaining in proximity to the main hall would eventually lead him to the 2 esteemed elders, the sheer number of demons posed a challenge for him to locate them discreetly and efficiently. Lost in contemplation, I was abruptly roused by a voice nearby, instructing another, "Go at once and summon those doddering relics, Modi and Mashing, to this place. Inform them that should they fail to show deference to the new clan leader today, not a single member of their families will survive the morrow. Let them not presume their status as elders of 3 generations grants them immunity. The clan leader has hitherto shown them respect, but if they persist in their obstinacy, then the clan leader will find no further use for them. There are others aplenty eager to assume the mantle of elder. Yes, Grand Steward." The servant scurried off in haste. A stroke of fortune, I mused with a subtle smile. With a swift movement, I entered the confines of the nether ring. The ring, in turn, concealed itself from view and trailed after the servant. The servant veered left and right, eventually emerging from the demon clan's settlement and ascending a small mountain on its periphery. Could it be, I pondered, that these two elders do not reside in the houses, but rather dwell in caves on the mountain? Before the thought had fully formed, I observed the servant halt before two small earthen dwellings. Before he could utter a word, a colossal sixth-order demon serpent erupted from one of the huts. Its massive, forked tongue brushed against the servant's body, causing half of it to gradually succumb to numbness. In desperation, he cried out, "Great Elder, Second Elder, I am merely compelled to deliver a message. I beseech you, show mercy. Aiding and abetting tyranny merits only death," came a scornful reply. A vehement shout erupted from within the small earthen dwelling, affording the lackey no opportunity to resist. A forceful gust of wind struck him, leaving a fist-sized, sanguineous cavity in his chest. "Grand Elder." The lackey's words were cut short as he breathed his last, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Chapter 66. The two Grand Elders of the Demon Clan, such expeditious dispatch, truly befitting the Demon Clan's ethos, decisive, efficient, and devoid of procrastination. Fan Tion inwardly marveled. He didn't even allow the man to finish his sentence before extinguishing his life. Fan Tion observed the lackey's body, which was gradually stiffening. After a moment's contemplation, and ensuring the surroundings were devoid of witnesses, he emerged from his spatial ring. Were he unable to evade, his ear would likely be forfeit. Fortunately, Fan Tion had preemptively taken a breath the moment the sound arose. Sensing the peril, he immediately employed the illusory sect steps. The concealed energy failed to reach him. Deftly evaded. "Who are you?" Having evaded the concealed energy, Fan Tion's feet had barely touched down when the previously sealed door was abruptly thrust open. A figure directed a palm strike towards his position, imbued with the entirety of his power. This was because the individual sensed an unusual aura emanating from Fan Tion. "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that I am the one the Elder seeks," Fan Tion remarked calmly, without any intention of dodging, as the palm wind assailed him. He is wagering whether the trust bestowed by Mo Hongan has been misplaced. Indeed, as Fan Tion's words, laden with significance, echoed, the figure rushing towards the door halted. A look of astonishment etched upon their face. At this moment, MOD's actions unmistakably revealed his innermost thoughts, regardless of the veracity of the newcomer's claims. He could not bring himself to inflict harm. Observing MOD's demeanor, Fan Tion nodded discreetly. This elder truly lived up to the unwavering faith that Mo Hongan had placed in him over the centuries. Having received the answer he sought, Fan Tion merely shifted his body slightly aside, dissipating a considerable portion of MOD's residual energy. "Are you the Grand Elder or the Second Elder?" Fan Tion inquired once more, glancing around and finding himself still alone, before speaking softly. "I am MOD. May I inquire your name?" MOD bent slightly and gestured towards the modest earthen dwelling. "The accommodation is humble. I kindly request your presence inside for our discourse." Fan Tion nodded, stepping past MOD into the small abode. Upon entering, he discovered that the dwelling was indeed quite simple, containing only two side-by-side wooden beds, a table, and a stool. Lying on one of the beds was an elderly man, presumably the Second Elder. "Brother, who is this?" The man on the bed raised himself on one arm upon seeing Fan Tion enter, directing his gaze towards MOD. "Esteemed sir, this is my second brother, the Second Elder of our clan, Mo Sheng. He was injured due to a treacherous ploy by that villain Mo Hausa after he opposed him, and he has yet to recover." After MOD introduced Mo Sheng, he inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" Fan Tion briefly disclosed his identity and reached into his Chinquan bag, retrieving a jade pendant. "Elders, do you recognize this object?" Upon seeing the pendant, MOD's body trembled uncontrollably. "Chief, where is our chief?" In terms of age, MOD and Mo Sheng combined were nearly 10,000 years old. Yet upon the sight of the jade pendant, tears streamed down MOD's face, and he wept like a child. "Might I inquire, esteemed Fan Tion, from whence did you acquire this jade pendant?" "Our chief, he." MOD and Mo Sheng embraced each other, sobbing for a while, before MOD finally raised his sleeve to wipe his tears. Mo Hongan is still alive, though his circumstances are dire. Fan Tion succinctly conveyed what he had learned about Mo Hongan's recent state to the two elders. Upon hearing that Mo Hongan had been ensnared by Mo Hausa's schemes, losing the majority of his magical powers and left to languish in a dark, oppressive dungeon, MOD's fury erupted as he struck the wooden table with a fist, shattering it to pieces. "I knew that despicable scoundrel Mo Hausa would not easily release the chief. For centuries, although Mo Hauze had exhibited brazen arrogance. With most succumbing to his tyranny and recognizing him as their new master, there remained a faction steadfastly loyal to the chief. Now that the chief's jade pendant has surfaced, if I seize this opportunity to reach out to them, they will know exactly what must be done. This is indeed the best course of action. I firmly believe that regarding today's inauguration ceremony of Mo Hauze, both elders ought to take the lead in their attendance. We acknowledge only one chieftain. Mo Hauze is merely an interloper, unworthy of our presence at this event. Mo's desire was once again ignited. The Grand Elder's assertion is misguided. Were you to contact those esteemed elders within our clan, it would undoubtedly arouse Mo Hauze's suspicions. However, this occasion presents an exceptional opportunity for you to convene, Grand Elder. How could you possibly overlook such a chance? Following Fan Tiany's counsel, Mod experienced a moment of clarity. Your words hold considerable merit. Let us proceed thus. Subsequently, Fan Tian and the two elders huddled together, devising a plan that was discreet yet ensured the successful execution of their scheme. Meanwhile, Mo Hauze, seated imperiously in the clan leader's grand chamber, seethed with rage upon noticing the conspicuous absence of the clan's most influential Grand Elder and Second Elder. Gripping the neck of a passing subordinate, he demanded, "Where are those ancient relics, Mod and Mo Sheng? Why have they not arrived?" The subordinate, caught in this unwarranted misfortune, desperately pleaded for mercy. "Please, my lord, I am unaware." The hapless underling's life was extinguished with a swift motion as Mo Hauze's grip tightened. Incompetent fools, all of them. With a flick of his hand, the poor subordinate's legs flailed, and he met his demise. Chapter 67. Those with a guilty conscience ought to tread carefully. The brutal execution of a subordinate struck fear into the hearts of those passing by, who hastily averted their gaze from the malevolent presence of Mo Hauze. In an instant, the vicinity of the clan leader's mansion was engulfed in a tense atmosphere, making it impossible for Mo Hauze to find anyone to question, which infuriated him to the point of pacing back and forth in the grand hall. Suddenly, a servant rushed in with news. Clan leader, the elder Mod, that old fellow, is at the gate seeking an audience. Is that so? Mo Hauze thought to himself, "Old man, have you finally succumbed? Humph, it's about time you recognize the situation." As he pondered, he leisurely made his way outside. Despite his current desire to drag Mod and Mo Shin before the grand altar to publicly acknowledge him as the new clan leader, he restrained himself. Although he had already consolidated most of the demon clan's power, the unique statuses of Mod and Mo Shin were crucial. Their endorsement would solidify his position as clan leader. Upon stepping outside, Mo Hauze saw Mod, who had been his adversary for centuries, standing quietly, seemingly with a hint of respect in his demeanor. Indeed, the tactic of asserting authority had proven effective. "Elder Mo, since you're here, can we commence our ceremony?" Mo Hauze's voice carried a tinge of urgency. "Clan leader, this matter must not proceed," Mod replied, addressing this treacherous, fratricidal usurper as clan leader. Mod felt a surge of disdain, but recalling the purpose of his visit, he suppressed the urge to confront him. Mod watched impassively as this despicable individual spewed his deceitful rhetoric, choosing not to interrupt. Mo Hauze spoke for a while and noticed that Mod, who had previously shouted for violence upon encountering him, was unusually quiet today. Unable to discern his true intentions, he paused his words and inquired, "Elder, what do you mean by impossible?" "Patriarch, your unwavering devotion to the former patriarch has not gone unnoticed by us, although we have previously held differing opinions. It was merely a matter of circumstance, not personal animosity. The transition of the patriarch is a significant matter that must be approached with utmost caution. When the timing, environment, and harmony among people align, what else is of grave importance?" Today's date was chosen after much deliberation. Mo Hauze's mood soured again, realizing that this old man was still attempting to obstruct his ascension to the patriarchate, albeit through a different means. "Patriarch, that is not my intention. Given that the former patriarch has been missing for such a long time, it is likely that there is no good news to be had." Previously, Mod was reluctant to use the phrase untimely demise when referring to Mo Hongen. If he had indeed learned of his well-being, he certainly would not speak of it. Thus, he sought alternative expressions. However, the transition of the patriarchate should be supported by credible evidence to inspire trust. "What do you mean, Mod?" Mo Hauze had acquired the position of patriarch from Mo Hongen, and the current uncertainty surrounding this title weighed heavily on him. While others may have harbored doubts, they only dared to discuss them in private. Mod was the only one bold enough to pierce through the veil of pretense in front of them. Therefore, before Modi could complete his statement, a dense surge of demonic energy emanated from Imo House's hand, poised to strike a lethal blow against Modi within moments. Modi, however, merely glanced at Imo House's reaction, seemingly unfazed by the sudden emergence of murderous intent, and continued. The second elder and I have been diligently investigating the whereabouts of the relic, and just a few days ago, we finally gained a promising lead. The whereabouts of the relic? Imo Hauser exclaimed. You've actually discovered the relic's location? Speak, where is it? Upon hearing the news of the clan leader's relic, Imo Hauser immediately suppressed his previously exposed murderous aura, urging Modi to reveal more. No wonder he had been pressuring Imo Hangan for so long without eliciting any information about the relic's whereabouts. It turned out that these two old codgers had taken it away. The clan leader's relic is of paramount importance, Modi explained. We spent a considerable amount of time confirming its location. It resides within our forbidden training ground. Is this true? Imo Hauser questioned. Now that we have resolved to honor you as our leader, Modi replied, we would never utter a falsehood. Our old bones are of little consequence. We must, in any case, plan for the well-being of our families. It's rare for you two stubborn old men to comprehend this, Imo Hauser sneered. Then, to ensure absolute certainty, you shall escort me to retrieve the relic immediately. Clan leader, Modi responded, given the significance of the relic, its reappearance should not be taken lightly. Allow me to confer with the clan's elders. In 3 days, they shall accompany you to witness the relic's emergence. In this way, the clan leader obtaining the relic will undoubtedly possess greater persuasiveness than the ceremony you proposed, provided that he successfully obtains the clan leader's insignia in 3 days. None within the demon clan will dare question the legitimacy of his position, and he will possess greater confidence in allocating manpower. Upon receiving instructions from Imo Hauser, Modi promptly conveyed his intentions to the incumbent elders of the clan. Simultaneously, he openly gathered the old guard who were resistant to Imo Hauser's authority, and they collectively devised a strategy. Chapter 68. The victor reigns supreme. Witnessing Imo Hongan's spirited demeanor, Xiefeng and Fantion were genuinely pleased for him. However, their elation was fleeting, as the true test lay 3 days hence. Imo Hauser, preoccupied with the clan leader's insignia, found himself unable to eat or sleep soundly during those 3 days. On the dawn of the 3rd day, as the first rays of sunlight emerged, he assembled his forces, retrieved the insignia, and welcomed the clan leader's ascension. Imo Hauser's loyalists, fully aware of the day's significance, immediately chanted slogans. Imo Hauser nodded in satisfaction, gestured for the army to advance. Modi, having learned the location of the insignia from Fantion, orchestrated a ruse, making it appear as though the box containing the insignia was partially exposed by the wind. Subsequently, to preempt any potential escape by Imo Hauser seeking vengeance upon their kin, he instructed the second elder, Imo Shang, who remained behind in the earthen dwelling due to mobility constraints, to employ their clan's unique method of covertly transmitting messages. This was to inform the elderly, women, and children of their clan that once the main forces departed with Imo Hauser to the Forbidden Grounds, they should immediately evacuate from their residences and seek refuge in the clan's secret passages. The elite representatives from various branches of the demon clan accompanied MOD to the location of the token, instinctively forming a circle around the pit. Imo Hauser observed as MOD knelt before the earth, painstakingly extracting the partially exposed token box with his bare hands. The glimmer of avarice in his eyes intensified with each passing moment. As MOD's voice trailed off, murmurs began to circulate among the gathered clan members. They were all acutely aware that this familial token was traditionally safeguarded by each clan leader, never to be stored separately. Yet now, with their former leader missing for centuries, this token, meant to belong to him, had inexplicably surfaced within the confines of their clan's forbidden territory. What could this signify? Great Elder, what is your intent? Are you implying that my sworn brother vanished here? But that cannot be. This place has always been our clan's domain. How could he have gone missing for so long without our knowledge? What does this mean? Do you not comprehend, Imo Hauser? MOD had grown weary of engaging in further discourse with Imo Hauser, directly addressing him by name, abandoning even the faade of civility. MOD, do you seek to incite rebellion among the masses? If at this moment, Imo Hauser remains oblivious to the intentions of MOD, then his years spent within the demon clan have been in vain. Rebellion? How could I possibly bear the weight of such a word in your presence? If your conscience is clear, why then do you fear my continued discourse? MOD chuckled coldly, turning his gaze toward his kin, declaring, I am aware of the doubts that plague your minds. Allow me to clarify. Our chieftain has not, in fact, vanished, but rather has been. Mod gestured towards Mo Hausa, who lay gravely injured, imprisoned within this forbidden ground for centuries. The moment these words escaped Mod's lips, a tempest of astonishment erupted among the demon clansmen. Could such a thing truly be? Is the chieftain still alive? Mo Hausa, recognized as the sworn brother of the former chieftain, would surely not engage in such treachery, would he? Amidst the swirl of murmurs, dissenting voices emerged, those loyal to Mo Hausa. Mod, for centuries you have borne a grudge against our new chieftain. You claim he harmed the former chieftain. Such words demand evidence. Old man Mod, your baseless accusations are met with the broad-mindedness of our chieftain, who chooses not to stoop to your level. In truth, the moment Mod uttered those words, Mo Hausa had resolved to eliminate him once and for all. However, under the watchful eyes of the public and amidst the highly sensitive issue of Mo Hongen's whereabouts, if he were to silence Mod by killing him now, although it could prevent him from revealing more than he should, it would also be hard to ensure that the public would not witness and remember his brutality. Once the hearts of the people turn against him, it would not be easy to win them back. Am I fabricating stories? You can ask your newly elected clan leader, who has been wholeheartedly supported by you, whether he has built secret prisons in the forbidden area, and whether he has used demon-binding chains and demon-blocking stones to imprison his sworn brother who treated him like a younger brother. Old fool, I did not confront you earlier out of respect for your long-standing service, but now you have gone too far. If I do not punish you, how can I command the respect of the masses? The secrets of Mo Hausa were gradually exposed to the sunlight, finally driving him to a furious rage. With a swift movement, he struck Mod with a palm strike. Although Mod is the elder of the demon clan, Mo Hausa, since taking over the clan, has been secretly practicing the clan's martial arts. Over hundreds of years, his martial prowess has far surpassed that of Mod. Thus, when faced with a palm strike containing 70 to 80% of Mo Hausa's power, Mod's heart tightened. However, as long as the news of the clan leader's safety is announced to the public, the clan members will discern the right from wrong, and his purpose will be achieved. After all, he is an old man with no regrets even if he dies. The only uncertainty is whether the clan leader's strength has been restored. If one were to speak of regrets, it would be this singular matter. He has not laid eyes upon the visage of the clan leader for several centuries. The strike from Mo Hausa was aimed squarely at silencing Mod, and as the onlookers sensed the impending assault, their expressions shifted dramatically. It appeared that Mo Hausa intended to seal Mod's fate. Could it be that what Mod had spoken of was indeed true? Mod, fully committed to the battle, realized that, despite his earlier thoughts, he was no match for Mo Hausa. His resistance merely served to prolong his demise, offering little hope for salvation. Clan leader, all I can do is this, he lamented, as Mo Hausa's blow shattered his defenses, the force of it striking his shoulder and severing his arm. The mangled limb, a gruesome mix of flesh and blood, was propelled high into the air before crashing to the ground with a thud. Clutching the stump of his arm, Mod gazed pallidly at Mo Hausa, who advanced toward him with deliberate steps. Brothers, the clan leader still lives. Let us unite to vanquish this usurper who seeks to slay his own kin. The elders, previously aligned with Mod, rallied in response, brandishing their weapons in preparation to confront Mo Hausa. Ah, how amusing. A band of deluded souls. If you believe your lives have lingered too long, I shall grant your wish. Mo Hausa cackled wildly, his garments billowing without wind, gradually lifting him from the ground until he hovered in the air. As he gradually ascended, those who had once stood firm began to feel an oppressive force weighing down upon them. They yearned to resist, yet the burden only grew heavier, causing their bodies to sink slowly into the ground. Mo Hausa, these are your fellow kin from the demon clan. How can you indulge in such wanton slaughter? Mod spat at Mo Hausa hovering above, a stream of blood erupting from his throat. Kin? Huh. In the realm of the strong, the victor reigns and the vanquished are but plunderers. Since these individuals refuse to acknowledge me as their sovereign, why should I harbor any lingering affections? Retorted Mo Hausa. The victor and the vanquished? And what, pray tell, do you represent? As Mo Hausa continued to exert pressure upon the crowd, a sudden voice resonated from the far side of the assembly. Chapter 69. The past no longer holds. This unexpected voice sent a tremor through the bodies of most present. They had not heard that voice for nearly 8 centuries. Unlike Mo Hausa, whose expression shifted dramatically, Mod, with his severed arm, beamed with joy and immediately knelt, proclaiming, "Mod humbly welcomes the return of the patriarch." Indeed, it was Mo Hongen, whose strength had been restored. As the patriarch, presumed dead for centuries, stood before them unscathed, the onlookers exchanged glances filled with speculation, pondering whether Mod's earlier claims were, in fact, the truth. Mo Hongen casually cast a glance at Mo Hausa. "Of course, my elder brother has been gone for centuries. And I, as your younger brother, have been filled with immense anxiety. Despite numerous searches, I found no trace of you. Today, seeing you safe and sound, my joy knows no bounds. Is that so? I suppose you're wondering how I managed to escape. Apologies for shattering your sweet dream. If you have anything to say, go ask your parents in the underworld." No one could have anticipated that Mo Hongen would suddenly turn against Mo Hausa. Although Mo Hausa had diligently trained for centuries and had significantly improved his strength compared to before, he was still no match for Mo Hongen at the peak of his power. Thus, he couldn't even dodge as Mo Hongen seized him by the throat. Despite his struggles, he couldn't break free. Seeing the intense murderous intent in Mo Hongen's eyes, Mo Hausa finally felt the fear of death. Hoarsely, he pleaded, "Elder brother, it was my fault for being too reckless. I was momentarily blinded. I know I was wrong. Please spare me." Seeing Mo Hongen's cold gaze, Mo Hausa continued, "I realize how gravely I erred. I beg for your magnanimity. I am willing to spend the rest of my life in the demon abyss, never setting foot in our clan again." Mo Hongen nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with this resolution. Mo Hausa thought his life was spared, his expression relaxing somewhat. However, Mo Hongen suddenly increased the pressure of his grip. "It's too late for apologies now. Brother, spare me, spare." The final plea of Mo Hausa remained unvoiced. For Mo Hongen did not grant him the opportunity. Instead, he swiftly seized him and brutally snapped his neck. In truth, for members of the demon race, the annihilation of the physical form does not spell the end, as their true essence resides within the demon's soul, though the body may perish. As long as the demon's soul endures, after several centuries, one may emerge anew as a demon, albeit with considerably diminished strength. For a demon, a reduction in power is of little consequence, as their existence is eternal, allowing ample time to cultivate their abilities in the years to come. Thus, when Mo Hausa's corporeal vitality was extinguished, his demon soul swiftly escaped from the heart of his lifeless body, racing towards the direction of the abyss. However, the demon soul was unaware that Mo Hongen had deliberately chosen to strangle rather than obliterate the heart, anticipating the soul's own emergence. To the demon race, a demon soul is an invaluable treasure, and consuming a soul of great potency is even rarer. Therefore, the demon soul had scarcely traveled a short distance before Mo Hongen caught up with it. Following a shrill cry of alarm, Mo Hongen grasped the soul firmly and unceremoniously consumed it, leaving not a trace behind. Witnessing his decisive and ruthless resolution of the betrayal by his sworn brother, all present demons trembled involuntarily. Mo Hongen's actions have unequivocally conveyed his message. Those who betray him shall meet a dire fate. After devouring the soul of Mo Hausa, he even let out a contented belch before gradually shifting his gaze towards the elders of the demon clan, who were intently observing him. "You may resolve this yourselves, sparing me the effort," Mo Hongen declared coldly, without even glancing at those who had once fought alongside him through thick and thin. "Patriarch, that is not permissible. After your disappearance, they were coerced by Mo Hausa to support him. Now that he is dead, can you not spare them?" Mod stepped forward to plead on behalf of the elders who had previously endorsed Mo Hausa's ascension to the position of clan leader. "I have been missing for centuries. Yet it appears that no one in this clan heeds my commands anymore," Mo Hongen retorted, his tone icy and dismissive of Mod's entreaty. The elders, burdened by guilt, recognized that they were now facing an unavoidable calamity. With a heavy sigh, they reached for their own hearts, fully aware of Mo Hongen's altered demeanor since his return. They dared not entertain the notion of preserving their souls at the expense of their corporeal forms. However, to their astonishment, before their hands could even make contact with their hearts, they felt a chilling sensation in their chests. Looking down, they were horrified to discover a gaping void where their hearts once resided. Their hearts were gone. Modi was struck with profound horror as he raised his gaze towards the direction where Mo Hongen stood. Indeed, he beheld the latter's hand clasping a gruesome collection of still beating, bloody hearts. Within each heart slumbered a diminutive demon soul. Mo Hongen, with evident satisfaction, surveyed his grip and, astonishingly, opened his mouth wide, devouring the entire string of hearts, ultimately expelling a foul, sanguine breath. Chapter 70. A horse cannot thrive without night grazing since Mo Hongan had articulated his intentions so explicitly. To express a desire to depart would seem exceedingly disloyal. Thus, Fan Tian and Xue Feng exchanged glances and took their seats at the grand table. The demon folk were swift in their actions. An array of delectable dishes soon adorned the table, accompanied by a large vat of fine wine. Come, Xue Feng. It has been nearly a millennium since we last met. Do you remember this Shi Huang wine? Mo Hongan remarked, patting the wine vat. Indeed, I remember it well. It was you who first offered it to me upon my arrival in the demon realm. Xue Feng replied with a smile. Old wine for old friends, most fitting. Today, let us indulge until we are inebriated. With a resounding thud, Mo Hongan removed the stopper from the vat and poured Shi Huang wine into the empty bowls before Xue Feng and Fan Tian. To our health, he proclaimed, raising his bowl high and clinking it vigorously with those of Xue Feng and Fan Tian. As the wine flowed, a rosy hue began to blossom upon their cheeks. Mo Hongan then patted Fan Tian on the shoulder and said, this time, were it not for the miraculous herb possessed by my younger brother, I fear I would have perished in that secret prison. Fan Tian offered a wry smile, remarking, they must possess an extraordinary destiny. Fortunate individuals invariably receive divine assistance. Young friend, you speak truly. I am indeed blessed. With that, Mo Hongan seized his wine bowl, clinking it against Fan Tian's. Nevertheless, he continued, I maintain that, given your current prowess, should word of you possessing celestial treasures reach malevolent ears, it could precipitate a fatal calamity. It would be prudent to entrust them to my safekeeping, thereby averting potential peril. Initially, Fan Tian and Xue Feng listened with amusement, yet as Mo Hongan's discourse progressed, his words took an increasingly unsettling turn, causing their countenances to shift. Xue Feng inquired, Mo Hongan, what precisely are you implying? Mo Hongan tilted his head, emitting a hearty laugh before replying, precisely what I articulate. While you two possess considerable strength, against those of formidable power, you are but succulent lambs ripe for the slaughter, a predicament I do not share. Should such utterances persist, our camaraderie risks dissolution. What just was Mo Hongan attempting? They had benevolently rescued him from captivity, yet instead of gratitude, he coveted the treasures they possessed. Do you perceive me as jesting? Mo Hongan slowly rose, his demeanor grave. I offer merely a sincere counsel, born of fraternal affection. Treasures are inherently innocent, but to bear them invites culpability. Mo Hongan, you ingrate! Xue Feng exclaimed, slamming her hand upon the table in indignation. Do you intend to seize them by force? The clamor within the room escalated, catching the attention of the elder Maddie as he passed by outside. He hurried in to investigate the commotion. Upon witnessing the tense standoff before him, Maddie was momentarily stunned but quickly sensed the unusual tension in the air. With a forced smile, he addressed the room, Xue Feng. Young Fan Tian, what has turned this pleasant drinking session into such a tumult? Tumult? Ask your esteemed clan leader what he intends to do, retorted Xue Feng. Maddie turned his puzzled gaze towards Mo Hongan, who responded with a nonchalant snort, I merely find his decaying grass quite intriguing, that's all. Having lived for thousands of years. Maddie was no ordinary figure. He immediately grasped the situation upon hearing Mo Hongan's words and observing the grim expressions of Xue Feng and Fan Tian. It was clear that their clan leader coveted the treasure of others and sought to claim it for himself. Clan leader, though we are the demon clan, we have always conducted ourselves with honor and integrity. Surely you must be speaking out of drunkenness today. Young friends, as the night grows late, perhaps you should retire with this old man for some rest? Xue Feng and Fan Tian snorted in disdain and were about to step away when a sudden gust of wind enveloped them. As the wind subsided, they saw Maddie pinned to the ground by Mo Hongan. Maddie, since when do you presume to critique my words? Have my few centuries of absence made you regard me as a mere ornament? Mo Hongan growled. Clan leader, I have always been loyal to you. How could I ever consider you an ornament? But think of the repercussions if this matter were to spread. What would our clansmen think? How would outsiders view our demon clan? Maddie pleaded. Oh, what does it matter if they know? When I was ensnared in that dismal secret prison, bound tightly by that cursed chain, do you comprehend the turmoil within my heart? As I helplessly witnessed my magical power dwindling, where were you? I have come to a realization. All that talk of chivalry and righteousness is mere nonsense. It is precisely because I adhered too closely to such principles that I nearly fell prey to that despicable wretch, Mo Hausa, buried alive in that forbidden ground. Now, I shall do as I please, and it is not your place to meddle. When I was dealing with those traitors, your interference was already irksome, and now you dare obstruct my endeavors. Mod, it seems I have shown you too much leniency. Patriarch, how pitiful is Mod, who remained unwaveringly loyal to Mo Hongen. He will never comprehend why the usually discerning patriarch would strike him down in an instant. Mod did not perish at the hands of his longtime adversary, Mo Hausa, but rather met his end at the hands of the very patriarch he revered. With a single blow from Mo Hongen, Mod was reduced to nothing but ashes, and the rain of blood and flesh fell like a macabre shower throughout the room, making it abundantly clear to Xue Feng and Fan Tian that the individual before them had undeniably transformed into a true demon. Chapter 71. The Transfer of the Underworld Ring. Wait, I will hold him off. Fan Tian, you must flee at once. Once you enter the space of the Underworld Ring, Mo Hongen will be incapable of tracing your whereabouts. Yet, I fear he may have already devised a plan to prevent our easy escape. Xue Feng and Fan Tian exchanged a brief telepathic communication. Fan Tian kicked the stool aside with his foot and swiftly drew the wooden sword from his back, executing a powerful strike aimed directly at Mo Hongen. Meanwhile, Xue Feng, abandoning his human form, transformed in a flash of fire into his true self, a magnificent snow-white phoenix. With a powerful beat of his wings, he soared toward the top of Mo Hongen's head. It was an audacious move. Xue Feng, if you were at the peak of your strength, perhaps this would be justified. But now, you are but a shadow of your former self, yet you dare challenge me? Ignoring Mo Hongen's taunts, Xue Feng gathered all his strength and unleashed his signature move, Burning City, directly at Mo Hongen. The fire Xue Feng wielded was his innate true flame, a force that few in the world could withstand. Moreover, the demon race, dwelling in dark and shadowy realms, found their greatest weakness in such bright, scorching flames. Despite Mo Hongen's superior strength, the phoenix's true flame was insidious. Even a mere touch of it had already incinerated the clothing on one of his shoulders and charred a significant portion of his flesh. The most perilous aspect was that once ignited, the fire could not be extinguished. Thus, Mo Hongen's shoulder now resembled a blazing torch, emitting both light and the scent of roasting flesh. Observing the growing flames on his shoulder, Mo Hongen did not flinch. With a swift motion, he sliced off the affected flesh. Child's play. Hand over the ring, and I might spare your lives. Witnessing Xue Feng's initial strike falter and her preparation for a subsequent assault, Mo Hongen promptly hurled an object towards her location. With a sickening thud, the projectile pierced her flesh, causing a crimson spray to erupt. In midair, Xue Feng's once pristine white plumage became tainted with alarming flecks of red, cascading down like morbid snowflakes. Xue Feng, are you all right? Fan Tian's offensive maneuvers were effortlessly neutralized by Mo Hongen, who then observed Xue Feng faltering in the sky, one wing drooping. An excruciating, piercing pain overwhelmed her. The projectile had lodged itself in Fan Tian's left chest, and he felt an icy chill emanating from it, seeping through the wound and coursing through his limbs. Wherever it spread, a visible frost emanated from his pores. To think a mere mortal would dare to withstand my demon-slaying wheel? Then savor the sensation of your body slowly freezing. At that moment, a thin layer of ice crystals enveloped one side of Fan Tian's body, shimmering with an eerie blue glow under the lamplight. Fan Tian's tongue was frozen, rendering him mute. His eyes, like frozen sculptures, were fixed on Xue Feng's descent, and he mustered all his strength to send a telepathic message. Xue Feng, retreat into the underworld ring. Mo Hongen glanced at Fan Tian, then abruptly peeled the skin from the base of the 5 fingers on Fan Tian's left hand, revealing the frozen flesh beneath. Subsequently, Mo Hongen bit his own finger, squeezing out a drop of demonic blood, which he then smeared across the wound on his finger. After a while, there was no reaction from the finger. He then examined Fan Tian's other hand in the same manner, yet still found nothing. Mo Hongen's gaze fell upon the Qiankuan bag tied to Fan Tian's belt. Although he knew that such an obvious place would yield no results, he still searched through the Qiankuan bag. The whereabouts of the nether ring remained unknown, which made Mo Hongen somewhat impatient. He circled around Fan Tian's humanoid ice sculpture several times, eventually losing his patience and striking Fan Tian repeatedly with his palms, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere, leaving no part of Fan Tian's body unscathed. Finally, he sensed a faint fluctuation. With a flip of his hand, his fingers curled into claws, and he forcefully grabbed at a certain spot on Fan Tian's body. With a light clink, a simple and unadorned ring appeared before Mo Hongen's eyes. Humph. It still ended up in my hands after all. Mo Hongen reached out to take the ring, but unexpectedly, an invisible force from the ring repelled him. Still possesses autonomous consciousness? Mo hung and stared at the nether ring for a while, then suddenly smiled. When it comes to tormenting people, I have plenty of patience. He glanced at Fan Tian, who had become as rigid as stone, and called out to the outside. Someone come here. As a member of the demon clan hurriedly entered the room, he was met with an overwhelming stench of blood. Upon seeing the savior of their clan leader, now transformed into a frozen statue, he was taken aback, yet not a word dared escape his lips, fearful of drawing misfortune upon himself. Chapter 72. The world within the abyss of demons. With a resounding thunderclap, a torrential downpour descended upon the scene. By the time the individual, bearing Fan Tian's lifeless form, reached the edge of the abyss, he was utterly drenched, every inch of him stained. I, too, am a victim of circumstance. If you harbor grievances, direct them elsewhere, he muttered under his breath before closing his eyes and pushing Fan Tian's body over the precipice, sending it plummeting into the depths of the abyss. A thunderous splash erupted as Fan Tian's body plunged into the demon river below, sending waves soaring several meters high. The commotion in the river was soon drowned out by the relentless deluge. As the rain continued to shroud the surroundings, the demon clansman wiped the water from his face, glancing around before hastily retreating from the abyss's edge. The rain persisted, enveloping the world in chaos. The demon river roiled beneath, churning with murky waves, continuously sweeping away whatever fell into its depths. The torrential rain lasted for 3 days and nights. When the sun finally emerged, it swiftly baked the rain-soaked ground until it resembled an iron plate. Anything placed upon it, with a sprinkle of seasoning, could easily serve as a makeshift barbecue. The dwelling of the demon clan was perpetually devoid of sunlight, yet within the abyss, the sun blazed relentlessly. Thus, to thrust a demon into the abyss was, in essence, a cruel form of punishment. In a sinuous bend of the infernal river, wedged between two craggy boulders, lay a figure prostrate, his countenance submerged in the mire, his form exposed to the elements. His garments, ravaged by the relentless currents, clung to him in tattered remnants, resembling desiccated pickles clinging precariously to his frame. Lacerations, macerated by the river's waters, festered and emitted a putrid stench. Denizens of the riverbank congregated around him, regarding him as their next repast. It was Fan Tian, cast adrift by the demonic horde. Observing his stillness, the creatures that had circled him now eyed him with predatory intent, poised to commence their feast. A subterranean rodent, emboldened by hunger, initiated the assault, placing its diminutive forelimbs upon Fan Tian's arm and sinking its incisors into his flesh. Crimson fluid gushed forth, staining the rodent's fur. Yet it persisted in its macabre past. Fan Tian perceived himself transported between glacial expanses and incandescent furnaces, the frigidity and ardor alternating in torment, causing his frame to tremble involuntarily, the tremors escalating in intensity and amplitude. The rasping of teeth reverberated in his mind, drawing nearer, yet his body remained leaden, defying his attempts to rise. After satiating their appetites, the carnivorous beasts gradually dispersed, leaving behind a cadaver exuding a fetid odor. Thus, 3 days elapsed. Aside from the wounds inflicted by Mo Hangan, Fan Tian's body now bore numerous indentations from the gnawing of rodents, snakes, insects, and mosquitoes. In some areas, the flesh was entirely gone, revealing only the stark, white bone beneath. This cadaver not only attracted small creatures, but also drew the attention of a ferocious predator like a wolf. Its arrival scattered the smaller creatures that had been surrounding Fan Tian's body. This was a third-order blood wolf. Had Fan Tian been conscious, he would have exclaimed that he could gain 10 points. Alas, his current state was akin to that of the wolf's prey, a piece of meat awaiting its fate. A blood wolf's initial instinct is to devour the head of its quarry. If it succeeded, Fan Tian's life would be irrevocably extinguished. The blood wolf circled Fan Tian's body momentarily, then halted abruptly. With jaws agape, it lunged toward Fan Tian's head. In this critical moment, a flicker of awareness returned to Fan Tian's consciousness. His eyes remained tightly shut, but his body instinctively sensed the imminent peril. He attempted to move, but he was firmly wedged between the rocks, unable to budge. In desperation, Fan Tian thrust his fist forcefully in the direction of the approaching, fetid gust, lodging it directly into the open maw of the blood wolf. The blood wolf, caught off guard by the corpse's sudden movement, was momentarily stunned by Fan Tian's blow, leaving it disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Tian opened his eyes wide and, upon realizing the perilous situation he found himself in, extricated his body from the crevice of stones. The blood wolf, momentarily taken aback, discovered that the delectable prey it had almost captured was now attempting to flee. A fierce glint flickered in its eyes as it let out a roar and lunged towards Fan Tion's position. Did it truly think that it could treat him as mere choice meat, to be savored at will? Noticing that his body was devoid of unscathed flesh, a primal ferocity surged within Fan Tion. As the blood wolf pounced, he exhibited no fear and, instead, advanced to meet it, engaging in a fierce struggle. Conversely, the blood wolf did not seem to gain a significant advantage, for Fan Tion had managed to tear off half of one of its ears, leaving the remaining portion bloodied and dangling from its sharp head. The fur around its neck bore the marks of Fan Tion's fierce bites, revealing numerous gaping wounds. Wiping his blood-stained face with a hand, he locked eyes with the blood wolf, his gaze fierce as he challenged, "Beast, come at me again if you dare. Let us see who can bring the other down first." Instinctively, wolves are drawn to gain while avoiding danger. Faced with a reckless adversary who was equally unyielding, the wolf felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, within this abyss of demons, there were plenty of other creatures for it to feast upon. Why should it engage in a futile struggle with a madman? The blood wolf stared at Fan Tion for a considerable time before gradually retreating. Only when the wolf's figure was completely out of sight did Fan Tion let out a heavy breath and collapse onto the muddy ground. After a considerable time, Fan Tion finally sensed that his breath had become somewhat smoother. He focused his attention on examining his injuries. Upon inspection, his heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. At that moment, he could detect no trace of his spiritual energy. Instead, an inexplicable foreign force was rampaging within him. "Where's my spiritual power?" With a sudden exclamation, Fan Tion sprang to his feet. Chapter 73. The malevolent force enters the body. The absence of any spiritual energy sent him leaping up from the ground. However, once the initial panic subsided, he regained his composure and meticulously scrutinized his body once more. This time, he discerned that all of his spiritual energy had been neatly encapsulated deep within his dantian by the Imperial Phoenix technique. Had he not been excessively thorough in his investigation, he would have failed to uncover its whereabouts. Initially, he believed that the Imperial Phoenix technique could merely aid in the restoration of his spiritual energy. But he was astonished to discover that it could also conceal it. Yet, if his own spiritual energy was safely tucked away in the corner of his dantian, from whence did this tumultuous and unruly force originate? Fan Tion concentrated his awareness on the enigmatic energy that was wreaking havoc within his body. Were it not for the protective embrace of the Imperial Phoenix technique, his meridians would surely have been irreparably damaged by its relentless assaults. What could be the source of this force? The visage of Mo Hongen, with a self-satisfied grin, flashed before his eyes. Indeed, his power, having been dissipated by the Demon Hong Security Department, allowed the adversary's demonic energy to invade and seize control of his physical form. Had he not, by sheer serendipity, been cast into this realm, so antithetical to the demonic environment, his life would have been forfeit long ago. However, the residual energies from the Demon Hong Security Department, finding no egress, have remained lodged within him. Furthermore, due to Fan Tion's grievous injuries and precarious state, the Di Huang art, fearing the confluence of spiritual and demonic energies would hasten his demise, opted to sequester Fan Tion's powers. "Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Now that he has entered my body, it shall be used by me." Fan Tion is now alone, unable to use his own spiritual power. So he must devise a means of self-preservation. Fan Tion cast another glance around, discovering that it was full of monsters and not a single person could be seen. This must be the demon clan's place of punishment, the abyss of demons. Fan Tion retrieved a branch washed ashore by the river, using it as a makeshift staff to aid his slow progress. Although the Di Huang art was mending his wounds, the sequestration of his spiritual energies rendered his recovery slower than that of an ordinary mortal. The abyss of demons was abundant in one thing: demonic beasts. Fan Tion had scarcely taken a few steps when he encountered several packs. Yet, the demonic beasts, seemingly taken aback by the sight of the emaciated human, merely observed him as he passed, none daring to seize him as a morsel. However, while they were not hungry, Fan Tion was famished. Originally, he had stored a considerable amount of provisions within his Qiankuan pouch. However, after Mo Hongan rummaged through it, the pouch remained open. Subsequently, Fan Tion was cast into the demonic river, where he remained submerged for 3 days and nights. Consequently, the provisions had long since become sustenance for the demonic fish dwelling in the river. Fortunately, the black gold card and jade pendant bestowed upon him by his elder brother remained intact. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to account for their absence upon their reunion. Fan Tion examined the contents of his Qiankuan pouch and murmured to himself, clutching the jade pendant given to him by Yi Ju. At this rate, when will I ever escape this abyss of demons? Fan Tian gazed up at the sun suspended high above and then surveyed the surroundings, which appeared almost identical. No, I must devise a plan to escape. Just as he was contemplating this, a third-order demonic wolf suddenly dashed past Fan Tian. Fan Tian fixed his gaze upon it and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this the very blood wolf with whom I fought to a standstill earlier?" He noticed the wolf's ear, which he had bitten, was still a bloody mess, not yet fully healed. In this vast abyss of demons, to encounter it again so soon is quite a coincidence, isn't it? "Hey!" Fan Tian shouted at the blood wolf. Whether spiritual beasts or demonic beasts of the third order or higher, they have all begun to possess a degree of sentience, albeit limited to simple reasoning. Tasking them with complex matters would only muddle their minds. Although the blood wolf's intelligence was not particularly high, it still retained a memory of the human who had nearly engaged it in a life-or-death struggle. Upon hearing Fan Tian's voice, the blood wolf halted its steps. Its face etched with hostility as it gazed at Fan Tian, its body poised for an attack. The strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Who knows what this person intends by stopping it? We've met through conflict, so let me ask you something. How can one leave this place? Although animals are just animals, in this animal world, they are stratified just like humans, divided into various ranks. Thus, Fan Tian was not worried about finding an answer to his question. The blood wolf might not know, but higher-ranking animals might. Asking an animal for directions? This person must have water in his brain. I see your territory is confined to this area. How about we make a deal? You help me find the information I need, and I'll help you expand your territory. Drawing lines to claim territory, aspiring to be the king of the hill, animals and humans alike desire to be the boss. Fan Tian, seeing that he encountered the wolf again so quickly, deduced that its territory was limited to this area. Otherwise, they wouldn't have met again so soon over such a short distance. The blood wolf remained silent, but the previous hostility in its eyes had faded. "It's a miracle I've survived this long, but a man is iron and food is steel. Missing a meal makes one desperate. Moreover, I haven't eaten for several days. Could you provide some material support to your ally?" Fan Tian spoke unhurriedly, confident that the blood wolf would understand. Indeed, upon hearing this, the blood wolf rolled its eyes at Fan Tian, then scurried behind a nearby boulder, dragging out a plump rabbit and unceremoniously tossing it at Fan Tian's feet. Chapter 74. Those who can act will not speak. May our collaboration be delightful. With a cheerful grin, Fan Tian accepted the rabbit, which had been decapitated in one swift bite, and picked up a sharp stone from the ground. He expertly traced a circle around the neck, separating the fur from the flesh. Once the skin was removed, he used the stone to eviscerate the rabbit, discarding the entrails aside. Finally, grasping the rabbit in hand, he approached the riverbank, intending to wash it clean. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmering white light emanating from his body. It would take nearly 2 hours to start a fire and roast the rabbit to perfection. As an elusive aroma wafted through the air, the once bored blood wolf sprang to attention. "I knew you could not resist the allure of my roasted meat." Fan Tian chuckled, generously tearing off half of the rabbit and offering it. "Eat up, as long as you assist me in finding a way out. I promise you a day filled with delightful feasting." The blood wolf seized the half-rabbit, unperturbed by the heat, devouring it in a few swift bites. Once Fan Tian finished his meal, a voice resonated within his mind. In human terms, one becomes soft when fed and short-handed when given. "I shall help you uncover the path to freedom, but first, you must fulfill your promise." The proud wolf finally initiated a dialogue with Fan Tian, albeit through mental communication. As a person of his word, Fan Tian would never renege on his promises. He wiped his mouth and stood up, declaring, "Lead the way." The blood wolf trotted ahead, while Fan Tian followed at a leisurely pace. True to Fan Tian's expectations, the territory of the blood wolf was merely a small corner near the Demon River. Currently, he was unable to utilize his own spiritual energy and had lost his wooden sword. The only resource at his disposal was the residual magic left behind by the formidable Mo Hongen. Since he had entered his domain, it was only fitting that the wolf assist him in some capacity. Fan Tian silently commanded himself, attempting to harness that force which did not rightfully belong to him. He distinctly sensed the power converging throughout his body. Taking a deep breath, he thrust his fist toward the position of the white-toothed tiger with sudden ferocity. The soul-devouring fist. The white-toothed tiger had been scrutinizing Fan Tian, oblivious to the fact that this seemingly weak human would strike without warning. The attack was both fierce and decisive, devoid of hesitation. With a resounding roar, Fan Tian's punch struck the tiger's shoulder blade. shattering its bones and sending it crashing several meters backward until it collided with a large tree. Fan Tion's principle was clear. Those who can act need not speak. It seemed this old tiger, having played the role of a guard for too long, had indeed learned to view others with disdain. Satisfied with his successful strike, Fan Tion nodded. This magic was quite effective. Trespassing upon my domain and harming my subordinates, human, have you grown weary of life? The creature hissed. Hark, young one. The azure serpent has emerged from its lair. Blood Wolf cautioned Fan Tion. What is the azure serpent's strength? A formidable sixth-order peak. Blood Wolf now harbored a tinge of regret. Consuming Fan Tion's roasted meat and heeding his impassioned urgings had led him to challenge this sixth-order serpent. A decision that now seemed fraught with peril. Slay the serpent, and I shall reign as king of this domain. Indeed, Fan Tion had bolstered Blood Wolf's morale. However, Fan Tion himself remained uncertain of how to vanquish the serpent. He reminisced about his battle against the sixth-order spirit serpent in the illusory forest, where Snow Phoenix's assistance had been instrumental in their narrow victory. Now, his own strength paled in comparison to that time. How could he possibly escape? The thought of Snow Phoenix, whose fate remained unknown, ignited a fierce surge of grief within Fan Tion's heart. He had yet to settle accounts with the treacherous Mo Hongan. How could he possibly meet his demise now? The potent blend of vengeance and concern for Snow Phoenix's well-being intensified the ominous aura surrounding Fan Tion. Human, prepare to meet your end. Fan Tion remained rooted to the spot, yet the azure serpent's assault was already upon him. Hark, young one, flee. Seeing Fan Tion's paralysis in the face of the serpent's relentless advance, Blood Wolf cursed inwardly. He lamented his decision to heed the unreliable human's counsel. Now, the youth was too terrified to even flee. Unable to rescue Fan Tion, Blood Wolf resigned himself to confronting the serpent alone. However, the comparison of the third rank to the sixth rank, or the pinnacle of the sixth rank, is indeed a fanciful notion. Before the Blood Wolf could even draw near the green serpent, it was ensnared by its long tongue and hurled into the air, subsequently crashing down like a tattered sack. Now it is your turn. Chapter 75. The convergence of spirit and demon. Fan Tion stood motionless, while the Blood Wolf lay on the ground. Lamenting its fate, this human is utterly deranged. What sin had it committed to follow this person to the green serpent and meet its demise? Yet, Fan Tion remained oblivious to his surroundings. His entire consciousness was devoted to contending with the Imperial Phoenix art. At that moment, Mo Hongan's lethal strike had alerted the Imperial Phoenix art to the peril faced by the body it inhabited, triggering its instinct for self-preservation, which sealed all of Fan Tion's spiritual power deep within his dantian. As a result, Fan Tion evaded Mo Hongan's deadly move, preserving his strength. However, this also meant that Fan Tion lost control over his own spiritual energy, which fell under the dominion of Mo Hongan's dark forces. If he did not awaken that spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly perish under the green serpent's assault. Fan Tion relentlessly exerted his consciousness against the barrier imposed by the Imperial Phoenix art on his spiritual power. Although exhausting his consciousness inflicted great damage to his mental faculties, Fan Tion was now beyond caring for such consequences, wholly focused on grappling with the Imperial Phoenix art. The divine consciousness assailed the bulwark erected by the Emperor Phoenix art around the spiritual energy, akin to waves relentlessly crashing upon a shore, each surge followed by a retreat. FNTIN's eyes grew increasingly crimson, the region in his mind where the divine consciousness operated becoming as scorching as a brand, teetering on the precipice of losing control. Had another attempted to force the operation of their divine consciousness with such reckless abandon, they would have long succumbed to madness, their nerves unable to withstand such brutal stimulation. Yet, FNTIN, fortified by the trials of his spiritual power from the Phoenix true fire, persevered. Under FNTIN's relentless persistence, the high wall responsible for the seal gradually showed signs of yielding. This spurred FNTIN to clench his teeth and make a final, desperate attempt. Due to the intense pressure within his body, FNTIN's capillaries began to rupture, and his skin peeled away in patches, blood oozing from these openings. A mere youth devoid of spiritual power dares to challenge me? How audacious! The azure serpent declared haughtily. Against such dregs as you, there is no need for me to unleash my true capabilities. It extended its tongue, ensnaring FNTIN in midair, and, in a manner reminiscent of its treatment of the Blood Wolf, slammed FNTIN onto the ground with a resounding thud. Already a bloody mess, FNTIN's condition worsened with the impact, so gruesome that even the Blood Wolf covered its eyes with its forepaws. For FNTIN, however, the fall proved to be a boon. The seal of the Emperor Phoenix art, which had already begun to loosen, was jolted, creating a small fissure. The spiritual energy, which had been forcibly concentrated by the Imperial Phoenix formula, finally discovered a breakthrough and surged forth eagerly. Under the impact of this energy, the small fissure in the seal widened progressively until it was completely shattered. The liberated spiritual energy swiftly rushed towards Fan Tion's limbs and bones. However, within Fan Tion's body, the realm was already dominated by magical power. As the spiritual energy surged forth, it encountered fierce resistance from the magic. Those who are accustomed to reigning supreme in their domain are unlikely to relinquish such advantages willingly. This principle applies equally to power itself. Thus, while Fan Tion's spiritual energy remained dormant, awakening it only exacerbated the chaotic tumult within him. The magical energy left behind by Mo Hongan, though scant in quantity, possessed strength that far surpassed Fan Tion's own. Before his spiritual energy could even manifest its intended effects, it was almost entirely devoured by the magic. Observing Fan Tion's body, which constantly shifted between shades of blue and white, the green serpent chuckled softly, a self-inflicted misfortune, one that cannot be survived. Subsequently, the green serpent raised its tail and struck fiercely at Fan Tion's head, nearly burying it into the earth beneath. Bloodwolf, I acknowledge your past respect towards me. Therefore, I shall overlook your transgression today. However, from this moment forth, I do not wish to see you set foot on my territory again. Do you hear me? The green serpent glanced at the trembling Bloodwolf on the ground and spoke. Thank you, great leader, for sparing my life. With a fierce howl, the Bloodwolf leapt from the ground, preparing to dash out of the woods, only to be halted by the green serpent. Take this bothersome creature away. Return him from whence he came. Yes. The Bloodwolf opened its jaws and clamped down on one of Fan Tion's feet, dragging him along as it pulled him out of the thicket. Fan Tion, already barely clinging to life, found his breath growing shallower with each passing moment. Today, encountering you has truly been a stroke of bad luck. He cursed. The Bloodwolf dragged Fan Tion to the edge of the Devil River and, with a resounding thud, tossed him into the water. Fan Tion lay motionless like a log, spinning in the currents of the river, swept away by the torrent. A month later, a report echoed. A fine specimen for puppet making has been discovered. At the sound of this announcement, several individuals rushed to the riverbank, following the direction indicated by the speaker. There, quietly resting, lay a corpse, presumably washed downstream from the upper reaches of the river. As it reached the sandy bank, it had become stranded due to a bend in the river. This body had evidently been submerged for an extended period. Its flesh was ravaged by aquatic creatures, leaving it riddled with pits and scars, devoid of any healthy skin. Prolonged immersion had given the skin a pallid, bluish hue. Though there were few visible bite marks on the face, the wounds were festering, marked with shades of green and gray, and signs of insect larvae hatching beneath the skin were evident. Indeed, this is a splendid cadaver. With this addition, the Queen's requirement of 10,000 puppets would soon be fulfilled. The individuals conversed as they gathered the cadaver, storing it within their spatial dimension before departing the riverbank with jovial expressions. Excellent, commendable work. Deposit the body within the glacial cavern. I shall transform it into a puppet anon. A woman of striking allure and immodest attire, upon beholding the corpse, emitted a boisterous exclamation. However, her subordinates, standing before her, maintained a reverent silence, not daring to affront the woman in the slightest. The myriad puppet array. Once I have mastered the myriad puppet array, who in this world shall dare to oppose me? Our demon race shall reign supreme. Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen! Queen Zisha's pronouncement was met with jubilant acclamation from all present. Zisha swept her cloak aside and strode purposefully towards the glacial cavern. Chapter 76. A puppet ranked in the 10,000th tier. Could this individual have possessed such formidable psychic prowess in life? In crafting a puppet, one must first ascertain the condition of the materials, namely the corpses, examining their former strength, tier, and any residual memories. Though all are fashioned into puppets, these creations are stratified into various grades: mortal, earthly, celestial, and divine, representing the puppet's quality. Mortal puppets are the most commonplace, earthly puppets rank third, celestial puppets second, and divine puppets are an anomaly, unseen for millennia. Upon attaining the divine rank, a puppet not only possesses immortality and terrifying strength, but also retains its own consciousness, even recalling its past life, unfinished business, adversaries, or companions. Zisha has been preparing to practice the myriad puppet formation. dedicating several tens of thousands of years merely to gathering the materials required for the creation of these 10,000 puppets. The arduousness of this endeavor stems from the fact that among the countless corpses in the world, only a rare few are deemed worthy to be selected as puppets, often 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. Thus, when Zisha laid her eyes upon the first 10,000 corpses, the exhilaration she felt is truly beyond imagination. However, what use are mere obsessions when one is already deceased? Addressing the lifeless body, Zisha mused aloud, "If you truly seek vengeance, why not heed my words? Allow me to handle your corporeal form." Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. But Zisha sensed a flicker of goodwill emanating from the body that had previously resisted her consciousness. Indeed, in this world, whether living or dead, one must rely on strength to assert themselves. "Follow me, and I shall ensure you do not suffer," she proclaimed, her hands deftly engaged in her meticulous work. The shattered form gradually became enveloped in a layer of dark substance under her skilled touch, sealing it from head to toe. It was only when the final drop of this black material covered the crown of the corpse that Zisha nodded in satisfaction. "I am truly eager to see what manner of puppet you shall become upon your awakening." A month has since elapsed. Each day, Zisha reserved a moment to enter the icy cavern and admire her creation. Yet, after a month, the first puppet showed no signs of awakening. A month has passed without any movement. Could this be the making of a heavenly tier puppet? The human puppet awakens in approximately a week, while the earth-level puppet may take a tad longer, around 20 days. According to the customary patterns of awakening for the sky-level puppets, it generally takes about 100 days. Thus, as she gazed upon the lifeless body that had shown no signs of movement for a month, Zisha pondered that this time it must undoubtedly be a sky-level puppet. 100 days swiftly elapsed, and yet Zisha observed the still inert body, feeling a growing sense of worry. Could it be that this body, having lain for too long, had been rendered useless? Such occurrences were not unheard of. There had been instances where a corpse remained dormant for 6 months, ultimately yielding nothing, disintegrating instead into a puddle of putrid liquid under the corrosive effects of dark substances. Consequently, faced with this hard-won material, Zisha could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the entirely darkened corpse. Her fingers trembled slightly, uncertain if this prod would result in a spray of foul liquid upon her face. Though she was a demon, she was still a female demon, and the thought of being splattered by the corpse's noxious fluids was enough to make her nauseous for days. Ultimately, Zisha's finger made contact with the corpse. Contrary to her expectations of a chaotic eruption of putrid liquid, nothing of the sort occurred. The flesh of the body remained firm, showing no signs of decay or softness. This was perplexing. Everything about the corpse seemed normal, so why was it not awakening? Zisha fell into deep contemplation regarding the lifeless form. After much deliberation, she was still unable to discern any plausible explanation. At that moment, a voice from outside the ice cave announced the arrival of a report from her subordinate. "Report? What is it?" Zisha inquired slowly as she stepped out of the ice cave, noting the presence of her subordinate, Yao Jiao. "Once again, Una has come with his subordinates to harass my gathered demon folk, resulting in several of my kin being killed or injured. Such audacity! Una's temerity grows bolder by the day, disregarding my authority entirely." Zisha swept his hand and struck down a large section of the icy cavern's entrance, sending fragments scattering in all directions. He also uttered words of contempt. Yao Jiao swallowed hard, hesitating to voice those words. What did he say? Una continued to boast, claiming that the demon clan, under the rule of women, has degenerated year after year, now confined to this minuscule corner of our territory. With a resolute heart, Yao Jiao closed his eyes and, gathering his courage, recounted Una's insolent remarks as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. After all, those words belonged to Una, not to him. Does Una believe he can occupy my position? He ought to consider whether he possesses the fortune to ascend. Yao Jiao. Zisha scoffed coldly and commanded Yu Jiao, "Immediately muster 10,000 demon soldiers to accompany me. We shall have a heart-to-heart discussion with Una." Indeed, the demon clan is a race composed of various tribes, with Zisha's lineage stemming from the noble bloodline of ancient soaring serpents, alongside other groups such as the Red Wolf tribe and the Nether Tiger tribe. In contrast, Una's lineage is among the most ignoble within the demon clan, as he is the offspring of a serpent demon who seduced a human, existing as a half-human, half-demon entity. In the demon clan, to preserve the purity of bloodlines, unions with outsiders are strictly forbidden. Consequently, when Una's mother was discovered to be with child, she was cast into the harshest realms of the demon territory, left to fend for herself. Unbeknownst to others, Una's mother, aware of her impending demise, nourished him with her own life essence, nurturing him until he reached the age of 8. She instilled in him the resentment of being banished and abandoned. Una lived up to his mother's expectations, contending fiercely with others in the harsh and desolate land from an early age, establishing his position. Once he had accumulated sufficient power, he united with other demon tribes in the harsh lands and surrounding areas who harbored resentment towards the rule of the Xisha clan, forming a punitive alliance. Xisha was keenly aware of Una's actions, but on one hand, she did not believe that a few defeated opponents could cause much trouble. On the other hand, she was focused on collecting the materials to activate the myriad puppet array and had no time to pay attention to it. Unexpectedly, Una's activities grew increasingly bold, and now he has openly challenged her. If she continues to endure, how will the demons under her regard her as their queen? Send heavy troops to guard this ice cave. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Chapter 77, Una's invasion before leaving. Xisha recalled the puppet she had been longing for. Una's sphere of influence lies around the demon clan's harsh and desolate land. Because the harsh and desolate land has always been used by the demon clan to punish those who are disloyal or violate clan rules, under normal circumstances. Apart from a troop stationed there year-round, other demons will not approach this area. When Xisha led her army of 10,000 demons to the frigid land, she discovered that the troops assigned to guard the area had been entirely slain by Una and his faction. The residence of the commanding officer was now adorned with banners bearing Una's insignia. Standing before the tightly shut gates of the estate, Xisha proclaimed, "Una, did you not desire to occupy the throne beneath my royal seat? Why do you now retreat like a coward?" As her words echoed, the heavy doors creaked open, revealing Una, clad in armor, emerging with a spirited demeanor. "Your Majesty has graced us with her presence. I apologize for my failure to offer a proper welcome," Una said. Though his flattery lacked any semblance of reverence, the title of queen sounding more like mockery. "Una, I implore you to provide a reasonable explanation for the harm inflicted upon the innocent demons residing in this desolate land." Xisha wasted no time in articulating the purpose of her visit. "Explanation? They were killed, that is all there is to it," Una laughed heartily. "As a member of the demon race, you indulge in the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Una, it seems you are courting your own demise." "Demise? No. Regardless of how one perishes, it merely amounts to exile in this bitter wasteland. I have endured this existence for centuries," Una retorted. "Are you certain you wish to ally with such a morally ambiguous and bloodthirsty individual against your own kin?" Xisha chose not to engage with Una's provocations, instead directing her gaze towards those behind him. "Una, let me see what abilities you possess beyond mere deception," Xisha proclaimed inwardly, invoking the soul-capturing technique. This technique is a fundamental sorcery among the demon clan, often employed as the first skill by every member embarking on their path of cultivation. However, while it is a common skill, mastering it to the extent of manipulating the 10,000 puppets formation requires attaining the 9th level of soul capturing. Una's ambition to usurp Xisha as throne stems from two motives. 1. To avenge his past confinement, and 2. His own stagnation at the 6th level of the soul capturing technique. The coveted artifact that could elevate his power rests firmly in Xisha's grasp. Presently, Una has achieved the 6th level, while Xisha stands at the pinnacle of the 8th level, mere steps away from gathering 1,000 puppets to unlock her 9th level. In the palm of Xisha's hand, a luminous flame began to coalesce, glimmering with a ghostly light. This was the soul-capturing flame, once it entered a being. It would gradually envelop the target's consciousness, ultimately sealing it away. The wielder's mind would then supplant the original, commandeering the body. "Knowing you possess the 8th level of the soul-capturing technique, I am not foolish enough to confront you directly." Una crossed his legs, forming a hand seal, and closed his eyes, whispering incantations. With a swift motion, Xisha thrust her hand upward, causing the flame that had been quietly resting in her palm to soar towards Una's head. Meanwhile, her allies engaged in a chaotic melee with others present. Although Una's mastery of the soul-capturing technique is only at the 6th level, his mental defenses far surpassed those of his peers. Because he survived by consuming the flesh and blood of his own mother, his heart had long since hardened like iron, like steel. Xisha's strike was effortlessly dissolved by Una, leading to a significant shift in Xisha's perception of him. This Una was not merely the brute she had imagined, one who only shouted for bloodshed. The confrontation between Xisha and Una had reached a stalemate, while battles among others had begun to show some clear outcomes. After all, Xisha's side consisted of rigorously trained troops, whereas Una's forces were hastily assembled, lacking the long-term cooperation and synergy of seasoned combatants. as both sides remained locked in conflict. The guards watching over the icy cave rushed in with alarming news. The corpses housed within exhibited unmistakable signs of reaction. If not addressed promptly, there was a risk of self-detonation. The thick layer of black demon mud was rapidly diminishing, leaving only a thin veil. In areas where the black demon mud had completely receded, the flesh had begun to show signs of charring. This indicated just how elevated the internal temperature of the corpses must be, truly a sight to behold. Cursing under her breath, Zisha tirelessly formed an intricate seal. As the structure of the seal became increasingly defined, the color drained from her face, her lips tinged with an unnatural shade of dark blue. Defying fate to exchange lives, she sealed. With the final gesture, Zisha forcefully pressed the seal onto the corpse, simultaneously drawing a dagger to slice open her palm, allowing her blood to cascade onto the seal that had yet to fully penetrate the lifeless body. As the sealing technique emanated a dazzling radiance, it subsequently vanished into the heart of the cadaver. Chapter 78. The Puppeteer's Disturbance. With the incantation's completion, the once restless corpse gradually succumbed to tranquility, reverting to its earlier state of stillness. Even before conjuring any tangible manifestation, such a ruckus ensued. Impressive indeed. Zisha wiped the sweat from her brow, inhaling deeply, and summoned forth a plethora of black demon clay from her spatial pouch, meticulously enveloping the corpse inside and out. Only upon witnessing the absence of any further signs of movement from the body did Zisha's form tremble violently. She faltered and collapsed onto the icy cavern floor. Yao Jiao, not as swift as Zisha, arrived at the icy cave just in time to witness her unsteady descent towards the ground. Queen Zisha, he rushed forward, managing to catch her just as she began to fall, yet could not halt her downward momentum, resulting in both of them tumbling to the floor. Yao Jiao cradled Zisha against his chest as they fell, but his back and the back of his head struck the unforgiving ground with a resounding thud, causing sparks to dance before his eyes. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Upon landing, Yao Jiao instinctively released Zisha from his embrace and inquired with genuine concern. Zisha rose from his grasp, disregarding her own condition, and instead directed her attention towards Yao Jiao, saying, "Do take a look. Is that corpse not entirely sealed by my black demon clay? My queen, I find myself perplexed by the numerous corpses outside. If this one poses a problem, why not simply discard it?" After examining the body, Yao Jiao turned to Zisha and remarked, "The more anomalies I observe in this corpse, the more I believe that the power it can ultimately condense is considerable. Some things are fortuitous encounters, and since I have stumbled upon this, it is worth a try. Moreover, the 10,000 souls array still lacks a crucial focal point. If it can indeed be refined to the celestial level, the potency of the array will multiply many times over. My only hope is that the queen does not expend her energy on something utterly hopeless." Observing the conspicuous black bloodstain at the corner of Zisha's mouth, Yao Jiao felt a tightness in his chest, yet he could say nothing. He was acutely aware of his own condition. Very well, the anomalies here have been resolved. Let us depart. Zisha casually wiped her face with her hand and replied to Yao Jiao. At that moment, Zisha sensed a sudden tremor in the icy cave where she stood, a swift movement that caused it to vanish in an instant. What? Zisha concentrated, trying to discern the vibrations of the ground, but felt nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Yao Jiao, who walked ahead, remained oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. Once the shaking ceased, he abruptly stated, "My queen, there is a situation. The ice bed appears to have developed cracks." "What? The ice bed has cracks?" Zisha exclaimed. "That was crafted from a single piece of millennium deep-sea black ice, whose hardness surpasses even that of diamond. How could it suddenly develop fissures?" Upon hearing this, Zisha was taken aback, swiftly turning her body to gaze at the icy bed. Once, twice, it seemed to have no end. Did it? She initially believed that her previous exhaustion of demonic energy had prevented her from completely sealing the corpse, resulting in this unforeseen event. However, this time, she had miscalculated. As Zisha clutched a sealing gesture, her hand had yet to graze even a corner of the body when the previously tranquil corpse began to exude dark demonic sludge once more, flowing down in rivulets. Moreover, with the ebbing of the black sludge, the radiance emanating from the corpse intensified and clarified, illuminating the dim cavern as brilliantly as daylight. The celestial puppet was finally about to emerge. Zisha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated unblinkingly on the corpse, watching the light envelop it entirely. She also observed as the once decayed wounds gradually sprouted fresh flesh, the injuries healing bit by bit until they vanished completely. The corpse, previously emaciated from dehydration, began to fill out, its skin regaining a supple, hydrated quality, and the previously shut eyes slowly opened. As those eyes fluttered open, the intense light surrounding him flickered rapidly a few times before condensing into a single beam, which swiftly darted into the puppet's eyes, vanishing thereafter. Zisha and Yao Jiu stood silently by, observing the unfolding spectacle without uttering a word. The emergence of a puppet occasionally resembles a person in a state of somnambulism. If one chooses to disregard it, it remains inconsequential. However, should one express concern and shout in alarm, the outcome of the puppet's birth becomes uncertain, and the potential for its descent into madness is entirely unpredictable. These variables remain shrouded in mystery, yet one certainty prevails: if startled, should the puppet undergo a transformation, the severity of the consequences is beyond anyone's imagination. Ultimately, when a puppet reaches such a critical juncture, it ceases to be merely a puppet, evolving instead into a monstrous entity that disregards commands, defies authority, and fears nothing. It will attack those who oppose it, and may even confront allies in a reckless manner. Therefore, despite the inexplicable excitement coursing through her, Zisha restrained her urge to exert control. Once the radiance dissipated, the dark, eerie sludge enveloping the corpse vanished entirely, leaving behind what could now be referred to as a puppet, which gradually rose from the icy slab. Although its eyes were open, they lacked any semblance of life, resembling two exquisitely crafted glass orbs vacantly fixed on the space before it. Its arms hung limply at its sides, and its feet dangled from the cold surface before finally touching the ground. After a brief pause, it began to step forward, making its way toward the exit of the ice cave. Chapter 79. A worthless being. How could a mere puppet possess such a formidable instinct for self-preservation? Observing the puppet, Zisha inquired, "What is your name? Where do you come from?" Based on the peculiarities he exhibited upon awakening, his level should far surpass the earth tier. If his consciousness is fully intact and his strength remains undiminished, there is a significant hope that he could reach the heaven tier. His name? Unknown. The puppet shook its head. "Where did I come from? Where am I going?" "Unknown." "What do you know then?" Zisha inquired again. "What do I know?" "Unknown." A series of questions met with ignorance. "My queen, this." Yao Jiu looked at the dull and lifeless puppet, almost stepping forward to kick it a couple of times. After all that effort, we ended up with a completely useless waste? His autonomous consciousness is strong, but it has been forcibly sealed by a mysterious power, and his strength is also undetectable, with no trace of spiritual energy. After another examination, Zisha also shook her head in disappointment. Her half-year of anticipation had ultimately led to nothing. "My queen, it's just a waste. Let me destroy it," Yaojiu said, raising a hand, ready to strike down on the puppet's crown. "Although he's useless, he cost me a precious life-reversing treasure. To let him die like this is not worthwhile. Moreover, the anomalies on his body signify something I have yet to comprehend. Keep him for now. Let me observe him for a few more days." But my queen, a puppet, of all things, has captured Zisha's attention so deeply, which makes Yaojiu quite jealous. There is no need for further hesitation. This puppet is now nearly akin to a living being. You can find a set of clothes for it to wear, yet it remains indifferent to its nakedness, while I, the sovereign, am left in a state of unease. After giving instructions to Yaojiu, Zisha turned and exited the ice cave. How vexing it is to be at the service of a mere puppet. A surge of frustration coursed through Yaojiu, yet he could not unleash it upon Zisha. Instead, he lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the puppet's knee. The puppet, impervious to pain, felt not even a ripple from the blow. Recognizing the futility of his actions, Yaojiu rummaged through his bag and hastily donned the puppet with a random set of garments. "Stay close to the queen and fulfill your duties diligently. Should I discover any slothfulness on your part, beware, for I shall cast you into the molten furnace of the earth to be reduced to ashes." Regardless of whether the puppet comprehended his words, Yaojiu commanded, "Follow me." He then strode out with determination. The puppet stood there vacantly for a moment before slowly trailing behind Yaojiu, exiting the ice cave. Ideally, once the puppet was perfected, it would be securely stored in a designated location. However, Zisha chose to keep this particular puppet close for close observation, as she sensed it harbored numerous secrets. For Yaojiu, the puppet's current status seemed to surpass his own. At least the puppet had the privilege of being in Zisha's constant presence, a luxury he did not possess. Zisha was acutely aware of Yaojiu's subtle feelings. Thus, when he expressed his desire to personally escort the puppet to the Demon Valley to gather soul-gathering grass, she acquiesced. Since the trivial stimuli could not awaken the dormant mechanisms within the puppet, Perhaps an external force would yield better results. The soul-gathering grass is an indispensable material for executing the extraordinary skill of life exchange, requiring the essence of thousands of these herbs. After Zisha applied the life exchange on the puppet, the supply of soul-gathering grass became insufficient. Yao Jiao, accompanied by the puppet, ventured into the Demon Valley, where they soon encountered a fourth-tier demon beast, the Black Bear. This imposing creature, due to its towering stature and robust physique, had long dominated the valley. While other demon beings preferred to hunt wolves, tigers, and hares rather than confront this wooden giant, when faced with it, the instinct was to swiftly alter their course to avoid a direct clash. Just when Yao Jiao lamented the lack of opportunity to teach a lesson to this oblivious puppet, he issued a command, "Advance." The puppet complied, boldly positioning itself before the Black Bear and launched a punch aimed at its head. The Black Bear, taken aback that a human would choose to attack rather than retreat, cast a sympathetic glance at the foolish creature that seemed unafraid of death. With a roar, the Black Bear evaded the puppet's punch, rising on its hind legs as if it were human. It then swiped a paw towards the puppet's face. The strike landed squarely, crushing the puppet's nasal bridge inward. The force of the blow was so great that the puppet staggered backward several steps before regaining its balance. Then, it was time to advance once more. Yao Jiao issued another command. Since he could not personally strike, he would let the Black Tyrant do the beating instead. Humans were undeniably feeble, and with a mere press from the tree, they ought to perish. He shook off the dust and leaves that clung to his body, intending to depart, when an unexpected pain shot through his fur as he turned. To his astonishment, the very human who should have been crushed by the tree was still firmly grasping his fur. The strength was immense, enough to provoke a distressed roar from the Black Bear. Why is this human still alive? Chapter 80. Even clay figures have their temperament. Before the Black Bear could comprehend the situation, he noticed the human, having steadied himself, lower his head and sink his teeth into the bear's neck. "Human, you truly have a death wish." The Black Bear spun frantically in place, gaining speed until his form became a mere blur. Yet, the human clung tenaciously to the bear's back, resolutely biting into his neck. Ack, ack, ack. The bear's body was enveloped in thick fur, but the neck was the area with the least coverage. He never anticipated that this seemingly weak human would exploit his one vulnerable spot right from the start, becoming like a bloodthirsty leech once he latched on. There was no shaking him off. Ack, ack, ack. An enemy invades. An enemy invades. The Black-furred bear, acutely aware that prolonging this struggle might cost it its life at the hands of this individual, began to scream incessantly in a desperate bid to broadcast a call for help, hoping that other members of the Demon Valley would come to its aid. However, what the bear did not anticipate was that its habitual dominance in this realm had incited public outrage. The puppet heard its cries but chose to ignore them, continuing to gnaw at the bear's flesh until, with a splatter, a crimson jet of blood erupted, splattering the puppet's face. In a frantic attempt to dislodge the figure clinging to its back, the bear thrashed violently, repeatedly slamming its body against a nearby tree trunk, yet all efforts proved futile. Gradually, its strength waned, its movement slowed, until finally, with a thud, it collapsed to the ground. Its eyes widened in terror, gasping for breath. Yet the exhalations far outnumbered the inhalations. Observing this spectacle from a distance, Yao Jiao was taken aback by the puppet's formidable ferocity. His gaze traversed the puppet's face, where he discerned a glimmer of malevolence amidst the blood of the bear. As Yao Jiao's attention shifted, the puppet seemed to sense it as well. Lifting its gaze toward his position, blood continued to drip from the corners of its mouth, and combined with its frigid expression, even Yao Jiao, a being of the demon realm, could not suppress a shiver of apprehension. In that fleeting moment, he was even struck by an illusion, as if in the next heartbeat, the target of this puppet would be none other than himself. However, the puppet merely cast a fleeting glance before gradually releasing the lifeless Black Bear and rising from the ground. Upon encountering the already broken bridge of its nose, it surprisingly lifted its hand to adjust it with care. Was this truly just a puppet? It appeared more akin to a deity of death descending upon the earth. Yao Jiao continued to observe for a moment, then casually remarked, "Indeed, this task has been executed splendidly. Now, we must proceed to gather the soul-gathering grass." The puppet remained silent, yet it silently took its position behind Yao Jiao. "Kid, were you attempting to assert dominance over me just now? Let me enlighten you. I am not one to be intimidated. Regardless, you are merely a puppet." As Yao Jiao spoke, he scrutinized the puppet's expression but discerned nothing, prompting him to turn away in resignation. The journey that followed was marked by an oppressive silence. No matter what Yu Jiao uttered, The puppet responded only with silence. Eventually, Yao Jiao lost interest in conversing, mimicking the puppet's demeanor as he focused solely on forging ahead. The habitat of the soul-gathering grass lay within a vast swamp. This time, without waiting for Yao Jiao to speak, the puppet eagerly leapt into the swamp, deftly grasping handfuls of soul-gathering grass and tossing them in Yao Jiao's direction. Such initiative rendered Yao Jiao unable to find fault with it. The soul-gathering grass was guarded by a swarm of soul-gathering snakes, and the puppet's audacious act of diving in to pluck the grass immediately drew their attention, prompting them to swim towards the location of the puppet. The soul-gathering serpent possesses a potent venom. A mere bite from it, even to a demon, would result in days of agony. Not to mention the peril of being overwhelmed by a horde of these serpents. Witnessing the puppet entirely encircled by the serpentine throng, with not a single gap remaining, Demon 9 felt a constriction in his throat. However, what transpired next nearly caused his eyes to pop from their sockets. The puppet, astonishingly, seized one serpent in each hand and swiftly snapped their heads off, subsequently extracting their demon souls and swallowing them whole. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of decapitated serpent carcasses lay strewn about him. Observing such a decisive and ruthless slaughter, the remaining soul-gathering serpents finally sensed fear and began to distance themselves from the puppet. The importance of the soul-gathering grass paled in comparison to the value of their own lives. Demon 9, standing on the shore, watched with intrigue as the puppet altered its course, gradually making its way from the mire to the land. Upon returning to the demon realm, the puppet fell silent. Despite Zisha's attempts to probe the puppet following Demon 9's report, it remained unresponsive. Ultimately, Zisha, losing patience, gestured for Demon 9 to take the puppet away and cleanse it. Your Majesty, this puppet poses a risk. I believe it should be destroyed to prevent future troubles. Observing the puppet, which sat vacantly gazing into the distance, Demon 9 reiterated his concerns to Zisha. I act with my own considerations in mind. Zisha replied noncommittally to Demon 9's suggestion. Chapter 81. The Arrival of Imohangan. Demon 9, accompany me. Yes. When Zisha arrived at the secluded chamber with Yao Jiao, the 5 esteemed elders of the demon clan sat there with grave expressions. Elders, what urgent matters have summoned Zisha here today? The Grand Elder Tong Quan inquired as Zisha entered. 100 years ago, do you remember our agreement, Zisha? A sudden jolt ran through Zisha's heart at the mention of a century past. Could it be that the elders had convened for that very matter? You haven't forgotten the promise you made, have you? Chimed in the second elder, Sini. Zisha offered a wry smile. Indeed, they had come for that purpose. A century ago, the former demon king, Zisha's father Kunbu, had met an untimely demise, leaving behind the young Zisha. The Elder Council, bound by their deep friendship with Kunbu, had decisively supported Zisha's ascendancy. However, the stipulation was that upon reaching adulthood 100 years hence, she must choose a consort from among her kin to bear offspring of pure demon lineage. Throughout this century, Zisha had been singularly focused on enhancing her strength and leading her clan towards greater glory, scarcely considering the matter of companionship. Yet, she had not anticipated how swiftly this 100 years would pass. Now, the decision of selecting a consort demanded her careful contemplation. After all, demon lives are long. Being bound to one with whom she felt no connection would be akin to enduring a self-imposed confinement. The queen, engrossed in her royal duties, naturally does not concern herself with mundane matters. However, over the past century, we, the elders, have been discreetly observing the exceptional talents within our clan and have identified several suitable candidates for Her Majesty. The demon race traditionally refrains from interfering in the selection of a consort for their king. Yet, given that Zisha is the first female demon king in millennia, her lineage is of paramount importance for the future of our kind, which compels the elders to intervene in this matter. Zisha is undoubtedly aware of the elders' intentions, yet she harbors a sense of resistance towards such arrangements. Imohangan? Our demon race has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with his demonic clan. What brings him here? He claims to have come in fulfillment of a promise made by the former demon king. When did my father ever establish contact with him? Zisha furrowed her brow, pondering the timing of Imohangan's arrival, questioning his true motives. Nonetheless, her thoughts did not hinder her pace as she followed Tongquan towards the border between the demon and demonic realms, the Inyang River. On the demonic side, it is known as the Demon River. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Zisha beheld Imohangan and his entourage, who were heralding their presence with drums and gongs on the opposite shore. Behind them, dozens of wooden boxes, bound with red silk, were piled high. As soon as Zisha made her appearance, Imohangan boomed, "Queen Zisha, I have come today to propose marriage." A marriage proposal? Demon King, surely you jest. When did such a union come to fruition between us? Zisha replied with a cold smile. The demon and the Demon King are worlds apart, let alone the notion of a familial alliance, under the pretext of seeking a matrimonial alliance. It seems that Mo Hongyan has set his sights on the formidable powers amassed by her demon clan over the centuries. Tongquan hesitated slightly, recalling events from the past. Before your birth, the old Demon King, while hunting, was ambushed by a group of unknown yet powerful assailants. At that time, the Demon King's strength was diminished, rendering him vulnerable to their overwhelming numbers, and he nearly fell into their hands. It was indeed Mo Hongyan who intervened to save the old Demon King. In gratitude, the Demon King permitted Mo Hongyan to make a request, promising to fulfill it as long as it was within his power. Remarkably, Mo Hongyan stipulated that if the Demon King were to have a daughter as his firstborn, he would personally come to seek her hand in marriage upon her coming of age. Tongquan continued. The old Demon King informed U.S. elders of this arrangement, emphasizing that once you matured, we should ensure your marriage was arranged, for once you were wed, Mo Hongyan would be unable to take you away, safeguarding our clan. We believe that Mo Hongyan's proposal stemmed from malevolent intentions, as it is well known that demons and spirits are of different paths, and their bloodlines cannot merge. Thus, we surmise that his ultimate aim was to consume our demon clan. After being betrayed and disappearing for 8 centuries, we thought he would have forgotten about the potential union between our clans. Hence, we sought a suitable match for you, hoping to expedite the matter. Little did we know, he truly remembers this arrangement. Mo Hongyan, from the very beginning, I have been completely unaware of this matter. Moreover, as a prince, I must protect our demon clan and cannot leave at will. Therefore, this marriage is hereby annulled. As for the occasion when you saved my father, I will certainly prepare a generous gift to express my gratitude for your past assistance. Upon understanding the intricacies of the situation, Queen Zisha spoke aloud to Mo Hongyan. So, it seems that Queen Zisha intends to sever ties? It is surprising that the dignified ruler of the demon clan would speak with such insincerity, akin to the sound of flatulence, devoid of integrity. Mo Hongyan, we both know that the blood of our 2 clans cannot intertwine. A union between us would yield no benefit to either side. The only reason my father agreed to this absurd proposal back then must have been due to considerable coercion. Look, my sincerity is evident. Today, Zisha, if you are wise, you will obediently follow me. I shall grant you the position of Demon Empress, and I will ensure that every detail concerning the Demon Clan is meticulously handled. And what if I refuse? If you refuse, then today I will send my forces to raise your Demon Clan. In that case, you will still have to follow me, but you will merely become a plaything in my palm. Dream on. Chapter 82. The Sorrow of the Demon Clan. Zisha, my patience is not infinite. I shall give you 3 seconds to consider. Mo Hongyan signaled for the drummers to cease their performance, then quietly observed Zisha. Better to be a ghost beneath the blade than a slave in the palm. Mo Hongyan, today, it is either you or me. It is a matter of existence. Ah, what a naive little child, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world. I recall the days when your father, the old Demon King, would not dare to utter such audacious words in my presence. Since you insist, I shall oblige you. As the words of Mo Hongyan fell, those demons who had been tasked with carrying the wooden box swiftly drew forth an array of weapons from beneath it. This scene starkly revealed the vile countenance of Mo Hongyan. He claimed to come for a wedding, yet brought an arsenal of weapons. Mo Hongyan, your deceitful tricks will only fool the gullible. With that, Zisha retrieved the Demon King's decree from her bosom, pulling it into the air, where it blossomed into a magnificent, multicolored flower. Its vibrant hues were so striking that even from a great distance, they could be clearly perceived. Upon witnessing this decree, which was only summoned in dire circumstances, the Demon Kin hastily armed themselves and gathered towards Zisha's position. Meanwhile, Yao Jiu, following Zisha's command, was leading the puppet into the ice cave. Halfway through, he suddenly looked up to see the decree blooming in the air and thought to himself, "This is not good." He promptly turned and raced towards the banks of the Inyang River. The puppet, observing Yao Jiu's figure, paused for a moment before swiftly following in his direction. At the banks of the Inyang River, a fierce battle had already commenced. The Grand Elder Tongquan and Zisha joined forces to confront Mo Hongyan, while others sought their respective adversaries, engaged in a relentless and fierce struggle. As Mo Hongyan engaged in a fierce struggle with Zisha and her companion, he taunted, "Isn't it much better to obediently follow me? Why must you plunge the entire demon race into turmoil?" Although Zisha had made significant strides in her cultivation, she still found herself somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of Mo Hongen, the formidable elder Tongquan. Tasked with fending off Mo Hongen's relentless assault while simultaneously keeping an eye on Zisha's predicament, became increasingly flustered. Die, old fool. Mo Hongen's strength surged as he launched a powerful strike directly at Tongquan's chest. The impact was immense, causing Tongquan to spit out a mouthful of blood as he crumpled to the ground. Upon witnessing the elder's fall, Zisha felt a surge of panic, causing her sword to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Hongen swiftly disarmed her, sending her weapon flying. In that moment, a wave of demonic energy from Mo Hongen struck her, propelling her involuntarily toward him. Zisha, if only you had cooperated from the very beginning, none of your fellow demons would have had to perish, Mo Hongen exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her waist and whispering softly in her ear, relishing the moment as he felt her body stiffen in response. Consequently, Fan Tian was quick to receive her command, and upon hearing it, he began to approach Mo Hongen deliberately. Haha, Fan Tian. Who would have thought that while you managed to escape the first, you would still fall prey to my 15th? Observing Fan Tian's expressionless face, Mo Hongen was initially taken aback, but then a possibility dawned on him. He declared loudly, so you are indeed dead, though you wear this shell. It is nothing but a walking corpse. As Mo Hongen spoke, subtle changes began to ripple across Fan Tian's face. Oh, you must be eager to know the fate of your dear friend Xue Feng and the others, aren't you? Ha ha ha, since we've met today, I might as well tell you. They, a sinister smile crept onto Mo Hongen's face, have all been dealt with by me. He gestured a slicing motion across his neck. Die. The words suddenly burst from Fan Tian's mouth, and his body leapt forward, throwing a punch towards Mo Hongen. TSK, 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 even in death, you remain so insolent. Do you not realize that my patience has its limits? With that, Mo Hongen, holding Zisha with one hand, struck Fan Tian's chest with the other, immediately caving in a part of his chest. Fan Tian felt no pain, his body merely swayed a few times before he continued to swing his fist at Mo Hongen. Unwilling to waste more time with this automaton, Mo Hongen delivered several more punches to Fan Tian, leaving no patch of skin unmarred. Finally, he treated Fan Tian as he had Yao Jiao, slamming him into the ground with a single punch. Enough, I've spent enough time here. Zisha, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Come along with me obediently. Chapter 83. A desperate struggle. More than half of the forces brought by the demon clan have been vanquished by the troops of the demon race led by the elders. However, the demon race has also suffered significant losses. The Grand Elder, Tongquan, was struck down by Mo Hongen and his fate remains uncertain. The other 4 esteemed elders bear varying degrees of injury. Yet, upon witnessing Mo Hongen attempt to seize their queen, Zisha, they gathered together in a desperate formation to launch an assault against him. Bang! 2 entirely disparate forces collided violently, producing a deafening explosion. As the sound reverberated, several figures were hurled into the air by the shockwave, only to plummet back to earth. Tears streamed down Zisha's cheeks. Those were the elders who had nurtured her since childhood. I have already shown great magnanimity. Why must they seek their own demise? Seeing this scene, Zisha felt a surge of joy. The Wanzhou insignia had unexpectedly advanced at this crucial moment. Meanwhile, Mo Hongen frowned as he glanced at Fan Tian, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck at him again. Fan Tian, your struggle is futile. In life, you are no match for me. In death, it is even less likely. The puppet, Fan Tian, met the blade of the demon lord, producing only a crisp metallic sound, leaving no trace behind. Impervious to blades and bullets, Mo Hongen sheathed his sword. Then let us test the might of my demon flame palm. As his words fell, 2 eerie blue lights ignited upon his palms, enveloping them in a swirling inferno of azure flames. The demon flame palm, the demonic flames, once they touch you, will leave your flesh forever scarred and unhealed. Fan Tian found himself entangled in a fierce struggle with Mo Hongen. From the onset, Mo Hongen unleashed his full force. Realizing that although the demon flame fist had marred Fan Tian's body with numerous dents, it did not impede his movement. In fact, the proximity allowed Fan Tian to land several punches on him. Fan Tian obediently embraced death. In your current state, what difference does it make if you are already dead? Mo Hongen concentrated all his power into his left arm. As the surging demonic energy surged, a shadow of a luminous blade gradually emerged in his hand. Blade of the demon. With a low growl, Mo Hongen unleashed the blade, which seemed to solidify, cleaving downward at Fan Tian's body. Unafraid of blades and spears, then taste the essence of the demon blade. Fan Tian's body was forcibly locked by Mo Hongin's mental energy, and he struggled desperately. Yao Jiao, Wanzaheo run. Zishao, who had been cast aside by Mo Hongin, finally broke free from her restraints and charged with all her might toward his direction. Caught off guard while fully focused on Fan Tian, Mo Hongin was unexpectedly diverted by Zisha's collision, causing the trajectory of the luminous blade to veer slightly. What was meant to decapitate Fan Tian now merely grazed his shoulder. The blade penetrated his left scapula, shattering 4 or 5 ribs in his chest, before ultimately exploding within him, leaving a gaping wound in Fan Tian's body. The residual force from the explosion of the light blade caused a deep fissure to open beneath Fan Tian's feet, engulfing his body within, rendering him invisible. At last, the unsightly debris had been thoroughly cleared away. Mo Hongin turned to Zisha and inquired, "Shall we proceed?" Zisha, with her head bowed, remained silent. As Mo Hongin approached, her form suddenly swelled dramatically. Her enchanting figure vanished, along with her radiant visage, replaced by a colossal serpent adorned with a sharp horn and covered in dark scales. "Heh, revealing your true form before this king? Are you not afraid that I shall shatter your essence?" Mo Hongin declared, raising his hand to summon another light blade. Zisha tilted her head back, hissing venomously as her serpent tongue flicked out, droplets of toxic saliva dripping to the ground, corroding the earth into numerous pits. Her eyes, resembling lanterns, glowed with a haunting intensity as they fixated on Mo Hongin. Suddenly, her body twisted violently, her serpentine tail coiling around him. The constricting embrace tightened, enveloping Mo Hongin completely, while the serpent's body continued to contract, producing a sound akin to suffocation in his chest. Mo Hongin's subordinates stood frozen in shock, their gazes transfixed on the horrifying spectacle before them. "Mo Hongin, now you shall experience the weight of my 1,000-pound embrace." A voice echoed in his ear, as Zisha's razor-sharp fangs loomed perilously close to his head. Its teeth pierced forward, impaling Mo Hongin's head completely, causing his white brain matter to erupt forth. The dark red blood mingled with the pallid brain substance, trickling down Mo Hongin's face, rendering his expression even more grotesque and terrifying. Having successfully struck, Zisha was poised to deliver a second blow, but from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a sinister smile curling at the corner of Mo Hongin's mouth. Did she truly believe such an act would slay the king? She had rejoiced too prematurely. The luminous blade that had manifested in Mo Hongin's palm suddenly appeared around Zisha's vital point, the area just below her throat. She had yet to respond when the blade struck mercilessly at her weak spot. Although she had erected a defensive barrier, it failed to withstand this assault, fracturing under the pressure, while Zisha's body quivered from the impact. As her offensive stance faltered, Mo Hongin's luminous blade launched yet again. This time, it landed squarely upon Zisha's head, severing a significant portion of her serpentine visage. Zisha's body spiraled uncontrollably, shrinking rapidly until it diminished to the size of a chopstick, ultimately burrowing into the ground. But where could she possibly flee? With a flick of his finger, Mo Hongin sent a beam of light hurtling towards Zisha's fleeing form, pinning her firmly into the earth. Chapter 84. Fan Tian's return. A tempestuous gust swept across the land, raising a maelstrom of dust and sand. As the particulate matter settled, it draped a thick mantle over the myriad corpses strewn across the battlefield. A few disoriented figures, emerging from the gritty shroud, assisted one another as they departed the scene. The chasm that had voraciously consumed Fan Tian remained agape, a gaping maw in the earth. When Fan Tian regained consciousness, he found himself prone within a protracted and seemingly infinite tunnel. The silhouettes of those individuals gradually faded from his perception. Anxious to pursue them, he found himself immobilized. In his desperation, he emitted a resounding cry, which jolted him awake. He sat in a daze upon the frigid tunnel floor, as memories flooded his consciousness like an inundation. He recalled his demise and subsequent transformation into a puppet. The recollection of his puppet state brought to mind the grievous wound inflicted by Mo Hongin just before his fall. Yet, he now experienced neither pain nor sorrow, nor could he shed tears or bleed. He questioned the distinction between his current state and that of a soulless automaton. After a period of inertia, Fan Tian gradually rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. He was situated within a subterranean structure. His rapid descent had evidently created an aperture in the tunnel's ceiling, through which he had plummeted. Observing a series of unlocked wooden doors lining the tunnel walls, he reached out and opened one. The scene that met his eyes caused him to recoil abruptly. After a moment of stillness, he cautiously stepped from the wall beside the doorway into the room. In this chamber, a multitude of figures stood in immaculate order. No, They were not figures of the living, but rather an abundance of corpses. These beings emitted no breath, bore no expressions, and possessed no warmth. Apart from their lifeless shells, nothing remained. How could there be so many corpses here? Might they be intended for burial rites? The initial thought that crossed Fan Tion's mind was that he had inadvertently stumbled into an ancient tomb from a bygone era. However, he swiftly dismissed this conjecture. Although these bodies were indeed cold and lifeless, they appeared to have undergone some peculiar treatment. Moreover, each one bore a small identification tag affixed to their waistbands, numbered from 1 to 100, with the character for person inscribed beneath each numeral. What could these numbers and the character for person signify? As Fan Tion surveyed the corpses throughout the room, his confusion only deepened. A fleeting thought flickered through his mind, but it vanished too swiftly to grasp. He retreated from this room and opened another. Inside, he was met once more with a room full of neatly arranged corpses. Their garments, too, were identification tags marked with numbers and the character for person. This time, however, the numbers ranged from 101 to 200. Subsequently, Fan Tion proceeded to open several more such rooms, each exhibiting a similar scenario, with the only variation being the ascending sequence of numbers on the tags, which began to transition from the character for person to that of Earth. As Fan Tion's footsteps quickened, they transformed into a full sprint. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, before the final door, his once tranquil heart began to race with unexpected fervor. He was about to discover the answer he sought within this room. Slowly, he pushed the door open. Inside, it was devoid of life. In the center stood a small table. Fan Tion stepped forward, standing before the table, and lowered his gaze. Upon the surface lay a small identification plate, inscribed with the character 1, its rank unknown. 1. The words echoed in his ears, gradually rising in volume, shifting from indistinct to clear. This was the number declared by the demon Queen Zisha when she commanded him. He was the one. It dawned on him that this was the very place where Queen Zisha kept her 10,000 puppets. He, upon awakening with an undefined rank yet surrounded by peculiarities, had been closely observed by Zisha at all times. Chapter 85. The dragon emerges on the wall that Fan Tion leaned against. A magnificent hunting scene was depicted. The figures were adorned with tiger heads and serpent tails, or human heads and goat bodies. Encircled by them was a dignified man, crowned with a single horn, seated atop a blazing lion, brandishing a spear as he pointed resolutely ahead. Not far from them, various demon beasts scattered in flight. Fan Tion gazed at the painting for a while, increasingly convinced that it depicted not a hunt, but a campaign against rebels. The expression on the leader's face lacked the lightheartedness typically associated with hunting. Instead, it was suffused with a profound sense of tragic grandeur that enveloped both him and all the figures in the artwork. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally discerned the crux of the issue. This leader, in his current stance, was issuing commands to his subjects to launch an attack, with the direction of his spear indicating the target of their assault. Logically speaking, when a person's body orientation points in a certain direction, their gaze would naturally follow. However, this leader's eyes were fixed upon an empty corner behind him. A pool of tears welled in his eyes, red like blood. Suddenly, a small insect emerged from this pool of crimson liquid, its wings large and adorned with a pattern reminiscent of a human eye. Fan Tion pondered. Could it be that his earlier impression of the eye's movement was merely due to the creature within the egg slowly fluttering its wings? He remained transfixed by the blood pool on the ground when, all of a sudden, he felt something fall onto him. Looking up, he was astonished to see the vibrant pigments from the leader's face cascading down from the wall, landing directly upon him. As those colors vanished, the leader's visage transformed into a blank slate. In the midst of this emptiness, a small round pit emerged. Fan Tion leaped once more, placing his finger upon the circular depression. After a slight tremor, the small circular depression bulged outward, ultimately rising higher than the surrounding walls. Simultaneously, a square outline resembling a tiny drawer materialized around the small pit. Fan Tion extended 2 fingers and pulled the small protrusion outward, revealing a small hole. However, those with nefarious intentions would inevitably fall into the path of evil and meet a tragic end. As Fan Tion gazed upon these words, he pondered. This individual refers to himself as lonely. Could he possibly be the former king of the demon race? Is the transformation of the soaring dragon truly as formidable as he claims? After this thought crossed his mind, he intended to continue reading, only to find that apart from a single line of small text, there was nothing else. The line read, If you are destined to encounter the supreme legacy of the Lonely King, you shall surely behold it. Destined? What constitutes such a destiny? Fan Tian held the scroll in his hands, examining it from every angle for quite some time, yet the scroll remained unresponsive. Could it be that a drop of blood was required to unlock it? But where could he draw blood from this puppet body? Not even a single drop resided within his heart. Clenching the scroll tightly in his grasp, he nearly crumpled it. Yet he still could not fathom how to demonstrate his connection to this scroll. While hidden it may be, yet I have still discovered it. If this is not considered destiny, then perhaps you shall wait for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without anyone arriving. Should that time come, even if your ultimate skill is unparalleled, it would likely dissipate completely into the void of existence. Fan Tian declared, casting the scroll onto the table. Furthermore, your demon race has already been nearly annihilated by that Mo Hongan. You, a descendant of the demon clan, seem to be unaware of your lineage. If you truly possess any spirit, you would not be preoccupied with such trivial constraints. After speaking, Fan Tian turned and exited the chamber. He had intended to delve deeper into the secrets concealed behind the stone wall, yet suddenly found himself transported to an unfamiliar realm, a desolate expanse filled only with swirling yellow sands. Predecessor, since you have invited me in, why not show yourself? He called out. As a mere puppet, you possess such formidable spiritual strength, it is indeed a surprise. With a hearty laugh, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe and adorned with a purple-gold crown materialized before Fan Tian. The unfortunate predicament Fan Tian found himself in was a result of his inability to discern character, a consequence of his own actions. Fortuitously, he was rescued by Queen Zisha of the Demon Clan, allowing him to linger on. With a respectful bow, Fan Tian addressed the middle-aged man. The Demon Clan now faces an impending catastrophe. As long as I draw breath, I must find a way to repay this life-saving grace. Loyalty and righteousness define a true man. The man responded with another hearty laugh. Do you know who I am? Chapter 86. Ancestor of the Demon Clan, forgive my audacity. But I dare to speculate that you must be a former king of the Demon Clan, Fan Tian said, bowing once more. A king? Young man, you underestimate me. Indeed, I am of the Demon Clan, but I am also its founder. The middle-aged man revealed himself to be Yao Kuei, the progenitor of the Demon Clan. Millennia ago, under his governance, the Demon Clan thrived, reigning as the undisputed sovereign of the demonic realm. Even the patriarch of the demon tribe at that time had to bow before him, bringing forth an abundance of rare treasures as tribute at the dawn of each demon year. Moreover, the spirits of the Ghost Clan directly congregated within the territories of the Demon Clan, sheltered under their protection. However, while formidable strength serves as a beneficial instrument for domination, it can, at times, transform into a lethal weapon. As a sovereign ruler, Yao Kuei harbored an unbridled passion for the creation of new martial arts, often retreating for a century or more in pursuit of this endeavor. Confident that he had subjugated all surrounding clans, he believed they would harbor no ill will against him. Thus, 5,000 years ago, he entrusted the affairs of his clan entirely to his sole son, Tan Yin, the father of Zisha, cautioning him to manage diligently before boldly retreating to study martial arts. Tan Yin possessed profound cultivation, inheriting his father's true teachings, yet his temperament mirrored that of Yao Kuei. He lacked the necessary vigilance towards the demon tribe, which had long harbored discontent towards their rule. This negligence allowed the elder patriarch of the Demon Clan to secretly cultivate his inner circle and expand his influence, unbeknownst to Tan Yin. Despite counsel from his subordinates to exercise caution against the demon tribe, Tan Yin dismissed their concerns, viewing the once subservient patriarch, who dutifully presented tributes, as overly dramatic. This hypocritical facade persisted until the elder demon patriarch abdicated, and his son, Mo Hongan, ascended to power, shattering the illusion entirely. At that time, the queen of Tan Yin, who was none other than Zisha's mother, was already with child, carrying Zisha within her womb. It was then that the audacious Ma Hongan proposed that if a son were to be born, they would become brothers; if a daughter, they would be united as husband and wife. At the moment he uttered these words, Ma Hongan was merely a century old, which, according to human standards, rendered him little more than a mere child of 10. Tan Yin, regarding this as a jest, readily acquiesced. Little did they foresee that this utterance would ignite a series of subsequent calamities, were it not for today's events, where Fan Tian shattered the barriers set by the demon Kuei and retrieved the scroll of the soaring dragon. This ancient ancestor of the demon realm would remain oblivious to the fact that his kin had dwindled to nothingness, with even his sole granddaughter captured as a prisoner. To his astonishment, During this period of seclusion, so much had transpired. I have failed to uphold my responsibilities, leading my people to this dire plight. Upon hearing Fontien's account, the countenance of the demon Kuei shifted from exuberance to profound sorrow. Fantien, since you have reached the liminal space I created, I shall now impart to you the intricate techniques of the soaring dragon transformation in its 3 tiers. No sooner had the words left his lips than a scroll materialized in his hands, which Fantien recognized as the very scroll he had carelessly tossed onto the small table moments ago. The soaring dragon transformation consists of 3 tiers: the wandering dragon, the proud sky, and the sudden change. To invoke the wandering dragon, one must possess spiritual energy at the pinnacle of the spirit ancestor level. When the wandering dragon emerges, its roar resonates throughout the realm, capable of momentarily freezing the inner strength of its opponent. Though this lasts but a fleeting few seconds, in the realm of skilled combatants, such a brief interval could determine life or death. In the second level, the proud sky manifests a required spiritual energy value of intermediate spirit fairy. The dragon strikes with swiftness akin to lightning and solidity resembling rock, capable of rendering an opponent's weapon into mere scrap metal with a single blow. The third level, the startling transformation, occurs when an enemy, disarmed yet still defiant, is confronted with the third stage of the soaring dragon transformation. The dragon envelopes the opponent's body, rendering them intangible. Should these 3 levels be combined, the resultant power would be cataclysmic, obliterating all life within hundreds of miles. The potency of this accumulation is astonishing. However, the strength required to execute it is that of a spirit sovereign. Esteemed elder, while your skill is commendable, it is of no use to me, Fantien replied, feeling a surge of excitement upon hearing Yao Kuei's introduction, yet shaking his head repeatedly afterward. Why? Are you fearful that mastering the soaring dragon transformation will prove too challenging? There is nothing to fear. With my presence, you may learn with confidence. Yao Kuei assumed Fantien harbored reservations, thus hastily reassured him. Fear is certainly not my predicament. Fantien countered. The reason I deem it futile is that I am currently but a puppet, with all my spiritual energy sealed away. I am incapable of learning the soaring dragon transformation. Fantien shook his head once more. Sealed spiritual energy? Yao Kuei scrutinized Fantien from head to toe, noting the complete absence of spiritual energy. Then, how did you survive the clutches of that devil, Hongen? Unbeknownst to me. Perhaps it was due to the unique methods employed by Zisha during the reconstruction of my body that endowed it with the remarkable ability for self-repair as long as any semblance of form remains. How intriguing. However, possessing such a body alone is insufficient, for venturing outside now would merely invite death. Yao Kuei nodded in agreement. Indeed. The members of the Alliance share a similar fate. This raises a question. Did the patriarch of the demon clan not also pledge such an oath? Yet they still took action? This is a perplexity. Hence, the old patriarch of the demon clan relinquished his position early, bestowing it upon Mo Hongen, for it was he, not his son, who had made the solemn vow. I see. Fantien, are you willing to assist our demon clan in overcoming this calamity? Yao Kuei suddenly adopted a serious tone. I naturally wish to help, yet in my current state, what means do I possess to contend with Mo Hongen? The survival of our demon clan rests upon you. Yao Kuei sighed deeply and continued. The predicament you find yourself in is merely a consequence of the puppet technique, which has instilled a powerful self-protective instinct within the original spiritual energy of your body, effectively sealing itself away. To reactivate it, there exists but one solution. What is that solution? If it allows him to regain the appearance of a normal person, Fantien is willing to attempt any method. Enter the Infernal Forge and undergo a rebirth through Nirvana. Chapter 87. The Infernal Forge. The Infernal Forge? What manner of place is this? The reason I became a puppet is simply that when Zisha's subordinates found me, I was already dead. But what of death? Now, within your being flows Zisha's essence. Augmented by the art of puppetry, are you not living quite well? What distinction is there between human and demon? Listening to Yao Kuei's words, Fantien found an unexpected resonance within his heart. Yao Kuei was right. His only path forward lay in vanquishing Mo Hongen and rescuing Zisha. The nature of the identity he would assume thereafter was, in truth, of little consequence. Very well. I shall heed your counsel and enter the heart of the Earth's furnace. Fantien gritted his teeth. Relax, young man. If fortune favors you, you may discover numerous treasures within the furnace, items that are nearly impossible to find outside, Yao Kuei encouraged. Step inside. Fantien glanced at the shimmering water barrier and, with a gentle push of his hand, effortlessly passed through it. As his body completely traversed the water curtain, the radiant light swiftly dissipated, reverting to the form of a solid wall. "Come out quickly. I, Gu, await you along with the soaring dragon," Yao Qie's voice echoed in Fan Tian's mind. And then silence enveloped him once more. Steadying his spirit, Fan Tian finally discerned that he stood before a stone cave. From within that cave emanated a sound reminiscent of waves crashing against rocky shores, a deep and resounding roar. He approached cautiously, peering down into the depths where he noticed a flickering red light, pulsating steadily in the profound abyss below. Within the cavern's embrace, stout iron chains were anchored to the ceiling, plunging into the abyss below. Surveying his surroundings and finding no alternative means of descent, Fan Tian realized his only recourse was to grasp the chains and descend. He examined his hands, knowing they were impervious to pain. Nevertheless, he tore 2 large pieces from his garment's lining, meticulously wrapping them for protection. With this preparation complete, Fan Tian inhaled deeply and leaped into the void. Seizing a suspended chain, he allowed momentum to carry him downward. From above, the chain seemed endless, but after descending 200 or 300 meters, Fan Tian discovered their terminus. Leaving him suspended in midair, the chain's end faced a small stone platform. In his current state, a direct fall would pose little threat, perhaps resulting in a fractured skull, broken neck, and internal organ expulsion. However, Fan Tian was loath to indulge this habit, wishing to retain a mortal mindset. Therefore, he embraced the chain, swinging to the side and leaping to another. He repeated this maneuver, eventually dismounting the chains and clinging to the adjacent rock face. As soon as his hand touched the surface, he felt something unusual emerge in his palm. Lifting his hand, he discovered several peculiar insects resting there. Upon closer inspection, these creatures bore sharp, armored heads with spiked mouths, elongated bodies, and tails adorned with a small protuberance containing a luminous, bead-like object. Their elongated, spiked mouths allowed them to pierce and embed themselves into any soft material they encountered, curling their bodies upon contact. Could these be blood-sucking parasites? Yet, they seemed different. Fan Tian muttered to himself, casually crushing several of them. Each insect emitted a squeak akin to a mouse's cry upon death, and the small protuberance on their tails burst open, releasing a bead exuding a mysterious fragrance. Collecting a handful, Fan Tian found himself with several of these aromatic beads. Intrigued by the shimmering lights within the tiny orbs, he stored them all in his pouch. Descending from the stone wall to a small ledge, Fan Tian had amassed a pouch full of these fragrant beads, which gradually imbued his person with a subtle, pleasant scent. Peering down from the ledge, he observed a vast expanse of crimson volcanic magma churning below. The small red dot he had noticed from above was indeed this fiery lava. The seething, tumultuous magma surged forth and retreated, incessantly eroding the surrounding stone walls. Above, the walls glowed a fiery red. Could it be that the rebirth through nirvana, as spoken of by the demon Kuei, entailed my leap into this molten abyss? Furrowing his brow, Fan Tian gazed into the crimson pool of magma. At present, his spiritual energy was entirely depleted. To plunge into this inferno unprepared would likely result in his instant incineration, leaving not even a trace of ash. Yet, another possibility loomed. In this critical moment of life and death, perhaps the latent potential within him would be awakened, elevating his strength to new heights. Standing before the fiery expanse, Fan Tian closed his eyes. Within his mind, the haughty, mocking voice of the Snow Phoenix echoed. "Hey, kid, are you too scared now? I always knew you were a coward." The scene shifted, revealing the figure of Master Feng, Xiao Tian. "I am still waiting for you to retrieve the Qinghong sword. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Lastly, the familiar faces of his father and 2 brothers, whom he hadn't seen in many years, emerged. "Fan Tian, our family has never been filled with those who fear death." Indeed, he had so much left to accomplish. The sole opportunity to defeat the demon Hongan lay before him. How could he possibly falter now? Even if he were to be reduced to ashes by the magma. What of it? At the very least, he would have fought. Otherwise, what difference would it make for him to linger on like this, as though he were already dead? With this thought firmly planted, Fan Tian's tightly shut eyes flew open. Clarity now shone within his gaze. Chapter 88 Rebirth. Father, brother, master, I shall not let you down. Fan Tian took a deep breath and leaped into the surging lava below. In that fleeting moment of immersion, every external aspect of Fan Tian, including his garments and hair, was incinerated, leaving no trace behind. His flesh gradually peeled away, melting into the molten abyss, until only a complete skeleton remained. Strangely, despite the complete absence of flesh, His heart continued to beat steadily in its original place, and a peculiar transparent substance enveloped his head. At that moment, Fan Tion's eyes were tightly shut, completely oblivious to the transformations occurring within him. He floated like a piece of driftwood in the lava pool. Initially, his bones appeared charred and blackened by the intense heat. But as days turned into weeks, the darkened bones gradually turned white, ultimately returning to their normal hue after 2 months. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the iron chains suspended dozens of meters above him. He truly had not perished? Turning his head to survey his surroundings, he realized he was still adrift in the lava pool, feeling merely a gentle warmth, devoid of any pain. Warmth? Warmth? Suddenly, Fan Tion rose upright from the lava pool. Could he truly sense warmth? Had his bodily functions returned to the state of an ordinary person, no longer a mere puppet devoid of pain and sensation? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Fan Tion extended his hand and struck the magma wall with a fierce punch. The wall shattered, sending a cascade of rocks tumbling down, yet his palm remained unscathed, merely experiencing a faint tremor. Overjoyed, Fan Tion took a moment to scrutinize his own body. The Emperor Phoenix technique? Spiritual energy. Astonishingly, his spiritual power had transcended the initial stage of the spirit immortal realm, advancing to the intermediate stage. A cry of elation escaped his lips. This rebirth through nirvana had indeed transformed him into a divine being. The mere mention of rebirth reminded him of the ancient demon ancestor, Yao Kuei, who awaited his emergence outside the heart of the earth furnace. Time was of the essence. He had no knowledge of how long he had lingered within, nor what changes had transpired beyond. Contemplating this, he leaped from the magma pool, propelled by the surging molten rock, racing towards the small stone platform at the edge. Just as Fan Tion was about to land upon that platform, an enormous creature erupted from the magma wall, barreling directly towards him. Was there truly such a colossal being dwelling within this magma pool? Intrigued, Fan Tion's body did not hesitate. He perceived the dark mass rushing towards him and boldly charged ahead. Just before collision, he pushed off with his foot, only to discover that the entity was not an illusion, but rather possessed a solid, rigid texture. What in the world was this creature? After a powerful leap, Fan Tion soared high above, distancing himself several dozen meters from the lava pool. Peering down, he was startled to discover that the creature attacking him was a massive beast of indeterminate form. As the beast missed its strike, it plunged into the molten depths. And within mere seconds, a swirling vortex emerged at the center of the lava pool, with the beast at its core, rising from the magma. Although Fan Tion could not discern the creature's eyes, he felt an unnerving sensation that no matter where he moved, a gaze was fixated upon him. How could such a diminutive creature possess such a fierce determination? With a light chuckle, Fan Tion subtly slowed his ascent, maintaining a pace just slightly faster than that of the dark beast, compelling it to relentlessly pursue him. They both exited the lava pool, landing upon a small stone platform at its edge. Upon touching the stone, Fan Tion halted his descent and turned to confront the dark beast directly. Despite its considerable size, the beast exhibited remarkable agility, thwarting Fan Tion's attempts to vanquish it in a single blow. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why this creature was so intent on pursuing him. Ignoring Fan Tion's scrutiny, the dark beast lunged towards the stone wall beside the iron chain. Upon reaching the wall, it extended its long tongue, vigorously licking the surface, followed by a cacophony of crisp squeaks. Simultaneously, an alluring fragrance wafted into Fan Tion's nostrils. The fragrance. Fan Tion suddenly recalled that when he had just ascended along those iron chains, he was attacked by some peculiar insects. The sounds they emitted as he crushed them were precisely those chirps, accompanied by numerous small fragrant beads falling from their bodies. At that time, he had collected quite a few of those beads. However, when he fell into the lava pool, those beads vanished as well. Could it be that the reason the black beast pursued him was merely due to the scent of those beads infused in his newly remade body? This black beast seems to feast upon the very beads. What kind of creature is this black beast? Fan Tion resolved to capture one and inquire with them. With this thought, he focused his mind and conjured a rope of spiritual energy, forming a loop that ensnared the neck of the black beast. The beast, engrossed in devouring those bizarre insects, was taken by surprise when it found itself trapped. It struggled desperately but could not free itself, eventually collapsing onto the ground, panting like a human. Yet, the breath it exhaled bore a hint of fragrance. Now, where could you escape to? Fan Tion chuckled heartily, glancing down to notice he was still bare. With a wave of his hand, a set of clothing enveloped his form. Satisfied, he reached for the black beast. leaping upward swiftly towards the cavern's apex. Chapter 89. The world has changed. Dealing with such an unreliable ancestor is truly exasperating. Who says I am not trustworthy? Just as Fan Tian was lamenting about a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Senior? Fan Tian tentatively called out. Kid, you finally emerged. You haven't turned to dust down there in the depths of the earth. Ha ha, I am truly delighted. A fit of intense coughing interrupted the words that Yu Kuei was about to utter. Senior Yu, what troubles you? Fan Tian inquired anxiously, sensing something amiss. Are you unwell? Cough, cough, it's nothing. I believe that the wall before you, even without my intervention, can no longer impede your progress. You may pass through on your own. Yu Kuei paused momentarily before continuing slowly. As Fan Tian concentrated, the once formidable wall before him transformed into a mere sheet of paper, allowing him to perceive the activities beyond it with clarity. His gaze scanned the surroundings, and he was taken aback to see that Yu Kuei, who had once appeared to be in his 40s, was now grayed and frail, bearing the marks of advanced age. Not only that, but he could hardly stand and had to lean against the wall, seated within the corridor. Senior Yu, what on earth has transpired? Fan Tian exclaimed, his body swaying as he effortlessly brought the black beast along and passed through the wall. Intermediate spirit immortal? Excellent, excellent. Young man, I did not misjudge you. Yu Kuei exclaimed upon seeing Fan Tian emerge. He struggled to rise, but despite his efforts, he ultimately failed. Senior, have I truly been trapped in that infernal furnace for many years? But that cannot be. You are a demon and not bound by the passage of time. How could you have aged so significantly? Fan Tian crouched down to assist Yu Kuei to his feet. Cough, cough. You were merely in there for 2 years. The transformation of the solitary figure is merely a consequence of their assault on Imo Hongen. Imo Hongen. Could it be that he has already located this place? Fan Tian was taken aback. If even the formidable demon Kuei has been so grievously wounded by Imo Hongen, one can only imagine the extent of his current power, how grotesquely formidable it must be. No, this place shall forever remain inaccessible to him. The solitary figure's fate is a result of violating the celestial oath established long ago by striking against the demonic race. It turns out that shortly after Fan Tian entered the heart of the molten furnace, Imo Hongen, accompanied by his demonic kin, encroached upon the territory of the demon clan. The few surviving members of the demon race from the last Great War fought valiantly against the invasion, but their efforts were in vain, as the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The remaining 2 elders of the demon race had their powers severely diminished by Imo Hongen, rendering them nearly powerless. Imo Hongen's minions treated the entirety of the demon populace as mere laborers for their own benefit, compelling them to toil relentlessly. Those who dared to resist faced brutal consequences. Either they were beaten to death, or the prison containing the captured Queen Zisha was brought forth as a threat, showcasing the dire fate that awaited them should they disobey orders. Since Zisha had revealed her true form and been imprisoned in that demonic vessel, she had remained in a deep slumber, unable to awaken. The demon populace, witnessing the cruel torment inflicted upon their beloved queen, felt an overwhelming rage yet remained voiceless in their despair. Even in the depths of sorrow and indignation, in order to preserve even a flicker of hope for Zisha, he endured in silence. Yu Kuei, originally steadfast in the celestial oath he had sworn, gazed upon the plight of his disciples and descendants with a heavy heart, feeling powerless in the face of their suffering. Yet, one day, a realization dawned upon him if this situation persisted. The demon race that he had painstakingly established would cease to exist. His progeny would be enslaved by the demonic tribe. Should such a fate befall them, what purpose would remain for him, the venerable ancestor of the demon clan, bound by his oath? Thus, he resolved to rescue Zisha from the clutches of Imo Hongen and devise a means to liberate the other members of his kin. For those who have sworn an oath, if their identity remains undisclosed, the heavenly retribution would not descend swiftly. Alas, Yu Kuei's identity was soon uncovered by Imo Hongen. Fan Tian, with his keen eyes, instantly recognized the vessel that contained Zisha, the demonic jar. Fan Tian, our demon clan is ultimately doomed. Zisha, this child, possesses a kind heart. I do not wish for her to accompany her unworthy grandfather on this perilous journey. Take her with you. If the opportunity arises, place this jar into the heavenly pool, and she shall be freed from its confines. Furthermore, preserve her essence with the first snowfall of Tianshan each year, and in a decade's time, she shall awaken anew. Yu Kuei's voice grew somber. However, the manner of her restoration will depend on her fate. Could we not cast her into the heart of the Earth's furnace, allowing her to be reborn through the flames? Fantion suddenly conceived a plan. The demon Kuei slowly shook his head, stating that the core of the Earth, for our demonkin, merely serves to enhance demonic power, lacking any extraordinary capabilities. What other means exist to restore Zisha's strength? Had it not been for Zisha, Fantion pondered, he would not have achieved his current standing. Should a solution present itself, regardless of the challenges it entails, he would endeavor to seek it out. Restoration of power? Perhaps the only avenue lies in locating the fabled demon pool. Yet this legend of the demon pool has circulated for millennia, and our demon kind has never laid eyes upon it, nor do we ascertain its actual existence. Elder demon, I shall exhaust all efforts to find this demon pool. Rest assured, Fantion resolutely declared. You are a commendable young man, and I naturally place my trust in you. Chapter 90. Farewell. As the demon Kuei spoke, he removed the belt he wore and handed it to Fantion. This belt, known as the Endless, is a growing spatial artifact capable of containing anything within the heavens and earth. I have placed the transforming dragon scroll within it. Simply practice according to the method outlined above. You may also place Zisha alongside this fragrant beast within the Endless. Fragrant beast? So this dark creature is called the fragrant beast? Fantion expressed his surprise. What abilities does this fragrant beast possess? You brought it out yet remain unaware of its nature? The demon Kuei was equally astonished. This fragrant beast, upon consuming anything imbued with fragrant oils, will automatically generate 10,000 fragrance pill within its body. Each month, on the day of the full moon, it will expel the 10,000 fragrance pill from its body. The demon Kuei added. This individual truly exemplifies the adage of not letting fertile waters flow to outsiders. Fantion laughed. But how can I be the first to know when it is about to produce the elixir? Your current consciousness has already reached the stage of separation. Simply extract a wisp and place it within its mind. Yao Kuei coughed again, urging Fantion, quickly recognize this endless as your own. Time is of the essence. Fantion retracted his smile and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the endless waist buckle. Instantly, the blood vanished, and the endless flew from Fantion's hand to his waist, adjusting its length to secure itself firmly in place. Fantion, I entrust you with Zisha from now on. Yao Kuei's voice grew increasingly faint, his head gradually bowing. Now that Mo Hongan is gravely injured, it is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him and eradicate future threats. Hasten to cultivate the dragon transformation. I believe that before long, you shall become the new sovereign of this continent. Yao Kuei's voice faded, and with it, his form slowly became transparent, ultimately disintegrating into specks of starlight, dissipating into the heavens. Rest assured, Senior Yo, as long as I, Fantion, draw breath, I will avenge you and Zisha. Facing the empty passage, Fantion resolutely made a vow. Cultivate the dragon transformation and slay Mo Hongan. Yao Kuei had once stated that Mo Hongan's power could not penetrate this realm. Thus, before he departs, he must master the first 2 levels of the dragon transformation. Fantion retrieved the scroll of the dragon transformation from the Endless and, after a moment's contemplation, turned and stepped into the heart of the molten furnace. The initial stage of the soaring dragon transformation, known as the Wandering Dragon, is a skill inherently imbued with sonic attacks. Practicing it here might impact the automatons, which were meticulously crafted by Zisha at great expense and are intended to be taken along upon departure. The Wandering Dragon of the first stage and the Proud Sky of the second stage are complementary techniques. The Wandering Dragon employs sonic waves for deterrence, while the Proud Sky enhances offensive capabilities. Initially, they can only be executed separately, but with increased proficiency, their power intensifies. Upon complete mastery, the Proud Sky Palm will resonate with the Wandering Dragon's hum, neutralizing the opponent's attacks and inflicting a severe blow. The Cataclysmic Transformation, however, maximizes destructive force, requiring careful control to avoid mutual destruction. The Wandering Dragon's hum does not originate from the chest, gathering energy and ascending through the throat, but rather from a sonic burst unleashed from the fingertips, disrupting the opponent's focus. Fantion's spiritual energy is currently abundant, but he lacks the experience to wield it effectively. Therefore, after sitting down, he mentally rehearsed the essentials of the Wandering Dragon's hum. Subsequently, he mobilized all his mental fortitude, attempting to concentrate a stream of spiritual energy onto a single finger of his left hand. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly through that finger, creating a deep puncture in the opposite stone wall. However, this was not Fantion's intention. While the spiritual energy attack was potent, it had no impact on the surrounding environment. Fan Tian attempted several more times, with similar results. What, then, was the issue? Fang Tian furrowed his brow, fixating intently on his finger. The dragon's lament. Its sound must be produced, but how exactly can it be manifested? The magma in the pool continued to churn restlessly, its surface perpetually teeming with bubbles that emerged only to vanish one after another. The faint pop of these bubbles resonated in Fang Tian's ears with remarkable clarity and force. A revelation struck him. The explosive sound effect bears a striking resemblance to the principle of these bubbles bursting. Both phenomena occur when air is compressed to a critical point, resulting in sound production. Excitement surged within him. If he could master the precise control of his spiritual energy's expulsion, perhaps he could grasp the essence of the dragon's lament. With this thought, Fang Tian concentrated all his focus onto his finger once more. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to that digit. But just as it was about to spill forth, he abruptly halted the leading thread of energy, while the subsequent waves continued to surge forward. These energies, obstructed like a torrent of water suddenly blocked by a towering wall, collided with explosive force, creating a tremendous roar. At the very moment this cacophony erupted, Fang Tian withdrew the thread of energy that had served as a barrier. Unimpeded, the roaring spiritual energy surged forth from his fingertip. A faint yet distinct sound reminiscent of a dragon's lament emerged, causing the once turbulent magma to pause for several seconds. Simultaneously, the surface of the magma became blanketed with a thick layer of fragrant insect carcasses. So, this is how the dragon's chant came to be. Fan Tian gasped heavily, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Chapter 91, Dragon's Chant, Proud Sky Palm. Although the sound emanating from Fan Tian's fingertips was merely a faint popping noise, its power was undeniably evident. The abruptly halted rolling magma and the thick layer of fragrant insect corpses floating belly up on the magma's surface all conveyed a clear message to Fan Tian. He had mastered the dragon's chant. Yet, this seemingly minor exertion had nearly depleted the majority of his spiritual energy. Pale and drained, he sat slumped on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. What the dragon's chant consumed most was not his spiritual power, but his mental strength. Fan Tian let out a bitter laugh. Years ago, having withstood the forging of Xuefeng's Phoenix True Fire, he had believed his mental fortitude to be exceptionally robust. Moreover, having been reborn from the Earth's core furnace, he had thought that within the entire Netherworld continent, few could rival his mental strength. Yet, to his surprise, merely executing this still unmastered dragon's chant once had nearly drained him entirely. If the dragon's chant were to be fully unleashed, how terrifying would its power be? After a brief rest, Fan Tian forcibly gathered his mental strength once more. Though he knew that doing so carelessly could lead to a loss of control and render him useless, time was no longer on his side. Having staked millennia of his cultivation, the Demon K had only managed to inflict a severe injury upon Imo Hangan, forcing him into recuperation. If he failed to seize this opportune moment to strike his adversary while he was vulnerable, to cripple Imo Hangan decisively, then when would another chance arise for him to avenge the annihilation of his demon clan? Therefore, fully aware of the dire consequences that would ensue from mobilizing his spiritual energies again in such close succession, Fan Tian steeled himself and plunged his entire consciousness into mastering the wandering dragon's chant. This time, the sound emanating from Fan Tian's fingertips was perceptibly more pronounced than before. It not only stilled the churning magma and decimated a vast swarm of incense bugs, but also carved out a shallow crater, roughly 2 meters in diameter. In the heart of the magma pool, the impact on Fan Tian was equally evident, as the wandering dragon's chant reverberated from his fingertips. His mind exploded as if detonated by a bomb, leaving him deafened by a cacophony of buzzing noises, devoid of all sensation. Furthermore, Fan Tian felt as though his entire body was being forcibly torn asunder, each limb subjected to the excruciating torment of dismemberment, a pain so intense that it induced vertigo. A coppery taste surged from the depths of his stomach, rising up to flood Fan Tian's mouth before splattering onto the ground half a meter away. It was a torrent of blood. Fan Tian's vision abruptly dimmed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the stone platform. Thus, time passed silently for another 7 days. At last, as the 8th day dawned, Fan Tian, who lay motionless on the ground, gradually opened his eyes. Upon discerning his surroundings, he immediately sat up, his consciousness naturally extending to explore his body. His internal injuries had completely healed, and his spiritual power had ascended to the flying sky realm. Had he truly advanced again? Fan Tian let out a hearty laugh. The forceful activation of his spiritual power during the second execution of the dragon's roar had allowed him to endure the backlash from that power. Furthermore, his spiritual strength had paradoxically, benefited from the ordeal, resulting in yet another advancement. Entering the flying sky realm signified that he no longer needed to concentrate his spiritual energy to the same extent as before in order to perform the dragon's roar. Now, with merely uttering the incantation, his spiritual power would surge forth autonomously at his fingertips, ready for his command. Reflecting on this, Fan Tian called out firmly, "Dragon's roar." Indeed, a substantial wave of evident spiritual energy surged from the tip of his left finger, followed by a clear sound of dragon's roar emanating as it struck the magma pool. With a thunderous boom, the magma surged, creating towering waves nearly 10 meters high, cascading like petals scattered by the heavens in every direction. As the magma fell, a transparent barrier of spiritual energy rose around Fan Tian, causing the molten rock to slide harmlessly down the edges of the barrier, never touching him. After the thunderous sound, Fan Tian lowered his head and discovered that the once nearly overflowing pool of lava had diminished significantly, as if something had inexplicably absorbed a portion of it. Indeed, this was the formidable power that the dragon's roar should possess. Fan Tian nodded in satisfaction and immediately concentrated on studying the Outyin palm. The technique of the Outyin palm was devoid of any ostentation. It was merely an ordinary strike. Its essence lay in how it could seamlessly integrate with the dragon's roar, allowing the palm's wind to carry the essence of the dragon's roar itself. In this way, it could first intimidate the opponent while delivering a heavy blow. Essentially, the Outyin palm served as a concealed strike within the dragon's roar, enabling the offensive force of the Outyin palm to accompany the execution of the dragon's roar, leaving the adversary defenseless. Even if they managed to evade the initial assault, they would inevitably succumb to the subsequent strike. However, while this concept was easily articulated, its execution proved to be quite challenging. Fan Tian had become adept at performing the dragon's roar, yet he consistently struggled to fuse it with the Outyin palm. Unable to grasp the precise sensation required, either the force would falter or the speed would lag behind. These myriad setbacks did not dishearten Fan Tian. Rather, they ignited his fighting spirit. Thus, he practiced tirelessly for an entire month. Finally, one day, he extended his hand and proclaimed, "Dragon's roar in Outyin." Following a resounding explosion, cracks spiderwebbed around the lava pool, extending to the very edge of the stone platform upon which Fan Tian stood, which itself bore a similar pattern. Meanwhile, the lava within the pool had mysteriously vanished by half, and the once tumultuous scene had completely dissipated. Chapter 92, Cleansing the Portal with a Mere Thought. He concealed his presence. Approaching were two ragged members of the demon clan. As they ambled towards the banks of the Inyang River, their voices were rife with expletives. "If it weren't for the thought of my poor child who just lost his mother, I would have rushed over and given that scoundrel a few resounding slaps." "Yao Tong, do not speak so recklessly. There may very well be spies lurking about," admonished another demon. "I only refrained from confronting them out of pity for that small child. Otherwise, I would prefer a swift demise to this suffocating existence." Before the demon could finish, a peculiar voice echoed from the riverbank. "I knew you two Wu Ti remained discreet, which is why I informed Chief Wana to keep an eye on you." "Indeed. Yao Tong, how dare you speak disrespectfully to Lord Wana? Are you tired of living? Demon Fox, you traitorous wretch. Wana is a traitor to our clan. Do you intend to follow him down the path of treachery? What face will you have to show our Demon King in the future?" The Demon Fox chuckled slyly. "The Demon King has been vanquished by the Demon Lord. His fate is uncertain. Why do you cling to a lost cause? Those who recognize the currents of the times are truly wise. Do you understand? Bah, such treachery. You have forsaken our clan's teachings. Do you still consider yourself a member of the demon race? Huh, the demon clan is already perished. What you cling to is merely a delusion. If our Demon King truly cared for us, his subjects, he would have emerged long ago to deliver us from our plight. Why then is he still silent as the grave? Cursed be him." With a furious exclamation, Yao Tong rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at the fox demon. How unfortunate it is to be the son of such a simple-minded brute, who knows nothing but violence. Suddenly, the fox demon shifted her tone. "What have you done to my Fuer?" Yao Tong's mind raced, and he shouted at the fox demon. "Oh, what have I done? Naturally, I have found him a better place to be than following a father who lacks ambition." As she spoke, the fox demon produced a magical jar from her cloak. Before Yao Tong and Yao Feng could react, the hidden Fan Tian recognized it. It was identical to the jar that had once imprisoned Zisha. This meant it was indeed a magical jar. Inside, a small figure was scrambling about, as if it had discovered an intriguing new toy, oblivious to the fact that it had become a captive within another's jar. At that moment, Yao Tong caught sight of the scene within the jar and gasped in horror. Fuer, fox demon, you have captured Fuer. Remarkably, you have not yet become so blind that you cannot recognize your own son. The fox demon tucked the jar into her clothing and looked up at Yao Tong. Yao Tong, assist us in our endeavors, and I shall consider releasing your son. In your dreams, I, Yao Tong, will never become a lackey. The fox demon. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The demon's eyes widened in fury as it stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the demon fox's body. Demon fox. Do not blame me for lacking kinship. It is you who failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. The demon fox nonchalantly discarded the jar it held and braced itself, meeting the punch head-on. As the demon struck, it anticipated a follow-up attack, only to discover its fist met a feathery softness, as if striking a cloud. All its might was utterly dissipated. Enjoyed that, did you? Now it is my turn to retaliate. The demon fox bellowed, its body quaking, and that soft mass instantly hardened like stone, shattering the demon's fist and fracturing its bones. The broken bones pierced through the skin, grotesquely exposed to the air, as blood surged forth, staining the entire hand crimson. Demon, considering our shared lineage, I shall not allow you to die too disgracefully. Rest assured as you depart. The demon, still preparing to launch a second assault, abruptly realized its body was no longer under its command. Meanwhile, the demon fox brandished a glinting dagger in its hand. The demon met its demise, a gaping wound appearing between its eyes, blood pooling from the gash. Demon. The wind demon cried out, lunging toward the fallen figure. Such deep affection, why not journey together? Without lifting its gaze, the demon fox unleashed a powerful blow towards the wind demon. You, demon fox, shall not escape unharmed. The wind demon struggled to utter its curse before collapsing to the ground. Alas, once again today, I squandered my breath on these worthless beings. From now on, if I must kill, I shall do so without hesitation. Why waste my words on such filth? The fox spirit retrieved a piece of pristine silk from his person, meticulously wiping the blood that had splattered upon his hands when he vanquished the demon eye. Once finished, he tossed the silk onto the corpse of the demon eye and turned to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he discovered, to his astonishment, that his body had become immobile. Could it be a ghost? Am I, a demon, to fear specters? Surely, it must be an illusion. The fox spirit cursed under his breath, attempting to forge ahead. Yet, could he simply murder his kin and walk away unscathed? Such a notion was far too simplistic. He felt a chilling breeze sweep across his back, accompanied by a voice that echoed with a frigid detachment. Bold one, who are you to trespass upon our demon territory? The fox spirit swallowed hard, summoning the courage to respond without daring to lift his gaze. Who am I? I am the one who aids the demon king in purging our domain. Noble sir, I beseech you to show mercy. I, the fox spirit, am merely following orders. Truly, I cannot be blamed for this. He felt the cold sweat bead upon his forehead. If it meant preserving his life, he would gladly call the other a grandfather. Oh, you are merely following orders? But whose command do you serve? It is Una. Noble sir, Una instructed me to act thus. Chapter 93. You shall be the first to fall, Una? Fan Tion found the name somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall when he had last heard it. Indeed. Noble hero, it is all the doing of that wretched Una. I, a mere fox spirit of little renown, am but a victim of coercion. I beseech you to show mercy. The fox spirit bowed fervently. I inquire of you, what is the situation regarding this Una? Speak the truth without a hint of deception. Otherwise, your life shall be forfeit. No sooner had the words left his lips than the fox spirit beheld a stone, half his height, ominously cleave in two without a sound. A sharp intake of breath escaped the fox spirit. Such force, if directed at him, would surely spell his doom. Thus at his Fan Tion nodded slightly. Where is Una now? Take me to him. No, I dare not. Una slaughters without a second thought. If he learns that I, the fox spirit, have betrayed him, he shall dismember me and feed my remains to the insects in that pit of 1,000 bugs. The fox spirit knocked his head against the ground with thunderous reverberation. I have divulged all that you seek to know. I implore you, spare my life. Spare you? It is quite simple. You need only lead me to Una's abode. Upon seeing the fox spirit shrink back, Fan Tion declared, heed my words, and you may yet preserve your life. Should you refuse, you may as well join the likes of Yao Tong in their eternal slumber. I am willing to heed your command. Noble hero the fox spirit, summoning his courage, glanced around but found no one at his side. He called out, Noble hero, just guide me along. Do not entertain thoughts of treachery. Fan Tion's voice was but a whisper beside the fox spirit, yet he perceived nothing at all. Yes. The fox demon nodded repeatedly, leading Fan Tian towards the residence of the steward, Una. Along the way, several individuals greeted the fox demon, all of whom had also pledged allegiance to Una, while many others glared at him with fierce hostility, wishing to pounce and devour him alive. However, their inability to overpower him forced them to suppress their fury. Under normal circumstances, the fox demon would have seized a few individuals to teach them a lesson, but today, his mind was consumed with unease, uncertain of whether life or death awaited him. After a brief walk, a grand 3-story building came into view. The fox demon had entered and exited this place numerous times, so he felt little astonishment. Concerned that the esteemed gentleman behind him might be overwhelmed, he kindly cautioned, "Hero, the light here is quite blinding. Do be careful." As they conversed, a voice echoed from the second floor of the building. "Fox demon, have you completed the tasks I assigned to you?" It was Una who had emerged. Reporting to the steward, the demon pupil refused to accept my proposal. So, the fox demon's knees buckled, and he was about to kneel. "You are utterly useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What purpose do I have for you?" A gust of force surged towards the spot where the fox demon stood, and he found himself unable to evade it. Bracing himself to endure the blow, with a stagger, the fox demon felt a warm trickle of blood escape from the corner of his mouth. Apart from the demon eyes, who else knows the whereabouts of the 10,000 Puppets cave? If you still cannot find it, then there is no need for you to come back alive, and yourself. This Una, how dare he set his sights on the 10,000 Puppets cave? Fan Tian narrowed his eyes, curled his fingers, and sent a surge of spiritual energy towards where Una stood. Ouch. Demon fox, have you grown a heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? How dare you fight back? Una shouted, leaping down from the second-floor railing, landing directly in front of the demon fox, raising his arm high, intending to strike again. The demon fox understood that this was undoubtedly the doing of that elusive figure, having nothing to do with him, yet he could not voice his grievances. Una's hand, before it could touch the demon fox's body, was twisted in midair into a bizarre angle, as if someone had forcibly turned it. Who dares to ambush me? Hiding and sneaking around. What kind of hero is that? Una screeched, pulling at his throat like a duck. Ambush? Scum like you, I have no interest in playing with. Una, where is Mo Hong now? Fan Tian's figure gradually appeared before Una. Who are you? Una was shocked. Around his house, he had arranged no less than 10 groups of guards, yet not a single one noticed an outsider had intruded. Who am I? A traitor who serves the enemy has no right to know. I ask you again, where is Mo Hong now? How is he? Humph, playing tricks, let me tell you. I wasn't raised to be scared. What are you, to dare confront the Lord of Demons? Behave and return whence you came before Una could finish his words. A crisp crack echoed from his arm, which was suspended in midair. His arm had been shattered, the bones within reduced to splinters by an unseen force. The swiftness of the assault left him momentarily numb to the pain, only to erupt into a shrill wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig after a few seconds of stunned silence. You may choose to remain silent. After all, I have ample time on my hands, and given my current displeasure, I shall commence with you first. Fan Tian directed his finger towards Una's other arm. I shall grant you but a minute to contemplate this, should you still wish to protect your master. This arm shall be forfeit as well. A flicker of hesitation crossed Una's face. He was acutely aware of the ruthlessness of the individual before him. Yet on the other side, Mo Hongin was no less formidable. Should he betray him, his own life would be extinguished in short order. It appears your arm holds less value than your master's life. A truly loyal servant you are. Fan Tian chuckled softly, then with a decisive motion, rendered Una's other arm useless. With the loss of both arms, Una's body swayed involuntarily. So, have you made your decision? Next, it shall be your legs. Fan Tian pointed ominously towards one of Una's legs. Chapter 94. When enemies meet, can mere jealousy resolve it? I will speak. I will reveal all. Una bit his lip, ultimately deciding to speak the truth. The precise moment when Mo Hongin would become aware remained uncertain. However, his continued silence would immediately forfeit his life. Having painstakingly escaped that desolate region, he was unwilling to meet his demise so soon, not having fully experienced the splendor of the world. Furthermore, the demonic palace was heavily guarded, making infiltration impossible, even for a fly. That's not your concern, Wu Na concluded. You simply need to escort me to that clandestine demonic palace. I will handle the rest. Very well, Wu Na responded, recalling his disappointing subordinate. It seemed the fox spirit had brought this formidable figure to this place. Mo Hongin was not convalescing within the demon clan, but had instead commissioned the construction of a new castle on the highest peak in the demon realm. Entry and exit required passing through at least 10 checkpoints. Inside, 2 heavily armed squads of demonic soldiers patrolled constantly. As Winot led Fan Tian near the castle, presuming he would find sanctuary, he broke into a sprint, shouting, "Lord Demon, we are under attack." However, his every move was under Fan Tian's surveillance. Upon noticing Winot's sudden change, Fan Tian's hands immediately seized Winot's throat. Winot's second sentence was abruptly stifled, never to be uttered. He would never have the chance to voice it. Despicable traitor, death is too good for you. Fan Tian released his grip, and Una's body slumped lifelessly to the ground. However, the vicinity of the fortress, within a 10-mile radius, was riddled with sentries placed by Mo Hongan. Consequently, the commotion was swiftly detected by those within the fortress. Are you saying someone coerced Una into approaching the fortress? Mo Hongan, seated on his imposing throne, gazed down at the messenger. Indeed, Your Majesty, were you able to discern the person's appearance? The individual moved with such alacrity, your subordinates were unable to get a clear view. Those of us patrolling the perimeter only witnessed Una running erratically, followed by a shout, and then a fleeting figure appeared, instantly slaying Una. The figure was there for mere moments before vanishing. How is it that I am surrounded by such incompetence? An enemy breaches our defenses, and you fail to even glimpse their face. Mo Hongan struck the armrest of his throne, shattering a corner. Your Majesty, have mercy. We shall scour the area. Casting a wide net to apprehend the miscreant, the soldier kowtowed deeply. Leave. Despite the intrusion, Mo Hongan felt no great apprehension. His fortress was not only surrounded by overt and covert outposts, but also garrisoned by a legion of 100,000 soldiers, more than sufficient to deal with an individual, or even an entire army. In the presence of Mo Hongan, Fan Tian boldly seated himself upon the imposing throne, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. The sensation of dominion was indeed pleasurable. It was no wonder that one would forsake loyalty and commit heinous acts to attain such a position. With an impassive expression, Fan Tian regarded Mo Hongan, provoking a hearty laugh from him. So, Fan Tian, are you tempted? However, this world belongs to me. If you were wise, you would acknowledge me as your sovereign. I might consider appointing you as a general. Mo Hongan, I must inquire, where is Xiefeng? Previously, before being cast into the depths, Mo Hongan had claimed that Xiefeng had perished by his hand. Yet, all these years later, Fan Tian could hardly believe this to be true. He had cast her upon the Tianma platform, where a bolt of heavenly lightning had obliterated her entirely. Haraha! Fan Tian's fists were clenched tightly, his expression dark and foreboding. Well, Fan Tian, all your pitiful possessions have been destroyed by me. Does it pain you? Mo Hongan jeered. Originally, I intended for you to die swiftly, but now I have changed my mind. With a sudden intensity, Fan Tian halted, his voice low as he uttered, soul-devouring fist. His body surged forward rapidly towards Mo Hongan. Even that old demon Kuei could do nothing against me. What can a mere human like you accomplish? Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige you. Chapter 95. The war between humans and demons. Hongan's present capabilities, though merely 30% of their former magnitude, nonetheless surpass Fan Tian's current intermediate spirit immortal stage by a considerable degree. The spirit-devouring fist, imbued with Fan Tian's formidable spiritual energy, was evaded by the demon Hong, and with effortless grace, he cast a glance at Fan Tian, tinged with disdain, remarking, "This king had assumed that your imposing arrival signified a substantial advancement in your prowess. Yet, alas, you remain but a decorative scarecrow." Fan Tian disregarded Hong An's derision entirely. He paused momentarily, and while employing the soaring step, unleashed another spirit-devouring fist. However, this time, the force behind the spirit-devouring fist was even more abundant than his initial strike. I have already dismissed such trifles, Hong An scoffed, only to perceive that his bodily movements were slightly more sluggish than before. Intriguing, boy. Some progress, indeed. However, such meager force is no more than a tickle to this king. Is that so? Then, how about receiving another strike? Fan Tian persisted in delivering a spirit-devouring fist. Yet, before launching the attack, he subtly executed the dragon's chant incantation. He sought to ascertain the effect of combining the dragon's chant with the spirit-devouring fist. Initially, Hong An maintained an indifferent countenance. However, upon hearing the faint reverberation of the dragon's chant, he momentarily lapsed into a daze. In that brief interval, Fan Tian's spirit-devouring fist made contact with Hong An's physique, diminishing his demonic energy defenses by a small fraction. To my astonishment, I find myself ensnared by your cunning. Truly, it has been but 3 days since our last encounter, and one must indeed regard you with newfound respect. Fan Tian, my intrigue towards you grows ever deeper. With a sudden intensity in his demeanor, Mo Hongyan drew forth the blade of darkness. This luminous blade was no stranger to Fan Tian. Had he not been reduced to a mere puppet in those times past, it would have surely spelled his demise within that treacherous abyss of puppets. Once, I cast you down to the depths of the earth, but this time, I shall not show mercy. I will ensure your very soul is shattered. With a swift flick of his wrist, Mo Hongyan swung the radiant blade directly at Fan Tian. Ah, how I have long awaited this day. Visions of the Snow Phoenix and his father flickered through Fan Tian's mind. He knew that if he did not eradicate this menace today, he would be unable to fulfill the task assigned to him by the Yao Kuei. Moreover, Zisha would never awaken again. With a fervent whisper of Soaring Dragon, Proud Heaven, Fan Tian summoned the first 2 techniques of the Soaring Dragon and combined them, unleashing them upon Mo Hongyan's position. The Soaring Dragon's palm struck true, shattering Mo Hongyan's form to the very core. Yet, to Fan Tian's astonishment, when the dust settled, Mo Hongyan remained standing, seemingly unscathed. Have you revealed all your hidden treasures? Then it is my turn to take the stage. Mo Hongyan let out a shrill cry, lifting the blade of light with fervor and bringing it crashing down towards Fan Tian's form. Fan Tian had swiftly employed the illusory step. Yet he was still a fraction too late, suffering a grievous blow from the tail of the radiant blade that cleaved a substantial portion of flesh from his left shoulder. Just moments ago, had you not rendered Una's arm useless? Now, I shall allow you to experience a similar fate, though I harbor no particular fondness for you. I detest when others attempt to punish those who dare to confront me. Another stroke of the luminous blade descended, sending a tumultuous surge through Fan Tian's inner energy, thereby hindering his evasion. This time, one of his legs fell victim, brutally impaled by the radiant blade, blood gushing forth like a fountain. How about it, Fan Tian? It would be prudent for you to bow your head and acknowledge your transgressions. There is still time, and I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, this strike shall not merely claim your leg. I shall sever your head cleanly from your shoulders. Fan Tian, overwhelmed by Mo Hongyan's relentless assault, stumbled backward in a most disheveled manner. It appears that the deceased phoenix has imparted its obstinate nature upon you as well. Given your stubbornness, allow me the honor of escorting you to your demise. Mo Hongyan declared, raising the radiant blade once more. Fan Tian, prepare to meet your end. Go to the underworld and seek out the king of hell to report my deeds. As he advanced closer and closer to Fan Tian, the latter, who had been retreating in panic, unexpectedly bore a peculiar smile upon his visage, one unscathed arm resting atop the other, murmuring incantations under his breath. This cannot be good. It reeks of deception. Startled, Mo Hong swiftly brandished the radiant blade downwards, while his figure retreated with haste. Mo Hong, did you genuinely believe that after enduring all these years, I've come merely for a convivial chat? Today, you shall relinquish your life, roared Fan Tian, forcefully executing the 3rd stance of the Soaring Dragon transformation, Sky Shatter. Ordinarily, the safe execution of Sky Shatter necessitates spiritual power at the spirit venerable level. But Fan Tian could no longer afford to wait. Furthermore, given his current spiritual cultivation, the breakthrough from the spirit immortal stage to the spirit venerable stage seemed an indefinite prospect. Impatience consumed him. Thus, fully cognizant of the ramifications of forcibly executing this complete Soaring Dragon transformation technique, he unleashed it nonetheless. Impossible. How could your strength possibly surpass mine? Mo Hong exclaimed in disbelief, fleeing towards the exterior of the demonic palace with utmost speed, yet he was already a step too late. A deafening explosion erupted behind him, the concussive force tearing a gaping hole in the palace's roof. Mo Hong's body was uncontrollably hurled towards the small lake formed by the underground river's surge, a consequence of the spiritual energy's impact. Upon plunging into the water, Mo Hong immediately inhaled deeply, attempting to leap out of the pit. But Fan Tian's velocity eclipsed his own. Leaping skyward, Fan Tian seized the wrist of Mo Hongyan, the one wielding the light blade, in a firm grasp. Summoning all his strength, he redirected the blade, aligning its tip squarely with Mo Hongyan's heart. Then, using his own body as a shield, he embraced Mo Hongyan tightly. Caught in this pincer, Mo Hongyan's countenance underwent a sudden transformation. Just as he was about to retaliate, the walls of the demon palace, already teetering from the immense explosive force, finally succumbed and crashed down into the midst of the lake, engulfing both Fan Tian and Imohangan. Dust billowed into the sky, leaving the surrounding demon soldiers in stunned silence. The collapse of the demon palace, built within the hollowed-out mountain, triggered tremors throughout the entire mountain. Great fissures appeared in the mountainside, causing the towering trees that once adorned it to topple in all directions. Flee for your lives. The mountain is collapsing. A cry of alarm arose as the demon soldiers, who had been observing the events at the demon palace, abandoned all concern for the fate of their master and scrambled down the mountain. Some, less fleet of foot, were swallowed by the collapsing rocks. The earthquake persisted for a full half-day before gradually subsiding. When people turned their gaze back to the mountain that had once housed the demon palace, they found that it had been reduced by half its height. Imohangan and Fan Tian had vanished without a trace. Chapter 96. Looking back. The figure has faded away, recalling the moment of the landslide. He had suppressed Imohangan alongside him. Now, amidst the faint ripples of water, he found himself utterly alone. If he could strike a decisive blow, it would resolve a lingering concern. However, should Imohangan manage to escape, the world would soon be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed once he regained his breath. As such thoughts coursed through his mind, Fan Tian suddenly perceived an unusual sound emanating from the surrounding waters, followed by a powerful column of water shooting skyward, scattering droplets like a celestial maiden dispersing flowers. Along with the cascading spray came a formidable surge of inner strength, seemingly guided by an unseen force, directed straight towards Fan Tian's position. Imohangan. The fiend is indeed alive. A jolt of alarm surged through Fan Tian as he halted momentarily. Then, with a swift leap, he propelled himself several meters against the current, narrowly evading Imohangan's ambush. Fan Tian, do you think it's so easy to slay this king? For now, it would be wise to allow me to escort you on your journey. Following the sound of the voice, Fan Tian spotted Imohangan perched upon a stone platform jutting out several meters above the river's surface. Yet here he was, suspended in midair, devoid of any means to gain leverage. What to do now? Gazing at the wildly triumphant expression of Imohangan, his anxiety deepened. Fan Tian, having known you, this king does not wish for your demise to be a spectacle of despair. How about this? Bow to me 3 times, and I shall grant you a swift end. What say you? Imohangan naturally discerned Fan Tian's current true cultivation level, which only emboldened him further. His gaze was akin to that of a cat eyeing its prey. A mouse. Convinced that Fan Tian could not escape his grasp, he saw no harm in toying with him. Just as Fan Tian was about to speak, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible warmth emanating from the palm of his right hand. Slightly puzzled, he glanced down to discover a small flicker of flame dancing in his palm. To his surprise, the phoenix's innate true fire, which he had carried through several lifetimes, was still intact and active. Could it be that Shui Feng was reminding him to use this true fire against the arrogant Imohangan? Reflecting on how the demon clan, including Imohangan, congregated in shadowy places, Fan Tian grew increasingly convinced of his theory. Fan Tian, must you deliberate so long over a mere bow? Do not test my patience. Imohangan's voice echoed once more. Fan Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, subtly marshaled all his spiritual energy to command the previously scattered phoenix true fire. Simultaneously, he prepared the dragon's whisper technique with his other hand and addressed Imohangan. My lord jests. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. For the sake of survival, not only would I bow, but I would also kneel and call you father, gladly. Oh, haha. You finally come to your senses. Had you been this pragmatic from the start, you and Shui Feng wouldn't have ended up in such dire straits. One dead, the other injured. We could have remained good friends, brothers even. Following this king, indulging in fine delicacies, what a delight. The demon king speaks truthfully. However, regrettably, in my youth, I was too naive and oblivious to the opportunity that slipped through my fingers. Now, I have come to a profound realization. Aspiring to surpass your esteemed stature is but a fool's dream. If that is the case, why should I persist in such futile endeavors? I humbly request, great demon lord, that you overlook my past transgressions for the sake of our shared history. Of course, I shall not hold it against you. Haha. As he spoke, Fan Tian gradually approached Imohangan, bending his knees and slowly descending to kneel before him. O great demon lord, your magnanimity is unparalleled, truly a hero of the ages. I, Fan Tian, willingly concede. Oh, recognizing one's faults is the first step towards redemption. Young man, you have a bright future ahead. Just as Fan Tian's legs were about to elevate him into a kneeling position, he abruptly shifted his tone. However, if I were to do so, It would be a grave disservice to my wronged brother, Shuefeng. A true man desires to stand firm in death rather than kneel in life. Imohangen, prepare to meet your end. With a sudden motion, his hand shot forth from behind him, pressing firmly against Imohangen's chest. Dragon's Song, Phoenix's true fire, unleash. Audacious. To deceive me. As Imohangen was struck by Fan Tion's hands, he instinctively propelled himself backward, but midway through his retreat, he realized he had lost complete control over his own body. What sorcery have you employed? Imohangen exclaimed, horrified to find himself unable to command his own actions. Sorcery? No, Imohangen, I merely wish to remind you of the true prowess of Shuefeng, who once regarded you as a friend. It was only then that Imohangen sensed that his body, indeed, every drop of blood within him, was simultaneously ablaze, as if immersed in a colossal furnace, causing him to shriek in agony. No, I am the paramount, imperishable overlord. How could I possibly fall at the hands of a mere stripling? Savor the sensation of this phoenix rebirth. Fan Tian gazed serenely upon Imohangen, observing the intangible phoenix true fire as it roamed unrestrained within Imohangen's corporeal form, gradually reducing his viscera, sinews, and bones to ashes. I neglected to mention that demons are not privy to the concept of nirvanic rebirth. Your demonic soul has already been incinerated by the true fire. Rest in peace, Imohangen. Fan Tian extended his hand, intending to retrieve the true fire, only to witness the flame flicker, revealing a fleeting image of Shuefeng within its depths, which swiftly vanished thereafter. The essential true fire was utterly extinguished. Beneath the earth, darkness resumed its reign. Fan Tian's hand, reaching for the fire, grasped nothing but emptiness. His eyes, hollow and vacant, remained fixed upon the direction in which the fire had disappeared, unmoving. Bereft of his spiritual energy, his body plummeted rapidly from midair, crashing into the subterranean river with a resounding thud, swirling in the water before drifting away with the current. Chapter 97. Peculiar Hamlet. The essential true fire had severed its connection with Shuefeng, indicating. Fan Tian's eyes welled with tears. He raised his hand to wipe them away, only to realize that his body had ceased its outward drift, halted by some obstruction. He lifted his head and glanced around, only to discover that he had emerged from the underground river, now stranded upon the shore. The night had fallen, enveloping the surroundings in a cloak of darkness. And when he gazed skyward, not a single star twinkled above. Standing up from the water, Fan Tian began to make his way along a narrow path. Perhaps a trail forged by a hunter ascending the mountain in search of game, winding and meandering. However, with his current mastery of spiritual energy, he could traverse the path with his eyes closed, avoiding any collision with the trees. At the path's end lay the base of a mountain, where a modest thatched cottage stood. Fan Tian approached and knocked gently on the door, eager to ascertain his whereabouts. Yet, before he could utter a word, the decrepit wooden door swung open, and the owner of the cottage, upon seeing him, let out a shriek and fell to the ground with a thud. In her terror, she cried out, "Please, benevolent spirit, spare me. Spare me." Benevolent spirit? Fan Tian mused, glancing down at his own appearance. It dawned upon him that he had forgotten to change out of his damp, blood-scented garments after emerging from the water. His hair was a disheveled mess, resembling a heap of pickled vegetables atop his head, exuding a rather complex odor. Observing his ghastly appearance, Fan Tian couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. No wonder I am mistaken for a ghost at this hour. Dear sister, do not be frightened. I merely fell into the water while traversing the mountain. Please, step away. Step away. Alas, my husband was cruelly taken by the mountain's malevolent spirits. His remains never recovered. And now, are you here to torment a defenseless woman such as I? I shall resist you with all my might. Before the words had fully left her lips, Fan Tian perceived the courtyard gate being wrenched open with considerable force from within. Immediately following this, an object, still radiating warmth, was hurled in his direction. With a swift movement, Fan Tian averted his head, causing the projectile to strike the ground with a resounding clang, missing its intended target. It was revealed to be a small oil lamp. Fan Tian retreated several paces, his voice rising in pitch. Esteemed sister, I assure you, I merely sought directions. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave at once. He hastily gathered his resolve and dashed back in the direction from whence he came. Upon his return to the thatched cottage, he discovered the wooden door ajar and the small oil lamp he had placed beside it askew in the center of the courtyard. Its oil spilled upon the earth, the flame extinguished. From the woods behind the cottage, the faint sound of snapping twigs betrayed someone's passage. Without further hesitation, Fan Tian proceeded directly towards the rear of the dwelling. In the distance, he espied a shadowy figure, bearing some burden upon their shoulders, moving swiftly ahead. Fan Tian, summoning his spiritual energy, employed the illusory steps of his sect in pursuit. To his bewilderment, despite his considerable speed, he found himself unable to close the distance between himself and the figure ahead. The individual seemed to be deliberately tantalizing Fan Tian, pausing intermittently to engage in some unknown activity, as if purposefully awaiting his approach. However, just as Fan Tian was about to catch up to him, the speed of the figure abruptly became peculiar once more, leaving Fan Tian lagging far behind. Fan Tian was not oblivious to the fact that this individual seemed to be intentionally leading him to some unknown destination. Yet he could not stand idly by and witness a defenseless person being abducted, although it had no direct bearing on him. How could he simply turn a blind eye to a life in peril? In the distance, Fan Tian observed the cloaked figure come to a halt again, then, in a flash, darted into the midst of the fluctuating houses, disappearing from sight. Fan Tian hastened forward, slowing his pace as he approached the few houses. He weaved between the spaces between the structures, noting the various nameplates affixed to the doors, some high, some low, some grand, some modest, inscribed with names such as Zhang, Li, and Zhao, a myriad of them. This was a quaint village. Perhaps it was due to the late hour, but not a single household was illuminated. And even the sounds of clucking chickens, quacking ducks, and barking dogs were conspicuously absent. It was desolate and eerily quiet, as if the village had been entirely abandoned. Moreover, Fan Tian noticed something peculiar. Beneath the eaves of each house hung 2 white lanterns, all uniformly white, without exception. Could it be that every family in this village had recently lost a loved one? A flicker of unease crossed Fan Tian's mind. But he quickly cast aside this feeling and resumed his search for any trace of the individual he had been pursuing. Yet, it seemed as though that person had vanished into thin air, leaving no clues behind. Fan Tian had traversed this modest village from west to east and from south to north, yet he found himself utterly empty-handed. Moreover, he discerned an unsettling pattern. He seemed to be treading the same paths repeatedly. Upon turning around, he would unwittingly embark on the very route he had just traversed. Was he ensnared in a phantom wall? He instinctively lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the sky, previously shrouded in a thick veil of dark clouds, now revealed a resplendent moon at its zenith. The cold, indifferent moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the houses in a shroud of melancholic mist, imbuing the scene with an eerie ambience. As he gazed at the moon and surveyed his surroundings, a sudden realization struck him. He had inadvertently wandered into a formation meticulously laid out by others long before. If this was indeed a formation, could it be that these houses were not genuine abodes? Contemplating this, Fan Tian reached out and pushed open the door of the nearest house. Inside was a remarkably tidy courtyard, furnished with a table and several chairs. On the table rested a tea set, complete with a teapot and cups, from which steam wafted gently, suggesting that the owner had just brewed a fine pot of tea but had been called away unexpectedly. Fan Tian grasped one of the cups. Scrutinizing it closely, the water within shimmered enticingly. He then hurled the cup forcefully to the ground, anticipating the shattering sound of porcelain. Yet, no such noise met his ears. Instead, the cup landed silently, as though the ground had swallowed it whole, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, something was amiss. Fan Tian wished to observe more closely when he suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds behind him, although he was aware that it was merely an illusion. He felt a surge of excitement and circled the magma pool several times before finally emerging from it. As soon as he climbed out, the magma pool vanished without a trace. Fortunately, due to his extraordinary encounter with the demon clan, he avoided what could have been a perilous fall into the volcano. Even if fear did not claim him, he would have been trapped within for a considerable time. The nature of illusions is such that the more one perceives them as terrifying and inescapable, the harder it becomes to break free, often leading to a fate of being ensnared indefinitely. Having effortlessly defeated the first layer of the illusion, Fan Tian continued his quest for an exit from this intricate maze. While he was tapping and probing the surrounding walls, he suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind him. Why are you so relentless? Is this woman your beloved? The figure cloaked in black revealed a lewd grin. The experience is indeed quite delightful, since you are so infatuated. I shall return her to you. With that, he hurled the body slung over his shoulder directly towards Fan Tian. Instinctively, Fan Tian reached out to catch her, only to realize that a cunning and forceful internal energy accompanied the body. If he attempted to catch her directly, he would undoubtedly be harmed by this energy. Yet, If he did not act, the woman would fall to the ground and perish. In that fleeting moment, Fan Tian grasped the woman's garment, spinning several times to dissipate the accompanying energy before gently placing her on the ground. As he leaned over, extending his hand to examine the woman's pulse, she abruptly opened her eyes. She raised her hand and struck Fan Tian's chest. Fan Tian recoiled, kicking the woman's head with all his might. Using the force of the recoil, he retreated. The woman, struck in the head, groaned and collided heavily with the wall before losing consciousness. Not bad, kid. You've got some tricks. The assailant, unfazed by the woman's failure, launched an assault on Fan Tian. Trying to scare me? You're out of your depth, Fan Tian retorted. Initiating his counterattack, the assailant's momentum faltered. Fan Tian struck the assailant's chest, causing him to collapse. As Fan Tian prepared to deliver a final blow, the assailant's form flickered. Suddenly, a group of shadowy figures materialized before Fan Tian. After a moment, Fan Tian closed his eyes, releasing his mental energy to perceive subtle shifts within the group. After a few seconds, his eyes snapped open, and he lunged directly into the cluster of phantoms. As he approached, he clapped his hands together with sudden force. A suppressed cry echoed as a disheveled figure collapsed before Fan Tian. With his fall, the spectral illusions that had encircled him vanished instantly. Speak. Who exactly are you? What is this place? Fan Tian advanced, wrenching the man's arm behind his back. He pinned him down, planting a foot firmly on his back, rendering him immobile and powerless. This is the Netherworld, ha 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 ha. You'll never escape, ha ha ha, the man cackled triumphantly. Seeking death, Fan Tian exerted pressure with his foot, crushing a significant depression into the man's back. Since you're a demon, you're naturally unafraid of death. Even if you kill me, it won't matter. You'll end up accompanying me in death. Then go. Fan Tian's hand, resting on the back of the man in black, emitted a surge of potent spiritual energy through his back, pulverizing his heart with a single strike. Thud! The man in black slumped to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 99. The Female Ghost. Hello. With the man in black dead, Fan Tian rose and surveyed his surroundings. Finding no sign of an exit, he crouched again, rummaging through the man's body, but discovered nothing of value, except for a Qiankuan pouch tied around his waist, which he tore off. Upon inspection, it contained common medicinal plasters and a black waist marked with the number 1. Upon finishing, Fan Tian deftly secured the cosmic bag to his belt. In this peculiar place, he had entered without a door, yet as he moved, he discovered the path beneath his feet continually extended outward, leading to an unknown destination. Fan Tian ambled slowly, attentively observing the changes in his surroundings. However, he soon found himself disheartened, as everything around him appeared identical, offering no point of reference. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling occasionally surfaced within him. Suddenly, a gust of wind seemed to dart past his feet. Wind. In this windowless environment, from whence could it originate? Though perplexed, Fan Tian concealed his thoughts and continued his slow advance. Again, the breeze swept past his calves, prompting him to snap his legs together with lightning speed, his hands darting down to grasp at the source. Squeak! A sound erupted from his grasp. It was a plump rodent, though not quite a rat. As it boasted a small horn atop its head, it wriggled in his grip, emitting frantic squeaks. Release my dear creature, lest my arrow in my hand finds its mark indiscriminately. As Fan Tian pondered the origins of this bizarre rodent, a melodious voice rang out from behind him. Dear creature? Are you certain you are addressing this gluttonous mouse? Fan Tian pinched the nape of the creature's neck between his fingers, turning his body to face the source of the voice. As he finally discerned the remnants of flesh lingering at the corners of the rodent's mouth, he realized that it was precisely the morsels he had discarded as markers. No wonder he felt a sense of oddity. Those indicators he had carelessly thrown had all found their way into the belly of this little creature. Chirp, chirp. You are the glutton, and your entire family shares in the same vice. The rodent squirmed even more vigorously in Fan Tian's grasp. After all, he was the beloved dragon mouse adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. How dare it be compared to those lowly creatures? Oh, still not convinced? Then let me inquire, how did those meat strips end up near your mouth? Fan Tian extended a finger, teasingly waving a morsel of meat just before the rodent's eyes. I was merely executing a mission. A mission? Do you comprehend? Foolish human. The creature's eyes widened, its cheeks puffing out in indignation. As if to say one more word and I shall rend you to pieces. Call me master and I may contemplate sparing you. Otherwise, you would do well to remain still. Fan Tian shook the rodent side to side, successfully observing the spark in its eyes begin to fade, evidently disoriented by his antics. Just then, the girl, witnessing her beloved pet being toyed with, was consumed by fury. She swiftly drew the bow and arrow slung across her back, knocking an arrow and aiming it squarely at Feng Tian's head. A flush of embarrassment crossed her face as she clenched her fists and charged toward him. Alas, girls ought to embody grace. Such violent confrontations are ill-advised. Feng Tian neither flinched nor retreated, instead bracing himself to meet the oncoming blow of the girl's fist. However, the fist merely glided past him, failing to even graze the edge of his garment before veering off to one side. It was unexpected. This woman was indeed adept at feigning vulnerability while harboring strength. Fan Tian observed the girl, who had distanced herself a few steps away, and chuckled softly. Upon hearing his laughter, the girl shot him an indignant glare, filled with both anger and annoyance, before vanishing completely from his sight. Alas, just when he had encountered someone familiar with the local intricacies, she had managed to slip away. Fan Tian shook his head in amusement at his empty hands, letting out a sigh as he continued on his way. Stop right there. Who dares to disturb the esteemed Fan? Come forth for a duel. Not long after, a furious shout reached his ears. To his astonishment, it was not merely another challenger emerging, but someone who claimed to be Fan. Could this individual share his surname? Fan Tian halted in his tracks, fixing his gaze upon a figure rapidly approaching from his left front. The man bore a bushy beard, wielding a guangong knife, chanting incantations while his eyes exhibited an unsettling crimson hue. This was a deranged individual. Without hesitation, he charged at Fan Tian, swinging the knife down with unrestrained ferocity. Fan family knife techniques? Fan Tian recognized the style being employed as familiar, and upon noticing a character engraved on the blade, he was certain this man was wielding their ancestral technique, the Fan family knife. Chapter 100. A reunion of brothers. Who are you? How do you possess the techniques of the Fan family? Fan Tian exclaimed in shock, gripping the guangong knife tightly as he inquired eagerly. The Fan family knife? What is this thing? Is it edible? The knife in his hand was firmly grasped by someone, yet the bearded man appeared utterly unperturbed, instead showing curiosity towards the question posed by Fan Tian. Fan Tian, however, was fixated on the character Fan engraved on the knife's handle. The more he stared, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. He had heard his father mention this knife when he was very young. His second brother, Fan Yang, had indeed practiced the ancestral Fan family knife techniques. This very knife had been entrusted to Fan Yang by their father, Fan Hong, when he embarked on an adventure with their elder brother, Fan Gang. Second brother. You are my second brother. I am Fan Tian. In stark contrast to Fan Tian's exuberant excitement, Fan Yang remained oblivious to his enthusiasm, muttering incessantly, I will kill you all. I will kill you. Observing Fan Yang's erratic behavior, Fan Tian pressed his fingers against Fan Yang's pulse, only to discover a chaotic rhythm coursing through him. It was not the result of any external injury, but rather a consequence of some intense stimulus that had driven him to madness. After a moment of muttering, Fan Yang unexpectedly turned to leave, prompting Fan Tian to raise his hand and strike the back of his neck with a decisive blow. Fan Yang staggered and collapsed onto the ground. Fan Tian gazed at the deep, dark circles under Fan Yang's tightly shut eyes, clearly indicative of a lack of proper rest following his mental turmoil. What could have caused such a transformation in him? Fan Tian recalled the inexplicable place he had fallen into earlier, where he encountered the mysteriously appearing pool of lava. Perhaps, akin to himself, Fan Yang inadvertently stumbled upon this spectral realm and became ensnared within an illusion. However, unlike himself, who remained impervious to its influence, Fan Yang was firmly trapped by the phantasm. Although he ultimately emerged, his psyche had suffered grievous damage. Fan Tian discerned that not only was Fan Yang's pulse erratic, but he also bore injuries of varying degrees, both internally and externally, whether self-inflicted or the result of an assault. Listening to Fan Yang's rapid, shallow breaths, Fan Tian's thoughts drifted to the aroma-devouring beast nurtured within his boundless dimension. Demon Kuei had once proclaimed that the myriad aroma pill produced by the aroma-devouring beast was a panacea, capable of neutralizing all poisons and curing all ailments. Given Fan Yang's dire condition, why not administer one to him? Even if it couldn't alleviate his current madness, it should at least mend his other wounds. With this notion in mind, Fan Tian retrieved a small vial from his boundless dimension, containing the myriad aroma pill. Extracting the pill, Fan Tian supported Fan Yang's head with one hand and pried open his tightly sealed lips with the other, delivering the myriad aroma pill. Aside from the ghoul he had dispatched and the enigmatic vanishing act of the person and rat, Fan Tian had not witnessed the emergence of any other entities. Perhaps this place was, in itself, a colossal illusionary array, its purpose being to completely shatter one's mental fortitude and willpower, ultimately leading to their demise within its confines. Fan Tian glanced up at the ceiling, then surveyed his surroundings, and finally examined the spot where he was seated. Frowning in contemplation, he suddenly leaped to his feet, brandishing the Guangong sword, and struck fiercely at the ceiling above him. A cacophony of cracking sounds ensued, and to his astonishment, a small hole appeared above, allowing specks of starlight to filter in. The escape route, indeed, lay above. With renewed determination, he propelled himself upward, his body rising several meters as he intensified his grip on the sword. An even louder shattering sound followed, and a substantial portion of the once ethereal misty ceiling collapsed. The starlight poured in more abundantly, accompanied by a refreshing night breeze that surged through the breach. As the fragments fell, Fan Tian swiftly cradled Fan Yang in his arms, soaring towards the opening. Upon emerging, he realized he was not within a village as he had presumed, but atop a large building. The structure had been significantly damaged, leaving a gaping hole in its roof. Just as Fan Tian steadied himself on the rooftop, he noticed numerous torches igniting around the edifice, swiftly converging on his position. Scanning his surroundings, he chose a direction devoid of illumination and sprinted toward it. This route was sparsely populated with houses, nearly devoid of movement. After running for a while, he spotted a small building ahead that still emitted light, and without hesitation, he barreled into it with Fan Yang in tow. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a rich, fragrant aroma. Turning his gaze, he beheld sheer curtains fluttering gently, accompanied by the faint sound of water. The pursuers were closing in on this very direction. Fan Tian swiftly changed direction, parting the delicate veil as he strode boldly inside. "Xianger, you insufferable scoundrel, what brings you here?" A startled female voice abruptly exclaimed. "Shoo." Fan Tian gently placed a finger on the girl's lips. "When someone comes to inquire, dismiss them. What if I refuse?" After an initial moment of panic, the girl had regained her composure entirely. Instead of fear, she regarded the unexpected intruder with a piercing gaze. "Refuse?" Fan Tian glanced at this unusually audacious girl. "Then I shall ravish and slay you, or slay, and then ravish, perhaps even do both simultaneously. TCH, I never expected your taste to be so depraved." Quite surprising. The girl remained utterly unperturbed. "So, are you inclined to try?" Without hesitation, Fan Tian struck, sealing several of her major acupoints, while simultaneously constricting her throat. "I have yet to try this. I never imagined my first experience would be with you." The girl shot him an indignant glare, but remained silent. Before long, a respectful voice emerged from outside. "Someone has fled from the soul-devouring array towards this direction. Might the Holy Maiden have seen any suspicious individuals?" Chapter 101. Checking into the VIP pavilion as the external inquiry ceased, Fan Tian withdrew his hand from the Holy Maiden's neck. "Thank you. The water is nearly cold. You should rise and dress." He extended a set of clothing towards her. "What have you done to Xianger?" Upon seeing her attire, the Holy Maiden immediately thought of her attendant. "The garments have all reached the possession of this fellow. No wonder she has been waiting in vain for the appearance of Xianger. When I entered, I rendered her unconscious." Fan Tian interjected, "Turn around." The Saintess issued a command to Fan Tian. He touched his nose and obediently turned his back, despite his earlier fierce words. It was merely a fade to intimidate her. "Who exactly are you? Why have you intruded upon our ghost clan and disrupted our soul-devouring array?" The Saintess, now clad in new attire, inquired of Fan Tian. Currently, several vital acupoints on her body had been sealed by Fan Tian's spiritual energy, rendering her unable to escape. "I would like to ask you first, were it not for your ghost general luring me here, I would have no reason to meddle in your affairs. I am quite busy, you know. What time do I have to concern myself with you? And who is he?" The Saintess gestured with her chin towards the still unconscious Fan Yang. "This is my brother. If I were to identify the greatest fortune of my unintentional intrusion, it would be the rescue of my brother. Given that the peculiar formation was set by your clan, surely you possess a means to rescue those ensnared by it? Do not tell me you are unaware of such a remedy. At this moment, I can easily make your existence a living hell with a mere flick of my finger. However, if you can dispel the poison afflicting my brother, I shall likewise lift the constraints binding you. This transaction holds no disadvantage for you." Fan Tian pointed at the Saintess's head, inquiring, He must have entered that illusion, right? The Holy Maiden shook her head. The brilliance of this illusion lies in its personalized nature. Each individual confronts a different scenario, tailored to their deepest fears and concerns. To extricate him, we must discern his most profound dread. His deepest fear? Fan Tian glanced at the tightly shut eyes of Fan Yang, pondering, what could my brother possibly be afraid of? He then inquired, which country is geographically closest to this location? The Ghost Clan is independent of any nation-state. However, we are nearest to the Western Nether Kingdom. Comprehending the implications, Fan Tian turned to the Holy Maiden. I believe I have identified my brother's greatest fear. What must I do now? The Holy Maiden lowered her head, whispering a few words into Fan Tian's ear. Will that truly suffice? Fan Tian regarded the Holy Maiden with skepticism. Only a trial will reveal the answer. The Holy Maiden replied with a smile, settling onto a stone stool near the bath and reaching for a cup of tea. Following her instructions, Fan Tian gently spoke a few words into Fan Yang's ear. Fan Yang's body trembled momentarily before he lapsed into a deeper slumber. Why does he remain unconscious? Fan Tian asked, glancing at Fan Yang. Previously, his spirit was entirely trapped within the predicament of his own making. Although he appeared comatose, his spirit was constantly being consumed. Now that his spirit has been liberated and his body has genuinely relaxed, he has finally succumbed to true sleep. The Saintess pointed to the deep, dark shadows beneath Fan Yang's eyes, remarking, look at this. It should be evident how long he has been deprived of a restful slumber. Upon hearing that Fan Yang had merely fallen asleep, Fan Tian exhaled in relief. Your brother has been rescued. Now, you should release me, the Saintess gestured to herself. Expressing gratitude, thank you for your assistance, my lady. Fan Tian bowed respectfully to the Saintess and, raising his hand, unsealed the few acupoints that had been restrained on the sovereign's body. You audaciously dared to affront me, Hera. I hope that in the days to come, you can maintain such arrogance, Hera declared before turning and exiting the bathhouse. Fan Tian then carried Fan Yang on his back and followed her out. As soon as he stepped outside, he found himself encircled by a throng of torches. This wretched woman, turning her back on me, Fan Tian muttered under his breath. Securing Fan Yang with a strap to stabilize him, adopting a defensive stance against the multitude. Since you have passed the Saintess's trial, we invite you to reside in our Ghost Clan's esteemed guest house and prepare for the Grand Assembly tomorrow. To Fan Tian's astonishment, the torchbearers did not advance to attack him. Instead, they bowed respectfully in his direction. What is the meaning of this? He pondered, his gaze locking onto Hera, who stood at the forefront of the crowd. Her demeanor exuding triumph and delight, making him feel as though he had leaped from one pit into another. My lord, please, one individual stepped forward. Bowing once more to Fan Tian. Having arrived, one must find peace. After all, he was curious to see what tricks this woman had up her sleeve. Fan Tian slowly trailed behind the individual, making his way towards an impressive three-story building. In the open space before the structure stood a large sign bearing the words VIP Pavilion in bold characters. With a fleeting glance at the sign, Fan Tian continued without hesitation and stepped through the grand entrance of the pavilion. Esteemed guest, your room is at the far end of the third floor. Please follow me. The ghostly figure who had previously escorted Fan Tian announced, holding a torch as he ascended the stairs step by step. Fan Tian cradled the body of Fan Yang in his arms, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. Moreover, within the room, hot water and fresh garments had been prepared. Please make yourself at home, the figure added before attempting to turn away, only to be halted by Fan Tian's outstretched hand. What exactly is the purpose of your Ghost Clan's Grand Assembly? The individual lowered his head slightly. Tomorrow, you shall naturally find out, esteemed guest. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. With that, he disregarded Fan Tian's hand still blocking his path and sidled toward the staircase. Chapter 102. The Ghost Clan Assembly. Upon entering the room, Fan Tian indeed discovered two large wooden tubs filled with steaming water, emitting wisps of mist. Dipping his hand into the warm water revealed it to be merely ordinary clear water. He first unfastened Fan Yang from his back, removed his clothing, and gently placed him into the hot water, meticulously washing him. Afterward, he donned a clean set of clothes for him and laid him down on the bed. As he pivoted, his hand brushed against the beard that had grown to nearly reach his chest. Peering into the water, he beheld the reflection of a disheveled vagabond, his face obscured by a thicket of whiskers and unkempt hair. Lost in the depths of the earth, he had neglected his appearance entirely. How could anyone guess that he was merely 27 years of age? Indeed, he had wandered for a decade. He wondered what flaw resided in Hella's perception. that she insisted on keeping him within this ghastly race. First shaved his beard with a blade, then shed his soiled garments, their original color obscured by grime, casting them aside before plunging into the water for a thorough ablution. Cleansed and refreshed, enjoyed his first truly restful slumber in years. As dawn awoke. He secured to his person and flung open the door, intending to depart, only to find two elegantly dressed maids awaiting him, each bearing a wooden tray. "Your Excellency, this is your breakfast. Please enjoy." The maids placed the trays upon the table within the room and withdrew in unison. Tore into a bun with one hand, pondering, what is the purpose of this ghost clan gathering? Before he could finish his morsel, the door was thrust open from without, admitting two burly men. They scrutinized from head to toe, emitting a disdainful snort. "So, you are the one personally chosen by the Holy Maiden? You are unremarkable. Does the Holy Maiden favor pretty boys such as yourself?" Fan Tian glanced at his weathered, sun-kissed arms, struggling to fathom how he could be the pretty boy they referred to. Nonetheless, he set aside the bun he was holding and inquired, "What brings you gentlemen here so early?" "Nothing much, just a reminder that one should not be overly arrogant," came the reply. Without lifting his gaze, Fan Tian continued to indulge in his bun. "The breakfast here is quite delightful. Would you care for some?" "I'm not hungry." The two men, initially tempted to overturn the table before Fan Tian, restrained themselves, recalling the etiquette of the esteemed establishment. "Soon, you shall reap the consequences of your bravado." With that ominous remark, they exited. After finishing his meal, Fan Tian slowly made his way out of the room. "Are you heading out, sir? Please wait a moment. An envoy will soon arrive to escort you to the martial arena." Just as he was about to step through the grand entrance, a server approached him. Upon hearing this, Fan Tian had no choice but to settle at a table near the door. "In fact, you may leave your companion here at the establishment. He will receive excellent care, and it will not hinder your movements outside." The server brought over a teapot and filled Fan Tian's cup to the brim. "No need. Having him by my side is the safest option," Fan Tian replied with a smile, gesturing to the server. "Please enjoy." He lifted his teacup, propping his head on one hand as he gazed out at the scenery beyond the esteemed building. Before long, a vibrant throng of elegantly attired men and women surged into the street, each man brandishing a peculiar instrument, which he held to his lips to produce a lively melody. The young women danced in rhythm to the music as they advanced forward. Behind this jubilant procession, someone carried a palanquin adorned with soft gauze, within which sat the illustrious Holy Maiden Hela of the ghostly clan. Perhaps it was merely a trick of perception, but Fan Tian felt as though Hela's gaze swept over him as her palanquin passed before the VIP pavilion. Yet, when he looked again, her head had already turned elsewhere. A server from the pavilion approached to inform him that the envoy responsible for escorting them to the martial arts arena had arrived and was waiting nearby. Setting his teacup aside, Fan Tian followed the server to join the gathering at the entrance. The martial arts arena served as the venue for the grand assembly of the ghostly clan, and by the time Fan Tian arrived, it was already teeming with people. On a high platform at the edge of the arena, Hela sat, seemingly bored, observing the crowd below. Upon spotting Fan Tian's entrance, she offered him a distant smile, eliciting gasps from the audience. "The Holy Maiden smiled at me." "Nonsense, she was smiling at me." "Who do you think you are, trying to claim her attention? Who are you cursing? Do you dare to threaten me? Oh, trying to show off your meager skills before the Holy Maiden? Let me warn you, such arrogance carries risks. Be cautious, lest you find yourself humiliated. Is it you who speaks with such foulness? Perhaps your grandfather should teach you the ways of humanity." As Fan Tian observed those before him, he was astonished to see them brawling over a mere smile from Hela. Truly, beauty can bring about chaos. Fan Tian shook his head. At that moment, Hela rose from her high platform, her gaze sweeping across the crowd below. With a gentle parting of her lips, she declared in a clear voice, "Today marks the day I, Hela, shall select my chosen one. Ladies and gentlemen, reveal your utmost abilities. Whoever can seize this cursed sacred artifact, the glazed cup, from my hand shall be the one destined by me, Hela." She cast a flirtatious glance. Yet Fan Tian thought to himself, so this grand assembly is merely Hela's ruse for a contest of courtship? As this notion swirled in his mind, he suddenly perceived something amiss within the crowd. Those who were previously engaged in fierce combat were now converging towards his position in a synchronized manner. Soon, he found himself encircled, unable to escape. What is this madness? 1,000 curses raced through Fan Tian's mind. He had suspected that this petty-minded woman would not be so accommodating. Indeed, she had laid a trap for him. "Listen carefully. I do not care whether it is one-on-one, or a group effort, or a wheel battle. As long as you bring down this detestable man, I shall grant him a chance to be chosen." Hela's voice echoed from afar. Fan Tian turned toward her high platform, silently raised his hand, and offered her a middle finger. "Just wait, woman." Hera witnessed his actions and erupted into a fit of laughter. "Excellent. I have been anticipating this." Chapter 103. A bad man is irresistible to a woman on his back. Fan Tian carried Fan Yang. He was unafraid of his own injuries, but could not disregard his brother's safety. Thus, upon seeing the throngs of excited individuals surging towards him like a tidal wave, he contemplated for a moment, closed his eyes, and unleashed his mental prowess to its fullest extent. With a swift motion of his feet, he executed the illusionary sex step. The men ahead sensed a fleeting blur before their eyes, and suddenly, Fan Tian's figure vanished. The foremost among them, unable to halt their advance in time, nearly collided with one another. They exchanged anxious glances, scanning their surroundings, yet failing to catch sight of Fan Tian. Eventually, one individual inadvertently glanced towards the high platform, only to discover that the person they had just encircled had somehow ascended to the dais, effortlessly subduing the Saintess Hera. What sorcery is this? How did he achieve such a feat? Oh my goddess, how can she nestle in another man's embrace? One effeminate man clutched his chest, striking a pose reminiscent of Shishir holding her heart. "Spare me your theatrics," scoffed a bearded man nearby. He was one of the two men who had threatened Fan Tian earlier that morning, originally intent on teaching the boy a lesson in the arena. Little did he know, before he could enact his plan, he would be so repulsed by the unfolding events that he would regurgitate his overnight meal. At this moment, Hera, standing on the high platform, found herself unable to smile any longer. The man, who was still several meters away, now stood less than a centimeter from her. Indeed, she had once again been embraced by Fan Tian. "Hera, why do you not learn from your past? Have you forgotten what transpired in that bath? What happened?" "I cannot recall." Hera's heart raced, yet her lips feigned bravado, her voice slightly trembling. "What constitutes recklessness? Is it like this?" Fan Tian extended his tongue, gently tracing the delicate outline of Hera's ear, successfully eliciting a swift shiver from her body. "Is it still like this?" Fan Tian's hand slowly descended from Hera's waist, resting upon her rounded, pert backside. "Oh." Hera's face flushed crimson as she turned to glare fiercely at Fan Tian, poised to speak, only to have her words silenced by his swift intervention. A soft kiss. Fan Tian's lips parted from Hera's, leaving behind a delicate silken thread, so fragrant, so sweet. He smacked his lips, appearing unsatisfied. "You." At this point, Hera's face was not the only thing that burned. Her entire body was aflame. In a swift motion, she drew the soft sword coiled around her waist and aimed it at Fan Tian's chest. "Planning to murder your husband? Who then shall you seek for your happiness in the latter half of your life?" Fan Tian deftly deflected the tip of the soft sword aside, swiftly snatching the small silk pouch that Hela had tied around her waist. Within it lay the prize of this grand gathering, the sacred glass cup of the Ghost clan. "Return it to me," Hela exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "With that cup in your possession, does it not signify a promise? Just moments ago, I distinctly heard from the crowd that whoever claimed this glass cup would become your esteemed son-in-law. Is that not correct?" Hela hung her head in silence. "Or do you intend to go back on your word?" Fan Tian held the glass cup in the palm of his hand, giving it a gentle twirl. "Truthfully, I have no interest in a woman who lacks both bosom and rear, yet since you have so boldly presented yourself, it would be rather unmanly of me to refuse." At that moment, the throngs of hormone-driven men below, witnessing their goddess reduced to a state of speechlessness, erupted in outrage. "Release the Saintess. Let me take her place." Did they not see that she was unwilling? "Get down here, you bastard." Suddenly, one man, caught up in his fervor, felt a sharp pain in his mouth as if he had received a resounding slap. He spat out 2 blood-stained broken teeth. "Since you all relish the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, then come forth." Fan Tian's voice, though not loud, managed to quell the cacophony surrounding him, gazing upon the composed mien of the man. The murmurings beneath the dais not only ceased but were replaced by a silence so profound that the fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. They were not so foolish as to believe that the Ghost clan's holy maiden, though fair in appearance and unique in status, could be enjoyed without the requisite fortune to sustain such a privilege. Observing the assembly of men who had previously clamored to brave any peril for her sake, now cowered in silence, Hera's lips twitched in disdain, a gathering of craven souls. "Well, is choosing me not the most judicious decision you've ever made?" Fan Tian inquired with a perpetual grin. Let us hope so. A sense of despondency supplanted the coyness and vexation that had adorned Hera's countenance. Witnessing the woman's rapid shift in demeanor, a change swifter than the turning of a page, Fan Tian said nothing further. He merely withdrew his hand from her person and turned to descend from the platform. Hey, where are you going? Hera could not help but exclaim. Did you truly believe I desired to wed a shrew like you? Since there is no further need for my presence here, I must, of course, depart. Fan Tian retorted with an air of nonchalance. Could you not leave? Hera's voice was now subdued. We are not kin, nor do we share any bond. Why would I linger here? To celebrate the new year? With that, Fan Tian continued to advance. So, you were merely toying with me. Tears streamed down Hera's cheeks in torrents. Fan Tian was unfazed by a woman's display of ferocity or aloofness. But he could not bear to witness her tears falling before him. As Hera wept, Fan Tian found himself at a loss, unsure where to place his hands. Oh, please don't cry. Promise me you won't leave, all right? Hera sniffled and then turned, wrapping her arms around Fan Tian's waist. Unless you bring about my demise, I shall not let you go. Indeed, one must not show weakness to a woman. Now he found himself unable to depart. Fan Tian raised his hand, contemplating striking the sobbing woman into silence, yet ultimately could not bring himself to do so. With so many onlookers, are you truly going to maintain this embrace? Fan Tian gestured toward the throng of spectators eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Chapter 104. The Anomaly of the Sacred Tree. Gradually, the crowd surrounding the elevated platform began to disperse. All right, you may release me now. With the warmth of her soft form enveloping him, Fan Tian felt somewhat uneasy. Are you certain you won't leave? I will only let go if you promise not to. As you wish. This is exhausting. Hey, young man, in broad daylight. With the sun shining brightly, do you really think it's appropriate to be embracing like this in front of a single man? Just as Fan Tian was engulfed in discomfort, a deep voice resonated behind him. What the devil? Why am I bound to you? Before Fan Tian could comprehend the situation, he felt the figure he had been carrying on his back, Zhan Yang, squirm and leap off. Brother, you are finally awake. Fan Tian exclaimed, filled with uncontainable joy as he swiftly turned his head. Don't come near me. I have no brother like you. Zhan Yang stared at the familiar figure before him, unable to immediately recognize who this person was. Brother, it's me, Fan Tian, he declared. Fan Tian, little brother? Fan Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and clapped a hand vigorously on Fan Tian's shoulder. Where have you been, kid? You've nearly driven me and your elder brother to despair. Second brother, Fan Tian, this is not the time for reminiscing. Please follow me, Hela interjected, observing the two men ready to settle in for an endless conversation, leaving her aside. Is this your sister-in-law? Very good, very good. My little brother has an eye for quality. Fan Yang laughed even louder. Hela blushed at the mention of sister-in-law, while Fan Tian remarked, this is Hela. We shall discuss her matters later. Second brother, you must tell me why you are not with elder brother and instead have come to this cursed tribe. Ah, that is quite a long story. The three of them conversed as they descended the tall building. Fan Tian's speculation was accurate. The brothers Fan Gang and Fan Yang, far away in the West Yu Kingdom, were indeed awaiting Fan Tian's arrival to discuss their next course of action. However, after waiting in vain for Fan Tian, Fan Yang set out to search for their father's whereabouts. There were indications that Fan Hong had been taken to the upper reaches of the primordial continent. But how to traverse from the netherworld continent to the primordial continent remained a complete mystery. Thus, Fan Yang decided to set that matter aside and instead investigate Fan Tian's whereabouts. Elder brother would be overjoyed to know our little brother is thriving. He handed Fan Tian a piece of communication jade. If you finish your affairs, please come to the West Yu Kingdom to see your two elder brothers. Would that be agreeable? Fan Tian accepted the jade, nodding gently. Second brother, please take care on your journey. With a sigh, Fan Yang remarked, brother, you must treat my sister-in-law with utmost respect. Should you neglect her, both your elder brother and I shall not spare you. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade bracelet from his dimensional pouch and handed it to Hela. I am aware that you are the holy maiden of the Ghost clan. Yet as long as you care for my brother, you are one of us, a member of the Fan family. This bracelet, passed down from our mother, belongs to each brother, and now it is yours. Having delivered his words, Fan Yang turned and departed. Brother, what on earth is this chaotic situation you've created? Fan Tian felt overwhelmed. Qin Haiying was still awaiting his attention, and now he found himself with an unexpected fiancée, uncertain of how to explain this predicament to her. As he lamented, a soldier from the Ghost clan hurriedly approached with news. Holy Maiden, young Master Guan has arrived. Young Master Guan, there are still 5 days until the full moon night. Why has he come early? He sensed the extraordinary aura of the sacred tree and deemed it necessary to investigate. The soldier explained, casting a glance at Fan Tian. We should assess the situation first, Hela responded, her gaze betraying a hint of anxiety. Just as she was about to step out, she abruptly halted. You must remain here and not wander. I have matters to attend to. Holy Maiden, if young Master Guan discovers you have allowed an outsider to remain within the clan, it could lead to. The soldier expressed concern. Speak no more. You fool. Hela shot him a fierce glare. Guai Air immediately shut his mouth. Yet his eyes still glanced at Fan Tian. If it is truly your fault that the Saintess faces punishment, I shall not spare you. Fan Tian returned his gaze without hesitation. I know not what riddle you are playing. Guai Air turned away and hurriedly departed once more. Subsequently, Hela also slowly made her exit. Fan Tian contemplated following her but ultimately chose to remain in place. Hela arrived at the location of the sacred tree and indeed discovered that today, the spiritual energy surrounding it surged like a tidal wave, crashing against everything in its vicinity. Under such immense pressure, the once vibrant flora surrounding the sacred tree withered away. Saintess, would you kindly elucidate why the sacred tree is exhibiting such violent behavior? A man clad in a dark robe stood before the sacred tree, his gaze piercing and devoid of warmth, fixated upon Hela. I am unaware. Please allow me a moment. Young Master Guan, as I resolve this matter, Hela replied, her expression growing stern, her gown billowing without wind, causing her hair to dance in the air. Unaware? Could it not be that your heart is stirred, provoking the wrath of the sacred tree? Young Master Guan remarked, his icy gaze once again settling on Hela. Surely. The Saintess is not oblivious to her own identity. You overthink, young Master Guan. Hela retorted, fully aware of her own standing. As she spoke, she sank her index finger into her mouth, drawing forth a crimson droplet of blood that began to fall rhythmically. Hera, however, remained oblivious. Raising the finger that was still dripping with blood and inscribing a structurally intricate sigil upon the sacred tree. Chapter 105. To evade adversity is cowardice. With this expectoration of blood, Hera's complexion rapidly faded, and her body began to sway precariously. However, she merely raised her sleeve to haphazardly wipe at the corners of her mouth, before refocusing her mind and concentrating the spiritual power within her into her hands. At this moment, a palpable vortex of spiritual energy manifested around Hera's body, causing her hair to stand on end. The movements of her hands quickened, and a halo, even more radiant than the previous one, began to materialize. Go. A word gently escaped Hera's lips, and immediately thereafter, she raised both hands. And the halo detached from her palms, swiftly drifting towards the sacred tree. Upon contact with the surface of the sacred tree, the halo expanded exponentially, until it enveloped the tree entirely within its luminescence. Upon witnessing this, young Master Guan advanced, intending to place his arm around Hera's shoulders to assist her in rising. However, she gently swayed her body, declining the gesture. A shadow of sullenness flickered across young Master Guan's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Guan. Hera's duty is to safeguard the sacred tree, and therefore, I cannot accede to your request. Hera rose from the ground, her voice not loud, yet remarkably clear. Is that so? Could it not be that you have developed affections for another, and are merely using this as a pretext to fob off this young master? The tone of the one surnamed Guan was unkind. Young Master Guan jests. How could such a thing occur? The young master is not unaware of Hera's identity. Hera recalled Fan Tian's visage and sighed softly. It is indeed peculiar, the young master, to conceal that pretty face of his with such fervor. Are you fearful that this envoy might tear him apart? Guan Yu stepped forward, lifting Hera's chin with a finger to compel her gaze to meet his. As for this matter, I believe it unnecessary to report to the envoy. Hera glanced at Guan Yu before diverting her eyes elsewhere. The envoy has endured much fatigue during the journey, and I shall promptly arrange accommodations and sustenance for him. Turning around, he encountered a dark-skinned, diminutive man, slender in build, who stood with arms crossed. Observing him with a cool demeanor. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of this envoy? The man's identity is of little consequence. What matters is that your current actions are intolerable to me. Even before Guai Air inexplicably exhibited hostility towards Fan Tian. Fan Tian had sensed that the arrival of this envoy would likely not bode well for Hera. After her reprimand, she struck out with a palm, intending to drive Fan Tian away. However, her force was intercepted by Guan Yu. Wait until this envoy clarifies the matter, You may act afterward. Hera's momentum was halted, leaving her anxious and helpless. What is your relationship with Hera? Guan Yu gestured toward Fan Tian. No relation. Fan Tian replied swiftly. No relation indeed. But how did the glazed cup find its way into your possession? Could it be that you are the man who has captured Hera's favorable attention? With a sudden shift in demeanor, Master Guan released his hold on Hera, redirecting his focus towards Fan Tian. What of it? What is it to you? Fan Tian's body recoiled slightly as he faced Master Guan's strike head-on. How audacious. Hera is a chosen one, selected personally by the Holy Envoy. Who are you to interfere? The thought that no amount of sweet or harsh words could elicit even a trace of favor from Hera gnawed at him. Yet the moment this young man appeared, Hera's composure faltered as she instinctively sought to protect him. A surge of resentment bubbled within Master Guan, leaving him in a state of agitation. His palm winds radiating an aura akin to that of a fierce tiger. Alas, she finds you unworthy. The two forces clashed violently in midair, resulting in a fierce collision that scorched the surrounding flora, singeing several leaves of the sacred tree in the process. Cease this at once. Should the sacred tree be harmed, can you bear the consequences? Hera's commanding voice momentarily halted Master Guan's onslaught. However, it was not long before he channeled all his spiritual energy into his hands. Launching a renewed assault on Fan Tian, I must deal with this little rascal first. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Fan Tian secretly formed a hand seal, unleashing the Dragon Ascendant technique. He had discerned that the Guan family held considerable influence, yet their strength was comparable to his own. Though he had not fully regained his peak condition, with the enhancements from the Illusion Sect steps and the Soaring Dragon transformation, he was confident he could hold his ground. Saint Envoy, if you remain so obstinately ignorant, do not blame this holy maiden for reporting to the Lord. You are engaging in personal vendettas. Hela paused momentarily, resolutely positioning herself in front of Fan Tian to shield him from young Master Guan's fist. Are you truly willing to sever ties with me for the sake of this man? Hela, have you considered this carefully? The status of the Saint Envoy is exalted, and I, a mere holy maiden of the demon clan, fear I cannot match the grandeur of the Saint Envoy. Chapter 106. The answer from the holy tree having taken only a few steps. Young Master Guan abruptly turned around and struck the drooping branches of the holy tree with several forceful slaps, declaring, "What you say is true. Yet I refuse to believe in this malevolence. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another." Hela and Fan Tian stood beneath the tree, realizing it was too late to intervene. Young Master Guan smirked ominously. Let us see what this creature truly is. As Hela's body was flung away, Fan Tian found himself ensnared by the holy tree's branches. Lifted into the air, young Master Guan maintained an impassive expression throughout, even allowing a slight smirk to graze his lips as Fan Tian was hoisted aloft. Before the holy tree, no one can utter falsehoods. He was eager to witness the spectacle of this young man meeting a grim fate. Initially, Fan Tian struggled vigorously, but the holy tree only tightened its grip, rendering him unable to move or even draw a breath. Eventually, he surrendered to the inevitable, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He was determined to uncover what truly distinguished this tree. As the sacred tree ceased its struggle against Fan Tian, it simultaneously softened the force of its contraction. Suddenly, Fan Tian's vision blurred, and a sharp pain pierced his chest. The tree had extended a branch and created a small puncture in his torso. What on earth was this wretched tree attempting to accomplish? While the sacred tree inflicted this wound upon him, Fan Tian discreetly concentrated all of his spiritual energy. If the tree's intent was merely to pierce him and then terminate his existence, he would ensure that this malevolent tree would have no chance to survive. However, he found it peculiar that once his heart's blood was extracted, the tree became remarkably tranquil. Were it not for the branches that still bound him, suspended in midair, he would have almost believed that the tree's frenzy had subsided. Yet, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, so intense that he could barely keep his eyes open. Just as he teetered on the brink of slumber, his mind jolted back to clarity. Before him floated a diminutive golden seed, surrounded by an expanse of white mist. All familiar figures, including Hera and the young Master Guan, had vanished. The only thing in his sight was this solitary golden seed. "Young man, who is the wind sage to you?" An ancient and distant voice resonated within the stillness of the space. "The wind sage? I do not know him," Fan Tian replied, shaking his head. "Unfamiliar? How curious. I have been here for 12,000 years, and this is the first time I sense his essence in you. Yet you claim to not know him. Young man, ponder this matter more thoroughly." Fan Tian continued to shake his head, acknowledging knowledge as knowledge and ignorance as ignorance. What was there to lie about? The voice did not resound again, and Fan Tian redirected his attention to the seed floating before him. Could this seed be the progeny of the sacred tree? Contemplating this, he reached out and astonishingly grasped the seed in his hand. Lowering his gaze for a closer inspection, he discovered that despite its diminutive size, it emanated a powerful wave of spiritual energy. As Fan Tian examined the seed, a sound sliced through the air behind him, aimed directly at his vulnerable spot. Without lifting his head, he swiftly enacted the illusion sect's step technique, his body pivoting to seize the rapidly approaching projectile with ease. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a wooden sword. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This sword bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had lost long ago. Do you remember? Fan Tian pondered, momentarily entranced by the wooden sword in his grasp. The voice echoed once more. What memory? It merely strikes me as peculiar. He tossed the wooden sword aside, saying, by the way, what purpose do you have in bringing me here? Of course, to have fun. The voice, once frail and ancient, suddenly brightened with a cheerful laugh. The sword that Fan Tian had discarded abruptly soared into the air, hurtling towards his face once more. Simultaneously, another wooden sword appeared not far from Fan Tian, its approach markedly more rapid. Fan Tian sought to evade, yet discovered that apart from his hands, the other parts of his body were rendered immobile. In a moment of desperation, he grasped the wooden sword before him tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, the long-neglected Qing Hong sword technique flowed effortlessly from him. With a resounding clang, as Fan Tian danced vigorously, the wooden sword that had been entangling him suddenly fell to the ground without a sound. He stepped upon it, and in an instant, splinters flew, scattering all around. Who dares to conjure such sorcery? Reveal yourself at once. Fan Tian exclaimed, brandishing the wooden sword at the empty air. Young man, hold tightly to the wooden sword in your grasp and safeguard that seed. It shall prove valuable to you in the future. The voice grew fainter, seemingly retreating into the distance. Fan Tian glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, then at the seed quietly resting in the palm of his other hand. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully stored them both within his boundless space. With a mighty roar, the branches of the sacred tree disintegrated into dust at his command. Before his body had fully descended, his palm, imbued with a fierce gust of wind, struck down upon the back of young Master Guan. Brat, you're still alive? Sensing the palpable aura of menace, young Master Guan had no choice but to release Hera's body. Fan Tian swiftly pulled Hera behind him for protection and confronted young Master Guan. How could I possibly perish when you, the filth, still draw breath? Originally, due to Hera's influence, he adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, he has since altered his stance. Young man, do not act recklessly. Should you harm me, the consequences will far exceed your capacity to bear. Sensing the palpable shift in Fan Tian's aura, now brimming with lethal intent, a sense of unease inexplicably washed over young Master Guan. When you don the guise of a human and contemplate committing acts more despicable than those of swine or dogs against Hera, you may as well embrace death. Fan Tian remained unfazed by young Master Guan's threats, his force unwavering as he struck fiercely at Guan's chest. Chapter 107. Who says passionate souls lack valor? Fan Tian, you are truly courting disaster. Do you not comprehend the caliber of young Master Guan? How dare you resort to such lethal measures against him? Are you willing to forsake your life? Hera gasped, her breath uneven. I know not who he is. I simply cannot abide his arrogant demeanor. Furthermore, a man who only bullies women possesses no true merit. He may boast, yet he lacks the courage to act against me. Now, having offended him so gravely, you may invoke endless retaliation. Hera, knowing this man harbors a vengeful spirit, perhaps it is prudent to seize this opportunity to flee. Accompany me. The world is vast, and surely it cannot all be under his dominion. As he spoke, Fan Tian gently grasped Hera's hand. Hera's eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears, yet she resolutely suppressed her emotions. No, I cannot. As the holy maiden of the Ghost clan, I bear the sacred duty of guarding the holy tree. I cannot abandon my post. That fellow is so formidable. Do you even need to protect him? As Fan Tian's lips moved, he nearly revealed the events he encountered in that inexplicable space. Fortunately, he restrained himself and refrained from speaking. Hera, enveloped in sorrow, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes before gazing at Fan Tian. As the saintess of the Ghost clan, I cannot abandon my kin. However, I cannot allow you to remain within our ranks either. The young Master Guan is rather vindictive and may reappear to trouble you at any moment. Thus, While he has yet to arrive, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. Fan Tian looked at Hera and suddenly reached out, gently wrapping his arms around her waist. Are you truly not coming with me? Hera buried her head in Fan Tian's chest, her tears cascading forth like a breached dam, soaking a significant portion of his shirt. There, do not cry. Fan Tian raised his hand and softly patted Hera's back. I knew it. You are the one recognized by the sacred tree. What you may not realize is that we, the Ghost Clan, have for generations thrived under the protection of the sacred tree, with two purposes: to safeguard the sacred tree and to seek the one acknowledged by it. The recognition of the sacred tree? What significance does it hold? Fan Tian inquired. The one recognized by the sacred tree shall no longer be constrained by the laws of this world, gaining the freedom to traverse the primordial continent, Hera elucidated. The freedom to enter and exit the primordial continent? Fan Tian recalled that long ago. Feng Shi had informed him that one could enter the Hongwang continent through the Flying Star Academy's Flying Star ranking examination. Only those who ranked among the top 50 students would earn the privilege to study at the esteemed 5-star Flying Star Academy atop the Hongwang continent. Do you still carry that glass cup? Hela inquired, glancing at Fan Tian's waist and noticing the absence of the cup. Fear not, I have secured it well. After all, it is the token of affection you bestowed upon me, Fan Tian replied, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. Whoever declared it a token of affection? Hela retorted. Fan Tian, take good care of that cup. It symbolizes the recognition from the sacred tree. You must not lose it. Once you arrive at the Hongwang continent, you shall have the opportunity to meet those who will come to escort you. So it carries such significance? It was not merely a token of love from you. Fan Tian feigned exaggerated distress, placing a hand over his heart. Oh, my poor heart, it aches. You rogue, Hela exclaimed, playfully punching his chest several times. Help! Someone is attempting to murder my husband. Fan Tian called out dramatically. Speak nonsense again, and I shall cut out your tongue. Hela feigned sternness. After a moment's contemplation, she reached for her neck and removed a necklace. Chapter 108. Journey to the Western Yu Kingdom. Having exited the territory of the Ghost Clan, Fan Tian soon found himself upon a broad official road, heading towards the direction of the Western Yu Kingdom. According to his father, Fan Tian's two elder brothers established a military organization in the Western Yu Kingdom, aptly named the Yonggang Militia. Due to the relentless efforts of his brothers, the Yonggang Militia garnered considerable renown within the Western Yu Kingdom. It was perplexing. How could anyone be unaware of their existence? While they may not have been the strongest faction in the Western Yu Kingdom, they were certainly among the prominent guilds. Perhaps this individual was relatively new to the area. Fan Tian pondered, before turning to the vendor nearby to inquire, Excuse me, could you direct me to the Yonggang Guild? Young man, why would you wish to go to Yonggang? That place has been virtually razed to the ground by the Fire Cloud Guild. Moreover, the vicinity is heavily guarded by their forces. Venturing there now would be akin to courting death. What? The Yonggang Guild is in trouble? When did this happen? A knot tightened in Fan Tian's heart, and he instinctively gripped the vendor's clothing with greater intensity. Hey, I said you should just ask for directions. Why drag me into this? Do you have relatives in the Yonggang Guild or something? Even if you do, you can't take your frustrations out on me. The vendor's collar was being grasped so tightly by Fan Tian that he could scarcely breathe, prompting him to raise his voice in protest. Upon hearing the vendor's indignant outcry, Fan Tian became acutely aware of his own emotional outburst. He quickly released his grip, apologizing. I beg your pardon. I was overly agitated and lost my composure. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Asking for directions nearly suffocated him. It was utterly absurd. The street vendor, still shaken, gingerly touched his neck and muttered a curse. My apologies. Kind sir, could you kindly inform me how to reach the Yongbing Guild? I must say, you truly are rather thick-headed. Haven't you heard? That place is a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation, and yet you insist on heading there to meet your doom? I have no choice. My relatives are inside. I must go and see for myself. Please, I implore you to direct me. Very well, continue along this road until you reach the end, then turn left. You will find the Yonggang Guild surrounded by throngs of people. Thanking the man, Fan Tian turned and sprinted in that direction. In the distance, he spotted a modest 2-story building, encircled by a multitude of onlookers. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards it. Yet, before he could reach the entrance, he was intercepted. Entry is prohibited. Please proceed in another direction. Excuse me, isn't this the Yonggang Guild? Why are there so many people gathered here? What has happened? Yonggang. It has been absorbed by our Huiyun Guild. Henceforth, all matters concerning the military affairs of the Western Yu Kingdom will be overseen by us. But I have a younger brother who, I heard, came to Yongang over a year ago. It has been more than half a year since I last heard from him. My elderly mother, anxious for his well-being, specifically sent me to inquire. I beseech you, kind sir, grant me passage so that I may search for him. As he spoke, Fan Tian discreetly slipped a hefty ingot of silver into the man's sleeve. Feeling the heavy sensation emanating from his sleeves, the guard nodded in satisfaction. Let me inform you. Only our leader and a few hall masters are present within. The rest of those previously masculine figures have been confined to the dungeons of Huiyun. However, it is solely the former leader who remains. There are no others. Having just missed the mealtime, he thought it was time to indulge his appetite. Fan Tian patted his belly and turned to enter a modest eatery ahead. Owner, I would like 2 pounds of beef and a fine bottle of wine. Fan Tian proclaimed. Certainly, esteemed guest, please make yourself comfortable. The exquisite food and drink will be served shortly. Fan Tian frowned. Your wine and dishes have arrived. Please enjoy. The young attendant presented a large tray, placing the beef and wine before Fan Tian. Adjusting his chopsticks, he quickly seized a generous piece of beef and brought it to his mouth. Just as he was about to reach for a second piece, a hand unexpectedly swooped in, snatching the meat away. Looking up, Fan Tian saw a scruffy man, resembling a beggar, grinning at him from across the table. Before Fan Tian could utter a word, the young attendant hurried over, exclaiming, Zwan Differ, why have you come again? You frighten my guests. Let us see how the owner deals with you. With a smile revealing a mismatched set of yellow and black teeth, Zwan Diffing replied, I merely noticed how fragrant this young gentleman's beef is and wished to savor its flavor. Begone. Do not disturb here. If you do not leave, I shall have to chase you out with a broom. TSK, TSK, I said to the waiter, your master gazed upon me with far less ferocity than you. In the realm of commerce, one must embrace patrons from all walks of life to amass wealth that spans the seas. Do you not comprehend this? As he spoke, the wind digger rose to his feet. I do not understand. I only know that your presence here dissuades customers from dining at my establishment. Should you not depart at once? The waiter, with a look of disdain, waved his hand while brandishing the broom to usher the wind digger away. Good sir, the flavor of this beef is truly delightful. Could you indulge me with a taste? The wind digger, undeterred by Fan Tian's potential objections, reached into the platter and scooped up several pieces of beef, humming a merry tune as he swayed his way through the small shop's entrance. Chapter 109. Every grievance has its source. Fan Tian, without lifting his gaze, seized a pair of chopsticks from the table and hurled them at the back of the wind digger's head. How dare you partake in such indulgence, you ungrateful wretch? Why should I not? Retorted the wind digger, who lived beneath the heavens and above the earth, claiming even a corner of a dilapidated temple as his domain. Thank you. Good sir, this beef is quite satisfactory, albeit a tad overcooked. He continued to hum cheerfully, narrowly evading Fan Tian's projectile. Get lost. The waiter, unable to contain his irritation, flung the broom at the wind digger, inadvertently striking him on the heel and eliciting a series of yelps. Fan Tian, now extracting another clean pair of chopsticks from the holder, leisurely sipped his wine and savored the beef, oblivious to the fact that both the meat and the wine had been entirely consumed. The 2 temple doors had long since lost their knockers, leaving only bare holes in their place. The corners of the corridor were draped with layer upon layer of cobwebs. Fan Tian approached, and as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, a cloud of dust was kicked up, choking him. Upon reaching the doorway, he pushed against the temple door, causing it to crash down with a dull thud. Why must you destroy my threshold? He pondered as he surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly a somewhat familiar voice reached his ears. Isn't this door meant to welcome visitors? Let us speak plainly. Are you from the Yongang Guild? The Earth Driller? What is this Yongang nonsense? The little beggar knows nothing of it. As long as there is good wine and meat, I will revere him as an ancestor. The figure of the Earth Driller emerged from behind a pillar. If that is the case, I must have mistaken you for someone else. Without further ado, Fan Tian turned to leave. Hey, why the rush? You've come all this way. Though the little beggar lacked the masculine essence, he still bore the appearance of someone robust. Where is he? Fan Tian swiftly pivoted, fixing a penetrating gaze on the Earth Driller. Alas, he can only hide like the little beggar in the pitch-black underground. Young man, it is polite to introduce oneself. Do you understand? Fan Tian complied, stating his name while discreetly preparing a sword technique, ready to strike should the beggar exhibit any unusual behavior. Not quite right. The Earth Driller glanced at Fan Tian and muttered softly, follow me. The underground wind swirled around the dilapidated temple before unexpectedly drifting behind it, prompting Fan Tian to closely follow. His pursuit led him to a rather unsavory location, a toilet. Could it be that this underground wind found solace in such a foul place? Staring at the noxious commode, Fan Tian momentarily froze. Yet, to his astonishment, the underground wind paid no heed and lightly pressed a particular spot on the toilet wall. Gradually, the pit descended, revealing a dark, narrow opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Before Fan Tian could fully comprehend the situation, the underground wind had already crouched down and slipped into the abyss. Without hesitation, Fan Tian followed suit. After traversing a few steps, a small glimmer of light appeared ahead. In the corner, a shadowy figure was curled up. Upon hearing the commotion, the figure stirred, resembling a person, and peeked out from beneath a makeshift cover. "Brother Tian, look who I have brought for you," the underground wind announced, pulling Fan Tian beside him. The figure, previously shrouded in darkness, suddenly sat up, revealing a furry head. It became evident that the unkempt hair and the wild beard, which had sprawled from the temples, nearly obscured half of his face. "Xiao Tian, is that you?" The man gazed at Fan Tian for a moment before his tone shifted to one of excitement. "Big brother." Fan Tian stepped forward, embracing the bearded man tightly. "Big brother, how did you end up like this?" "Alas, it is all my fault for misjudging character and falling into a trap, which has led our guild to this calamitous fate." Fong Gang lamented, letting out a deep sigh. It turns out that the leader of the Fire Cloud Mercenary Guild, known as Fire Cloud, was once the esteemed third-in-command of Yang Gang. However, this individual was consumed by ambition, fervently aspiring to usurp Fan Gang and assume the mantle of leadership over Yang Gang. Regrettably for him, the brothers Fan Gang left him no opportunity to realize his aspirations. In a fit of rage, Fire Cloud rallied his subordinates and severed ties with Yang Gang, establishing the Fire Cloud Mercenary Guild. Furthermore, possessing a silver tongue, he endeared himself to the lord of the city, who was so taken with him that he not only promised his daughter's hand in marriage, but also entrusted the city's defense to Fire Cloud. This ingratiating scoundrel, harboring resentment towards the previous disdain shown to him by the Yang Gang brothers, seized the opportunity presented by his impending nuptials to feign an invitation for the Yang Gang brothers to join him for a drink. In truth, he dispatched numerous loyalists to launch a surprise assault on the main stronghold of the Yang Gang Guild. With the aid of the earth-digging wind, Fan Gang managed to escape by the skin of his teeth, yet Fan Yang was captured. "This ungrateful wretch, my elder brother. Let me go and eliminate that villain to rescue our second brother." Upon hearing the entire sequence of events, Fan Tian could no longer remain seated and rushed to leave. "Little Tian, do not act impulsively. Fire Cloud has not only surpassed the pinnacle of spirit ancestor, but is also on the cusp of entering the realm of spirit immortals, with the lord of the city providing formidable support behind him." Fan Gang reached out and grasped the hem of Fan Tian's garment. "Elder brother, focus on your recovery. I shall not act recklessly," Fan Tian replied, then turned to the earth-digging wind to inquire, "Where is the Lord's residence? And where do Fire Cloud and his bride reside?" Having recently wed, Huiyun still resided in the Lord's mansion, intending to move to his own residence the following day. The Lord's mansion was located in the southeastern corner of the city, the grandest of all. Zhuan Diffing pondered for a moment. "Indeed, this is splendid." After Fan Tian finished speaking, he turned and exited the secret chamber. "Your brother is quite extraordinary." Zhuan Diffing observed the unhesitating silhouette and sighed. "He is still but a child. How could he comprehend the treachery that lies within? If he proceeds in such a manner, he is bound to suffer losses." Zhuan Diffing, lend a hand to your elder brother. Keep an eye on him. "Very well. You rest for now. I shall step out and take a look." Zhuan Diffing instructed Fan Gang to lie down before turning to leave. Following Zhuan Diffing's advice, Fan Tian found his way to the Lord's mansion without hindrance, only to discover a throng of people gathered outside. Chapter 110, The Divine Doctor Emerges. In this day and age, how is it that wherever one goes, there are so many eager spectators? Fan Tian gazed at the crowd before the Lord's mansion, contemplating that he had originally intended to sneak in and have an earnest conversation with the Lord, but it seemed he would need to devise another plan. The Lord had just married off his daughter yesterday, and now he had fallen ill. Could this be an ominous sign? It is difficult to say. Who does not know that his son-in-law is no ordinary man? Perhaps retribution has finally come to him. Strangely enough, despite the presence of numerous skilled physicians, none could ascertain the cause of his ailment. He felt neither pain nor discomfort, yet he was unable to rise. It appears that the Lord has indeed attracted some malevolent force. Has the Lord fallen ill? As Fan Tianxin's heart stirred, he found an opportunity presenting itself serendipitously. A faint smile graced his lips as he reached out, effortlessly pushing aside the shoulders of the two individuals blocking his path, intent on making his way through. Hey, who do you think you are, kid? Where did you spring from? If you want to gawk, do it from the sidelines. What business do you have pushing to the front? The two individuals, now relegated to the back by Fan Tianxin's silent maneuver, immediately protested. Didn't they say the city lord was ill? I'm here to attend to him. Fan Tianxin replied nonchalantly. Ha, you can treat illness? That's downright laughable. Who do you think you are? With so many renowned physicians stumped by the city lord's ailment, you ought to evaluate your own significance. Don't let your bravado lead to your downfall. Do you understand medicine? Not really. Then why are you here babbling nonsense? If you can't see that there are plenty of esteemed doctors already present, it's your own lack of perception at fault. Don't obstruct others from attending to the patient. With that, Fan Tianxin attempted to press onward. Hey, you're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? Let me show you a lesson, ouch. Was that slap just right? Do you want another? No, please go ahead. The commotion had captured the attention of the steward, who was responsible for receiving new physicians at the city lord's door. He approached, sizing up Fan Tianxin from head to toe. And who might you be, sir? Naturally, a healer. Is that so? The steward exclaimed in delight, yet upon observing Fan Tianxin's tattered attire and dark complexion, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Can your esteemed city lord truly be saved? Of course, we must save him. The steward promptly gestured for Fan Tian to follow him into the manor. They made their way to the lord's chamber, which was crowded with people. Some were whispering to one another, while others shook their heads as they spoke. Upon seeing the steward bring in a young man, they expressed their astonishment, saying, Steward Chen, who is this? The room is overcrowded. We must ask them to leave immediately. Furthermore, we should open a few windows. If it continues to be so stuffy, even if our lord is not ill, he may succumb to some ailment. Fan Tian disregarded the inquiry and turned to Steward Chen, commanding, Whom did you study under? What is your master's name? In which pharmacy do you practice? One individual, visibly displeased, stepped forward to argue. Self-taught, is that not acceptable? Ridiculous. Myopic. Youngster, you are far too arrogant. To become a physician, one must endure a decade or two of practical experience. Otherwise, you may never even touch the threshold of the medical field. Oh, so it follows that you are well-versed in medical texts? Fan Tian inquired, fixing his gaze on the elderly man, whose hair was mostly white and whose chin bore only a few sparse strands of beard. Indeed, I entered my master's tutelage at the age of 5, starting as an apprentice herbalist, and it has now been over 60 years. The old man proudly stroked his scanty goat-like beard. In fact, I am now the head of the city's largest pharmacy, Chengchun Hall. That can only suggest that your 60 years of study have been wasted. Fan Tian retorted with a sneer. How dare this ignorant child speak so presumptuously? Humiliated by a younger individual, the elderly doctor's face turned a deep shade of purplish red. His trembling finger pointed accusingly at Fan Tian, yet he could not utter a second word. An incompetent physician who cannot even treat a mere injury should not presume to assert his seniority before me. Steward, why have you not yet expelled these people? Fan Tian's mention of an injury was akin to a bomb detonating in a hornet's nest, instantly inciting fury among the doctors. We had long recognized it as an injury. Who gave you the audacity to criticize us here? Steward Chen, have you lost your senses? How dare you admit such a charlatan? The buzzing uproar filled the air, causing even Steward Chen to waver in his conviction. However, while you all failed to remedy this injury, I believe I can eradicate it. Given this, why not take a gamble? I have exhausted all my funds in coming here. If I prevail, each of you shall bestow upon me 100 taels. If I fail, I shall submit to your will. Young man, you are doomed. Although Steward Chen hesitated slightly, upon seeing Fan Tian's unwavering confidence, he adopted a last-ditch effort mentality and politely ushered everyone outside. I have a principle in my practice. No one is permitted within 30 meters. I understand your curiosity regarding my medical skills, but this is a family secret. I urge you to relinquish your expectations. Just as the group of doctors intended to observe from outside the window how Fan Tian would conduct his treatment, they were taken aback by his sudden proclamation, which caused their expressions to change dramatically, prompting them to leave in a huff. Little brother, let us speak amicably. What do you desire? I shall grant you anything, Li Shan exclaimed in a flurry, gesticulating frantically towards Fan Tian. Your son-in-law recently eradicated the Yongang mercenary guild, did he not? A sheen of sweat immediately appeared on Li Shan's forehead. It dawned upon him that this young man had come seeking vengeance. Naturally, I am not one who relishes violence. Fan Tian extended his hand, grasping Li Shan's chin, simultaneously inserting a Wanxiang pill into his mouth. This is my unique elixir. You may rise from your bed and test its efficacy. Skeptically, Li Shan moved his limbs, and to his astonishment, he found himself able to move freely. Elation surged within him, prompting him to struggle out of bed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he turned to dash towards the door, only to be halted in his tracks by Fan Tian's words. Do not be in such a haste to depart. Feel the leftmost corner of your abdomen. Do you not sense a dull ache? Li Shan complied, and his complexion paled further. As long as you remain obedient, I shall ensure that my two brothers deliver the antidote to you every 3 months. However, should you entertain treachery, the fate of your life may take a dire turn. You possess but a single daughter, and your son-in-law is no ordinary fellow. Should you perish, he will inherit all your estate. After a lifetime of toil, can you truly resign yourself to such an outcome? Of course, as long as you heed my words, not only will I alleviate your affliction, but I can also enhance your spiritual prowess. This transaction hardly seems disadvantageous, does it? A peculiar glint flickered in Li Shan's eyes, and he fervently nodded in agreement. Very well, I must now venture forth to collect my winnings. Fan Tian gave a decisive pat to Li Shan's neck and strode confidently out of the room. Chapter 111. The resurgence of masculinity. Li Shan opened the door, and a throng of people surged forward. Lord of the city, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that this young man has truly healed you? They clamored. Might we beseech this esteemed young physician to elucidate his methods, so that we may observe and learn? The atmosphere was chaotic. Alas, I cannot decide this matter. It depends upon the young physician's wishes. As he trembled and rose unsteadily from the ground, he realized he could not articulate a single word, only managing to emit incoherent sounds that no one could comprehend. Dr. Du, what has happened to you? Onlookers gasped as they beheld the once vibrant man, now disheveled and drooling after being struck. How absurd. Was it truly my father-in-law who arranged your arrival? Hui Yun's expression darkened as he regarded the messenger. Indeed. The lord of the city has requested that you come at once. The elder must have been administered a soul-severing potion, thought Hui Yun. I shall go and investigate. He rose, donned his grand robe, and strode out of the guild hall, mounting the steed that his subordinate had prepared, galloping swiftly towards the lord's residence. Do not ask so many questions. Simply follow my orders. I shall not. Hui Yun retorted, defiantly tossing his robe as he seated himself in a nearby armchair. His gaze fell upon Fan Tian, who stood to the side. Who is this young man? Father-in-law, surely you have not been deceived to the point of folly? Who would willingly cast away a prize within their grasp? Silence. Li Shan, discreetly signaling to his son-in-law, addressed Fan Tian, please forgive the young divine physician. Hui Yun's words were merely thoughtless. Whether they were thoughtless or not, I shan't dwell on it, as long as you, my swift son-in-law, expedite the matters at hand. Fan Tian casually glanced at his fingers, as though something captivating had manifested upon them. No one can surpass you, merely because you have yet to encounter those who are stronger. Hui Yun infused his arm with a significant portion of his power, declaring, prepare to meet your end. Young man, to block a vehicle with one's arm is utterly ludicrous. Fan Tian retracted his palm into a fist, launching a soul-eating fist towards Hui Yun's strike, stating, today, I shall teach you, who was raised without paternal guidance, the true meaning of respecting your elders and cherishing the young. Hui Yun, observing the seemingly mundane attack from Fan Tian, smirked disdainfully, your posturing is quite impressive. Boom. The fist met the palm with a resounding clash. While Fan Tian remained composed, Hui Yun's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed his spiritual energy chaotically converging towards that palm, as if desperately attempting to flee. Father-in-law, save me. Hui Yun's visage contorted, his spiritual energy visibly rushing towards Fan Tian's fist at an alarming rate. If this continued unchecked, Hui Yun would be left utterly devoid of spiritual power. Young divine physician, for the sake of my dear daughter, who has just entered matrimony, I beseech you to spare my son-in-law's life. Such a plea was unexpected. It certainly warranted further investigation. The carriage sent by the Fire Cloud sect to welcome Fan Gang had just arrived at the city gate, only to be surrounded by the curious townsfolk of Wind City, creating an impassable throng. Fan Gang, having been supported by Zhuan Difeng, was already standing outside the gate, informed by Fan Tian's earlier message. Enduring nearly half a month of torment from his injuries, although aided later by Fan Tion's miraculous Wanxiang pill. His complexion was still markedly inferior to what it had been before. With a swift motion, a small segment of his finger fell to the dust. If I, Fire Cloud, ever harbor intentions detrimental to the Yonggang Guild again, let this be my punishment, he declared. Brother, please board the carriage. Fire Cloud, his face pale, did not even glance at the blood dripping from his severed digit, bending down to draw the curtain of the carriage for Fan Gang. Once both Fan Gang and Zhuangdifeng were seated inside, he mounted the horse and took the reins himself, steering the carriage forward.